sincerely feels deeply religious, believes in God, but has, as an educated man, occasional doubts concerning the life after death. And in the case of 5002, still is a Christian, believes in God, would like to believe in life after death, but has doubts and thinks that a sincere religious revival or a new religious myth would be a good thing for the world. Particularly common are statements to the effect that interviewees regard themselves as religious, as followers of the Church, but disagree with some of its teachings, which sometimes refers to miracles, sometimes to immortality. This outlook seems corroborative of an underlying pattern of considerable significance, the elements of which have been established in our psychological analyses. The abstract idea of God is accepted as an expansion of the Father idea, whereas general destructiveness makes itself felt in a reaction against the hope for the individual expressed by the dogma of immortality. Subjects with this point of view want a God to exist as the absolute authority to which they can bow, but they wish the individual to perish completely. The concept of God underlying this way of thinking is that of the absolute essence of punitiveness. It is therefore not astonishing that religious leanings of this particular brand are frequent in the high scorers among our group of prison inmates, cf. chapter XXI. M627, who is serving a life sentence for rape, is having trouble with religion and does not believe that there should be a set way of worship. But he believes, in spite of an undertone of religious rebelliousness, that every man should have his own way of worship as long as he believes in a power greater than himself. This power has the form of external authority, but remains completely abstract, nothing but the projective concept of power as such. Well, I have heard so many fellows talk about the powers they believed in, and I tried to recognize the power in myself and just couldn't, read all kinds of religious books, but still kind of foggy. The same line of thought is expressed by M656A, who is serving a term for forgery, Robert, in chapter XXI. Well, I'm not a man to discuss religion a great deal, because I don't know a lot about it. I believe in the Bible, I believe there is someone a lot bigger and stronger than anyone on this earth. I don't attend church often but try to live the right way. For this man all specific religious content is negligible compared with the idea of power and the closely related rigid, moralistic stereotypes of good and bad. The Catholic religion, for example, is just as good as the one I believe in. They all are patterned after the same type of living, right or wrong. I'm the type of person that doesn't believe in any particular denomination. This abstract authoritarianism in religious matters easily turns into cynicism and overt contempt for what one professes to believe. M664C, asked about his religious views, answers: "Oh, I don't pay much attention. I believe in God and all that stuff, but that is about all." The choice of the word stuff refutes the statement in which it occurs. One effect of neutralization in such cases is that little is left of God but the object of swearing. The nihilistic aspect of the configuration here under consideration is clearly indicated in the case of the murderer M651. The part I like about it is the fact that it makes other people happy, though it doesn't concern me, and you see so much hypocrisy. Asked what is most important in religion, he says: "Belief. I think that belief is everything. That is the thing that holds you together." When this is pursued by the interviewer who wants to find out something about the subject's own religious feelings, he answers: "I believe when you die you are through. Life is short and eternity is forever. How could God send you to hell for eternity, just on the basis of a short lifetime's record? It doesn't seem to be either merciful or just." This material is indicative of relationships among abstract belief in power, rejection of the more concrete and personal aspects of religion, particularly the idea of an eternal life, and thinly veiled impulses toward violence. As this violence is taboo within the individual, particularly in situations such as a prison, it is projected upon a deity. Moreover, it should not be forgotten that an entirely abstract idea of the almighty deity, as it prevailed during the 18th century, could be reconciled much more easily with the scientific spirit than could the doctrine of an immortal soul, with its magical connotations. The process of demythification liquidates traces of animism earlier and more radically than it does the philosophical idea of the absolute. It may be noted, however, that just the opposite tendency can be observed among adepts of astrology and spiritualism. They often believe in the immortality of the soul, but strongly deny the existence of God, because of some kind of pantheism which ultimately results in exaltation of nature. Thus, case M651, not quite consistently with his previous confession of religiousness for extraneous reasons, comes out with the statement that he believes in astrology because he doesn't believe in God. There is reason to believe that the ultimate consequence of this attitude is sinister. 3. The irreligious low scorer. The difference between irreligious and religious low scorers may correspond to a difference between rational and emotional determinants of freedom from prejudice. Subject M203 is characteristic of the former. He may be regarded as a genuine liberal with a somewhat abstract, rationalistic mentality. His anti-religious attitude is based not so much on political persuasions as on a general positivistic outlook. He rejects religion for logical reasons but differentiates between Christian ethics, which he regards as falling in line with his progressive views, and organized religion. Originally, his anti-religious attitude may have been derived from anti-conventional rebellion. I went to church because I was expected to. This rebellion is somewhat vaguely rationalized as being of a purely logical nature, perhaps on account of some unconscious guilt feelings. He is unemotional and apathetic in a way suggesting neurotic traits, possibly a disturbance in his relation to objects. His rational critique of religion is formulated as follows. But I was always pretty skeptical of it. I thought it kind of phony, narrow, bigoted, and snobbish, hypocritical, unsemitic, you might say. It violates the whole Christian ethics. Religion is here experienced both as a humanizing factor, Christian ethics, and as a repressing agency. There can be no doubt that this ambiguity has its basis in the double function of religion itself throughout history, and it should, therefore, not be attributed solely to subjective factors. The term hypocritical, used by occurs very frequently in the interviews of low scorers, and sometimes in those of high scorers, usually with reference to the organization of the church in contrast to genuine religious values. This expresses the historical emancipation of subjective religious experience from institutionalized religion. The hatred of the hypocrite, however, may work in two ways, either as a force toward enlightenment or as a rationalization of cynicism and contempt for man. It seems that the use of the term hypocrite, like that of the term snob, obtains more and more the connotation of envy and resentment. It denounces those who regard themselves as something better in order to glorify the average and to establish something plain and supposedly natural as the norm. Point 4. The struggle against the lie is often a mere pretext for coming into the open with destructive motives rationalized by the supposed hypocrisy and uppishness of others. This phenomenon can be understood against the background of democratized culture. The critique of religion as hypocritical, a critique which in Europe was either confined to small intellectual layers or countered by metaphysical philosophy, is in this country as widespread as Christian religion itself. Part of the ambivalence toward religion can be accounted for by the simultaneous ubiquity of both the Christian heritage and the spirit of science. This double cultural ubiquity may favor an inconsistent attitude toward religion without necessarily involving the individual's psychological makeup. The fact that America, for all its interest in science, is still close to a religious climate may help to explain a more general trait of irreligious low scorers, their actual or fictitious negative conversion. Thus, for example, 5028 and 5058, like M203, report that they broke away from religion. In American culture, one is rarely born as an irreligious person, one becomes irreligious through conflicts of childhood or adolescence, and these dynamics favor nonconformist sympathies which, in turn, go with opposition to prejudice. That a subject is consciously irreligious under the prevailing cultural conditions suggests the existence of a certain strength of the ego. An example is M202, our conservative but not fascist person, see pages 649, 707, who scores extremely low on the E scale. As a child, subject was very religious. He went to church with his family every Sunday and he would fall on my knees in the street to pray for something. At the age of 19 he changed. He became disgusted by the gossip in church. They would tell him things about someone that were none of their damned business. Also, these people would come and testify in church and do bad things again. He could not understand this inconsistency in their actions. In this case, the anti-religious attitude, as far as it goes, is overtly derived from resentment against outside interference with individual liberty, and this, be it noted, is hardly less an element in American ideology than is Christianity itself. Here, as in many other respects, individual, psychological ambivalence toward religion on the part of the subject reflects objective antagonism in our culture. M310, a genuine liberal, offers another example of the rebellious feature in irreligiousness. The subject, who rejects Christian tradition altogether, is the child of religious parents. He admits no open conflict with them, although relations with them were apparently very cool. In all probability he displaced his rebellion against the family upon their religion, thus avoiding the trouble of undergoing difficulties of a more personal kind. Often enough, strong ideological attachments or oppositions can be understood as such displacements of family conflicts, a device which allows the individual to express his hostilities on a level of rationalization and so dispense with the necessity of deep emotional entanglements, and which also allows the youngster to remain within the family shelter. It may also be in some respects more gratifying to attack the infinite Father than to attack the finite one. It should be emphasized, however, that the term rationalization does not imply, here or elsewhere, the allegation untrue. Rationalization is a psychological aspect of thinking which by itself decides neither truth nor untruth. A decision on this matter depends entirely on the objective merits of the idea in which the process of rationalization terminates. In contrast to those irreligious low scorers who underwent a negative conversion are easygoing low scorers such as M711. His negative attitude toward religion is marked not so much by opposition as by an indifference that involves the element of a somewhat humorous self-reflection. This subject professes rather frankly a certain confusion in religious matters, but in a way which suggests that his apparent weakness is allowed to manifest itself on the basis of some considerable underlying strength of character. With people like him it is as if they could afford to profess intellectual inconsistencies because they find more security in their own character structure and in the depth of their experience than in clear-cut, well-organized, highly rationalized convictions. When asked about his attitude toward religion, he answers, "I don't really have any," laughs. More or less an absence of views. On organized religion I suppose I am confused, laughs, if anything. He does not need to reject religion because he is not under its spell, there are no traces of ambivalence, and therefore no signs of hatred, but rather a kind of humane and detached understanding. The religious idea he accepts is tolerance, in a characteristically non-conventional way demonstrated by his choice of negative expressions rather than high-sounding ideals. I think I became aware of intolerance. But he does not use this awareness for ego enhancement but is rather inclined to attribute his religious emancipation to external accidental factors. If I'd stayed in Denver, I'd probably attended a church. I don't know. I don't think of it, I don't feel the need of organized religion particularly. Interesting is the subject's discussion of prayer. He admits the psychological efficacy of prayer, but is aware that this therapeutic aspect of religion is incompatible with the idea of religion itself. He regards prayer as a kind of auto-suggestion, which could accomplish results, but I certainly don't see there is anyone on the receiving end. This subject makes the bizarre but strangely profound statement. My religious curiosity did not last very long. Probably took up photography, laughs, about that time. Only an interpretation making full use of psychoanalytic categories would do justice to the sentence. The link between his early interest in religion and the later one in photography is apparently curiosity, the desire to see things, a sublimation of voyeurism. It is as if photography in a somewhat infantile way would fulfill the wish for imagery which underlies certain trends in religion and is at the same time put under a heavy taboo by both Judaism and Protestantism. This may be corroborated by the fact that the subject during his religious phase was attracted by theosophy, by religious ways of thinking which promised to lift the curtain. It should be noted that this subject's attitude toward atheism is no more radical than is his opposition to religion. 5 He says, "Well, I don't think any more about atheists than anything else. As a matter of fact, I talked with several people who profess to be atheists and they don't even seem to agree. Perhaps I am an atheist," laughs, "you get into semantics, really. Professional atheists just impress me as doing it because it seems to be a stunt. Don Quixote battling windmills. This may be indicative of the easygoing person's suspicion of the ticket, his awareness of the tendency of any rigid formula to degenerate into a mere piece of propaganda. 6. Incidentally, the subject senses clearly what was formulated 100 years ago in Baudelaire's diary, that atheism becomes obsolescent in a world the objective spirit of which is essentially irreligious. The meaning of atheism undergoes historical changes. What was one of the decisive impulses of the 18th century Enlightenment may function today as a manifestation of provincial sectarianism or even as a paranoid system. Half-mad Nazis such as Mathilde Ludendorff fought, besides the Jews and the Freemasons, the Roman Catholics as an ultramontane conspiracy directed against Germany, transforming the tradition of Bismarck's Kulturkampf into a pattern of persecution mania. For religious low-scorers. A clear-cut example of a religious low-scorer is the somewhat sketchy interview of F-132, a young woman brought up in India where her parents are missionaries. Her combining positive Christianity with an outspoken concrete idea of tolerance, equality for everyone, is derived from life experience with the Indians. She is passionate in matters of racial understanding. However, her church affiliations make it impossible for her to draw the political consequences from her tolerance idea. "I don't like Gandhi. I don't like radical people. He is a radical. He has done much to upset and disunite the country." Her association with the church involves an element of that religious conventionalism which is usually associated with ethnocentrism. In spite of her closeness to the church and to doctrine, her religious outlook has a practical coloring. Religion, means a great deal. It makes a person happier, more satisfied. Gives them peace of mind. You know where you stand and have something to work for, an example to follow. Hope for an afterlife. Yes, I believe in immortality. 7. This girl is probably atypical in many ways because of her colonial upbringing as well as because of the mixture of official religiosity and more spontaneous religious humanism. Her particular attitude is probably due, on the surface level at least, to her insight into in-group out-group problems. However, this example seems to offer some support for the hypothesis that only fully conscious, very articulate, unconventional Christians are likely to be free of ethnocentrism. At any rate, the rareness of religious low-scorers in our sample is significant. As indicated above, the composition of the sample itself may be responsible for this. However, this rarity suggests something more fundamental. The tendency of our society to become split into progressive and status quo camps may be accompanied by a tendency of all persons who cling to religion, as a part of the status quo, also to assume other features of the status quo ideology which are associated with the ethnocentric outlook. Whether this is true or whether religion can produce effective trends in opposition to prejudice, could be elucidated only after much extensive research. Chapter 19. Types and Syndromes. T.W. Adorno. A. The approach. Hardly any concept in contemporary American psychology has been so thoroughly criticized as that of typology. Since any doctrine of types is a halfway approach to the problem of individuality, and nothing more, 9, any such doctrine is subject to devastating attacks from both extremes, because it never catches the unique, and because its generalizations are not statistically valid and do not even afford productive heuristic tools. From the viewpoint of general dynamic theory of personality, it is objected that typologies tend towards pigeonholing and transform highly flexible traits into static, quasi-biological characteristics while neglecting, above all, the impact of historical and social factors. Statistically, the insufficiency of twofold typologies is particularly emphasized. As to the heuristic value of typologies, their overlapping, and the necessity of constructing mixed types which practically disavow the original constructs, is pointed out. At the hub of all these arguments is aversion against the application of rigid concepts to the supposedly fluid reality of psychological life. The development of modern psychological typologies, as contrasted, for example, with the old scheme of temperaments, has its origin in psychiatry, in the therapeutic need for a classification of mental diseases as a means of facilitating diagnosis and prognosis. Kripalin and Lombroso are the fathers of psychiatric typology. Since the clear-cut division of mental diseases has in the meantime completely broken down, the basis of typological classifications of the normal, derived from the former, seems to vanish. It is stigmatized as a remnant of the taxonomic phase of behavior theory, the formulation of which tended to remain descriptive, static, and sterile, 80. If not even the mentally diseased, whose psychological dynamics are largely replaced by rigid patterns, can be sensibly divided according to types, how, then, is there any chance of success for procedures such as the famous one of Kretschmer, the raison d'être of which was the standard classification of manic depression and dementia praecox? The present state of the discussion on typology is summed up by N. Anastasi, 11, as follows. Type theories have been most commonly criticized because of their attempt to classify individuals into sharply divided categories. Such a procedure implies a multimodal distribution of traits. The introverts, for example, would be expected to cluster at one end of the scale, the extroverts at the other end, and the point of demarcation between them should be clearly apparent. Actual measurement, however, reveals a unimodal distribution of all traits, which closely resembles the bell-shaped normal curve. Similarly, it is often difficult to classify a given individual definitely into one type or the other. The typologists, when confronted with this difficulty, have frequently proposed intermediate or mixed types to bridge the gap between the extremes. Thus Jung suggested an ambivert type which manifests neither introvert nor extrovert tendencies to a predominant degree. Observation seems to show, however, that the ambivert category is the largest, and the decided introverts and extroverts are relatively rare. The reader is referred, for example, to the distribution curve obtained by Heidbreder with an introversion questionnaire administered to 200 college students. It will be recalled that the majority of scores were intermediate and that as the extremes of either introversion or extroversion were approached, the number of cases became progressively smaller. The curve, too, showed no sharp breaks, but only a continuous gradation from the mean to the two extremes. As was indicated in Chapter 2, the same may be said of all other measurable traits of the individual, whether social, emotional, intellectual, or physical. It is apparent, then, that insofar as type theories imply the classification of individuals into clear-cut classes, they are untenable in the face of a mass of indisputable data. Such an assumption, however, is not necessarily inherent in all systems of human typology. It is more characteristic of the popular versions and adaptations of type theories than of the original concepts. To be sure, type psychologists have often attempted to categorize individuals, but this was not an indispensable part of their theories. Their concepts have occasionally been sufficiently modified to admit of a normal distribution of traits. In spite of such concessions to more satisfactory categorizations, the nominalistic exclusion of typological classifications has triumphed to such a degree that it is almost tantamount to a taboo, no matter how urgent the scientific and pragmatic need for such classifications may be. It should be noted that this taboo is closely related to the notion, still taught by numerous academic psychiatrists, that mental diseases are essentially inexplicable. If one would assume, for the argument's sake, that psychoanalytic theory has really succeeded in establishing a number of dynamic schemata of psychoses, by which the latter become meaningful within the psychological life of the individual in spite of all their irrationality and the disintegration of the psychotic personality, the problem of typology would be completely redefined. It cannot be doubted that the critique of psychological types expresses a truly humane impulse, directed against that kind of subsumption of individuals under pre-established classes which has been consummated in Nazi Germany, where the labeling of live human beings, independently of their specific qualities, resulted in decisions about their life and death. It is this motive which has been stressed particularly by Allport, 9, and Boder has demonstrated in great detail in his study of Nazi science the interconnections of psychological pro et contra schemes, the repressive function of categories such as Jantsch's Gegentypus and the arbitrary manipulation of empirical findings. 47. Thus, inquiries devoted to the study of prejudice have to be particularly cautious when the issue of typology comes up. To express it pointedly, the rigidity of constructing types is itself indicative of that stereopathic mentality which belongs to the basic constituents of the potentially fascist character. We need only to refer, in this connection, to our high scorer of Irish descent who attributes his personal traits unhesitatingly to his national extraction. Jantsch's antitype, for example, is an almost classic case of the mechanism of projection, the effectiveness of which in the makeup of our high scorers has been established, and which in Jantsch's has wormed its way into the very same science whose task it would be to account for this mechanism. The essentially undynamic, anti-sociological, and quasi-biological nature of classifications of the Jantsch brand is directly opposed to the theory of our work as well as to its empirical results. 1. Yet all these objections do not dispose altogether of the problem of typology. Not all typologies are devices for dividing the world into sheep and buck, but some of them reflect certain experiences which, though hard to systematize, have, to put it as loosely as possible, hit upon something. Here one has to think primarily of Kretschmer, Jung, and Freud. It should be particularly emphasized that Freud, whose general emphasis on psychological dynamics puts him above the suspicion of any simple biologism and stereotypical thinking, published as late as 1931-39, a rather categorical typology without bothering much about the methodological difficulties of which he must have been aware very well, and even, with apparent naivete, constructing mixed types out of the basic ones. Freud was too much led by concrete insights into the matters themselves, had too intimate a relationship to his scientific objects, to waste his energy on the kind of methodological reflections which may well turn out to be acts of sabotage of organized science against productive thinking. This is not to say that his typology has to be accepted as it stands. Not only can it be criticized by the usual antitypological arguments to which reference was made at the beginning of this chapter, as Otto Fenichel has pointed out, it is also problematic from the viewpoint of orthodox psychoanalytic theory. What counts, however, is that Freud found such a classification worthwhile. One has only to look at the relatively easy and convincing integration of different kinds of twofold typologies in Donald W. McKinnon's Structure of Personality, in 55, to gain the impression that typologies are not altogether arbitrary, do not necessarily do violence to the manifoldness of the human, but have some basis in the structure of psychological reality. The reason for the persistent plausibility of the typological approach, however, is not a static biological one, but just the opposite, dynamic and social. The fact that human society has been up to now divided into classes affects more than the external relations of men. The marks of social repression are left within the individual soul. The French sociologist Durkheim in particular has shown how and to what extent hierarchical social orders permeate the individual's thinking, attitudes, and behavior. People form psychological classes, inasmuch as they are stamped by variegated social processes. This in all probability holds good for our own standardized mass culture to even higher a degree than for previous periods. The relative rigidity of our high scorers, and of some of our low scorers, reflects psychologically the increasing rigidity according to which our society falls into two more or less crude opposing camps. Individualism, opposed to inhuman pigeonholing, may ultimately become a mere ideological veil in a society which actually is inhuman and whose intrinsic tendency towards the subsumption of everything shows itself by the classification of people themselves. In other words, the critique of typology should not neglect the fact that large numbers of people are no longer, or rather never were, individuals in the sense of traditional 19th century philosophy. Ticket thinking is possible only because the actual existence of those who indulge in it is largely determined by tickets, standardized, opaque, and overpowering social processes which leave to the individual but little freedom for action and true individuation. Thus the problem of typology is put on a different basis. There is reason to look for psychological types because the world in which we live is typed and produces different types of persons. Only by identifying stereotypical traits in modern humans, and not by denying their existence, can the pernicious tendency towards all-pervasive classification and subsumption be challenged. The construction of psychological types does not merely imply an arbitrary, compulsive attempt to bring some order into the confusing diversity of human personality. It represents a means of conceptualizing this diversity, according to its own structure, of achieving closer understanding. The radical renunciation of all generalizations beyond those pertaining to the most obvious findings would not result in true empathy into human individuals but rather in an opaque, dull description of psychological facts, every step which goes beyond the factual and aims at psychological meaning as it has been defined in Freud's basic statement that all our experiences are meaningful, das alle Unsere or Erlebnisse einen Sinn haben, inevitably involves generalizations transcending the supposedly unique case, and it happens that these generalizations more frequently than not imply the existence of certain regularly recurring nuclei or syndromes which come rather close to the idea of types. Ideas such as those of orality, or of the compulsive character, though apparently derived from highly individualized studies, make sense only if they are accompanied by the implicit assumption that the structures thus named, and discovered within the individual dynamics of an individual, pertain to such basic constellations that they may be expected to be representative, no matter how unique the observations upon which they are based may be. Since there is a typological element inherent in any kind of psychological theory, it would be spurious to exclude typology per se. Methodological purity in this respect would be tantamount to renouncing the conceptual medium or any theoretical penetration of the given material, and would result in an irrationality as complete as the arbitrary subsumptiveness of the pigeonholing schools. Within the context of our study, another reflection of an entirely different nature points in the same direction. It is a pragmatic one, the necessity that science provide weapons against the potential threat of the fascist mentality. It is an open question whether and to what extent the fascist danger really can be fought with psychological weapons. Psychological treatment of prejudiced persons is problematic because of their large number as well as because they are by no means ill, in the usual sense, and, as we have seen, at least on the surface level are often even better adjusted than the non-prejudiced ones. Since, however, modern fascism is inconceivable without a mass basis, the inner complexion of its prospective followers still maintains its crucial significance, and no defense which does not take into account the subjective phase of the problem would be truly realistic. It is obvious that psychological countermeasures, in view of the extent of the fascist potential among modern masses, are promising only if they are differentiated in such a way that they are adapted to specific groups. An overall defense would move on a level of such vague generalities that it would in all probability fall flat. It may be regarded as one of the practical results of our study that such a differentiation has at least to be also one which follows psychological lines, since certain basic variables of the fascist character persist relatively independently of marked social differentiations. There is no psychological defense against prejudice which is not oriented towards certain psychological types. We would make a fetish of the methodological critique of typology and jeopardize each attempt of coming psychologically to grips with prejudiced persons if a number of very drastic and extreme differences such as the one between the psychological makeup of a conventional anti-Semite and a sadomasochistic tough guy were excluded simply because none of these types is ever represented in classic purity by a single individual. The possibility of constructing largely different sets of psychological types has been widely recognized. As the result of the previous discussions, we base our own attempt on the three following major criteria. A. We do not want to classify human beings by types which divide them neatly statistically, nor by ideal types in the usual sense which have to be supplemented by mixtures. Our types are justified only if we succeed in organizing, under the name of each type, a number of traits and dispositions, in bringing them into a context which shows some unity of meaning in those traits. We regard those types as being scientifically most productive which integrate traits, otherwise dispersed, into meaningful continuities and bring to the fore the interconnection of elements which belong together according to their inherent logic, in terms of psychological understanding of underlying dynamics. No mere additive or mechanical subsumption of traits under the same type should be permitted. A major criterion for this postulate would be that, confronted with genuine types, even so-called deviations would no longer appear as accidental but would be recognizable as meaningful, in a structural sense. Speaking genetically, the consistency of meaning of each type would suggest that as many traits as possible can be deduced from certain basic forms of underlying psychological conflicts, and their resolutions. B. Our typology has to be a critical typology in the sense that it comprehends the typification of men itself as a social function. The more rigid a type, the more deeply does he show the hallmarks of social rubber stamps. This is in accordance with the characterization of our high scorers by traits such as rigidity and stereotypical thinking. Here lies the ultimate principle of our whole typology. Its major dichotomy lies in the question of whether a person is standardized himself and thinks in a standardized way, or whether he is truly individualized and opposes standardization in the sphere of human experience. The individual types will be specific configurations within this general division. The latter differentiates prima facie between high and low scorers. At closer view, however, it also affects the low scorers themselves. The more they are typified themselves, the more they express unwittingly the fascist potential within themselves. Point 2. C. The types must be constructed in such a way that they may become productive pragmatically, that is to say, that they can be translated into relatively drastic defense patterns which are organized in such a way that differences of a more individual nature play but a minor role. This makes for a certain conscious superficiality of typification, comparable to the situation in a sanatorium where no therapy could ever be initiated if one did not divide the patients into manic depressives, schizophrenics, paranoiacs, and so forth, though one is fully aware of the fact that these distinctions are likely to vanish the deeper one goes. In this connection, however, the hypothesis may be allowed that if one could only succeed in going deep enough, at the end of the differentiation just the more universal crude structure would reappear, some basic libidinous constellations. An analogy from the history of the arts may be permitted. The traditional, crude distinction between Romanesque and Gothic style was based on the characteristic of round and pointed arches. It became apparent that this division was insufficient, that both traits were overlapping and that there were much deeper lying contrasts of construction between the two styles. This, however, led to such complicated definitions that it proved impossible to state in their terms whether a given building was Romanesque or Gothic in character, though its structural totality rarely left any doubt to the observer to which epoch it belonged. Thus it ultimately became necessary to resume the primitive and naive classification. Something similar may be advisable in the case of our problem. An apparently superficial question such as "what kind of people do you find among the prejudiced?" may easily do more justice to typological requirements than the attempt to define types at first sight by, say, different fixations at pregenital or genital developmental phases and the like. This indispensable simplification can probably be achieved by the integration of sociological criteria into the psychological constructs. Such sociological criteria may refer to the group memberships and identifications of our subjects as well as to social aims, attitudes, and patterns of behavior. The task of relating psychological type criteria to sociological ones is facilitated because it has been established in the course of our study that a number of clinical categories, such as the adulation of a punitive father, are intimately related to social attitudes, such as belief in authority for authority's sake. Hence, we may well translate for the hypothetical purposes of a typology a number of our basic psychological concepts into sociological ones most closely akin to them. These considerations have to be supplemented by a requirement prescribed by the nature of our study. Our typology, or rather, scheme of syndromes, has to be organized in such a way that it fits as naturally as possible our empirical data. It should be borne in mind that our material does not exist in an empty space, as it were, but that it is structurally predetermined by our tools, particularly the questionnaire and the interview schedule. Since our hypotheses were formulated according to psychoanalytic theory, the orientation of our syndromes toward psychoanalytic concepts is reinforced. Of course, the limitations of such an attempt are narrow since we did not analyze any of our subjects. Our characterization of syndromes has to concentrate on traits that have proved to be psychoanalytically significant rather than on the ultimate dynamic patterns of depth psychology. In order to place the following typological draft into its proper perspective, it should be recalled that we have pointed out in the chapter on the F scale that all the clusters of which the scale is made up belong to one single, overall syndrome. It is one of the outstanding findings of the study that highness is essentially one syndrome, distinguishable from a variety of low syndromes. There exists something like the potentially fascist character, which is by itself a structural unit. In other words, traits such as conventionality, authoritarian submissiveness and aggressiveness, projectivity, manipulativeness, etc., regularly go together. Hence, the subsyndromes which we outline here are not intended to isolate any of these traits. They are all to be understood within the general frame of reference of the high scorer. What differentiates them is the emphasis on one or another of the features or dynamics selected for characterization, not their exclusiveness. However, it seems to us that the differential profiles arising within the overall structure can readily be distinguished. At the same time, their interconnection by the overall potentially fascist structure is of such a nature that they are dynamic in the sense that transitions from one to the other could easily be worked out by analyzing the increase or decrease of some of the specific factors. Such a dynamic interpretation of them could achieve more adequately, that is to say, with a better understanding of the underlying processes, what is usually done in a haphazard way by the mixed types of static typologies. However, theory and empirical substantiation of these dynamic relations among the syndromes could not be touched upon within the present research. The principle according to which the syndromes are organized is their type being in the sense of rigidity, lack of cathexis, stereopathy. This does not necessarily imply, however, that the order of our syndromes represents a more dynamic scale of measurement. It pertains to potentialities, and accessibility to countermeasures, but not to overt prejudice, basically to the problem of overall highness vs. lowness. It will be seen, for example, that the case illustrating the psychologically relatively harmless syndrome at the bottom of our scheme is extremely high in terms of overt anti-minority prejudice. Pragmatic requirements as well as the idea that the high scorers are generally more typed than the low scorers seem to focus our interest on the prejudiced person. Yet, we deem it necessary also to construct syndromes of low scorers. The general direction of our research leads us to stress, with a certain one-sidedness, psychological determinants. This, however, should never make us forget that prejudice is by no means an entirely psychological, subjective phenomenon. It has to be remembered what we pointed out in Chapter 17, that high ideology and mentality are largely fomented by the objective spirit of our society. Whereas different individuals react differently, according to their psychological makeup, to the ubiquitous cultural stimuli of prejudice, the objective element of prejudice cannot be neglected if we want to understand the attitudes of individuals or psychological groups. It is therefore not sufficient to ask, why is this or that individual ethnocentric, but rather, why does he react positively to the omnipresent stimuli, to which this other man reacts negatively? The potentially fascist character has to be regarded as a product of interaction between the cultural climate of prejudice and the psychological responses to this climate. The former consists not only of crude outside factors, such as economic and social conditions, but of opinions, ideas, attitudes, and behavior which appear to be the individual's but which have originated neither in his autonomous thinking nor in his self-sufficient psychological development but are due to his belonging to our culture. These objective patterns are so pervasive in their influence that it is just as much of a problem to explain why an individual resists them as it is to explain why they are accepted. In other words, the low scorers present just as much of a psychological problem as do the high scorers, and only by understanding them can we obtain a picture of the objective momentum of prejudice. Thus the construction of low syndromes becomes imperative. Naturally, they have been chosen in such a way as to fit as well as possible with our general principles of organization. Yet it should not come as a surprise that they are more loosely interconnected than the high ones. The syndromes to be discussed have been developed gradually. They go back to a typology of anti-Semites worked out and published by the Institute of Social Research, 57. This scheme was modified and extended to the low scorers during the present research. In its new form, which emphasized the more psychological aspects, it was applied particularly to the Los Angeles sample. The interviewers here tried as far as possible to ascertain the relation between their case findings and the hypothetical types. The syndromes which are presented here are the result of the modifications which this draft underwent on the basis of our empirical findings, and of continuous theoretical critique. Still, they have to be regarded as tentative, as an intermediate step between theory and empirical data. For further research, they need redefinition in terms of quantifiable criteria. The justification of presenting them now lies in the fact that they may serve as guides for this future research. Each syndrome is illustrated by a profile of one characteristic case, mainly on the basis of the interview protocol of each person selected. B. Syndromes found among high scorers. A rough characterization of the several types may precede their detailed presentation. Surface resentment can easily be recognized in terms of justified or unjustified social anxieties. Our construct does not say anything about the psychological fixations or defense mechanisms underlying the pattern of opinion. With the conventional pattern, of course, acceptance of conventional values is outstanding. The superego was never firmly established and the individual is largely under the sway of its external representatives. The most obvious underlying motive is the fear of being different. The authoritarian type is governed by the superego and has continuously to contend with strong and highly ambivalent ID tendencies. He is driven by the fear of being weak. In the tough guy, the repressed ID tendencies gain the upper hand, but in a stunted and destructive form. Both the crank and the manipulative type seem to have resolved the Oedipus complex through a narcissistic withdrawal into their inner selves. Their relation to the outer world, however, varies. The cranks have largely replaced outward reality by an imaginary inner world. Concomitantly, their main characteristic is projectivity and their main fear is that the inner world will be contaminated by contact with dreaded reality. They are beset by heavy taboos, in Freud's language by the délire de toucher. The manipulative individual avoids the danger of psychosis by reducing outer reality to a mere object of action, thus he is incapable of any positive cathexis. He is even more compulsive than the authoritarian, and his compulsiveness seems to be completely ego-alien. He did not achieve the transformation of an externally coercive power into a superego. Complete rejection of any urge to love is his most outstanding defense. In our sample, the conventional and the authoritarian types seem to be by far the most frequent. 1. Surface resentment. The phenomenon to be discussed here is not on the same logical level as the various types of high and low scorers characterized afterwards. As a matter of fact, it is not in and of itself a psychological type, but rather a condensation of the more rational, either conscious or preconscious, manifestations of prejudice, insofar as they can be distinguished from more deep-lying, unconscious aspects. We may say that there are a number of people who belong together in terms of more or less rational motivations, whereas the remainder of our high syndromes are characterized by the relative absence or spuriousness of rational motivation which, in their case, has to be recognized as a mere rationalization. This does not mean, however, that those high scorers whose prejudiced statements show a certain rationality per se are exempt from the psychological mechanisms of the fascist character. Thus the example we offer is high not only on the F scale but on all scales. She has the generality of prejudiced outlook which we have taken as evidence that underlying personality trends were the ultimate determinants. Still, we feel that the phenomenon of surface resentment, though generally nourished by deeper instinctual sources, should not be entirely neglected in our discussion since it represents a sociological aspect of our problem which might be underestimated in its importance for the fascist potential if we concentrate entirely on psychological description and etiology. We refer here to people who accept stereotypes of prejudice from outside, as ready-made formulae, as it were, in order to rationalize and psychologically or actually overcome overt difficulties of their own existence. While their personalities are unquestionably those of high scorers, the stereotype of prejudice as such does not appear to be too much libidinized, and it generally maintains a certain rational or pseudo-rational level. There is no complete break between their experience and their prejudice, both are often explicitly contrasted one with the other. These subjects are able to present relatively sensible reasons for their prejudice, and are accessible to rational argumentation. Here belongs the discontented, grumbling family father who is happy if somebody else can be blamed for his own economic failures, and even happier if he can derive material advantages from anti-minority discrimination, or the actually or potentially vanquished competitors, such as small retailers, economically endangered by chain stores, which they suppose to be owned by Jews. We may also think of anti-Semitic Negroes in Harlem who have to pay excessive rents to Jewish collectors. But these people are spread over all those sectors of economic life where one has to feel the pinch of the process of concentration without seeing through its mechanism, while at the same time still maintaining one's economic function. 5043, a housewife with extremely high scores on the scales who had often been heard discussing the Jews in the neighborhood, but is a very friendly, middle-aged person who enjoys harmless gossip, expressed high respect for science and takes a serious though somewhat repressed interest in painting. She has fears about economic competition from zoot-suiters, and the interview revealed that similar attitudes are strongly held about Negroes. She has experienced quite a severe come-down in terms of status and economic security since her youth. Her father was an extremely wealthy ranch owner. Although her husband was making a good living as a stockbroker when she married him in 1927, the stock market crash and the ensuing depression made it necessary for her to grapple with economic problems, and finally it even became necessary for them to move in with her wealthy mother-in-law. This situation has caused some friction while at the same time relieving her of a great deal of responsibility. In general, the subject seems to identify herself with the upper middle-class, thus striking a balance between her upper-class background and her present precarious middle-class position. Although she does not admit this into her ego, the loss of money and status must have been very painful to her, and her strong prejudice against Jews infiltrating the neighborhood may be directly related to her fear of sinking lower on the economic scale. The consistently high scores of this subject are explained by the interviewer on the basis of a generally uncritical attitude. She always agrees very much on the questionnaire, rather than by an active, fascist bias, which does not come out in the interview. Characteristic is the relative absence of serious family conflicts. She was never severely disciplined, on the contrary, both parents tended to give in to her wishes and she was ostensibly their favorite. There was never any serious friction and, continuing through the present, the relationship among the siblings and the family in general is still very close. The reason why she was chosen as a representative of surface resentment is her attitude in race questions. She shows a very strong prejudice towards all minority groups and regards the Jews as a problem, her stereotypes following pretty much the traditional pattern which she has taken over mechanically from outside. But she does not feel that all Jews necessarily exhibit all the characteristics. Also, she does not believe that they can be distinguished by looks or any special characteristics, except that they are loud and often aggressive. The last quotation shows that she does not regard those features of the Jews which she incriminates as inborn and natural. Neither rigid projection nor destructive punitiveness is involved. With regard to the Jews, she feels that assimilation and education will eventually solve the problem. Her aggressiveness is evidently directed against those who might, as she fears, take something away from her, either economically or in status, but the Jews are no countertype. Hostility is openly expressed toward the Jews who have been moving into the neighborhood as well as toward those Jews who she believes run the movies. She seems to fear the extension of their influence and strongly resents the infiltration of Jews from Europe. She also expresses the above-mentioned differentiation between outside stereotypy and concrete experiences, thus keeping the door open for a mitigation of her prejudice, though, according to the interviewer, if a fascist wave should arise, it seems likely that she would display more hostility and quite possibly accept fascist ideology. Experiences with Jews have been limited to more or less impersonal contacts with only one or two closer acquaintances, whom she describes as fine people. It may be added that if there is any truth in the popular scapegoat theory of antisemitism, it applies to people of her kind. Their blind spots are at least partly to be attributed to the narrow, petty bourgeois limitations of experience and explanation on which they have to draw. They see the Jew as the executor of tendencies actually inherent in the total economic process, and they put the blame upon him. It is a postulate necessary for the equilibrium of their ego that they must find some guilt responsible for their precarious social situation, otherwise the just order of the world would be disturbed. In all probability, they primarily seek this guilt within themselves and regard themselves, preconsciously, as failures. The Jews relieve them superficially of this guilt feeling. Antisemitism offers them the gratification of being good and blameless and of putting the onus on some visible and highly personalized entity. This mechanism has been institutionalized. Persons such as our case 5043 probably never had negative experiences with Jews, but simply adopt the externally pronounced judgment because of the benefit they draw from it. 2. The conventional syndrome. This syndrome represents stereotypy which comes from outside, but which has been integrated within the personality as part and parcel of a general conformity. In women there is special emphasis on neatness and femininity, in men upon being a regular he-man. Acceptance of prevailing standards is more important than is discontent. Thinking in terms of in-group and out-group prevails. Prejudice apparently does not fulfill a decisive function within the psychological household of the individuals, but is only a means of facile identification with the group to which they belong or to which they wish to belong. They are prejudiced in the specific sense of the term, taking over current judgments of others without having looked into the matter themselves. Their prejudice is a matter of course, possibly preconscious, and not even known to the subjects themselves. It may become articulate only under certain conditions. There is a certain antagonism between prejudice and experience. Their prejudice is not rational inasmuch as it is little related to their own worries, but at the same time, at least on the surface, it is not particularly outspoken, on account of a characteristic absence of violent impulses, due to wholesale acceptance of the values of civilization and decency. Although this syndrome includes the well-bred anti-Semite, it is by no means confined to upper social strata. An illustration of the latter contention, and of the syndrome as a whole, is 5057, a 30-year-old welder, extremely charming in manner, whose case is summarized by the interviewer as follows. He presents a personality and attitudinal configuration encountered rather frequently among skilled workers, and is neither vicious nor exploitive, but instead merely reflects the prejudices of his own in-group in the fashion of the conventional anti-Semite. His acceptance of his own situation as well as his underlying concern with status is evidenced by the description of his occupational attitude. The subject likes his work very much. He expressed absolutely no reservations about his present job. It was clear from the outset that he sees himself as a skilled craftsman, and finds in welding a chance for creative and constructive activity. He did say that one limitation is that welding is certainly not a white-collar job, it is physically dirty and carries with it some hazards. His satisfaction with his present work is further corroborated by his questionnaire statement that if he were not restricted in any way his occupation would be in the same line of work, perhaps on the slightly higher level of welding engineer. His professional outlook is optimistic in a realistic way, with no indications of insecurity. His conventionalism is set against extremes in every respect, thus he selected Christian Science because it is a quieter religion than most. Religion should restrain you from overindulgences of any kind, such as drinking, gambling, or anything to excess. He has not broken away from his grandparents' teachings and hasn't ever questioned his religious beliefs. Most characteristic of the subject's overall attitude are the following data from his questionnaire. Replying to the projective question, what moods or feelings are the most unpleasant or disturbing to you, the subject mentioned disorder in my home or surroundings and the destruction of property. The impulse which he finds hard to control is telling people what is wrong with them. In answering the question, what might drive a person nuts, he said, worry. A person should be able to control their mind as well as their body. With regard to ethnocentrism, he is, in spite of his general moderateness and seeming broad-mindedness, in the high quartile. The specific color of his anti-minority attitude is provided by his special emphasis upon the in-group-out-group dichotomy. He does not have, or does not like to have, contacts with the out-group, and at the same time he projects upon them his own in-group pattern and emphasizes their clannishness. His hostility is mitigated by his general conformity and his expressed value for our form of government. However, a certain rigidity of his conventional pattern is discernible in his belief in the unchangeability of the traits of the outgroup. When he experiences individuals who deviate from the pattern, he feels uneasy and seems to enter a conflict situation which tends to reinforce his hostility rather than to mitigate it. His most intense prejudice is directed against the Negroes, apparently because here the demarcation line between in and out group is most drastic. Concerning other minorities, his remarks are as follows. The biggest minority problem right now, according to the subject, is that of the Japanese Americans because they are coming back. Subject feels they should be restricted in some way and their parents deported. As for their traits, I have had no personal contact with them except in school where they always seem to be good students. I have no personal dislike for them. When questioned as to the Jewish problem, subject commented, they certainly stick together. They support each other a lot more than the Protestants do. He thinks they should not be persecuted just because they are Jewish. A Jew has just as much right to freedom in the United States as anyone else. This was followed by the statement, I hate to see an excessive amount of them coming in from other countries. I favor complete exclusion of Jewish immigrants. His rejection of the Jews is primarily based on their difference from the subject's conventional in-group ideal, and the Jews themselves are differentiated according to degrees of assimilation. Subject can recognize a Jew by the kinkiness of his hair, his heavy features, his thick nose, and sometimes by his thick lips. As for Jewish traits, the subject remarked that there are different types of Jews just as there are different types of Gentiles. He spoke of the Kiki type, like those at Ocean Park, and the higher type, like those in Beverly Hills. As to the relation between stereotypy and experience, what contacts I have had have all been on the good side. When I was running the gas station in Beverly Hills I had to deal quite a bit with them, but I cannot remember any unfortunate experiences with them. All the experiences were rather pleasant in fact. At this point, the subject recounted an experience with a Jewish delicatessen owner in Ocean Park. At the time the subject was 8 to 10 years old. He was selling magazines in this area, and went into the store to try to sell a magazine to the owner. While waiting to get the owner's attention he spied a wonderful-looking coffee cake and wished that he could have it. The man bought the magazine and noticed the longing look on the boy's face. Apparently thinking that the boy did not have enough money to buy it, he took it out of the case, put it in a bag, and gave it to the boy. From the respondent's account of this incident, it was apparent that this gesture was both humiliating and gratifying at the same time. He recalls how embarrassed he was that the man should think that he was poor and hungry. Subject believes that there are some good Jews as well as bad Jews, just as there are good and bad Gentiles. However, Jews as a whole will never change, because they stick together close and hold to their religious ideals. They could improve the opinion that people have of them, nevertheless, by not being so greedy. Would permit those Jews already here to remain, though he adds, Jews should be allowed to return to Palestine, of course. Further, I would not be sorry to see them go. With respect to the educational quota system, the subject expressed his approval, though he suggested the alternative of having separate schools established for the Jews. 3. The authoritarian syndrome. This syndrome comes closest to the overall picture of the high scorer as it stands out throughout our study. It follows the classic psychoanalytic pattern involving a sadomasochistic resolution of the Oedipus complex, and it has been pointed out by Erich Fromm under the title of the sadomasochistic character, 56. According to Max Horkheimer's theory, in the collective work of which he wrote the socio-psychological part, external social repression is concomitant with the internal repression of impulses. In order to achieve internalization of social control, which never gives as much to the individual as it takes, the latter's attitude towards authority and its psychological agency, the superego, assumes an irrational aspect. The subject achieves his own social adjustment only by taking pleasure in obedience and subordination. This brings into play the sadomasochistic impulse structure both as a condition and as a result of social adjustment. In our form of society, sadistic as well as masochistic tendencies actually find gratification. The pattern for the translation of such gratifications into character traits is a specific resolution of the Oedipus complex, which defines the formation of the syndrome here in question. Love for the mother, in its primary form, comes under a severe taboo. The resulting hatred against the father is transformed by reaction formation into love. This transformation leads to a particular kind of superego. The transformation of hatred into love, the most difficult task an individual has to perform in his early development, never succeeds completely. In the psychodynamics of the authoritarian character, part of the preceding aggressiveness is absorbed and turned into masochism, while another part is left over as sadism, which seeks an outlet in those with whom the subject does not identify himself, ultimately the outgroup. The Jew frequently becomes a substitute for the hated father, often assuming, on a fantasy level, the very same qualities against which the subject revolted in the father, such as being practical, cold, domineering, and even a sexual rival. Ambivalence is all-pervasive, being evidenced mainly by the simultaneity of blind belief in authority and readiness to attack those who are deemed weak and who are socially acceptable as victims. Stereotypy, in this syndrome, is not only a means of social identification, but has a truly economic function in the subject's own psychology. It helps to canalize his libidinous energy according to the demands of his over-strict superego. Thus stereotypy itself tends to become heavily libidinized and plays a large role in the subject's inner household. He develops deep compulsive character traits, partly by retrogression to the anal sadistic phase of development. Sociologically, this syndrome used to be, in Europe, highly characteristic of the lower middle class. In this country, we may expect it among people whose actual status differs from that to which they aspire. This is in marked contrast to the social contentment and lack of conflict that is more characteristic of the conventional syndrome, with which the authoritarian one shares the conformist aspect. Interview M352 begins as follows. Satisfaction. Well, I'm the head operator, shift foreman, rotating schedules. Subject emphasizes head position, small department 5. In department 5 in a shift I get personal satisfaction, that I have 5 people working for me, who come to me for advice in handling the production that we make, and that the ultimate decision is mine, and in the fact that in the ultimate decision, I should be right and am usually, and the knowledge that I am correct gives me personal satisfaction. The fact that I earn a living doesn't give me any personal satisfaction. It's these things that I have mentioned, knowing that I am pleasing someone else also gives me satisfaction. The denial of material gratifications, indicative of a restrictive superego, is no less characteristic than the twofold pleasure in being obeyed and giving pleasure to the boss. His upward social mobility is expressed in terms of overt identification with those who are higher in the hierarchy of authority. What would more money make possible? Would raise our standard, automobile, move into better residential section, associations with business and fraternal, etc., would be raised, to those in a bracket higher, except for a few staunch friends which you keep always, and naturally, associate with people on a higher level with more education and more experience. After you get there, and associate with those people, that fires you on to the next step higher. His religious belief has something compulsive and highly punitive. My belief is that, just according to the Bible, there is a God. The world has gone along and needed a Savior, and there was one born, lived, died, risen again, and will come back sometime, and the person who has lived according to Christianity will live forever. Those who have not will perish at that time. This overt rigidity of conscience, however, shows strong traces of ambivalence. What is forbidden may be acceptable if it does not lead to social conflict. The over-rigid superego is not really integrated, but remains external. Adultery, as long as never found out, is OK. If found out, then it's wrong. Since some of the most respected people do it, it must be all right. The subject's concept of God is plainly identical with such an externalized superego, or, to use Freud's original term, with the ego ideal, with all the traits of a strong, but helpful father. Well, when it comes down to the fundamentals, everybody has an idea of some sort, may not call him God, but an ideal that they live up to and strive to be like. Heathens or anybody else has some sort of religion, but it is something that they put their faith in that can do things for them, can help them. The genetic relation between the authoritarian syndrome and the sadomasochistic resolution of the Oedipus complex is borne out by some statements of the subject about his own childhood. Well, my father was a very strict man. He wasn't religious, but strict in raising the youngsters. His word was law, and whenever he was disobeyed, there was punishment. When I was 12, my father beat me practically every day for getting into the tool chest in the backyard and not putting everything away. Finally he explained that those things cost money, and I must learn to put it back. Subject explains that his carelessness led to a beating every day, as promised by the father, and finally after several weeks, he simply quit using the tools altogether, because I just couldn't get 'em all back. But, you know, I never hold that against my father. I had it coming. He laid the law down, and if I broke it, there was punishment, but never in uncontrolled anger. My father was a good man, no doubt about that. Always interested in boys' activities. My father was a great fraternal man, was out practically every night. Took an active part always on committees, a good mixer, everybody liked him, a good provider. We always had everything we needed, but no unnecessary luxuries, no whims provided for. Father felt they were luxuries that probably felt they were unnecessary. Yes, rather austere. Which parent closest to? I think my father. Although he beat the life out of me, I could talk to him about anything. Subject emphasizes that his father always gave everyone, including himself, a square deal. The subject has been broken by the father, he has been over-adjusted. It is exactly this aspect which bears the main emphasis in his anti-Semitism. He who admires brute force blames the Jews for their recklessness in practical matters. The Jews seem to be taking advantage of the present-day situation, I think. Now, they want to. They're bringing these Jews in from Europe, and they seem to click together somehow, and they seem to be able to corner capital. They're a peculiar people, no conscience about anything except money. Subject apparently meant, here, no conscience about money, although maybe about other things. If you stand in the way of their making money, they'll brush you aside. Rigidity of the image of the Jew, visible already in the conventional syndrome, tends to become absolute and highly vindictive. To me a Jew is just like a foreigner in the same class as say, oh, I was gonna say a Filipino. You would be pointed out, they observe all these different religious days that's completely foreign to me and they stick to it, they don't completely Americanize. What if there were less prejudice against them? I don't know, I can't help but feel that a Jew is meant to be just the way he is, no change possible, a sort of instinct that will never lose, stay Jewish right straight through. What ought to be done? They have the ability to get control now, how we're gonna stop them? Probably have to pass some regulation prohibiting them. Again, the idea of authority is the focal point. The Jews appear dangerous to him as usurpers of control. One last feature of the authoritarian syndrome should be mentioned. It is the psychological equivalent of the no pity for the poor ideology discussed in Chapter 17. The identification of the authoritarian character with strength is concomitant with rejection of everything that is down. Even where social conditions have to be recognized as the reason for the depressed situation of a group, a twist is applied in order to transform this situation into some kind of well-deserved punishment. This is accompanied by moralistic invectives indicative of strict repression of several desires. He went on to emphasize that you should segregate Negroes and whites, that by all means give equal opportunities and everything instead of evading the problem as he called it. He refers to high prevalence of venereal disease among Negroes, which he blames on their low morals and, under further questioning by the interviewer, he finally attributes it to congested conditions of living and tries very hard to explain what he means. This leads to a lack of modesty and respect for privacy. Everybody's thrown together, lose the distance that is supposed to be between people, etc., etc. The emphasis on distance, the fear of close physical contacts, may be interpreted as corroborative of our thesis that, for this syndrome, the in-group-out-group dichotomy absorbs large quantities of psychological energy. Identification with the familial structure and ultimately with the whole in-group becomes, to this kind of individual, one of the main mechanisms by which they can impose authoritarian discipline upon themselves and avoid breaking away, a temptation nourished continuously by their underlying ambivalence. For the rebel and the psychopath, the resolution of the Oedipus complex characteristic of the authoritarian syndrome is not the only one that makes for a high character structure. Instead of identification with parental authority, insurrection may take place. This, of course, may in certain cases liquidate the sadomasochistic tendencies. However, insurrection may also occur in such a way that the authoritarian character structure is not basically affected. 56.3 Thus, the hated paternal authority may be abolished only to be replaced by another one, a process facilitated by the externalized superego structure concomitant with the overall picture of the high scorer. Or masochistic transference to authority may be kept down on the unconscious level while resistance takes place on the manifest level. This may lead to an irrational and blind hatred of all authority, with strong destructive connotations, accompanied by a secret readiness to capitulate and to join hands with the hated strong. It is exceedingly difficult to distinguish such an attitude from a truly non-authoritarian one, and it may be well nigh impossible to achieve such a differentiation on a purely psychological level. Here as much as anywhere else it is the socio-political behavior that counts, determining whether a person is truly independent or merely replaces his dependency by negative transference. The latter case, when it is combined with an urge to take pseudo-revolutionary actions against those whom the individual ultimately deems to be weak, is that of the rebel. This syndrome played a large role in Nazi Germany. The late Captain Rome, who called himself a Hochverräter in his autobiography, is a perfect example. Here we expect to find the condottiere, which was included in the typology drafted by the Institute of Social Research in 1939, and described as follows. This type has arisen with the increased insecurity of post-war existence. He is convinced that what matters is not life but chance. He is nihilistic, not out of a drive for destruction but because he is indifferent to individual existence. One of the reservoirs out of which this type arises is the modern unemployed. He differs from former unemployed in that his contact with the sphere of production is sporadic, if any. Individuals belonging to this category can no longer expect to be regularly absorbed by the labor process. From their youth they have been ready to act wherever they could grab something. They are inclined to hate the Jew partly because of his cautiousness and physical inefficacy, partly because, being themselves unemployed, they are economically uprooted, unusually susceptible to any propaganda, and ready to follow any leader. The other reservoir, at the opposite pole of society, is the group belonging to the dangerous professions, colonial adventurers, racing motorists, airplane aces. They are the born leaders of the former group. Their ideal, actually an heroic one, is all the more sensitive to the destructive, critical intellect of the Jews because they themselves are not quite convinced of their ideal in the depths of their hearts, but have developed it as a rationalization of their dangerous way of living. 57, p. 135. Symptomatically, this syndrome is characterized, above all, by a penchant for tolerated excesses of all kinds, from heavy drinking and overt homosexuality under the cloak of enthusiasm for youth to proneness to acts of violence in the sense of putsch. Subjects of this type do not have as much rigidity as do those who exhibit the orthodox authoritarian syndrome. The extreme representative of this syndrome is the tough guy, in psychiatric terminology the psychopath. Here, the superego seems to have been completely crippled through the outcome of the Oedipus conflict, by means of a retrogression to the omnipotence fantasy of very early infancy. These individuals are the most infantile of all, they have thoroughly failed to develop, have not been molded at all by civilization. They are asocial. Destructive urges come to the fore in an overt, non-rationalized way. Bodily strength and toughness also in the sense of being able to take it are decisive. The borderline between them and the criminal is fluid. Their indulgence in persecution is crudely sadistic, directed against any helpless victim, it is unspecific and hardly colored by prejudice. Here go the hoodlums and rowdies, plug uglies, torturers, and all those who do the dirty work of a fascist movement. Robert M. Lindner's extensive case study, Rebel Without a Cause, 74, offers a description and dynamic interpretation of the tough guy which establish the affinity of this type to the rebel as well as to the authoritarian character. According to Lindner, the psychopath is not only a criminal, he is the embryonic stormtrooper, he is the disinherited, betrayed antagonist whose aggressions can be mobilized on the instant at which the properly aimed and frustration-evoking formula is communicated by that leader under whose tinseled aegis license becomes law, secret and primitive desires become virtuous ambitions readily attained, and compulsive behavior formerly deemed punishable becomes the order of the day. The psychopath is described as a rebel, a religious disobeyer of prevailing codes and standards whose main characteristic is that he cannot wait, cannot delay the pleasures of gratification, and inability suggesting that, together with the failure to build up a superego, the formation of the ego has been crippled, in spite of the bridled egotism of such persons. As to the masochistic component, the following passage from Lindner may be quoted. That the psychopath is burdened with guilt and literally seeks punishment has been observed by the author in countless cases. The clue to this strange situation lies, as one would suspect, in the Oedipus situation. Deprived of an avenue to satisfactory post-Oedipal adjustment and continuously beset by the consequent incest and parasital fantasies, the emergent guilt can be assuaged only through expiation. I have sinned against my father and I must be punished is the unverbalized theme of psychopathic conduct, and for this reason they very often commit crimes free from acquisitional motives, marry prostitutes or, in the case of women, apportion their charms occupationally in an attempt at self-castigation. That such activities constitute a species of neurotic gain is also to be considered. The fact of punishment sought, received, and accepted does not complete the tale. There is in addition a narcissistic yield which derives directly from the punitive act and mediates the original need. This is naturally on a subliminal level of apprehension, unreportable directly but always noticeable. Examples of the rebel psychopath are to be found in our San Quentin sample. We think mainly of the psychopath, Floyd, RM 658, and the tough guy, Eugene, RM 662A, dealt with extensively in Chapter XXI. If the traits under consideration here do not appear so vividly there, it should be borne in mind that the guiding interest of the San Quintin study was defined by our overall variables rather than by psychological subgroups among the high and low scorers. Moreover, it has to be kept in mind that the prison situation works as a heavy check on the expression of the decisive traits of the psychopath who, after all, is not a psychotic and behaves, in a certain sense, quite realistically. In addition, his completely living for the moment, his lack of ego identity enables him to adapt himself successfully to a given situation. When talking to an interviewer, he is likely not to display directly the attitudes indicative of his toughness. Rather, the latter have to be inferred indirectly, particularly from certain speaking habits, such as the frequency of references to bodily violence. It is with an eye to such indices that the statements of those two San Quintin interviewees should be read. Neither the widespread existence of the tough guy syndrome, particularly in marginal spheres of society, nor its importance for some of the most sinister aspects of the fascist potential can be doubted. 5. The crank. Insofar as the introjection of paternal discipline in the authoritarian syndrome means continuous repression of the ID, this syndrome can be characterized by frustration in the widest sense of the term. However, there seems to be a pattern in which frustration plays a much more specific role. This pattern is found in those people who did not succeed in adjusting themselves to the world, in accepting the reality principle, who failed, as it were, to strike a balance between renunciations and gratifications, and whose whole inner life is determined by the denials imposed upon them from outside, not only during childhood but also during their adult life. These people are driven into isolation. They have to build up a spurious inner world, often approaching delusion, emphatically set against outer reality. They can exist only by self-aggrandizement, coupled with violent rejection of the external world. Their soul becomes their dearest possession. At the same time, they are highly projective and suspicious. An affinity to psychosis cannot be overlooked, they are paranoid. To them, prejudice is all important. It is a means to escape acute mental diseases by collectivization, and by building up a pseudo-reality against which their aggressiveness can be directed without any overt violation of the reality principle. Stereotypy is decisive. It works as a kind of social corroboration of their projective formulae, and is therefore institutionalized to a degree often approaching religious beliefs. The pattern is found in women and old men whose isolation is socially reinforced by their virtual exclusion from the economic process of production. Here belong organized war mothers, Hamanegers, and regular followers of agitators even in periods when racist propaganda is at a low ebb. The often abused term lunatic fringe has a certain validity with regard to them. Their compulsiveness has reached the stage of fanaticism. In order to confirm to each other their pseudo-reality, they are likely to form sects, often with some panacea of nature, which corresponds to their projective notion of the Jew as eternally bad and spoiling the purity of the natural. Ideas of conspiracy play a large role. They do not hesitate to attribute to the Jews a quest for world domination, and they are likely to swear by the elders of Zion. A significant social trait is semi-erudition, a magical belief in science which makes them the ideal followers of racial theory. They can hardly be expected above a certain educational level, but also rarely among workers. F124 is a woman over 50 years of age, tall, heavily built, with sharp features, prominent gray-blue eyes, a pointed nose, thin lips, straight mouth line. She had a bearing which was meant to be impressive. This impressiveness actually implies a pathological sense of inner superiority, as if she belonged to a secret order, at the same time being surrounded by people whose names she does not want to mention, since otherwise she might divulge too vulgar or dangerous implications. She doesn't care for her fellow workers. Some have all the degrees but no common sense. She wouldn't like to mention names, but she'd like to tell me what goes on. Some just spend their time gossiping together. She doesn't believe she could do more than just speak to her fellow workers. Very scornful of them, feel superior and aloof. They don't know her at all. No, indeed implies she's a very special somebody and could reveal her gifts to them but doesn't. Her interest in internal and as far as possible external status is strongly colored by an overemphasis on connections, which suggests ideas of reference. She has been a governess in the home of President X's family, and in President Y's son's family, first the older son, then the younger. Talked to Mrs. Y on the phone when she was in the White House at the time of the birth of the third child. And her sister worked for S, who later was governor of a southwestern state. As to her spurious inner world, semi-erudition, and pseudo-intellectuality, the following account is highly characteristic. She reads a great deal, good books, went through the schools in her Texas hometown about equal to 7th grade now. She also draws and writes and was learning to play an instrument. One picture she drew here at school but never showed it to anyone. It was of two mountains and the sun in between shining on the valley in which the mist was rising. This just came to her, too, though she had never had any training. It was really beautiful. She writes stories, too. When she was left a widow, instead of chasing after men like some women, she wrote stories. One was a fantasy for Mary Pickford. It would have been just right for her to play in, but of course, she'd never shown it to anyone. It was called Little May and O'June and had come to her once when she had her children on a picnic. A love fantasy about Little May, the girl, and O'June, the boy. Her daughter was very gifted, too. An artist, who drew Texas bluebonnets, the state flower, you know. Saw her daughter's work and said, "You've got a real genius there." He wanted to give the daughter lessons, but she refused, saying, "No, mother, he would just spoil my style. I know how to draw what I want to draw." With regard to race questions, her hatred shows the paranoid tendency towards stopping nowhere. In principle, she would be willing to stigmatize every group she can lay her hands on and only reluctantly confines herself to her favorite foes. She thinks the Japs, Jews, and niggers should go back where they came from. Of course, then the Italians should go back where they belong in Italy, but well, the three main ones who don't belong here are the Japs, Jews, and niggers. Her anti-Semitism shows strong traces of projectivity, of the fake mysticism of the blood, and of sex envy. The following statement reveals her attitudinal pattern. The Jews feel superior to Gentiles. They wouldn't pollute their blood by mixing it with Gentiles. They would bleed us of our money and use our women for mistresses, but they wouldn't marry among us, and they want their wives spotless. The Ys entertained Jews quite often. I don't know if it was their money or what. That's why I didn't vote for Y the second time. I'd seen too many fat Jew women and hook-nosed men at their house. Of course, I've heard Pres. Roosevelt's mother had some Jewish blood, too. Left the B's because they were Jews. They had a home like a palace and wanted her to stay. They said, "We knew it was too good to be true," when she was leaving. Striking is the similarity between the subject's way of thinking and a certain kind of crackpot religious movement, based on readiness to hear inner voices which give both moral uplifting and sinister advice. The Catholics have been wonderful to her, and she admires them but wouldn't join their church. There was something inside her that said no. She gestures her rejection. She has an individualistic religion. Once she was out walking in the early morning, the birds were singing, she raised her hands and her face to the sky, and they were wet. She considered it a supernatural phenomenon. 6. The manipulative type. This syndrome, potentially the most dangerous one, is defined by stereotypy as an extreme. Rigid notions become ends rather than means, and the whole world is divided into empty, schematic, administrative fields. There is an almost complete lack of object cathexis and of emotional ties. If the crank syndrome had something paranoid about it, the manipulative one has something schizophrenic. However, the break between internal and external world, in this case, does not result in anything like ordinary introversion, but rather the contrary, a kind of compulsive overrealism which treats everything and everyone as an object to be handled, manipulated, seized by the subject's own theoretical and practical patterns. The technical aspects of life, and things qua tools are fraught with libido. The emphasis is on doing things, with far-reaching indifference towards the content of what is going to be done. The pattern is found in numerous business people and also, in increasing numbers, among members of the rising managerial and technological class who maintain, in the process of production, a function between the old type of ownership and the workers' aristocracy. Many fascist political anti-Semites in Germany showed this syndrome. Himmler may be symbolic of them. Their sober intelligence, together with their almost complete absence of any affections, makes them perhaps the most merciless of all. Their organizational way of looking at things predisposes them to totalitarian solutions. Their goal is the construction of gas chambers rather than the pogrom. They do not even have to hate the Jews, they cope with them by administrative measures without any personal contacts with the victims. Anti-Semitism is reified, an export article, it must function. Their cynicism is almost complete. The Jewish question will be solved strictly legally is the way they talk about the cold pogrom. The Jews are provocative to them insofar as supposed Jewish individualism is a challenge to their stereotypy, and because they feel in the Jews a neurotic overemphasis on the very same kind of human relationships which they are lacking themselves. The in-group out-group relationship becomes the principle according to which the whole world is abstractly organized. Naturally, this syndrome can be found in this country only in a rudimentary state. As to the psychological etiology of this type, our material sets us certain limitations. However, it should be borne in mind that compulsiveness is the psychological equivalent of what we call, in terms of social theory, reification. The compulsive features of the boy chosen as an example for the manipulative type, together with his sadism, can hardly be overlooked. He comes close to the classical Freudian conception of the anal character and is in this regard reminiscent of the authoritarian syndrome. But he is differentiated from the latter by the simultaneity of extreme narcissism and a certain emptiness and shallowness. This, however, involves a contradiction only if looked at superficially, since whatever we call a person's emotional and intellectual richness is due to the intensity of his object cathexes. Notable in our case is an interest in sex almost amounting to preoccupation, going with backwardness as far as actual experience is concerned. One pictures a very inhibited boy, worried about masturbation, collecting insects while the other boys played baseball. There must have been early and deep emotional traumata, probably on a pregenital level. M108 is going to be an insect toxicologist and work for a large organization like Standard Oil or a university, presumably not in private business. He first started in chemistry in college, but about the third term began to wonder if that was what he really wanted. He was interested in entomology in high school, and while hashing in a sorority he met a fellow worker in entomology, and in talking about the possibility of combining entomology and chemistry, this man said he thought it would be a very good field to investigate a little further. He found out insect toxicology had everything that combined his interests, wasn't overcrowded, and that he could make a good living there, and that there wasn't likely to be a surplus as there would be in chemistry or engineering. Taken in isolation, the professional choice of this subject may appear accidental, but when viewed in the context of the whole interview, it assumes a certain significance. It has been pointed out by L. Lowenthal, 75, that fascist orators often compare their enemies to vermin. The interest of this boy in entomology may be due to his regarding the insects, which are both repulsive and weak, as ideal objects for his manipulation. Point 4. The manipulative aspect of his professional choice is stressed by himself. Asked what he expects to get from the job other than the economic side, he said that he hopes to have a hand in organizing the whole field, that is, in organizing the knowledge. There is no textbook, the information is scattered, and he hopes to make a contribution in organizing the material. His emphasis on doing things goes so far that he even appreciates people whom he otherwise hates, though in a terminology with destructive overtones. Here belongs his statement about Roosevelt, which was quoted in part in Chapter 17. Asked about the good points of Roosevelt, he said, "Well, the first term he was in office he whipped the US into shape. Some people argue he only carried out Hoover's ideas, but actually he did a good job which was badly needed. He usurped power that was necessary to do something. He took a lot more power than a lot. Asked whether his policies were good or bad, subject replied, well, at any rate, he was doing something. His political concepts are defined by the friend-foe relationship, in exactly the same way as the Nazi theoretician Carl Schmitt defined the nature of politics. His lust for organization, concomitant with an obsession with the domination of nature, seems boundless. There will always be wars. Is there any way of preventing wars? No, it's not common goals but common enemies that make friends. Perhaps if they could discover other planets and some way of getting there, spread out that way, we could prevent wars for a time, but eventually there'd be wars again. The truly totalitarian and destructive implications of his dichotomous way of thinking become manifest in his statement about the Negroes. What can we do about the Negroes? Nothing can be done. There are two factions. I'm not in favor of interbreeding because this would produce an inferior race. The Negroes haven't reached the point of development of Caucasians, artificially living and absorbing from the races. He would approve of segregation, but that's not possible. Not unless you are willing to use Hitler's methods. There are only two ways of handling this problem: Hitler's methods or race mixture. Race mixture is the only answer and is already taking place, according to what he has read, but he's against it. It wouldn't do the race any good. This logic allows only for one conclusion, that the Negroes should be killed. At the same time, his way of looking at the prospective objects of manipulation is completely unemotional and detached. Although his anti-Semitism is marked, he doesn't even claim that you can tell the Jews by their appearance, they're just like other people, all kinds. His administrative and pathologically detached outlook is again evidenced by his statement on intermarriage. He said that if he were an American businessman in Germany or England, he'd probably marry first an American woman if he could, then he might marry a German or an English woman. However, swarthy people like Greeks or Jews have no chance in this experimental setup. It is true, he has nothing against his Spanish brother-in-law, but expresses his approval by the phrase that you couldn't tell him from a white person. He takes a positive attitude towards the church for manipulative purposes. Well, people want church, there is a purpose, it sets standards for some people, but for other people, it is not necessary. A general sense of social duty would do the same thing. His own metaphysical views are naturalistic, with a strong nihilistic coloring. Asked about his own beliefs, he said he's a mechanistic. There is no supernatural entity, not concerned with us as humans, it goes back to a law of physics. Humans and life are just an accident, but an inevitable accident. And then he tried to explain that there was some matter accrued when the earth was started, and it was almost by accident that life started and it just kept on. As to his emotional structure, his mother is just mom. He seems to have some respect for his father and father's opinions, but there was no real attachment anyplace. He said as a child he had a lot of friends, but on further questioning, he couldn't mention any closer friends. He did a lot of reading as a child. Didn't have many fights, couldn't remember them, didn't have any more than any other boys. He has no real close friends now. His closest friends were when he was in the 10th or 11th grade, and he still keeps track of some of them, he said. How important are friends? Well, they're especially important in younger years, and in your older years you don't enjoy life as much without them. I don't expect my friends to help me get along. They're not needed so much at present age, but he supposed that at the interviewer's age it would be very important to have friends. Finally, it should be mentioned that the only moral quality that plays a considerable role in the thinking of the subject is loyalty, perhaps as a compensation for his own lack of affection. By loyalty he probably means complete and unconditional identification of a person with the group to which he happens to belong. He is expected to surrender completely to his unit and to give up all individual particularities for the sake of the whole. M108 objects to Jewish refugees not having been loyal to Germany. See syndromes found among low scorers. The following schematic observations may help towards orientation among the low syndromes. The rigid low scorers are characterized by strong superego tendencies and compulsive features. Paternal authority and its social substitutes, however, are frequently replaced by the image of some collectivity, possibly molded after the archaic image of what Freud calls the brother horde. Their main taboo is directed against violations of actual or supposed brotherly love. The protesting low scorer has much in common with the authoritarian high scorer, the main difference being that the further-going sublimation of the father idea, concomitant with an undercurrent of hostility against the father, leads to the conscientious rejection of heteronymous authority instead of its acceptance. The decisive feature is opposition to whatever appears to be tyranny. The syndrome of the impulsive low scorer denotes people in whom strong ID impulses were never integrated with ego and superego. They are threatened by overpowering libidinous energy and in a way as close to psychosis as the crank and the manipulative high scorer. As to the easygoing low scorer, the ID seems to be little repressed, but rather to be sublimated into compassion, and the superego well developed, whereas the extrovert functions of the otherwise quite articulate ego frequently do not keep pace. These subjects sometimes come close to neurotic indecision. One of their main features is the fear of hurting anyone or anything by action. The construct of the genuine liberal may be conceived in terms of that balance between superego, ego, and ID which Freud deemed ideal. In our sample, the protesting and the easygoing low scorers apparently occur most frequently. Emphasizing, however, once again that the low scorers are as a whole less typed than the high scorers, we shall refrain from any undue generalization. 1. The rigid low scorer. We may start with the low syndrome that has most in common with the overall high pattern, and proceed in the direction of sounder and more durable lowness. The syndrome which commands first attention is the one which shows the most markedly stereotypical features, that is to say, configurations in which the absence of prejudice, instead of being based on concrete experience and integrated within the personality, is derived from some general, external, ideological pattern. Here we find those subjects whose lack of prejudice, however consistent in terms of surface ideology, has to be regarded as accidental in terms of personality, but we also find people whose rigidity is hardly less related to personality than is the case with certain syndromes of high scorers. The latter kind of low scorers are definitely disposed towards totalitarianism in their thinking. What is accidental up to a certain degree is the particular brand of ideological world formula that they chance to come into contact with. We encountered a few subjects who had been identified ideologically with some progressive movement, such as the struggle for minority rights, for a long time, but with whom such ideas contained features of compulsiveness, even of paranoid obsession, and who, with respect to many of our variables, especially rigidity and total thinking, could hardly be distinguished from some of our high extremes. All the representatives of the syndrome can in one way or another be regarded as counterparts of the surface resentment type of high scorer. The accidentalness in their total outlook makes them liable to change fronts in critical situations, as was the case with certain kinds of radicals under the Nazi regime. They may often be recognized by a certain disinterestedness with respect to crucial minority questions per se, being, rather, against prejudice as a plank in the fascist platform, but sometimes they also see only minority problems. They are likely to use clichés and phraseology hardly less frequently than do their political opponents. Some of them tend to belittle the importance of racial discrimination by labeling it simply as a byproduct of the big issues of class struggle, an attitude which may be indicative of repressed prejudice on their own part. Representatives of the syndrome can often be found, for example, among young, progressive people, particularly students, whose personal development has failed to keep pace with their ideological indoctrination. One of the best means for identifying the syndrome is to note the subject's readiness to deduce his stand towards minority problems from some general formula, rather than to make spontaneous statements.
He also may often come forward with value judgments which cannot possibly be based on any real knowledge of the matter in question. F139 is a religious educator. For the past 10 years she has considered herself very progressive. Lately she has little time to read, but her husband reads and studies constantly and keeps her up to date by discussion. My favorite world statesman is Litvinov. I think the most dramatic speech of modern times is the one he made at the Geneva Conference when he pleaded for collective security. It has made us very happy to see the fog of ignorance and distrust surrounding the Soviet Union clear away during this war. Things are not settled yet though. There are many fascists in our own country who would fight Russia if they could. The hollowness of her enthusiasm about Litvinov has already been noted in our discussion of stereotype thinking in politics, Chapter 17. The same seems to be true of her assertion that she is an internationalist, followed up by her rhetorical question, would I be a true Christian if I weren't? This is typical of the deductive way of thinking which seems to characterize the rigid low scorer. The present subject seems to proceed in the same way as she approaches minority questions. Subject believes that all people are one, and again she feels that is the only point of view possible for a true Christian. The somewhat sweeping expression that all people are one should be noted. A person free of stereotypy would rather tend to acknowledge differences and to take a positive stand towards differentiation. What is meant is probably equal in the sight of God, and she deduces her tolerance from this general assumption. As mentioned in the chapter on politics, the superficiality of her progressivism is indicated by her highly aggressive attitude towards alcoholism, called by herself one of her pet subjects, which plays almost the same role as do certain paranoid ideas in the cranks among the high scorers. It may be recalled in this connection, that Alfred McClungley has demonstrated the close connection between prohibitionism and prejudiced ways of thinking. As a matter of fact, there is evidence enough that this rigid low scorer has more than a sprinkling of the high mentality. There is the emphasis on status, with reference to her daughter. I feel badly about her school too, names the school. The influx of people with lower educational and cultural standards than ours has had effect on the schools, of course. There are destructive fantasies, thinly veiled by sensible moral reflections. The same with smoking. I am not really worried about it though. No one of either side of our family ever smoked or drank, with one exception. My husband's sister smoked. She is dead now. There is a rationalization of punitiveness. If I could bring about prohibition tomorrow, I would do it. I believe in preventing everything that doesn't make man better, that makes him worse. Some people say if you forbid something it makes people do it on the sly. Well, I say, how about murder and robbery and dope? We have prohibited them and some people still commit crimes, but we do not think of taking off the ban on them. And there is, finally, official optimism, a characteristic reaction formation against underlying destructiveness. If one didn't always have hope and believe everything was moving upwards, one's Christianity wouldn't mean anything, would it? Under changing conditions she might be willing to join a subversive movement as long as it pretended to be Christian and to move upwards. To the protesting low scorer 5. This syndrome is in many respects the counterpart of the authoritarian high scorer. Its determinants are psychological rather than rational. It is based on a specific resolution of the Oedipus complex which has deeply affected the individuals in question. While they are set against paternal authority, they have at the same time internalized the father image to a high degree. One may say that in them the superego is so strong that it turns against its own model, the father, and all external authorities. They are thoroughly guided by conscience, which seems to be, in many cases exhibiting this pattern, a secularization of religious authority. This conscience, however, is quite autonomous and independent of outside codes. They protest out of purely moral reasons against social repression, or at least against some of its extreme manifestations, such as racial prejudice. 6 Most of the neurotic low scorers who play such a large role in our sample show the protest syndrome. They are often shy, retiring, uncertain about themselves, and even given to tormenting themselves with all kinds of doubts and scruples. They sometimes show certain compulsive features, and their reaction against prejudice has also an aspect of having been forced upon them by rigid superego demands. They are frequently guilt-ridden and regard the Jews a priori as victims, as being distinctly different from themselves. An element of stereotypy may be inherent in their sympathies and identifications. They are guided by the wish to make good the injustice that has been done to minorities. At the same time, they may be easily attracted by the real or imaginary intellectual qualities of the Jews, which they deem to be akin to their desire to be aloof from worldly affairs. While being non-authoritarian in their way of thinking, they are often psychologically constricted and thus not able to act as energetically as their conscience demands. It is as if the internalization of conscience has succeeded so well that they are severely inhibited or even psychologically paralyzed. Their eternal guilt feelings tend to make them regard everyone as guilty. Though they detest discrimination, they may find it sometimes difficult to stand up against it. Socially, they seem usually to belong to the middle class, but it is hard to define their group membership in more precise terms. However, our material seems to indicate that they are frequently to be found among people who underwent serious family troubles, such as a divorce of their parents. F127 is extremely pretty in the conventional campus girl style. She is very slight, blonde, fair-skinned, and blue-eyed. She wears a becoming sloppy Joe sweater, daintily fixed blouse, and brief skirt, with bobby socks. She wears a sorority pin. She is very friendly and interested, seems to enjoy the discussion, but is quite vague in her answers about family life until the interview is quite well along. Then she suddenly decides to reveal the most important single fact in her life, her parents' divorce, which she usually hides, and from that point on speaks with apparent freedom about her own feelings. She shows the characteristic neurotic concern with herself, indicative of a feeling of impotence. She has a somewhat magical belief in psychology, apparently expecting that the psychologist knows more about her than she does herself. What she would like above all is to be a psychiatrist. Why? Because psychiatrists know more about people. Everyone tells me their troubles. I don't think there is anything more satisfying than to be able to help people with their problems. But I don't have the brains or the patience to be a psychiatrist. That is just an idea. Her attitude towards the father is hostile. Father is a lawyer. At present he is enlisted in the army and is somewhere in the Pacific, in charge of a Negro battalion. What does he think about that? I don't know what he thinks about anything. Her social attitude is a combination of conformist correctness, the emphatic and self-confessed desire for pleasure, almost as if her conscience would order her to enjoy herself, and a tendency towards retiring internalization. Her indifference to status, though perhaps not quite authentic, is noteworthy. Interests. Oh, fun and serious things too. I like to read and discuss things. I like bright people, can't stand clinging vines. Like to dance, dress up, go places. Am not much good at sports, but I play at them: tennis, swimming. I belong to a sorority and we do lots of war work as well as entertaining servicemen. Subject name: sorority. That is supposed to be a good house, isn't it? They say so. I didn't think there was anything very special about it. Her social progressiveness is characterized by both an element of fear and a conscientious sense of justice. What do you think about poverty? I hate to think of it. And I don't think it is necessary. Who is to blame? Oh, I don't mean the poor people are. I don't know, but you would think that by now we could work out a way so that everyone would have enough. Her anxiety makes her more aware of the fascist potential than most other low scorers are. It would be terrible to have Nazis here. Of course there are some. And they would like to have the same thing happen. Lots of Jewish kids have a hard time in the service, and in going to medical school. It isn't fair. Why the discrimination? I don't know, unless it is the Nazi influence. No, it went back before that. I guess there always are some people who have ideas like the Nazis. Her indignation is primarily directed against unfairness.
The notion that there are always people with ideas like the Nazis is remarkable. A highly developed sense of responsibility seems to give her an understanding in social matters that goes far beyond her purely intellectual insight. Psychologically, the complete absence of prejudice in her case seems best understood as a superego function, since the girl relates a rather unpleasant experience which otherwise might well have made her prejudiced. She was kidnapped, as a child of 4, by a Negro, but he didn't hurt me. I don't think I was even scared. As to the genetic background of her attitude, the following clinical data are pertinent. I am more like my father, I am afraid, and that isn't good. He is a very impatient man, overbearing, and everything for himself. He and I didn't get along. He favored my sister because she played up to him. But both of us suffered with him. If I even called my sister a name, as kids will do when they fight, I got spanked, and hard. That used to worry my mother. For that reason she hardly ever punished us, because he did it all the time, and mostly for nothing. I was spanked constantly. I remember that better than anything. Do you think your mother and father loved each other? No, perhaps they did at first, but my mother couldn't stand the way he treated us. She divorced him. She flushes and her eyes fill with tears as she says this. When interviewer commented that she had not realized the parents were divorced, she says, I wasn't going to say anything. I hardly ever do. As to neurotic traits, there are indications of a strong mother fixation. I don't want mother to ever get married again. Why? I don't know. She doesn't need to. She can have friends. She is very attractive and has lots of friends, but I couldn't stand to have her marry again. Do you think she might anyway? No. She won't if I don't want her to. And there are symptoms of sexual inhibition, based on her experience of the breakdown of her parents' marriage. Boys. Oh, I don't get serious and I don't want them to. I neck a little, of course, but nothing to give them any idea I am cheap. I don't like cheap fellows either. Her statement that she does not want to commit herself because she is afraid of war marriages is probably a rationalization. 3. The impulsive low scorer. The case of an impulse-ridden low scorer has been described by Frankel, Brunswick and Sanford, 38. They write. The most markedly pathological case from among our low scorers showed in an extreme degree a pattern that was different from that which we have regarded as most typical of our low extremes. This girl was clearly impulse-ridden. Her ego was lined up with her ID, so that all kinds of excesses were made to seem permissible to her. In stating why she liked Jews, she gave much the same reasons that the high extremes had given for hating them. There is reason to assume that this case represents a syndrome of its own, being in some respects the counterpart of the psychopathic high scorer. This syndrome stands out in all adjusted people who have an extremely strong ID, but are relatively free of destructive impulses, people who, on account of their own libidinous situation, sympathize with everything they feel to be repressed. Moreover, they are those who respond so strongly to all kinds of stimuli that the in-group-out-group relation has no meaning to them. Rather, they are attracted by everything that is different and promises some new kind of gratification. If they have destructive elements, these seem to be directed against themselves instead of against others. The range of this syndrome seems to reach from libertines and addicts of all kinds, over certain asocial characters such as prostitutes and nonviolent criminals, to certain psychotics. It may also be noted that in Germany very few Nazis were found among actors, circus folk, and vagrants, people whom the Nazis put into concentration camps. It is difficult to say what are the deeper psychological sources of this syndrome. It seems, however, that there is weakness both in the superego and in the ego, and that this makes these individuals somewhat unstable in political matters as well as in other areas. They certainly do not think in stereotypes, but it is doubtful to what extent they succeed in conceptualization at all. Our illustration, F205, is selected from the psychiatric clinic material. She is a pleasantly mannered, attractive young college girl who is obviously seriously maladjusted and who suffers from great mood swings, tension,
who cannot concentrate on her schoolwork and has no goals in life. Sometimes she is extremely upset, comes crying and mixed up, complains that she is not being helped fast enough. Therapist feels that she cannot stand any deeper probing, that therapy will have to be mostly supportive, because of her weak ego, possibility of precipitating a psychosis. Schizoid tendencies. She is set against prejudice with a strong accent on interbreeding, probably an expression of her own impulse for promiscuity. There should be no boundaries. Prejudices. If there were interbreeding between races, it might help in the combining of cultures. It may internationalize culture. I think there should be one system of education everywhere. It may not be practical, but perhaps selective breeding would be possible. An accumulation of good traits might come out, and the imbeciles could be sterilized. Quote, some study on heredity subject has learned about. It seems improvements aren't made fast enough. The whole society is ill and unhappy. The last sentence indicates that her own discontent leads her, by the way of empathy, towards a rather radical and consistent critique of society. The keenness of her insight as well as her being attracted by what is different comes out even more clearly in her statement on minority problems. There is a terrific amount of minority oppression prejudice. There is a fear of minorities, a lack of knowledge. I would like to assimilate all groups internationally. Would want the education of the world unified. The minorities themselves also keep themselves apart. It's a vicious circle. Society makes them outcasts and they react this way. Differences. Interviewer tried hard to have subject describe differences between groups, but subject insisted all differences that exist are due to conditions people grow up in and also to the emotional responses, to discrimination. Jews. I don't see how they are different as a group. I have Jewish friends. Maybe they are more sensitive because of prejudice against them. But that's good. According to the clinical data, the girl is a genuine lesbian, who was severely reprimanded because of her homosexuality, and became afterwards rather promiscuous to determine whether she did react sexually to men. All emotionally upset in one way or the other, she said. Her later history indicates that the lesbian component is stronger than anything else. It may be added that the Los Angeles sample contains 3 call-house girls, all of them completely free of prejudice and also low on the F scale. Since their profession tends to make them resentful about sex altogether, and since they profess symptoms of frigidity, they do not seem to belong to the impulsive syndrome. However, only much closer analysis could ascertain whether the ultimate basis of their character formation is of the impulsive kind and has only been hidden by later reaction formations, or whether their low score is due to a purely social factor, namely the innumerable contacts they have with all kinds of people. For the easygoing low scorer, this syndrome is the exact opposite of the manipulative high scorer. Negatively, it is characterized by a marked tendency to let things go, a profound unwillingness to do violence to any object, an unwillingness which often may approach, on the surface level, conformity, and by an extreme reluctance to make decisions, often underscored by the subjects themselves. This reluctance even affects their language. They may be recognized by the frequency of unfinished sentences, as if they would not like to commit themselves, but rather leave it to the listener to decide on the merits of the case. Positively, they are inclined to live and let live, while at the same time their own desires seem to be free of the acquisitive touch. Grudging and discontent are absent. They show a certain psychological richness, the opposite of constrictedness, a capacity for enjoying things, imagination, a sense of humor which often assumes the form of self-irony. The latter, however, is as little destructive as their other attitudes. It is as if they were ready to confess all kinds of weaknesses, not so much out of any neurotic compulsion as because of a strong underlying sense of inner security. They can give themselves up without being afraid of losing themselves. They are rarely radical in their political outlook, but rather behave as if they were already living under non-repressive conditions, in a truly human society, an attitude which may, sometimes, tend to weaken their power of resistance. There is no evidence of any truly schizoid tendencies. They are completely non-stereopathic. They do not even resist stereotypy, but simply fail to understand the urge for subsumption. The etiology of the easygoing syndrome is still somewhat obscure. The subjects in whom it is pronounced seem not to be defined by the preponderance of any psychological agency, or by retrogression to any particular infantile phase, though there is, superficially seen, something of the child about them. Rather, they should be understood dynamically. They are people whose character structure has not become congealed, no set pattern of control by any of the agencies of Freud's typology has crystallized, but they are completely open to experience. This, however, does not imply ego weakness, but rather the absence of traumatic experiences and defects which otherwise lead to the reification of the ego. In this sense, they are normal, but it is just this normality which gives them in our civilization the appearance of a certain immaturity. Not only did they not undergo severe childhood conflicts, but their whole childhood seems to be determined by motherly or other female images. 7 Perhaps they may best be characterized as those who know no fear of women. This may account for the absence of aggressiveness. At the same time, it is possibly indicative of an archaic trait. To them, the world has still a matriarchal outlook. Thus, they may often represent, sociologically, the genuine folk element as against rational civilization. Representatives of this syndrome are not infrequent among the lower middle classes. Though no action is to be expected of them, one may count on them as on persons who, under no circumstances, ever will adjust themselves to political or psychological fascism. The aforementioned M711 is very amiable, mild, gentle, casual, slow, and somewhat lethargic in both voice and manner. He is quite verbal, but very circumstantial. His statements are typically surrounded with qualifications to which he commonly devotes more attention than to the main proposition. He seems to suffer from pervasive indecision and doubt, to be pretty unsure of his ideas, and to have great difficulty in committing himself to positive statements on very many matters. In general, he tends to avoid committing himself to things, either intellectually or emotionally, and in general avoids getting involved in things. He describes his choice of profession as accidental, but it is interesting that he was originally a landscape architect, which may imply a desire for the restitution of nature rather than its domination, and later became an interviewer in government employment, a job that gives him the gratification of helping other people without his stressing, however, this aspect narcissistically. He is not indifferent to wealth and admits his wish for security, but is, at the same time, totally unimpressed by the importance of money per se. His religious attitude has been described in Chapter 18, and it fits psychologically, in every detail, into the makeup of the easygoing syndrome. It may be added that he does not believe in the Immaculate Conception but doesn't think it makes any difference. When asked about discipline in childhood, he answers practically none, very undisciplined. His strong attachment to his mother is emphasized without any inhibition. The only period of his childhood when there were any bones of contention was when his mother exhibited her possessiveness. She didn't like the gals I went with. What he himself likes about women is described as follows. Awfully hard to say when you're pretty sold on a gal. Seems to have all the things I like: fun to be with, brains, pretty. She likes me, which is important. We share things together. What enjoy doing together? Music, reading, swimming, dancing. Most of the things which don't require too much energy, which makes it good. It is remarkable that there is no trace of hostility against the father whom he lost very early in spite of the mother fixation. It is the imaginative gift of the father which lingers in his memory. Pleasant memories of father. Lots of pleasant memories, because he spoiled us when he was home, always cooking up wonderful ideas for things to do. Mother and father got along, I think, very well. Which parent take after? I don't know, because I didn't know my father very well. Father's faults? Don't know. Most significant are his statements on race issues. What think of minority group problems? I wish I knew. I don't know.
I think that is one problem we should all be working on. Biggest problem. Negroes, in terms of numbers. I don't think we've ever faced the problem squarely. Many Negroes have come to the West Coast. Have you ever had Negroes as friends? Yes. Not intimately, though have known a number that I've liked and enjoyed. What about intermarriage? I think it's a false issue. They say, what if your sister married a Negro? I wouldn't have any feelings about it, frankly. Negro traits? No. As to the Jews, he does not come to their defense, but actually denies that they are a problem. What about the Jewish problem? I don't think there is a Jewish problem. There again, I think that's been a herring for agitators. How do you mean? Hitler, Ku Klux Klan, etc. Jewish traits? No. I've seen Jewish people exhibit so-called Jewish traits, but also many non-Jewish people. Subject emphasizes there is no distinction along racial lines. The danger implicit in the easygoing syndrome, i.e., too great reluctance to use violence even against violence, is suggested by the following passage. What about picketing Gerald K. Smith? I think Gerald K. Smith should have an opportunity to speak, if we are operating under a democracy. What about picketing as registering a protest? If a certain group wants to, they have a right to. I don't think it's always effective. That the subject's attitude of non-commitment to any principle is actually based on a sense of the concrete and not purely evasive is indicated by the following highly elucidating passage. Interviewer reads question, about tireless leader and refers to subject as agreeing a little, asks for elaboration. I agree a little. However, the opposite of that, Huey Long, was a courageous, tireless leader and Hitler, laughs. It depends. How do you mean? Well, I admired Wilkie, I admired Roosevelt, I admired Wallace. But, I don't think we should ever have leaders in whom the people put their faith and then settle back. People seem to seek leaders to avoid thinking for themselves. This subject's interview concludes with the dialectical statement that power is almost equivalent to the abuse of power. 5. The genuine liberal. By contrast to the pattern just described, this syndrome is very outspoken in reaction and opinion. The subject in whom it is pronounced has a strong sense of personal autonomy and independence. He cannot stand any outside interference with his personal convictions and beliefs, and he does not want to interfere with those of others either. His ego is quite developed but not libidinized. He is rarely narcissistic. At the same time, he is willing to admit ID tendencies, and to take the consequence, as is the case with Freud's erotic type, 39. One of his conspicuous features is moral courage, often far beyond his rational evaluation of a situation. He cannot keep silent if something wrong is being done, even if he seriously endangers himself. Just as he is strongly individualized himself, he sees the others, above all, as individuals, not as specimens of a general concept. He shares some features with other syndromes found among low scorers. Like the impulsive, he is little repressed and even has certain difficulties in keeping himself under control. However, his emotionality is not blind, but directed towards the other person as a subject. His love is not only desire but also compassion. As a matter of fact, one might think of defining the syndrome as the compassionate low scorer. He shares with the protesting low scorer the vigor of identification with the underdog, but without compulsion, and without traces of overcompensation. He is no Jew lover. Like the easygoing low scorer, he is anti-totalitarian, but much more consciously so, without the element of hesitation and indecision. It is this configuration rather than any single trait which characterizes the genuine liberal. Aesthetic interests seem to occur frequently. The illustration we give is a girl whose character of a genuine liberal stands out the more clearly, since, according to the interviewer, she is politically naive like the majority of our college women, regardless whether they are high or low. No ticket is involved. F515 is a 21-year-old college student.
She is a handsome brunette with dark, flashing eyes, who exudes temperament and vitality. She has none of the pretty femininity so frequently seen in high subjects, and would probably scorn the little feminine wiles and schemes practiced by such women. On the contrary, she is extremely frank and outspoken in manner, and in build she is athletic. One senses in her a very passionate nature and so strong a desire to give intensely of herself in all her relationships, that she must experience difficulty in restraining herself within the bounds of conventionality. Apart from a semi-professional interest in music, she also enjoys painting and dramatics. As to her vocation, however, she is still undecided. She has taken nurse's aid training. She liked helping people in this way. I enjoyed it. I feel that I could now take care of a sick person. It didn't bother me to carry bedpans and urinals. I learned that I could touch flesh without being squeamish. I learned to be tactful about certain things. And then it was patriotic. Slightly joking tone. People liked me. Why did they like you? Because I smiled, and because I was always making cracks like I'm doing now. Her views with regard to minorities are guided by the idea of the individual. Minorities have to have just as many rights as majorities. They are all people and should have just as many rights as the majority. There should be no minorities, there should only be individuals, and they should be judged according to the individual. Period. Is that sufficient? Negroes. Same thing. Still as individuals. Their skin is black, but they are still people. Individuals have loves and sorrows and joys. I don't think you should kill them all or liquidate them or stick them in a corner just because they are different people. I would not marry one, because I should not want to marry a person who has a trait I don't like a large nose, etc. I would not want to have children with dark skins. I would not mind if they live next door to me. Earlier in the interview, subject had brought out the fact that she had also to care for Negro patients during her nurse's aid work, and that she had not minded at all having to give baths to them, etc. Jews. Same. Well, I could marry a Jew very easily. I could even marry a Negro if he had a light enough skin. I prefer a light skin. I don't consider Jews different from white people at all, because they even have light skins. It's really silly. What do you think are the causes of prejudice? Jealousy. Explain. Because they are smarter and they don't want any competition. We don't want any competition. If they want it, they should have it. I don't know if they are more intelligent, but if they are, they should have it. The last statement shows complete absence of any aspect of guilt feelings in her relation to the Jews. It is followed up by the joke. Maybe if the Jews get in power they would liquidate the majority. That's not smart. Because we would fight back. Her views on religion, with a slightly humorous touch, are centered in the idea of utopia. She mentions the word herself, when referring to her reading of Plato. The gist of her religion is contained in the statement, "Perhaps we will all be saved." This should be compared with the prevailing anti-utopian attitude of our subjects. The description of both her parents contains elements of her own ego ideal, in quite an unconventional way. Father has been employed for 25 years in the freight complaint department of the ______RR. Co. His work involves the hiring of many men. He has about 150 people working under him. Subject described her father as follows. He could have been vice president by now. He has the brains, but he does not have the go-get-in nature. He is not enough of a politician. He is broad-minded, always listens to both sides of a question before making up his mind. He is a good argumenter for this reason. He is understanding. He is not emotional like mother. Mother is emotional, father factual. Mother is good. She has a personality of her own. She gives to all of us. She is emotional. She keeps daddy very satisfied. In what way? She makes a home for him to come home to. He has it very hard at the office. It's living. Their marriage is very happy, everybody notices it. Their children perform too, people notice them. Mother is very friendly. Understanding. She gives sympathy. People love to talk to her. Someone calls her up on the telephone and they become lifelong friends just from having talked on the telephone. She is sensitive, it is easy to hurt her. Her attitude towards sex is one of precarious restraint. Her boyfriend wants to have sexual intercourse every time that they have a date. In fact, he wanted it the first time he dated her and she doesn't want it that way. She cries every time he tries something, so she supposes it cannot be right for her. She thinks that friendship should precede sexual relations, but he thinks that sex relations are a way of getting to know each other better. Finally, she broke with him 3 days ago, said with mock tearfulness. He had said, "Let's just be friends," but she didn't want that either. The sex problem bothers her. The first time she danced with him, he told her that he thought she wanted intercourse, whereas she just wanted to be close to him. She is worried because she didn't mean it the other way, but perhaps unconsciously she did. It is evident that her erotic character is connected with a lack of repression with regard to her feelings towards her father. "I would like to marry someone like my father." The result of the interview is summed up by the interviewer. The most potent factors making for the low score in this case are the open-mindedness of the parents and the great love subject's mother bore all her children. If this can be generalized, and consequences be drawn for high scorers, we might postulate that the increasing significance of the fascist character depends largely upon basic changes in the structure of the family itself. See Max Horkheimer, 53a. Part B. Applications to individuals and to special groups. Chapter XX. Genetic aspects of the authoritarian personality, case studies of two contrasting individuals. R. Nevitt Sanford. A. Introduction. As Mac and Larry have been followed through the various techniques of the study, each of these subjects has shown striking consistency of response, and numerous differences between them have been found. The consistency embraces personality as well as ideology, and the differences have appeared in each area of investigation, from surface attitudes to the deep-lying needs explored by the TAT. Evidence has accumulated in support of the view that the differing ideological patterns are closely associated with differences in personality structure. The present task is to describe these personality structures, to see how they are expressed in ideological trends and, above all, to learn as much as possible about how they developed. Numerous personality characteristics of the two subjects have already been brought to light, and the TAT has given strong indications of what the central forces in each case might be. Overall formulation, however, has had to wait upon an examination of the material from the clinical section of the interview. This material obviously leaves much to be desired, but when it is brought into relation with what has gone before and interpreted with the freedom which the background afforded by the foregoing clinical chapters now permits, reasonably complete and meaningful pictures emerge. Many of the variables discussed in the chapters dealing with data from the clinical interviews will appear again as we consider these two cases. It is hoped that by paying more attention to specific detail than has been possible when the concern was with groups of subjects, we may come to closer grips with some of the concrete phenomena from which our variables were abstracted, and that they will thus gain something in meaningfulness. The concern here, however, is not so much with particular variables as with the patterning of variables within a single individual. The aim is to achieve as lifelike a portrait of one authoritarian personality, in its genetic aspects, as our fragmentary material permits, and to point up the contrasts with a non-authoritarian personality. Most consideration will be given to the case of Mac. Here, as throughout the book, prejudice, rather than the relative lack of it, is in the focus of attention. Larry's case is used mainly for purposes of contrast both with respect to the broad outlines of personality structure and with respect to certain turning points of development which seem to have been crucial for prejudice. B. The case of Mac. The clinical part of Mac's interview follows. Mother was sick in bed a great deal of the time. I remember her reading and singing to us.
She devoted her last strength to us kids. I don't have those early recollections of my father. My first recollection of him as a father was one spring morning, when mother passed away. He came back to tell us. Of course, there is such a disparity between his age and mine. He is 77 now. Mother had 3 operations. The third time she left I was very distressed. It was like a premonition. The aunt across the street helped take care of us, when we got sick. Father spent all of his time with us after mother died. My sister is 4 years older than I. She has been married about 3½ years. She is a housewife, has a 2-year-old boy, and is expecting another. I have had very good relations with her, a few arguments, but not like other brothers and sisters I have seen. She took care of the family cooking and took care of me. They called her the little old lady. That has kept up. She helped put me through school and to buy my clothes. She is an accomplished stenographer and bookkeeper. She loaned me money to get started in the East. I have repaid her. No, she has not influenced me much in ideas. She's like myself in that. She doesn't take religion very seriously, she never drinks or smokes, has high ideals. But father was more responsible for that. Up to high school I didn't do much thinking about anything. When I entered high school, my sister had left. The 4 years in high school I spent mostly with my father. When I graduated, he was living with us in ___________. What things did you admire especially in your father? Mostly, his attention to us kids was very admirable. He's very honest, so much so that he won't condone charge accounts. He's known throughout the country as a man whose word is as good as his bond. His greatest contribution was denying himself pleasures to take care of us kids. What disagreements have you had with your father? There haven't been any to any great extent. I had a mind of my own at a very early age. He has too. We've had arguments, but I can't remember any lickings by him. He scolded but usually talked things over. Our arguments were usually about things I wanted that he didn't want me to have, like the .22 rifle I wanted when I was 10, or a bicycle. He had to be very careful about money. He wouldn't let me work, he thought it was beneath me. He was afraid I would hurt myself with the rifle. But he never denied me anything I needed. What have been the effects of the age discrepancy? Well, I've had to shift for myself a lot. I would have welcomed instruction that he wasn't able to give me. My first venture socially was in the Demole. I was a charter member and later a master counselor. I was vice president of the student body in high school and president of the student body at business school. He was pleased and encouraged me. Bud, my cousin, and I were always together. He is 2 months younger. We played baseball and went hunting, etc. We're still close, though we write seldom. He is in India. What are your most pleasant memories of childhood? Those good times Bud and I had, and with other groups. Skiing and tobogganing. My real pleasures are very simple and always have been. But I like nice equipment, for example, a good rifle. Bud and I had good help from father. He used to spend his winters alone in the mountains, and made his own skis and snowshoes. He showed us how to make them. What did you worry most about as a kid? Well, mostly about being held back by lack of funds. I worried about such things. In the 7th grade, I was the best speller, but I remember a defeat by a girl at the county spelling bee. Often I was just a little under the top. Just like in the service. I went to OCS, and got sick just before getting my commission. Usually I tried too hard, like in football. I was not as good an end as I should have been. I dropped passes because I tried too hard and so I was mediocre. Now, when I'm relaxed I have no trouble at all. They found I was anemic at the age of 12. I had my first hemorrhage from the stomach when I was 18. It always comes around when I start working too hard. Where did you get your sex instruction? I never had any from my parents, though I did get some suggestions from my aunt, no real instruction. What I know I have picked up from reading. I've listened to men talk, but accepted little of it. I weighed it in the light of what I have read. What was your first sex experience? It was in 1940-41, the aftermath of a New Year's party in Washington. There was liquor. I was always the backward boy. I hope to get married to the girl I'm going with now. She is an awfully nice companion. Most girls are interested only in a good time and want fellows with lots of money to spend. I didn't have the money for giving them a swell time. The girl I'm in love with now lived 9 miles from me. She attended a rival high school. I dated her once in high school. When I got back from the army, I worked in a lumber mill. This girl had graduated from and started teaching. Her uncle is the vice president of the bank. I talked to him about buying an automobile that she was interested in. I looked it over for her, since I knew something about cars, and told her it was in good condition. I got started going with her that way. I found out that she wasn't interested in money, but was interested in me in spite of my discharge from the army, my poor health and prospects. She's just very good, not beautiful, but a tremendously nice personality. She is French with some Irish in her. She has a nice figure and is very wholesome. When we get married depends on circumstances. It's quite a responsibility. She wants to get married now. She is teaching in I'm under the GI Bill. If I get assurance of 4 years in college, I might get married this spring. We're well suited. I know she's interested in me, because I have so little to offer. We're both at the proper age. I intend to work part-time. I don't like her teaching, I like to support my wife. I've always had that idea. But maybe under the circumstances, that won't be fully possible. She is a good cook, and that is an asset, what with my stomach condition. When I tell her that you approve of our marriage, she will be pleased, but of course, I'm always a man to make my own decisions. 1. Environmental forces and events. A. Socioeconomic factors. Mac is not very informative with respect to the socioeconomic status of his family, partly because he was not questioned closely enough and partly, as it seems, because he is sometimes tempted to distort the facts. We learned from his questionnaire, it may be recalled, that the father is a retired lumberman with an annual income of $1,000. In the interview we are told that the father has not worked for 30 years, this would mean that he stopped working when he was 47, approximately 6 years before Mac was born, and that his present income is from stocks and bonds. At the time he did work, the wage, we are told, was $75 a month, hardly enough to have accumulated stocks and bonds, the income from which is $1,000 a year. The most plausible hypothesis, it seems, is that Mac is merely guessing at the time since the father retired, that it was actually not so long as 30 years, and that the major portion of the income is from a pension. He owned some lumber lands, but he mostly preferred working for other people. That the father owned his home probably helped to give the family an aspect of stability, but there seems little reason to doubt that Mac was indeed held back by lack of funds or that this was a cause for worry. The status of the family would seem to have been lower middle class, bordering on lower class. There was certainly little upward mobility in the sense of actual social or economic advancement. Whether or not the family was concerned with status is a question. The mother and the aunt appear to have tried to keep the children in Sunday school, but the father, whom Mac regards as his major guide, seems not to have participated in this endeavor. We are told that the father wanted his son to go into business, which is not remarkable, but that he did not want Mac to work as a boy because he thought it was beneath me sounds definitely status-minded. It also sounds somewhat dubious. We are led to wonder whether we are not dealing here with the status-mindedness of the son rather than with that of the father.
It seems that part of the time Mac would like to gain prestige by giving the impression that his father was a man of parts, a retired lumberman who was known throughout the country as a man whose word was as good as his bond, and that part of the time he would attain the same end by showing that he had done well despite the economic handicaps with which he had to contend. A man who retired on $1,000 a year at the age of 47, or when his 2 children were in infancy, or not yet born, could hardly be described as a go-getter or as a man who was deeply concerned to secure advantages and status for his children. That Mac does not deliberately tell us this may probably be put down as an aspect of his general inability to criticize his father. B. Father. Although the father seems not to have been status-driven in the ordinary sense, there is no evidence that he was relaxed or easygoing with respect either to traditional morality or the values of a business community. While Mac undoubtedly exaggerates the virtuous aspects of his father, some of the remarks about his moral strictness have the ring of truth. He followed the church rules although he did not go to church, he drank but little, and never smoked. He was very honest and strict in his dealings, so honest that he wouldn't condone charge accounts, even when considerably discounted. These remarks still give a picture of a rigidly moral man, or at the least, of a man who held up this type of standard for his son. That he did so without showing by example that such standards led to satisfying goals, he himself did not work or provide adequately for his family, may well have been the cause for resentment in Mac. But Mac only hints at the state of affairs. Each time he describes an authoritarian trait or behavior pattern of his father, he seems constrained to deny it or to cancel it out by mentioning something of an opposite character. Although he forced some decisions on me, he allowed me to do as I pleased. Arguments were about things he didn't want me to have, but he never denied me anything I needed. He scolded but usually talked things over. I've had to shift for myself a lot, but his attention to us kids was very admirable. It is possible, of course, that these statements should be taken at their face value, for such inconsistency as Mac describes is certainly not uncommon among parents. In this case, the conclusion would be that our subject had to deal both with authoritarian discipline and with kindly solicitude on the part of his father. This circumstance would not have prevented the discipline from being resented, but it would have made open rebellion against it very difficult, if not impossible. With the father in the position of both disciplinarian and love object, it would have been necessary for Mac to submit to the discipline in order not to lose the love. There is reason enough to believe that after the death of the mother, Mac's father did have the central role which is here assigned to him, but it is doubtful that Mac got as much from his father as he seems to want us to believe, or that the father's dominance was always as easily excused. Mac seems entirely unambiguous when it comes to the matter of his father's distance from himself. Not only does he appear to have been genuinely troubled by the father's advanced age and to feel that this by itself made the latter inaccessible, but the nearest he comes to uttering a complaint against the father is when he refers, repeatedly but as it seems reluctantly, to the old man's retiring nature. It is easy to believe that a man who used to spend his winters alone in the mountains was deeply introverted, and it is easy to imagine that after the death of his wife he used to spend a great deal of time brooding at home, rousing himself now and then to issue a categorical command and telling himself occasionally that he ought to take more interest in the kids. This picture is unlike that found most commonly among the fathers of prejudiced men. One might even go so far as to speculate that Mac's father was himself unprejudiced, but even so, his silence and reserve could have been of decisive importance in impelling Mac in the direction of prejudice. If this father possessed such human qualities as suggested above, they were certainly lost on Mac, who says he can't understand his father's withdrawal. It is likely that after the mother's death Mac turned to his father for love and comfort, but there is no evidence that he received it in adequate measure. There is no hint of warmth or demonstrativeness on the father's part. Instead he is assigned those empty virtues, moral strictness and kindness, which prejudiced subjects characteristically ascribe to parents with whom they were not on good terms. Silence and distance, no less than meaningless aggression, on a father's part may be a sufficient stimulus for fear and hostility in the son. In summary, it seems that the nearest we can come to an estimate of what the father was like in reality is to say that he was a defeated man who, in an authoritarian manner, held up conventional moral standards for his son without being able to show by example that adherence to these standards actually led to worthwhile ends. After the death of his wife, he seems to have tried to take over some of the maternal functions in his relations with his children, but because of his own personality problems he was unable to be understanding or affectionate toward his son. See Cousin Bud. Although very little is known about Bud, the cousin 2 months younger than our subject, it must be noted that he seems to have supplied more or less constant male companionship for Mac. There is a hint that Bud was the stronger and more assertive of the two boys. Mac was sick much of the time and finally failed in officer candidate school because of his stomach condition, while Bud, at the time of our interview, was overseas as a member of the armed services. D. Mother. In approaching the question of what Mac's mother was actually like, in her relations with her own son, we face the same difficulty that arose in the case of the father. Our subject tends to glorify his parents, and, in assigning traits to them, to express so well his own personality needs that we cannot accept his appraisal at face value. When Mac tells us that his mother was kind and self-sacrificing, she devoted her last strength to us kids, and that she was morally strict, she brought us up very strictly in this church guidance, our first thought is that this is what the great majority of our prejudiced subjects, in contrast to the unprejudiced ones, report. The question is whether Mac's mother, and the mothers of most high-scoring men, was actually as he describes her, in which case we should understand the relations of this type of maternal influence to prejudice in the son, or whether the personality needs of the subject are such that he has to describe the mother as he does, even though she may have been quite different in reality. There seems little reason to doubt that the mother was strict in much the way that Mac describes. She tried to bring up her children according to the moral principles of the Methodist Church, and she, no more than the father, could give sex instruction to the subject. This general pattern of strictness seems to have been carried forward by the aunt and by the sister after the mother's death. It can well be imagined that the sister especially, who was cast so prematurely into the role of mother, the little old lady, overdid in her attempts to enforce conventional moral standards. But there is no basis for thinking of Mac as a victim of maternal domination. The strictness which we may envision here seems no more than what is ordinary among mothers of the lower middle class. That Mac may have felt imposed upon by these women, however, is another matter. He may well have felt that the amount of love he received was far from being enough to make up for the restrictions that were placed on him. True, Mac undoubtedly received some genuine love from his mother. When he remembers her reading and singing to us and notes that he does not have such recollections of his father, when he reports his distress on learning of her death, and when he says, at the conclusion of his TAT session, there were times when I would have gone to a mother had I had one, it seems clear that he at the least knew what it was to be loved by his mother. But Mac lost this love, and the indications are that it went hard with him. The sense of deprivation and of injustice that this loss may have aroused in him could easily have made later restrictions seem unfair. If at the time of the mother's death Mac harbored some resentment because of her real or imagined strictness, there would be sufficient reason why he, out of guilt feelings, should idealize her. The mother's illness, which seems to have been a lingering one, she was sick in bed a great deal of the time and had 3 operations, was probably also a significant factor in our subject's development. It could have meant that although he received a certain amount of love, he did not feel secure about it. There must have been many times when he wanted more than she was able to give, and because she was sick in bed he could not be demanding or give vent to the anger which his frustration must have aroused in him. Mac's illness. Mac's illness as a boy may be regarded both as an event which had important effects upon his later behavior and attitudes and as something which itself may have been, in large part, psychologically determined. That the illness must have been severe and of long standing seems clear from the following: I have had a lot of sickness, stomach trouble ever since I was 12. I had my first hemorrhage from the stomach when I was 18 and I went to OCS and got sick just before getting my commission. An indication of how much this illness has meant to Mac is found in his statement on his questionnaire that physical weakness,
perhaps due to ill health continued over the last 4 years, is the mood or feeling most disturbing to him. Point 2. 2. Deeper personality needs. The concern here is with those needs in Mac's personality which were aroused with particular intensity early in his life and which were later inhibited so that their present activity becomes manifest only in indirect ways. These needs do not form a part of his better self, they are not accepted by his ego, and he would conceal them from himself as well as from other people. To appraise these needs, therefore, it is necessary to use special techniques for getting below the surface, to call into play what psychological insight we can, and to rely rather heavily upon inference. The TAT and the projective questions offer some evidence bearing fairly directly upon inhibited trends in the personality. Analysis of the interview material with special attention to giveaways of hidden motives can provide further understanding. When the results of this analysis are integrated with the projective material, and when the conclusions reached are viewed in the light of what is known from psychoanalytic investigation of similar cases, 3. A meaningful formulation of the most important deeper personality needs may be achieved. A. Dependence. After a reading of Mac's interview, one might be inclined to say that his dependence, his wish to be taken care of, to have someone to lean upon, is hardly below the surface. He tells us straight out that he missed his mother very much, that he relied upon his sister's care, that there have been times when he has turned to the Bible for comfort, and when he speaks of his approaching marriage it seems plain that he is attracted by the prospect of having someone take care of him. Yet there is sufficient indication that Mac does not really accept his present dependence. It is only under special conditions that the need for love and support comes into the open. The first condition is that this need be made to appear as belonging to the past, as an aspect of his former self that he has, as it were, got over. There were times when he would have turned to a mother. The second condition is that the need be justified by the fact of illness. It is as if he felt that being physically ill is beyond one's control and that in this circumstance one cannot be blamed, or accused of being weak, if he accepts help from others. Thus, it is during periods of illness that he likes to turn to the Bible, and it is because of his stomach condition that he can tolerate the idea of his wife's working and cooking for him. And even when these conditions are met, Mac does not seem to feel comfortable about being dependent. It is necessary for him to assert that, as a matter of fact, he is, and was, quite independent. This defensive procedure seems to go on unconsciously. Mac is not in the least aware of the bid for sympathy implicit in his recounting of his illnesses and handicaps. There is, to be sure, nothing particularly remarkable about a young man's having feelings of dependence which he tries to suppress because they do not accord with his ideal of masculinity. But in Mac it seems that we are dealing with dependent impulses which are unusually strong, and which come to the surface in spite of his unusual pains to hold them in check. One might say that one reason he cannot allow himself openly to express these impulses is that they are childish, and that the reason they are so is because they were repressed in childhood and, hence, could not be transformed into more mature forms of expression. It is here that the mother's illness and death would seem to have played a crucial role. As noted above, there is reason to believe that during the early years of his life Mac received considerable love and attention from his mother and felt close to her. Her illness intensified his need, and her death must have been a severe trauma for him. With the main source of love and comfort thus lost, it is natural that he would make every attempt to repress his longings for dependence. His sister and his aunt were hardly adequate substitutes. And, as has also been noted above, his attempts to get mother's love from the father were frustrated by the latter's distance. Mac's references to his father's devotion and attention can be better understood as expressions of a wish rather than as statements of what the father was like in actuality. The manifestations of dependence contained in Mac's responses on the TAT seem to have more to do with the father than with the mother. As the examiner points out, the need is for direction and advice rather than for love and understanding, and it appears to be aroused by the fear of rejection. This would seem to reflect certain aspects of Mac's relations with his father, in later childhood, more than it reflects the early tie to the mother. The hypothesis would be that after the mother's death the father became both disciplinarian and love object,
and it became necessary for Mac to go strictly according to his father's wishes in order to avoid the danger of a further loss of love. It was not, however, that he expected, or even dared to seek, the kind of warmth and care that he had experienced at his mother's hand. This aspect of the dependence need had been firmly repressed. Both the father dependence and the mother dependence conflict, at the present time, with Mac's ideal of masculinity and can be admitted only when sufficiently rationalized, but it is the mother dependence that lies deeper and has resulted in the building up of the more elaborate defenses. One way in which this deeper dependence seems to find indirect expression is through the use of symbols. The enjoyment of music and singing in church could have this significance. The same interpretation might be given to several of Mac's responses to the projective questions: his desire to see all of the world, his fascination with natural wonders and with rare jewels and metals. As substitutes for mother, these cathected objects have the advantage of being sufficiently removed from the human, so that the forces of repression, originally directed against the need for mother, are not brought into play. Mac's dependence upon things, example food, the Bible, might conceivably be explained in the same way. The special importance of illness, as a condition under which dependence can be admitted and gratified, has already been discussed. It remains only to point out that Mac's stomach ulcer was very probably psychogenic, and that in this case it could be regarded, in accordance with generally accepted theory, as an expression par excellence of unconscious dependence. b. Hostility against the father. If the above attempt to reconstruct the actual behavior of Mac's father was successful, then one might say that there was reason enough why our subject should feel hostile toward him. Silence and distance on the father's part when the son wants to be loved, authoritarian discipline without any demonstration of its purpose, these are stimuli which regularly arouse aggression, and there is no reason to suppose that Mac was an exception. But if Mac has such impulses, they must be severely inhibited, for at no time does he allow himself freely to blame or to criticize his father. Indeed, the underlying hostility here hypothesized is very well concealed, and it is only by the maximum use of subtle cues that we become convinced of its existence. In responding to the projective questions, Mac tells us that anger is the emotion which he finds most difficult to control. This is in keeping with his references, in the interview, to his hot temper and stubborn nature. These expressions might be understood in the light of his need to impress us with his masculinity, to present himself as a man who is not to be trifled with. They might be dismissed as the whistling in the dark of a young man who in his overt behavior is, far from being aggressive, rather timid and deferential. But in another response to the projective questions, murder and rape are the worst crimes, we are given a hint that aggression might indeed be one of Mac's preoccupations, and when we come to the THT, evidence that this is true accumulates. Here the analysis seems to reveal underlying hostile feelings toward the world, crude aggressive fantasies, and a tendency to impulsive antisocial acts. A striking figure in the stories is that of a young man who might do violence if pushed too far. We are given no direct indication of what might be the form of the violence or against whom it might be directed. The responses are like the bare and unqualified anger of the projective questions. But in the present light it seems clear that in that instance Mac was doing more than protesting his toughness, he was probably telling us the truth. Not that he frequently becomes angry and gets into trouble, it is rather that he is afraid he might become angry and release forces which, though not familiar to him, are vaguely imagined to be primitive and chaotic and likely to provoke disastrous retaliation. What are the reasons for believing that this deep-lying hostility is directed primarily against the father? We have already seen that the father is the central figure in Mac's imagery of his childhood and that the father was the source of major frustrations. The TAT stories contain no instances in which heroes express aggression against father figures, but the TAT analysis contains indications that it is precisely this type of aggression that our subject is most concerned to control. Whereas hostility against women is clearly manifested by TAT heroes and can be regarded as a tendency that is accepted by Mac's ego, the primitive impulsive aggression of which we speak is exhibited only by characters whom the storyteller has been at pains to reject, and it may be regarded, therefore, as ego-alien.
This ego-alien aggression is directed against powerful figures, against oppressors. The young man looks as if he might commit murder if oppressed. But the heroes do not fight oppression, instead, to quote the TAT analysis, they identify themselves with the restraining force. Thus, the TAT material favors the hypothesis that underlying aggression against the father has immediately to be countered, disclaimed, redirected, or smothered, because the father is conceived as too strong and dangerous. And in this circumstance the aggression itself is felt to be dangerous. In this light, a rereading of Mac's interview seems to show clearly the ambivalence of his feelings about his father. It is entirely necessary for Mac that every implied criticism of the father be taken back or counterbalanced by good traits, otherwise the hostility might come too much into the open, and with it, images of disastrous consequences. A rather poignant illustration of what Mac is up against is afforded by one of his responses to the projective questions. He gives as one of his two greatest assets, ability to enjoy people's company. At first glance this might not seem to be much to be proud of, but in Mac's case it represents a real achievement. After telling us, in the interview, of his father's social withdrawal he says, "I looked at my father and saw that I had to do differently, and I have gone in for social things in spite of a great dread of them." Going in for social things is an expression of rebellion against the father, and hence the great dread. In no other instance, as far as our material goes, has Mac made so bold, and even here it must have been a comfort to him to know that he, the father, was pleased and he encouraged me. See submission, passivity, and homosexuality. With the single not very striking deviation just described, the general picture of Mac's surface attitudes toward his father is one of submission and admiration. And this despite the subject's claim to stubbornness and independence. One might say that his only recourse in the face of what he conceived to be the father's irresistible power was to submit, and then to gain a sense of adequacy by participating psychologically in the father's power. This, in the last analysis, is the homosexual solution of the Oedipus problem 5. It is not surprising, therefore, to find in Mac's TAT productions clear indications of his fear of homosexual attack. This is made manifest, primarily, in his treatment of the hypnotist picture. Even without this piece of direct evidence we would be led to hypothesize repressed homosexuality in order to explain some of the outstanding features of Mac's personality development. The material is replete with manifestations of authoritarian submission. As clear a manifestation as any, perhaps, is the conception of God as strictly a man, one who would treat us as a father would his son. There would seem to be no doubt that Mac has longed for his father's love, as we should expect in a boy who lost his mother when he was 6 years old. He has tried to replace the imagery of a bad, dangerous father with imagery of a good father who would spend all of his time with us. But Mac is not able to admit this need. Even while acting in a submissive and deferential manner he seems to cling to the belief that he is very manly and self-sufficient. The reason for this self-deception, we can well believe, is that, for this subject, to submit to a man and so to gain his love has definite sexual implications. It may be connected with very primitive imagery of passivity and emasculation. One might say that Mac's homosexuality, repressed in childhood in a setting of sadomasochistic relations with the father, has remained on an infantile level, insufficiently sublimated. It cannot find gratification in friendly, equalitarian relations with men but, instead, it determines that most such relations have to be on a dominance-submission dimension. D. Fear of weakness. It is Mac's repressed homosexuality, very probably, that is mainly responsible for his compelling fear of weakness. If weakness means emasculation, if it means being at the mercy of an irresistibly strong man, then it is not difficult to see why the subject should exert every effort to make himself appear impregnable. Fear of weakness, and the need to conceal any signs of it, comes almost to the surface in Mac. As we shall see in a moment, it seems to lie immediately behind a number of his most pronounced manifest traits and attitudes. But just because Mac is so concerned to cover up his fear, direct evidence of its existence is not easy to obtain.
Perhaps the closest he comes to an open admission is when he writes, in response to the projective question, what mood or feelings are most disturbing? Physical weakness, perhaps due to ill health continued over the last 4 years. If the weakness is clearly physical and can be excused on the ground of ill health, then it can be fully admitted. But it is not physical weakness alone, but a general sense of inadequacy which seems to be expressed indirectly in Mac's response to the projective question pertaining to greatest assets, a definite desire to raise myself physically, financially, and socially. Not that a desire to raise oneself is necessarily based upon an underlying sense of inadequacy. The argument that it is so based in Mac's case rests upon what appears to be the extraordinary emphasis that he places upon this desire and upon supporting indications from the TAT. It may be recalled that the analysis of Mac's stories gave considerable emphasis to the underlying fears and feelings of inadequacy behind the desire to be a strong individual or to be like most men. The TAT throws rather direct light upon the sexual aspects of the fear of weakness. The manifest attitudes of contempt and distrust toward women seem clearly to derive from the idea that they will drag a man down or deprive him of his strong character. It is because women are weak that they are not to be trusted. They are out to exploit the man and to reduce his manliness by involving him in the sordid business of sex. The role of Mac's physical illness, particularly in childhood, in determining the fear of weakness should not be underestimated. We can well imagine that the experiences of illness rear-oozed the infantile anxiety of helplessness. More than this, the sense of being a sickly boy might have put Mac at a disadvantage in his relations with his cousin Bud, so that homosexual feelings were aroused, with the consequences that have been discussed above. Again, the weaker Mac was in actuality the stronger would the father appear to him, and it was the idea that the father was too strong and dangerous, we may suppose, that prevented any basic identification with him. This failure in identification would, by itself, be sufficient ground for the fear that he was not quite a man. The mother's illness and death was probably a factor here also. As suggested above, there is some reason to believe that in the early years of his life Mac tended rather strongly to identify with his mother. His illness may, indeed, have been in some part an identification with her. He still has his softer side, as it were. But following her death this identification could hardly have remained as a source of inner security. On the contrary, Mac had had an experience well calculated to promote terrifying ideas of what it might mean to be feminine, and we should expect him to regard any feminine traits within himself primarily as areas of vulnerability. This consideration of Mac's fear of weakness seems to throw further light on his struggle with dependence. It is very likely that he regards his dependent needs as signs of weakness, the same kind of weakness that has just been discussed, and that this is another reason why he cannot freely admit the existence of these needs. It is as if accepting help or love or comfort from a woman meant being somehow identified with her, and hence open to the dangers with which women have to contend. Accepting help or love or comfort from a man suggests being treated like a woman by that man, and hence threatened with the loss of masculinity. But because in his innermost self Mac would like to be treated in just this way, the sense of weakness is constantly stimulated, and no amount of counteractive striving can entirely dispel it. 3 Dynamics of surface behavior and attitudes. Given these underlying trends, dependence, hostility against the father, submission, passivity, and homosexuality, and fear of weakness, it is possible to offer reasonable explanations for most of Mac's characteristic traits and attitudes. These surface trends can be understood in large part as derivations or transformations of the deep-lying needs we have discussed. Surface and depth are connected by means of well-known psychological mechanisms. An abstract formulation of Mac's personality, in its genetic aspects, is sketched in its general outlines in Figure 1, XX. Genetically early forces and events appear at the bottom of the chart, and the course of development is followed by reading upward, arrows indicating the directions of determination and the points at which it is applied. No attempt is made to indicate the nature of the causation in the various instances. A rough correspondence between order in the genetic sequence and degree of depth within the contemporary personality structure is assumed, the earliest reaction tendencies being regarded as those which now lie deepest within the personality. It may be noted at once that fear of weakness occupies the most central position on the chart. Deriving, as we have seen, chiefly from the deep-lying tendencies toward dependence on the one hand and toward submission, passivity, and homosexuality on the other, this fear necessitates several protective devices which lead to a variety of behavior patterns and general attitudes at the surface level. The fear has to be denied, allayed, and if possible, overcome. We observe in Mac, therefore, attempts to conceal weakness by verbal denial and by presenting a facade of toughness, to get rid of weakness by projecting it onto other people, chiefly outgroups, and then condemning them on this score, to overcompensate for weakness by strivings for power and status, and to allay the sense of weakness by aligning himself with powerful individuals and groups. Little more need be said, it seems, concerning Mac's straight-out verbal denial of weakness. It is simply that all through his interview he is at pains to tell us that he is not weak but strong, and that if at any time he has appeared to be weak, then this was entirely justified by external circumstances. Of particular importance for Mac's susceptibility to fascist propaganda is the fact that the need to excuse weakness sometimes leads him into distortions of reality. He exaggerates the power and misreads the intentions of outgroups according to the formula, if I appear to be weak, it is because they are so strong and out to take unfair advantage of me. The mechanism is the same as that which underlies the persecution complex so regularly associated with repressed homosexuality, though the conflict in Mac seems much less intense than that found in clinic patients. What we see on the surface here is the self-pity implicit in his thesis that he has done well considering all that he has had to contend with, and his projective thinking about such outgroups as the Jews, the New Deal, and the Washington bureaus. There can be little doubt that the problem with which Mac is struggling here was first presented to him in connection with his childhood relations with his father. How can I be expected to oppose, to be strong and independent, to become a man, when father is so strong? That he has been able to transpose the whole complex into the area of group relations saves him from having to oppose any individual or group that is really strong, and at the same time, since his ideas are now shared for various reasons by many other people, to achieve an appearance of normality that he would not have were he to concentrate on a single private enemy. Figure 1, XX. The genetic aspects of Mac's personality. Mac has made some attempt to conceal weakness by contriving a tough exterior. The leather jacket and the nice equipment, for example a good rifle, are probably intended as unmistakable signs of masculinity. Mac is unable, however, to behave aggressively, and hence the device of overcompensatory toughness does not serve him as well as it does many prejudiced men. But if he is unable to be physically tough, he can at least be tough-minded. His general attitude of anti-introception can be understood as primarily an attempt to ward off any suggestion of softness that might be implicit in a more human way of looking at things. The most primitive mechanism for dispelling a sense of weakness is the projection, I am not weak, they are. Mac makes some use of this mechanism, though not in the crudest possible way. It is not so much that he sees weakness where none exists, rather, he thinks of people and groups in rigid categories of weak versus strong, and if any weakness is actually there, it is what first strikes his eye, as it were, and he reacts to it in a particular way. His main concern is not to be in any way identified with weakness. Religious people, Jewish refugees, and women may actually be, in one sense or another, weak, but for Mac this is the main fact about these groups of people, and he must at all costs set them apart from himself. If one asks why he cannot have pity for weak people but instead actually hates them, the answer is twofold. In the first place, they remind him too much of his own weakness and all the dreadful fear with which it is associated. Second, and probably more important, he believes weak people to be dangerous. When he says that Jews should not resent their persecution, we can readily infer that he believes they do resent it and will seek revenge in time. Women and Negroes, as the TAT analysis made clear, are regarded in this same way. It is to be granted that the strictness of Mac's mother, and later attempts of the sister and the aunt to carry out her policy, helped to teach Mac that women could be aggressive,
but there is reason to believe that his notions about the dangerous aspects of weak people are based primarily upon a projection. The feeling of being persecuted aroused in him the strongest impulses to violence. The young man looks like he might commit murder if oppressed, and he imagines that downtrodden people are similarly motivated. Fear of the weak woman, as has been pointed out, would largely explain Mac's sexual backwardness, and this in turn offers sufficient basis for the moralistic sex attitudes expressed on the questionnaire and in the interview. How is the rejection of women to be reconciled with the fact that Mac idealizes his mother and intends to marry a girl with a tremendously nice personality? Here it must be considered that Mac actually has two conceptions of women: the bad, weak, dangerous, exploitive, sexual woman who drags one down, and the good, wholesome, asexual one who gives. It is the former with whom one dares to have sex relations as the aftermath of a New Year's party. The latter is described mainly contrasting her with the former. She is not interested primarily in a good time or in spending fellows' money or in anything sordid. Undoubtedly the imagery of this good woman derives in part from the imagery of the mother who devoted her last strength to us kids. Certainly Mac would like to recapture some of the love and comfort that he received from his mother, provided this motive on his part can be adequately rationalized. It must be pointed out, however, that his appreciation of his mother seems somewhat overdone, enough so to suggest that his idealization of her is based partly on bad conscience and is an attempt to undo hostility that was directed against her. One cannot be very optimistic about the prospects for Mac's forthcoming marriage. While on the one hand he wants more than any woman can give him, on the other hand, he feels it would be weak to ask his wife for anything at all. And this is not to mention the problem of how sex is to be introduced into the picture without spoiling it altogether. It has already been suggested that Mac's strivings for power and status, his desire to raise himself, may be regarded as largely overcompensatory. Indeed, it would be very surprising if some kind of counteractive activity did not have a place among the devices he employs for overcoming the sense of weakness. From this point of view we can understand why it is that the needs for affiliation and recognition when they appear in the TAT are expressed mainly as a desire for having the members of his group look up to him, and why being an officer in the Demolay and in his class at business school is important to him. The crucial role of the status drive in determining Mac's general ideology was first indicated in the analysis of his remarks concerning vocation and income. There it seemed clear that for him going up meant going up in a hierarchy. In his mind the existence of dominant groups and submerged groups was natural and, far from being concerned with changing the state of affairs, his aim was to have membership in the groups that were dominant. This is something different from the ordinary, everyday desire to improve one's lot in a sociological sense. It seems that here again Mac's thinking about group relations is dominated by the rigid categories of strong and weak. In the light of the foregoing personality analysis we may say that, once again, Mac brings to his interpretation of group relations images and attitudes which have remained unchanged since their genesis in the childhood relations with his father. That one was weak and the other strong was then the salient fact, and the persistence of this idea is a part of the fixation upon the traumatic situation of childhood. Since Mac could not conceive of himself opposing the irresistibly strong father, his attempt at a solution was to convince himself that his father was good and so to align himself with him. This corresponds exactly with Mac's present approach to group relations. He does not oppose any group that is, in actuality, strong. Instead, he argues that the strong ones are the good ones, and even while admiring and being subservient to them he overcomes weakness through gaining a sense of participation in their power. This last is, of course, one aspect of the general attitude which we have termed authoritarian submission, and which we have previously seen to be an outstanding feature of Mac's manifest personality. To say that this attitude rests upon an attempt to overcome weakness through identification with power is to mention only one of its major sources. Insofar as authoritarian submission is a means for overcoming weakness, it stands as a kind of defense against the underlying homosexual submission and passivity. It remains to be pointed out that this surface trend offers at the same time gratification for these very same needs. In glorifying strong groups and individuals' father figures,
he is expressing the need for a father's love and support and guidance, for a God who is strictly man, greater than any on this earth, one that would treat us as a father would his son. Whereas most channels for the expression of this need are closed because they pass too close to weakness, it can in certain circumstances come into the open and be gratified, chiefly when the strong man or strong group is strong enough so that there is a chance for participation in real power and strong enough so that submission can be readily excused. If one should ask why Roosevelt, who was almost universally experienced in this country as a father figure, was not happily accepted and admired by Mac instead of being rejected as a dictator, the answer would seem to be that he was not strong enough. 7 He would come off second best in a contest with Winnie, while as for General Marshall, nobody could alter his position. How authoritarian submission promotes political conservatism and moral conventionalism in this subject has been described in sufficient detail in Chapter 2. Lacking a firmly internalized superego, a result of the failure to achieve a basic identification with the father, Mac looks outside of himself for guidance as to what to do and what not to do, and turns naturally to the authorities that seem strongest and most commonly accepted. He cannot, however, admit that this is the case, but clings to the illusion that he has a stubborn nature and is a man to make his own decisions. This last suggests that Mac's relations with his authorities are not entirely harmonious, that he is not altogether comfortable with the arrangements that he has made. This is no more than we should expect from a consideration of the sources of his authoritarianism. It springs originally, as we have seen, from hostility toward his father. This hostility led to submission based on fear and, although submission offers other rewards as well, the element of fearful necessity still has an important role in Mac's attitude toward authority. It is this circumstance that gives his adherence to conventional standards the aspect of rigidity. Since they have never been fully integrated with the ego, it is necessary to adhere to them strictly lest they be thrown overboard altogether. Mac's hostility against minority groups and other groups and individuals is almost always justified by him on moral grounds. And the morality to which he appeals is that of the external authorities to which he is subservient. His manifest aggression is, so to speak, in the name of authority. He arranges things so that his conscience and his deepest antisocial impulses operate in collaboration. But if we ask what is his conception of the outgroup and why it provokes him so, we are led back to the same sources that gave rise to his conceptions and attitudes concerning in-group authorities. Outgroups are hated, as we saw in Chapter 2, for being selfishly and ruthlessly aggressive. That outgroups are also weak may be a logical contradiction, but it is not a psychological one. Mac's thinking about social and political matters is dominated by unconscious processes and, hence, cannot be expected to conform with the rules of logic. 8. The power-seeking features of the outgroup, no less than the admirably strong aspects of the good in-group, can be understood as derivatives of the infantile imagery of the father. Since Mac dared not oppose his father but could only submit to him, it became necessary to convince himself that the father was good. But this did not dissipate the original hostility against the father. Nor did Mac attempt to handle it by turning it against himself. One of the outstanding features of his case is the relative absence of self-criticism. What he did was displace the hostility onto outgroups, or better, the frustrating, punishing, persecutory features which had to be denied in the father were seen as originating in outgroups who could then be hated in safety, because they were not strong in actuality, and in good conscience, because the traits ascribed to them were those which the in-group authorities would condemn. Thus it is that each good trait that the father is said to have is the opposite of a bad trait which belongs to the image of the Jew. While the father's greatest contribution was denying himself pleasures to take care of us kids, the Jews are not interested in humanity. While the father was renowned for his honesty, one has to be careful of Jewish clothiers. At the same time, when it comes to the one trait in the father which Mac is almost inclined to criticize, that is, social withdrawal, one finds that it too looms large in the imagery of the Jew. They refuse to mingle and become a part of our people, they would rather be alone. If the Jews have thus to bear the brunt of Mac's ambivalent feelings toward his father, there might be some comfort for them in the fact that his feelings toward them are also somewhat ambivalent. It may be recalled that Mac's explanation for what he supposes to be Jewish pressure on Congress and for the fact that Jews have been fully repaid for their part in the war effort is that they are businessmen, and we know that he has nothing but admiration for businessmen, especially those who represent a concentration of wealth in a certain class, i.e., the big capitalists. Unfortunately, however, it is very doubtful that the Jews could ever benefit from the positive phase of Mac's ambivalence, for their supposed inability makes them more dangerous to him. The separation of the good father image from the bad is an essential of Mac's personality adjustment, and he could no more see good in his image of the Jew than he can see bad in his father. As far as our material goes, the only outlets for the expression of aggression that Mac has is through his ethnocentrism, that is, through authoritarian aggression against various kinds of outgroups. There is, however, one other manifestation of underlying aggression which may afford some vent for his feelings, and that is cynicism. This prominent tendency in our subject has been described in chapters 2 and 7. It seems clear enough now that its major source is the bottled-up resentment with which the present analysis has been so largely concerned. We must understand, however, that in cynicism the destructiveness is directed against the self as well as against the world. 9. It is not only that the subject's own aggressiveness is projected onto other people, who are then accused of being acquisitive and warlike, but contempt for other people seems to be closely related to contempt for himself. In Mac's case, and this probably holds generally for authoritarian personalities, the self-contempt derives from his sense of weakness, and this, as we have seen, is the aftermath of his surrender to his father. This surrender cannot be wholly excused, and as long as he cannot permit himself to feel aggressive toward those who are actually strong, there will be a nagging reminder that he, in reality, is weak. He tries to free himself from this thought by projecting the contemptibleness onto mankind, and thus there is some basis for saying that he hates others because he hates himself. To complete the picture, it is necessary to return now to the topic of Mac's dependence. The sense of deprivation that followed the loss of his mother, and the growing feelings that because of his weakness people might leave him out or take advantage of him, seem to have generated in him a general attitude of acquisitiveness and, more specifically, a feeling that somebody ought to give him something. The highest praise of mother, father, sister, or fiancé is that they gave or will give to him, and one of the major characteristics of bad people is that they are selfish or not interested in humanity. It is not difficult to infer that his concern with justice is primarily concern with getting something. A man who can speak sentimentally of justice in one breath and almost in the next speak of barring Hitler's victims from this country on the ground that they are Europe's misfits is hardly employing the term justice in its basic sense. But apparently his acquisitiveness encounters his conventional moral standards and has to be reacted against. He is very careful to assure us that he has repaid what he got from others, and he is moralistically temperate in stating his objectives with respect to income. The importance of this conflict about acquisitiveness for Mac's social outlook lies in the fact that it supplies the basis for another accusation against outgroups. They are said to be materialistic and money-minded. This seems to be in part a projection, since outgroups are accused of doing exactly what he and his own group do but would like to deny, and in part a mere complaint about the fact that the world goes its own way without paying much attention to him and his wants. A remarkable feature of Mac's dependence is that although it has been rendered ego-alien and as an unconscious force leads to the misjudgment and rejection of other people, so much of it still finds expression in behavior. This has been brought out in the above discussion of underlying dependence. This is testimony to his outstanding facility in rationalization, something that is made possible, as it seems, by his unwillingness to look at himself. This brings us to a place where we must consider Mac's stereotypy, a characteristic of his thinking that is highly pronounced and, clearly, of the greatest significance for his prejudice. In one sense, his stereotype thinking about social phenomena seems to be related to his general attitude of anti-introspection and to be dependent, in part at least, upon the same underlying conditions. It might be said that one reason why Mac's explanations of social phenomena are so primitive and oversimplified, for example, differences among ethnic groups are categorical and due to differences in blood strain, is that he is unable to make any use of social or psychological theories of determination. This can hardly be due to a lack of intelligence or of information, for an examination of his interview leaves a strong impression that with regard to those factors he is above the average for college students. A stronger argument could be made for the view that his is an educational deficiency, that he simply has not been subjected to instruction about man and society. But this is such a widespread phenomenon in this country that it can hardly be used to explain why Max stands out from the group. Besides, he could have made some use of the social and psychological viewpoints that are available, but he chose not to. And, for that matter, the fact that anti-introceptive education is so widespread has itself to be explained, and we can well believe that factors of individual psychology have an important role to play. In Max's case at least there is a strong suggestion that he cannot reckon with either the sociology or the psychology of other people because he cannot examine the conditions or determinants of his own behavior. Ideas or observations that would be necessary to lend breadth or depth to his view of the world or of himself cannot enter the picture, because they would arouse too much anxiety. It is as if, to put it somewhat dramatically, he can see only what he has seen before and learn only what he already knows. In our consideration of Max's anti-introception we were given reason to believe that he has to avoid introspection or attention to human factors in order to maintain his sense of being tough-minded. The fuller analysis of his personality shows that his problem is much more serious. He has to deal with a variety of strong unconscious impulses which are not integrated with the ego and which he feels, not without good cause, might get out of hand. In short, the task of maintaining his repressions imposes a heavy burden upon him. This state of affairs has been described, in previous chapters, as ego weakness, and Max's case offers an excellent illustration of this concept. The problems with which he was faced as a child, problems centering around the loss of his mother and the necessity for making an adjustment to the distant father were too much, they were more than the undeveloped ego could handle. Primitive defenses, chiefly repression and countercathexis, were necessary, and since that time, the ego has had to devote so much energy to maintaining these defenses that it could not develop normally. It remains narrow and constricted, in danger of being overwhelmed by emotional impulses from within or authoritative commands from without. Since the inner impulses are more to be feared than the outer authorities, there is rigid adherence to the standards of the latter, but since these authorities are not accepted in any fundamental way, this adherence could be given up altogether in circumstances that made it safe to do so. Since the traumatic experiences of childhood have not been integrated with the ego, the categories with which the child structured the world have persisted, in more or less unmodified form, to dominate contemporary thinking. Since there is little that is truly inside the personality, there can be little tolerance of inner conflict and little self-criticism. Instead there is an attitude of hostile watchfulness toward a world that is largely alien. See the contrasting case of Larry. We may now turn to the case of Larry. A final appraisal of Mac and a judgment of the implications of his case can better be made after the two cases have been compared. At the time of recording Larry's interview, the interviewer made the following observations. Larry is conventional, conservative, well-mannered, deferent, quiet, and a conformist. Overtly he could be described as a passive, feminine type. He is a good example of the weak, unadjusted man who reads Dale Carnegie and becomes well-mannered, friendly, articulate, outgoing, but empty. In appearance, he is slight, short, becoming bald-headed, rather feminine in general. He is openly dependent, highly articulate, and highly involved in the interview, making great effort, and appearing to enjoy it very much, remarking so especially at the end and being concerned with the general nature and purpose of the study. In spite of his highly conservative politics and his big business personal goal, there is something very naive and unworldly about him. The clinical section of Larry's interview follows. What were you like as a child? I seldom got any spankings. I was very active and played a lot of games. I don't want to brag, but I was well liked by the neighborhood women, who said I was a nice boy,
if you know what I mean. That was until I was about 10. But outside the home, like in school and the neighborhood, away from home, I was more mischievous. I got into little difficulties. My brother, who is 2.5 years older than I, and I were always together. We were fighting, jealous of each other, then friendly, going to the show or something. He was huskier, more athletic, I was always small, still am. My brother was more studious, conservative, wouldn't take chances, quiet. I admired him for this, for being a good big brother, for having a nice build, being nice looking, having good judgment. I admired him a lot, but I always maintained my own independence. Early experiences. Age 3, an uncle passed away. I remember his body in the house, it stayed there all day, then the hearse came and took it away. He used to hold me on his knee, I liked him a lot. I was the baby of the family. And his wife was especially nice. She used to pet me and play with me a lot. Then, another time I guess about age 3 also, I remember wandering into the bull pen on the farm, and then the bull came for me, and the hired man just barely saved me, and I was really scared to death. I remember my mother's being there nearby and how scared she was too. Another memory I have, age 3 or 4, I remember how my brothers would catch rabbits on the farm. The rabbits would get into a lot of long pipes that we had in the backyard, and my brothers would force the rabbits out with long poles and catch them as they came out the other end of the pipe. They would either knock them over the head as they came out, or sometimes they would catch them alive. What impressed me particularly was being able to touch a wild animal, and it couldn't run away, and I would rub its fur. Then, at the same period, on the farm, I have another memory, of sitting on a horse which belonged to my brothers and being held on it, half afraid and half jubilant over riding. Larry is extremely effortful here and apparently has thought about these things considerably. They come out fairly easily. Experiences with father. I remember at age 2.5 my father whipped my oldest brother very severely, and my mother took all the children and went into town to separate from my father. I remember we went to the lawyer's office and had to stay there overnight because there was nowhere else. The next morning my father came in and found us, and he and my mother settled their differences. That's the only difficulty that I've ever known between them. There's never been an argument since, they've gotten along swell. I've had a wonderful home. Is father very severe? He wasn't strict in the sense of many rules, but when he told us to do something, we had to do it. We got few whippings, but when we did, they were plenty bad. What about you? I didn't get as many as my brothers did. I'd maneuver out of them. I didn't get any after the age of 12. I remember my brother got one even when he was 15. That was when I learned how to maneuver out of things, I just kept out of his way. When I was younger, I did whatever might avoid his punishment. My mother spanked us more often, but not so severely. We feared our father through our mother, that is, we feared she'd tell him and he'd punish us. Her main threat was not "I'll spank you," but "I'll tell your father." Her own spankings were so mild that we almost enjoyed them. Fears. I was afraid of the dark till age 16 or 18, my last years of high school, but I overcame it. I don't fear animals, except snakes, which I still fear and dislike. Nightmares. I had them, but I don't recall any particular ones. Larry brought up nightmares himself, asking if that were a fear. One fear I had was in a big farmhouse we lived in when I was a kid, and it creaked in the wind, and I'd lie awake for an hour or more, thinking someone was there and being afraid. I remember lying awake sometimes most of the night, sometimes I'd go into my mother's bed. I still have unpleasant dreams, I don't know if they're nightmares. One was that my heart was stopping, or that I was sick and wouldn't get well. One was that my leg was getting amputated, I'd have to feel it just to see that it was still there. That was probably on account of the war, though. Recently I dreamed I was awake, in bed, and someone was just about to grab me.
I couldn't move or yell, I was just completely paralyzed there, but at the last minute I woke up. Or I'll dream that I can't see people or writing around me, it's like being blind. They can see, but I can't quite make things out. Adolescence. I went through it smoothly into manhood. I didn't notice any great change in my life. Sex. No great problem. I thought about girls all the time, as boys will, and I looked at them. I started going out with them at about 15. I liked them a lot and associated with them at school and in the neighborhood. You know, you have the usual sexual desires, but you don't let them bother you. Sex morals. I feel a girl should remain a virgin until 21 or 22 anyway. If she expects to marry soon after that, she should wait until after marriage, but if she is a career girl or doesn't want to get married, then an affair with an unmarried man is okay if they keep it quiet and secluded so the moral standards of others are not lowered. She should pick out one fellow to have a sex relation with, and not carry on with several. This is another example of Larry's highly articulate and theorized views on a subject. Not until after I came out of the hospital, when I was 23 or 24. Since then I've had several affairs, lasting a few weeks or a month. I won't marry until I have more security. She almost has to be a virgin, though not necessarily. I lost respect for the women I slept with. I know that's selfish, but I guess that's the way most fellows are. Ideal wife. She shouldn't work, no career. She should stay at home, love me, raise a family, not expect too much in the way of fine clothes and a good time. She should have a good reputation, be attractive, not taller than I, nor too short, say 2 or 3 inches shorter. She should be intelligent and a college graduate, congenial, easy to get along with, sympathetic, a good mother, stick with me through thin and thick, even if I get sick. She shouldn't drink to excess, but drinking moderately is all right. She shouldn't get too friendly with other men. You know how some married women put their arms around other men, and things like that, but she should be friendly with men. She should have a good home background, come from a good family. Wealth is immaterial. Ideal husband. He should give her happiness through security, home, car, enjoyment and entertainment, money to travel, and so on. He should be a good father to the children, shouldn't give the wife any worries, he shouldn't get drunk, and he should be faithful to his wife. Good father. He should be devoted to his children, give them the proper clothing, food, education, he shouldn't spoil them, give them cars in high school, and like that, but be good to them. He should take them on vacations, discipline them in a kind but firm way, teach them the proper morals when they are young, and give them the right environment. What were you good at in school? History and economics. I wasn't very good or very bad at anything. I had a C+ average. I didn't work hard in high school, I just slid along. I liked sports, and I played basketball for 4 years in high school, although I was too slight and light to get very far. Languages were especially difficult, and math. Then I went to junior college for a year, then I got sick and was in a sanitarium for 4 years. I got out, worked, and I've been back in school for a semester now. I'm living at a cooperative house. Most of the outstanding features of Larry's personality seem to belong to one or the other of 2 syndromes, the one centering around dependence, passivity, and feminine identification, the other around subservience to an internalized but relatively narrow and restricting superego. Both of these patterns are more pronounced in this subject than in most unprejudiced men. Whereas some acceptance of dependence, passivity, and femininity appears regularly in men who score low on the scales, Larry's softness would seem to be fairly extreme by any standard. His conservatism, conventionalism, and authoritarian aggression, trends which in his case can be attributed mainly to the superego, are sufficiently pronounced so that he exhibits a number of features which are found more commonly among high than among low scorers. He actually scores high on the PEC scale, and there is reason to believe that his liberal sentiments with respect to minority issues are of fairly recent origin. The contrasts between Larry and Mac are nevertheless marked. The fact that the two men are similar in certain respects, passivity and conventionalism, have loomed large in the discussion of Mac's case, should help us to see what circumstances made the crucial differences. Numerous manifest traits of Larry's can be grouped on the basis that they express a general pattern of dependence, passivity, and feminine identification. He quite openly expresses his desire for understanding and support, and his readiness to accept the material help which he expects will be offered to him. He wants to be liked, and to this end he is prepared to inhibit aggression and to be generally pleasing in his relations with others. More than this, he wants pleasure and comfort and relaxation, and he wants to be assured of a bountiful and dependable source of supply. He has a basic taking-in attitude toward the world. What prevents him from being grasping, it seems, is his conviction that there is plenty for everybody. This conviction even permits him to be generous. He wants everybody to have plenty and to be happy, himself included. What holds for material supplies holds also for people. He is ready to take them in too, that is, to be identified with them and to share their feelings, just as he is ready to give out his own feelings. This attitude leaves him sensitive to rejection, but at the same time able to sympathize with those whom he conceives as downtrodden, an essential feature of his positive attitudes toward minority groups. Relatively free from the idea that softness might leave him open to attack, he is able to indulge in tendencies which in men like Mac are automatically associated with dangerous weakness. He can experience the human, emotional aspects of things, he can be subjective and introspective, enjoy fantasy life and philosophizing, admit having fears, anxieties, and doubts. Consistent with all this is the fact that he can have close relationships with women, whom he conceives to be not very different from himself. These trends are on the surface in Larry, they are directly expressed in his overt behavior. The contrast with Mac lies in the fact that in him trends of this very same kind operate below the surface and he is very concerned to deny and counteract them. What is it that has made the difference? Most important, it would seem, were the differing circumstances connected with the childhood relationships with the mother. It was in this area that Mac was subjected to severely traumatic experiences, whereas Larry's early relationship with his mother was close and for the most part highly gratifying. Indeed, the mother looms as the central figure in Larry's childhood. There is reason to believe that she took good care of him and that he became strongly attached to her. The attitude of love-seeking was carried over into his relations with other women, whose love he sought to obtain and to hold by being a good boy. It seems that he is still bent on obtaining the kind of gratification he received as a child, and that to a considerable extent he succeeds in doing so, through having found modes of behavior that are more or less acceptable socially. Mac, for his part, was forced to repress his dependent needs in childhood, and so was not able to find suitable modes for their expression, hence, he remains comparatively frustrated, unhappy, and self-pitying. Larry is not, however, altogether secure with respect to the needs under discussion. He did not receive enough gratification in childhood, nor does he receive enough now, so that he can take love and support for granted. He is still susceptible to frustration and sensitive to rejection. The circumstance of there being much but still not enough gratification would account, in large part, for Larry's identification with his mother in childhood. Identification was a means for getting close to her and holding on to her, and of protecting himself from having to feel rejected and hostile. It seems, however, that the identification is a comfortable one, and that it must have been based more upon love than upon fear. An additional reason why Larry is able to be comfortable and relaxed with his feminine identification lies in the fact that his mother was to a sufficient extent strong and protective. We are told that when the father was too hard on one of the boys, the mother took all the children and went to see her lawyer. She thus made it plain that she was not afraid to oppose the father and that she was a real source of protection. Larry could be on the side of this woman, be identified with her, without feeling that he was placing himself in a hopelessly weak position. This is in crucial contrast to Mac and many other prejudiced men, who cannot possibly come close to or be identified with the mother, no matter how sweet or devoted she might be, because she is conceived as too weak or inconsequential. Apparently, it is easier for a boy to identify himself with a feminine role, which he associates with the weakness and suffering of the underdog, when the weakness is not seen as hopeless nor the suffering as intolerable. But if Larry's passivity and amiability is mainly a derivative of his childhood dependence on the mother, it has at the same time another function within the personality. It serves as a defense against his underlying aggressive impulses. Several of his responses in the interview and to the projective questions seem to show a particular concern with the inhibition of aggression. Example: after describing the good time he would have if he had only 6 months to live, he adds, "all this without hurting anyone, and a feeling that I have hurt someone is one of the moods or feelings most disturbing to him." His concern with true comradeship and his solicitude for persecuted people suggest that, to some extent at least, he loves in order that he might not hate. The hypothesis of underlying aggression is supported by the TAT, which gives evidence of strong underlying hostile impulses. These impulses are directed both against women and against men. Hostility against women is aroused by rejection or the threat of it, and can be understood as an aspect of the mother dependence discussed above. This is different from Mac, whose aggression against women is aroused by the fear that they might drag him down to their level. Hostility against men is fused with antisocial rebellion, and the conflict between these tendencies on the one hand and the demands of conscience on the other is much more intense than is common among low-scoring men. Here, it appears, Larry is expressing attitudes built up on the basis of experiences with his father. There is nothing in the interview material to indicate that the father was unusually provoking, but he certainly enforced his will, administered some whippings, and was cast by the mother in the role of feared disciplinarian. This would be reason enough why Larry should have hostile and rebellious feelings. More than this, the TAT offers the strong suggestion that Larry reproaches his father for not loving him enough, and that part of the interview in which Larry tells what a father should be seems to be in keeping with this suggestion. But what is particularly important, Larry must also have loved his father and become to some extent identified with him. This would account for the fact that rebellious aggression goes against Larry's conscience and leaves him feeling guilty and remorseful. It is to ward off such feelings that he must praise his father, remain subservient to his family's ideals, and exhibit other conservative tendencies more characteristic of high-scoring men. This brings us to the most crucial differences between Larry and Mac. The two subjects differ in the quality and intensity of their aggression and in the way of dealing with it. Larry takes responsibility for his aggression, though it is not conscious now. It seems to have been conscious at one time so that he could actually imagine himself taking revenge in one way or another upon his father. With Mac, as we have seen, the aggression appears to be out of touch with the rest of the personality. It is something which is entirely disclaimed, but which might suddenly explode in a blindly impulsive way. We have attributed these aspects of Mac's aggression to his extreme fear of the father. With Larry this fear seems not to have been so great. He tells us that he was afraid of his father's punishment. It is true, while Mac does not admit such fears, but Larry acted as if he were afraid of being merely whipped while Mac acted as if he were afraid of being torn limb from limb. There seems to have been two reasons for this. First, Larry's father was in an objective sense less dangerous, he was more human and understandable, and second, Larry had his mother to support him. She did not come off so badly in her quarrels with the father, and though she would tell father if Larry did not behave, she would protect him if the father was unjust. These differences in the real situations with which the two subjects had to deal seem to have determined also their differing ways of handling their aggression. Whereas in Mac it is immediately repressed and displaced onto outgroups, in Larry it is turned against the self, giving rise to guilt feelings and self-depreciation. It is this state of affairs in Larry that makes it impossible for him to indulge in wholesale condemnation of other individuals or groups. There is a readiness to take blame himself, to suspect that the fault might lie within him. This is the work of a fairly normal conscience,
a conscience built up through identification with the father as well as with the mother. Larry was willing to accept and to internalize their punishment or disapproval because he received enough love to make it seem that his sacrifices were worthwhile. In the case of Mac, the father has remained out there, a source of actual danger, rather than become an inner source of guilt or conflict. Instead of striving to live up to principles in order to feel loved and free of guilt, Mac acts like a man who has made a bad bargain. He feels that he has somehow been gypped and it is mainly fear that keeps him in line. But Larry can hardly be regarded as a model of personality integration. There is too great a discrepancy between what he feels he must be and what he believes himself to be capable of. Since he is still dependent on his parents for love and support, he must constantly exert himself lest he fall from grace and lose their goodwill. And since his underlying aggressive tendencies are not fully integrated with the ego, it is necessary for him to maintain careful defenses against them. These defenses include masochism, passivity, and over-solicitude for possible victims of aggression. Thus it is that his positive attitudes toward minority groups are based in part upon neurotic trends. But this does not mean that these attitudes are unstable. It would be as difficult to induce Larry to attack a minority group member, just because he belonged to such a group, as it would be to get Mac to see that there might be some evil in himself or in his group. It would take a series of severe disappointments to divert Larry from his present course. He would have to be shown that it is not true that virtue and good work lead to the rewards of love and material support, and then, instead of becoming overtly aggressive, he would probably suffer a depression. It must be noted, however, that Larry is capable of further growth. The fact that he is willing to look at himself and to inquire into his motivations indicates that he may achieve a higher degree of personality integration. And should he continue to gain understanding of himself, we should expect his understanding of the world to increase. We should not expect Larry to become militantly outspoken in the interests of his democratic beliefs, nor would he be likely to assume any leadership in a moment of acute crisis. He is too weak, that is to say, he finds it too difficult to be overtly aggressive, for that. His tendency, rather, would be to try in an inoffensive way to smooth troubled waters, to get everybody to cooperate, a contribution not to be altogether despised. Larry is a rather ordinary young man. His case, though not typical of our low scorers, seems to show that among the determinants of relative freedom from prejudice are a willingness to accept one's own softness and to take responsibility for one's own badness. But, as the results from our clinical sample as a whole have shown, accepting one's softness does not require that one be as soft as Larry or that one over-adjust to it as he has done, and one can certainly take responsibility for one's own badness without remaining caught like Larry in the dilemma of parental dependence, with its underlying hostility and overlying guilt feelings. Turning back now to Mac, it would appear that therapy in his case would have to consist, first of all, in showing him that the sources of his frustrations and unhappiness are mainly in him. Only after attaining this insight could he approach a true appraisal of the conflicts and dislocations within society. He would have to learn to accept more of his own softness and to come to terms with his own aggression. Since, however, the sources of these trends lie, as we have seen, very deep within the personality, it is doubtful that anything short of individual therapy would effect any important change in him. Would individual therapy work? Since he is a relatively mild case and since he showed in his interview that he is able to make a positive transference to an older man, it probably would, but it is highly doubtful that he would ever seek it. But if it seems unlikely that his personality will change, there is good reason to believe that his behavior can be controlled. Indeed, he can be too easily controlled, and therein lies one of the major troubles. There is little in his makeup to render him resistant to fascist propaganda or to fascist leadership. He too, in his own way, is weak and afraid to be overtly aggressive. He could never on his own initiative be an aggressive leader, but given strong direction from above he could pass it along to those who, in an organizational sense, were below him. He would be unlikely on his own initiative openly to attack a minority group member, not because of conscience but because of fear that he might get hurt or be disapproved of,
but given the safety and influence of a crowd or the backing of someone he regarded as an authority, he could be violently aggressive. However regrettable from the democratic point of view the susceptibility to external control might be, the fact remains that it offers the best basis for preventing his anti-democratic tendencies from expressing themselves in action. The appeal should be not to his sympathy or his conscience, but to his fear and submissiveness. He must be convinced that arrayed against the overt expression of his prejudices are the law, overwhelming numbers of people, numerous conventional authorities and prestige figures. If those who stand for democracy want to win him to their side, they must do more than show him that they have high ideals and realistic plans for social improvement, they must convince him that they also have strength. Such a program, unfortunately, involves an essential paradox. In inducing him to behave in accordance with democratic principles, one is likely to strengthen his authoritarianism and, hence, his anti-democratic potential. One could not, therefore, undertake so to influence the contemporary behavior of individuals like Mac unless one exerted as much effort toward ensuring that anti-democratic leadership did not gain the ascendancy in the future. Chapter XXI. Criminality and Anti-Democratic Trends, a study of prison inmates. William R. Morrow. A. Introduction. 1. The problem. If, as the foregoing chapters have indicated, failure in superego integration, inability to establish emotional relationships with others, and overcompensatory reactions to weakness and passivity are among the important sources of potentially fascist trends within the personality, should we not expect that a group of prison inmates would score particularly high on our scales? This, at any rate, was the thought which led us to consider our subjects from the San Quentin prison one as a key group. The most extreme failures in superego integration are found in the psychopathic personality, see Chapter 19, a type of character structure which has been given an important role in criminality by many authorities, example Karpman, 61, Lindner, 74, and Glueck, 44. Traits which some writers assign to criminals in general, example egocentricity, absence of sense of guilt, inadequate emotional control, are often regarded as aspects of the psychopathy syndrome. Inability to establish emotional relationships with other people is probably a mark of psychopathy, though it is a trait often assigned to the delinquent personality in general, example by Lowry, 76. That the inordinate longing for status and power, the readiness for aggression against weaker or relatively defenseless people, and the demands for immediate recognition so common among criminals usually spring from underlying weakness, passivity, and homosexuality has often been noted, example by Eichern, 4, and by Alexander and Healy, 6. These considerations are in accord with the well-known role of criminal types in fascist movements. They are the plug uglies who are assigned the task of terrorizing minority group members, active labor unionists, liberals, and radicals. At the same time, however, it was considered that there might be certain types of criminals who, exhibiting trends quite different from those noted above, would obtain relatively low scores on our scales. Thus in the normal criminal of Alexander and Staub, 7, and in the antisocial offender of Sanford, 103, rebellion against the status quo seems to be an important feature. This suggested that we might expect to find in some of the San Quentin subjects certain manifestations of a trend which in our major sample had appeared to favor low scores on the scales. Finally, in the pre-social offender described by Sanford, the need for love and the sense of love deprivation are outstanding features, and it was considered possible that in some cases these trends might outweigh the displaced hostility that is basic to prejudice. There was no information concerning the frequency with which these anti-authoritarian and love-oriented patterns appear in the general population of penal inmates, though it seemed fairly certain that it was small compared with that of the authoritarian personality trends noted above. 2. Sampling and administration. The sample of inmates on whom the questionnaire statistics are based was selected as follows. The prison psychiatric department provided, upon request, a sample of the inmate population subject to the following conditions. A sampling of offense groups should be obtained,
roughly in proportion to their ratios in the total inmate population. Point 2, b. Inmates beyond maximum age of 55 should be excluded. C. Feeble-minded inmates should be excluded. Point 3, d. As far as possible, inmates with less than 8 years of schooling should be excluded. Point 4. In addition to these restrictions, about 20 of the questionnaires obtained were subsequently excluded because, e. they were incomplete, 8 or more items left unanswered, or, f. they belonged to Negro or Jewish inmates, or, g. they belonged to inmates in the prison psychotic ward. These exclusions left a working sample of 110, on which the statistics were obtained. The inmates filled out the questionnaire, Form 45, in groups of 6 or 8 at a time, in the prison psychiatric department. Instructions given were the same as for other groups, with one addition: an attempt was made to get across the idea not only that anonymity would be maintained but also that this task had no relation to prison routine or authority. Such verbal reassurance could not, of course, alter the general atmosphere of the prison, which stresses compulsion and conformity. And it cannot be denied that such an environment is conducive to agreement with many of the conventional, authoritarian values represented in the questionnaire items. That this factor had a relatively minor effect upon the responses, however, is indicated by the wide inter- and intra-individual differences in answering the questionnaire. These differences appear in the fairly wide dispersion of scores obtained for most items considered separately, in patterns of agreement and disagreement for all except a few ultra-high scorers, and above all in some patterns of predominant disagreement, i.e., low scorers. There is also validating interview material. It deserves emphasis, moreover, that submission to surrounding authoritarian pressures is itself an index of authoritarian trends in the personality, of inability to maintain individualistic values in the face of counter-pressure. It is probable that items were sometimes misunderstood and answered incorrectly on account of external distraction, i.e., noise, and crowded conditions. For inmates of low educational status, the possibility of misunderstanding would naturally be increased. It was discovered in follow-up interviews that some inmates had in fact misunderstood some items, and had answered them in a manner opposite to their intentions. This type of distortion appears to have been a minor, i.e., only occasional, factor, however. 15 of the inmates were interviewed. Of these, 8 scored high, 4 low, and 3 had scores placing them in what is, for most groups studied, the middle range. To avoid overcomplicating the picture, the interviews of these middles are not included in the discussion. Subjects were selected for interviews on the basis of E-score, high or low, offense group, to get some sampling of each major group, intellectual level, average or better, as estimated roughly from the data on the front page of the questionnaire and from the language used, 6 and the suggestiveness of their responses to the projective questions. A further selection was imposed by the fact that a few of the inmates sought for interviews were in the sick ward at the time or could not conveniently be seen because of conflicting prison routine. The interviewees did not come voluntarily to be interviewed, but were summoned by the psychiatric department. The examiner tried as best he could to dissociate himself from prison authority. Some of the interviews suffered, like the questionnaire sessions, from external noise and interruptions. But except for one interview, with Wilbur, a high scorer, which for lack of space had to be conducted in an office where another person was working, it is believed that these factors did not seriously interfere with rapport or with smooth conduct of the interview, as compared with interviews held in freer circumstances. 3. Plan of discussion. As elsewhere in the book, the general order of presentation is from surface attitudes to successively deeper dynamic factors. The bulk of the discussion is concerned with interview material, although in each section relevant questionnaire statistics are given. The concepts developed earlier in the book, especially in chapters 9-13, are here applied systematically to a group of key importance for understanding fascism, namely criminals. Point 7. The more adequate interviews obtained for this group permit detailed exemplification of differentiating variables, combined with case studies of individuals who are followed as such throughout the chapter. an attempt is made to indicate in what respects the inmates are similar to other groups studied, and also what features seem to distinguish them. To help keep the interviewees in mind as individuals, Table 1, XXI, which summarizes a few salient facts about each one, is presented. Table 1, XXI. Identifying data for interviewees in the prison inmates group. One notable way in which the prison group is distinguished is the fact that some of the high scorers express openly fascistic attitudes. 3 of the high-scoring interviewees differ sufficiently from the others in this respect to warrant special consideration. For each general topic, therefore, the interviewees are discussed in 3 groups: pseudo-democratic high scorers, fascists, and low scorers. For variables in which there is no notable difference between the 2 kinds of high scorers, some quotations from the fascists are often included under discussion of the pseudo-democratic high scorers. The distinction between these 2 differently organized types of mentality among the interviewees emerged empirically. It is developed inductively as various aspects of the fascist syndrome are taken up in successive sections of the chapter. The term fascist, as distinguished from pseudo-democratic, potential fascist, is used here to characterize anyone who expresses open hostility toward minority groups and endorses the use of force where necessary to suppress such groups, and who explicitly favors a strong government to protect business power against demands of labor unions and progressive political groups, even to the point of suppressing them by force. B. Ethnocent. These gross findings point immediately to an important conclusion. The general run of criminals are not to be thought of as genuine rebels who act according to some principle, however dissident, and whose conflict with authority is accompanied by some consideration for the weak or oppressed. On the contrary, they would appear to be full of hate and fear toward underdogs. Themselves disfranchised, prisoners and social outcasts, a kind of ultimate outgroup, they are yet unable to identify with other outgroups. This is in accordance with the common observation that most inmates do not identify with other inmates, but make moralistic distinctions between themselves and ordinary criminals. The predominant tendency is for each inmate to be an island, entire in itself. One of the high-scoring interviewees, Eugene, expressed this isolationism succinctly in his general attitude to the race problem: "I'm strictly for having all of 'em segregated." A second general result is that the Form 45 E-scale reliability of 0.65 is somewhat lower than that for other groups. 0.11 This can probably be attributed in part to misunderstanding of items and incorrect recording of responses, related to inadequate education and to environmental distractions. More of the reduction, however, is probably traceable to 2 statistical characteristics of the group results. One is the relative truncation of the lower end of the distribution. It is well known that cutting off either extreme portion of a bivariate distribution, including, of course, a split half reliability distribution, tends to reduce the correlation. Secondly, the particular split of E-scale items used in computing reliability is such that one of the halves, the A items, includes precisely the 5 items on which the prison group means are most distinctively higher than those for other groups. The A set, moreover, includes the 3 items with the poorest D.PS, see Table 2, XXI. With these handicaps, a reliability coefficient as high as 0.65 would seem to be all that could be expected, see Chapter 4. The pattern of E-scale item means for the group is interesting, see Table 2, XXI. A very high mean was obtained on item 45, which states that America must maintain complete independence in any world organization. Although this proposition always yields a high mean, the unusually high value for the inmates suggests that low scorers in prison may submit almost as much as high scorers to sufficiently strong nationalistic propaganda. This item would appear to lend itself particularly well to projection of the most severely frustrated strivings of prison inmates, their need to be free of restraint. Aside from this statement opposing world organization, the 3 items with the highest means, numbers 5, 10, and 20, have one thing in common: each expresses strong status anxiety with respect to outgroups perceived as submerged, namely Zoot Suiters or Negroes.
The significance of this feature is indicated in the following discussion of interview material on Negroes, the only truly submerged outgroup specifically inquired about. 2. Ideology concerning Negroes, a submerged outgroup. A. High scorers. The content of anti-Negro ideology seems to be related to the fact that Negroes are almost universally perceived as a very submerged outgroup, as contrasted with an imagined dominant outgroup such as Jews are thought to be. In the interviews, the principal traits ascribed to Negroes by high scorers are uninhibited sexuality, laziness, dirtiness, crude aggression, asocial acquisitiveness, petty thievery, pathological, infantile, lying, and exhibitionism. In a word, Negroes are held to be characterized by untamed instincts, which keep them primitive and childish. This imagery is partly expressed in questionnaire item 32, Negroes are lazy, ignorant, and without self-control. The most conventional of the prejudiced interviewees, Robert, summarizes this idea in general terms: they have more of a primitive nature, just want to exist as the cannibal type of man. The fascists tend to be more picturesque, they're very closely linked with the jungle. They're built for it, Floyd. Or, Negroes originated from the apes, Buck, and are still half African savage, no matter how dressed up they get, Adrian, point 12. Implicit in these statements is the hereditarian that pervades so much of potentially fascist thinking. One of the most persistent preoccupations of the prejudiced interviewees has to do with the allegedly unsocialized sexuality of Negroes. There is more animalism in them. Animalism. Well, a bitch dog runs down the street and 5 dogs jump on top of her. Like the Latin race, they're hot-blooded, Ronald. One of the fascists, though less graphic, seems more bitter: Negroes are bestial, like animals. Wonder they don't have seasons for their heat, Floyd. Another fascist affirms that Negroes are very prolific, Adrian. More specific anxiety is expressed about sexual approach to white women by Negroes. One thing I can't stand is to see a white girl with a nigger, Ronald. In here, when they have shows, the colored boys holler out about white women on the screen, oh, what a babe. That don't set right with me, Eugene. Under no circumstances, of course, should any member of the white race marry into the colored race, Clarence. Don't think a white person should marry one, Wilbur. The other traits stressed vary in specific content. They have in common some reference to social instincts, and to Negroes' alleged failure to develop superego restraints and ego-ideal drives. Thus Robert, who has struggled so hard to make good in business, is much concerned over the laziness of Negroes. I don't think they try to satisfy their ego. Then, pulling back, apparently because this phrasing touches a conflict between Robert's own drive to get up there and his need to mask this power seeking behind a pretense of service, he qualifies, not their ego, but their fellow man. They don't have a goal in life. It is Robert also who expresses distaste for Negroes' alleged failure to conform to cultural ideals of cleanliness: they don't wash themselves as cleanly. Other characteristics assigned include the following. A social acquisitiveness: the majority of them have sticky fingers. They can't let things alone, Clarence. Aggressiveness: Negroes are troublesome, always starting trouble. They get smart, start a lot of fights. They always try to cause so much trouble, fight, trying to be big shots, Eugene, who admits to a long record of getting in petty trouble, especially fighting when drunk. Pathological lying: you can't depend on him. He'll lie to you every chance he gets. Buck, one of the fascists, whose protocol was discovered on checking with his social history chart to be filled with boastful lies on a grand scale. Being oververbal and grossly exhibitionistic, chatter like a bunch of apes when you get 3 or 4 in a crowd. Strut around like peacocks. Take a look at their clothes. Floyd, another fascist, who speaks in abrupt, blurted sentences and might be called underverbal, is exceptionally vain and preoccupied with his appearance, and even admits that, everything I do is an act. The prejudiced interviewees' attitudes toward Negroes, as distinguished from their stereotypes of what Negroes are like, betray intense status anxiety of fear lest the black rise up and challenge the right of the white to suppress him. Negroes must constantly be kept in their place, i.e., submerged, in order to save the high scorers from feeling severe anxiety. This status fear appears both in invidious comparisons of Negroes versus whites, and in direct insistence upon Jim Crow policies. The following expressions are typical. I don't believe in associating with them. I believe they should have their own schools. I don't believe we should have to eat with them, Clarence. I figure they're black and I'm white. I won't work with them. Let them stay in their place, Eugene. Negroes should stay in their place, not mix with whites, Wilbur. Robert wants to be tolerant by reducing discrimination in employment and living standards, but by that I don't mean that we should intermingle. There should be a separate section of town for Negroes, and we ought to do away with public office holding by Negroes. Ronald complains, the hardest thing for me to stomach is, Southern Negroes coming north, and taking advantage of opportunities. They try to get themselves into a spot, not because they want it but just to annoy other people. He goes on to describe an incident in the Negro section of a Midwestern city, in which he forced a Negro to move from the spot next to him on a streetcar, was arrested by a Negro policeman, and subsequently fined. He expresses resentment against the overbearing attitude they get when the odds are all in their favor. Ronald's bitterness toward the overbearing attitude of Negroes also illustrates another feature commonly found in prejudiced subjects, an inability to conceive of genuine equality. This anxiety-laden blind spot leads to some curious distortions by the prejudiced interviewees. Negroes feel themselves better than the white person, Clarence. They think they're better than we are, Eugene. More fully elaborated, when white people give them a little rope, they just think they are a little better than whites, take a bit too far advantage if you give them a chance, Wilbur. Despite the highly anti-democratic attitudes outlined above, 5 of the high-scoring interviewees present the type of pseudo-democratic facade described in chapters 3 and 17. To convince themselves and others that they conform to the democratic values of the American creed, they try to disguise or deny their authoritarian hostility. They show reluctance to approve openly that violence against Negroes to which their inner anxieties predispose them. They're human, just as we are. I don't believe we should hold racial hate, Clarence. There's a few good ones, who go out of their way not to cause trouble, Eugene. Robert would even like to equalize some opportunities for Negroes, up to a certain point, so that they may be encouraged to suppress passive wishes and acquire a goal in life. It is as if Negroes symbolize for Robert his own suppressed desires to be more passive and pleasure-seeking, desires that he feels compelled to inhibit so as to drive himself to get up there and prove his masculinity. Even Ronald admits there are a few good ones, and when asked what might have to be done if Negroes continue to demand more equality, he wistfully restrains his vigilante impulses. It isn't so much what will have to be done as that nothing will be done under our democratic system. When pushed further, he sums up an attitude implicit in many of the quotations so far, the high scorer's ultimate pessimism as to any real solution of group tensions. Well, there's a problem I don't think will ever be solved. Wilbur, however, shows a kind of transition stage between pseudo-democratic facade and open fascist readiness to abandon pretense of democracy. On the one hand he insists, I have nothing against them if they stay in their place. But if Negroes organize to demand equal rights, plenty would have to be done, battle just like with the Japs. Underdogs' demands for equality seem to arouse in Wilbur a persecutory fear of being overwhelmed, so that he feels driven to fight back in paranoid desperation. B. Fascists. The 3 fascist high scorers, Adrian, Buck, and Floyd, reveal essentially the same kinds of anti-Negro stereotypes, with even more intense status anxiety. In addition, they show 2 interrelated characteristics that are more openly anti-democratic, undisguised hate combined with explicit readiness to suppress the outgrowth by physical force if necessary. Buck rages, "Goddamn nigger,
he's no good at all. I don't want any near me. They ought to be kept in their place. Shouldn't let 'em come over here in the first goddamn place. Floyd is even more virulent, ignorant _________. What ought to be done, but won't be done, is to ship 'em back to Haiti or to Liberia. What may happen if they continue to encroach on white men? There'll be bloodshed if it keeps up. Adrian's protective pattern of submissiveness prevents this blustering type of expression of his tremendous hate. But he leaves no doubt as to his approval of violent fascist suppressians. Negroes keep their place and that's that. What if the Negro doesn't keep his place? He does keep his place. But if not, they learn their place. Further probing elicits the assertion that if Negroes should insist on seeking political representation, there would have to be another civil war to suppress them. Adrian makes clear the symbolic equivalence for him of Negroes and other submerged groups. Should Negroes work in the same factory with whites? Yes, because if they're working in a factory with whites, they're poor whites anyway. See low scorers. Despite the unusually high means obtained by the prison group on the 3 items expressing status anxiety toward submerged groups, these items have fairly low means for the low quartile and therefore have quite high discriminatory powers. Table 2, XXI. This indicates the relative freedom of most low scorers from strong anti-Negro prejudice. Of the 4 low-scoring interviewees, however, none were found to be entirely free of prejudice against Negroes. But their attitudes are distinguished from those of the high scorers in several ways. In the first place, they are much less hostile and far less rigid in such prejudice as they do disclose. In particular, they exhibit less status anxiety toward Negroes. 3 of them emphasize that there should be no discrimination in jobs. The other, Jim, expresses guilt feelings over his present prejudice on this issue, see below. On the basis of an individualized attitude toward people, these men tend to be more willing to accept Negroes as friends and equals. Thus Don, who was brought up in a southern state, declares that he chooses friends mostly on the basis of the individual, not the race. Dick, raised in another southern state, describes 2 Negro doctors whom he enjoys talking to. He hesitates as far as having close friends goes, but decides that that would be all right, too, if they had the same education I had. Art's and Jim's views on this matter will be indicated in ensuing paragraphs. All 4 protocols, however, contain evidence of some barriers against complete freedom of social relations with Negroes. The clearest barrier, subscribed to in some degree by all 4, is that they don't believe in intermarriage. But even here these men are more relaxed and flexible than the high-scoring inmates. They typically ascribe to external social pressure the main basis of their own social distance in this respect. This barrier is a custom brought down from years and years in history, Dick. I am thinking mostly of the children who might be socially ostracized, Don. It isn't socially accepted, Art. The barrier is not regarded as rigid and eternal. If I'd been raised in New York City, instead of in the South, I might have felt different, Dick. In countries where intermarriage is generally accepted, it is okay, not myself, perhaps, but I certainly wouldn't want to be dogmatic about it, Don. How would you feel about intermarriage if it were generally accepted socially? I don't know. It isn't now. I never thought about it, Art. Most of these men would appear to have genuinely democratic values and yet, as mentioned before, none of them is entirely free of anti-Negro prejudice. One reason for this is suggested by a feature of their ideology itself. This is a tendency to discount somewhat the seriousness and extent of anti-democratic oppression, a reluctance to assign blame in intergroup conflict, especially reluctance to identify and to blame those who are more powerful for anti-democratic attitudes or actions toward those who are weaker, and a tendency to adopt a harmonizing attitude that urges both sides to be reasonable and to avoid impatient extremism, as if both sides were equally at fault. Inferentially, it is as if these men experience a conflict between democratic values and the fear of actively resisting the anti-democratic behavior of respectable groups on top.
One way of justifying an inability to mobilize aggressiveness toward what is strong and established is to play down conflicts between stronger and weaker groups, by a kind of false impartiality. Thus, Art declares, the Negro-white problem is highlighted out of all proportion to what it is. Unable actively to resist conventional anti-democratic sanctions, though he refers to having known a few Negroes casually, he prefers not to conduct my social life with them, only from one standpoint, it is not socially accepted. This explains why the impartiality is called false. It seems to give way, under pressure, to submission to anti-democratic status quo values and policies. In order to justify this appeasement and maintain self-respect, such a person may turn around to blame the outgroup for being a source of trouble, as if it caused the trouble by not submitting quietly. The fact that democratic rights are being denied to the outgroup may be conveniently glossed over or denied. Thus, Art declares, Negroes have equal rights with me, but many of them have set themselves apart. Asked to elaborate, he pulls back to a more impartial position. I don't feel that they have set themselves apart, publicity has set them apart. Publicity is sufficiently anonymous so that he can avoid blaming anyone at all. Thus it is clear that even the lowest scorers in the inmate group are not free of high trends. Where definite rejection of Negroes is expressed by the low scorers, they show a readiness to examine their own attitudes with some degree of introspective and self-critical objectivity. An example is Dick's statement that, if I'd been raised in New York City, instead of in the South, I might have felt different. Jim illustrates this trait more clearly. He verbalizes open guilt over having undemocratic attitudes toward Negroes, and describes these attitudes objectively as a psychological part of himself. I have a kind of natural, instinctive dislike for working with them. My mind tells me that's wrong, not fair, but I just feel that way. Jim sees the conflict as in himself, and conceives the solution as requiring a change not in the outgroup, as the high scorers tend to do, but in the attitudes of himself and the in-group. It's certainly unfair according to all human concepts. We just seem to have a natural antipathy toward them that will eventually have to be worked out, because a person can't help being born a Negro any more than a white man can a white man. Implicit in this last observation is another feature of unprejudiced thinking in this area. These men seem to have an ultimate optimism as to the solution of intergroup conflict. It will eventually have to be worked out. Further, as far as coming to the time when they won't be segregated, I think that would have to come naturally. I believe it's becoming solved more and more, Jim. Like other low scorers, these men tend, when they do attribute certain character traits to Negroes, to offer socio-psychological explanations for such traits in terms of environmental pressures. As might be expected, this is intimately linked with their ultimate optimism, just as the prejudiced men's hereditarian is associated with their ultimate pessimism. This capacity for socio-psychological thinking is usually combined with a readiness for empathy with the outgroup members' inner feelings. Thus, Dick, if a Negro is kept under supervision, suppressed, naturally he's not going to have any initiative, not going to care. 3. Ideology concerning Jews, a supposed dominant outgroup. A. High scorers. Anti-Semitic stereotypes differ markedly from the qualities ascribed to Negroes. Specifically, they seem to reflect the notion of Jews as a dominant outgroup. One of the questionnaire items, number 24, which clearly differentiates high and low scorers, condemns Jews for monopolizing business, see Table 2, XXI. This expresses the core of the prejudiced men's typical imagery of the Jew and their attitudes toward the latter. Jews are seen as embodying to a singular degree what seems to be a central value complex of our culture. This set of values revolves around acquisitiveness and drive for success conceived in terms of getting on top and staying there, that is, compulsive drive for status and power. Every high-scoring interviewee gave spontaneous fantasies about extreme acquisitiveness as a supposed Jewish trait. The following are typical examples. They like to be where there's money and take all the money and hang on to it. Wilbur. You put a Jew on a rock and he'll make money. He's thrifty and tries to get ahead, Clarence. Jews have a special drive and have always been after money and capable of making it, Robert. This drive is imagined to lead to Jewish dominance and power. I guess they run most of the things in this country, and they run an awful lot of politics, Eugene. I believe that the Jews control a lot of the money in this country, Ronald. Jews have put themselves up there, where what they say counts, Robert. This power is secured, so the fantasies go, by combining acquisitive drive with clannishness. Jews are thought of as stickin' together, Eugene, as being self-centered and acting so that when one Jew gets in, first thing you know there are about 50 of them, Ronald, as being good mixers among their own people, but don't mix much with other people, Clarence. It is noteworthy that none of the pseudo-democratic inmates ascribed to Jews a single primitive instinct, trait, of the sort described above in the anti-Negro stereotype. This striking difference in fantasies about an outgroup imagined to be dominant, as contrasted with an outgroup perceived as submerged, was a matter of the spontaneous emphasis of the inmates themselves. The prejudiced men's attitude toward Jews also differs clearly from their attitude toward Negroes. Their attitude toward Jews seems to be associated with the image of Jewish dominance combined with exclusiveness. This attitude centers around fantasies of victimization by Jewish power, and a fear of being overwhelmed by that power. Here the personalization of ideology is even more striking than in the anti-Negro attitudes. Thus, Eugene, say I have a grocery store. They'll come in and start a bigger one. They get in a small town, Eugene was raised in a small town, and take over the grocery stores. Or Ronald, you put a Jew in an office. First thing you know, you haven't got a job. You've got 5 Jews instead. They act like they're better than anyone else, and anyone that doesn't think they are is nothing but a fool. Of special interest is the anti-Greek ideology of Wilbur. He shows the usual anti-Semitic fantasies, but without as intense feelings as those characterizing his anti-Greek ideology, which serves a similar function and is more focal point. 13 This fact appears to have been precipitated by a specific experience with a Greek landlord. Following an argument over the rent, the landlord evicted Wilbur's family while Wilbur was at work. Wilbur sought him out in a rage, started a fight, and gave him a fatal wound, leading to Wilbur's imprisonment. Wilbur's emotional conflicts, to be discussed later, prevented him from merely rejecting the particular individual. Instead he developed rigid delusions about the Greeks, imagining them as all alike and as having deliberately come over here to punish the poor people, pay low wages, make you work too hard, etc. Significant is the fact that the prejudiced men's anti-Semitic resentment seems to have an ambivalent aspect, to be combined with a secret envy of, and longing to be accepted into, the supposedly dominant outgroup. Observe in the following examples the reluctant admiration of and implied wish to share in Jewish power. God knows they're good businessmen, but all for the Jew, Adrian. Course they've got to stick together, but why at the expense of others, Ronald? Smart people, ain't they? Buck. Still, if they can do it, Eugene. Trouble is, they're so goddamn clannish, won't mix and mingle like other people, Floyd. More positive, surface, identification with Jewish drive to get up there is illustrated in Robert, who seems to have experienced a severe struggle to internalize this same goal in the face of desires to relax and enjoy life, CP 858. With a kind of inverted anti-Semitism, he expresses admiration for Jews' knack to earn money, to control something, and for their having had the foresight and drive and ambition to get there. His envy is plain. I think it would be better if some white men had something put on their backs to get that drive. Floyd, a fascist who expresses contempt for himself for never having held a job for more than a few weeks at a time, stresses Jewish industriousness which he consciously envies. They believe in working for what they get. Talk to a little yid kid, and he is studying for what he's gonna be 10 years from now. Despite the anti-democratic hostility implicit in their anti-Semitic fantasies, the same 5 men again maintain a pseudo-democratic facade. They ward off attention to their own hostility as such by focusing rigidly on what is wrong with the outgroup. Hence, it is often possible for them to believe that they are strictly not prejudiced. Robert, to declare that Jews have got to have some place to live, can't run them out of the country. Clarence, or that however, I don't think they should be persecuted. Ronald, or assert that I don't have no trouble with a person, such as a Jew, if he don't bother me. Wilbur, or that I guess they're all right, I never had no run-in. They stay in their place. Eugene. Although these men may feel that perhaps Hitler faced a real problem with this domineering type who possibly controlled Germany quite a bit through big business, Robert, they reject Nazi persecution of Jews as brutal and unwarranted. The pseudo-democratic character of this facade is seen not only in the hostile stereotypes of Jews but also in responses to questioning about what might have to be done if Jewish control goes too far. For example, there might be no way to get them out except by revolution. Ronald. Wilbur reveals, rather pathetically, a similar pogrom mentality in his attitude toward the Greeks. If they don't stop punishing the poor people, there's going to be more American people in the penitentiary. He feels they ought to be sent back to Greece. B. Fascists. The anti-Semitic stereotypes of the three fascists are fairly similar to those of the pseudo-democratic high scorers. They focus on acquisitiveness as well as clannishness and monopolization of power. The fascist subjects stress a further trait attributed to Jews, however, which is not mentioned by the other high scorers, viz., excessive sensuality. Buck refers especially to sexual obsessions and homosexuality among Jewish men. What are Jews like? Most all of them Jews talk about sex mostly, or beating a guy out of his money. What do they talk about sex? About what they're gonna do when they get out, or they're gonna get a _______14 tonight. Floyd, whose ambivalence is peculiarly clear-cut, complains that Jews won't intermarry. An underlying orientation toward Jewish men is suggested by his phrasing, some of their women are really all right, italics supplied. Adrian does not himself introduce the topic of Jewish sensuality but does verbalize such fantasies quite readily. Are Jews somewhat different sexually? They are more amorous than other people. Yes, and I know whereof I speak. More passionate, more romantic. Not that I like it, but they are. Like the other high scorers, the fascists reveal a fear of being victimized by Jewish power, along with an ambivalent wish to be accepted into the supposedly dominant outgroup. As in their anti-Negro ideology, the fascist inmates' attitudes are distinguished by undisguised hate and by explicit readiness to suppress the outgroup by physical force. This goes along with open approval of specifically fascist aggressions against underdogs. Buck feels that Hitler done the right thing to the Jews, who are lower than a goddamn snake. In this country they'll have to watch out if they want to eat. Floyd grimaces with disgust as he speaks of that harsh guttural voice. If Floyd had been in Hitler's place, I'd have done the same thing he did. Adrian is again too ingratiating to bluster in this way, but is quite open as to his authoritarian hostility, his dislike for Jews increasing. No, just the opposite, and I deplore it personally. He is willing to support fascist persecution in the form of arbitrary deportation of all Jews in America, send them all to Palestine, even though he feels compelled to disapprove of the means Hitler took to rid Germany of the Jewish problem. Because they did monopolize industry, and something had to be done. And the Jews are just as apt to monopolize industry in this country. While he justifies persecution of Jews for being allegedly too aggressive and powerful, Adrian also wanted to let the Japs go into Manchuria because the Chinese are not aggressive enough. They have enough resources and could be a great nation if they had the aggressiveness of the Japs. This contradiction throws into relief a further aspect of fascist ideology that can be described as ideological opportunism. By this term is meant a disregard for ethical principles and truth values, which are replaced by opportunistic manipulation of ideas and facts in the service of realpolitik ends.
The contexts in which such opportunistic thinking appears are characteristically those involving dominance-submission conflicts. The aim of such opportunism is to maintain identification with those on top, whoever they are, whatever they represent, and to avoid at all cost the anxiety of being identified with those below. There is an essential indifference to content, i.e., indifference to any goals of human happiness. Power for power's sake is the ultimate end. Ideological opportunism is one of the means. Such opportunism appears also in the thinking of pseudo-democratic high scorers, but in more disguised forms. See Chapter 17. Another facet of Adrian's opportunism is revealed by a superficial shift in his identifications which occurred after the war began in Europe. His explicit sympathy with the aggressions of fascist Germany and Japan was modified, as American opinion became crystallized against the Axis. He rationalizes that Hitler's aggressions during the war seemed to be more a matter of conquest than protecting against communism, and I certainly didn't expect the Japanese to go beyond China. That Adrian experienced no change in heart but only a superficial realignment so as to avoid conflict with a more dominant in-group, America, is suggested by his present explicit approval of all aggressions by the Axis nations carried out prior to their open war with the stronger Allied powers. Floyd's ideological opportunism is even clearer. He summarizes, and plainly approves, the harmony technique exploited by German industrialists, through Hitler, to solve class conflict. Hitler's object wasn't the Jew. He wanted a scapegrace, to get the different classes and provincials together, to fight one thing to get together instead of having all this bickering and split power. Was his cause just? In the eyes of the German people, yes. In your eyes? Every man for his own country. Buck, besides supporting Nazi persecution of Jews, exhibits an interesting mode of ideological opportunism in his behavior toward the interviewer. The first three inquiries about his views on the Jewish problem and the most characteristic Jewish traits elicited only pseudo-democratic denials of hostility. For example, they got a right to make a living as much as anybody else. They got a way to make money is all I know. More power to M is all I can say. I don't know much about M. But with the fourth question he apparently sensed that he would not be punished for expressing hostility and might, judging from the interviewer's non-committal attitude, even gain approval for having the right view of things. Can you tell a Jew usually? You're damn right I can tell M as soon as I talk to M. From this point on, Buck drops his facade and exhibits intense aggressiveness toward Jews. See low scorers. The low scorers tend to reject anti-Semitic stereotypy as such. Thus Dick retorts that it doesn't hold true that there are any characteristic Jewish traits, for the Jews, in my opinion, are not a race but a religion. Jim declares, I don't see why they should be picked out as being any different from anyone else. More positively, these men actively condemn anti-Semitism. When a person gets too far off the base about the Jews or Negroes, I am liable to step in and tell him off, Don. Art interprets the hostility concealed behind pseudo-democratic anti-Semitism. His own equalitarian ideology is apparent. I have often heard the expression, some of my best friends are Jews. Well, hell, some of my best friends are people. It sounds like you are making a concession to them. It is of interest that Art's father is described as a rabid Jew hater. Further, in contrast with the narrow, personalized mythologies that dominate the thinking of the high scorers, these men exhibit a broader perspective. They seem to show a greater capacity for surveying human relationships in a detached way, which at the same time reveals compassion and respect for other human beings. One form this takes is empathy with Jews' psychological problems as an outgroup and a tendency to construct socio-psychological interpretations of anti-Semitism. Jim remarks that Jews may be inclined to be egotistical, and at first a typical anti-Semitic projection is expected, until he goes on to clarify his meaning, not exactly a trait, but I think a good many of them feel that they're discriminated against. I think, in view of that they strive harder than most people do, and as a race they stick together and cooperate with each other to a large extent. This is quite unlike Ronald's complaint that they act like they're better than anyone else, and anyone that doesn't think they are is nothing but a fool. Don believes that if they have any objectionable features as a group, which he doubts, it is because they are stepchildren of history in the sense of having been restricted to certain occupations and living conditions. Art is more explicit. The Jews way back in history were other than Christians, and were limited, by the Christians, in their spheres of endeavor. So they became sharpies in the money department as a defense mechanism. So they had attributed to them those traits that are most despicable: craftiness, greed about money, etc. Art says that he is inclined to regard the Jews' reputation for sharp dealing as unfounded, but I don't know whether it is true or not. The important point is that the matter is not vital to him. He is not driven by inner conflicts to an insistence on projecting ruthless acquisitiveness onto Jews. Dick is more at a loss for ideas to account for anti-Semitism. He can only suggest that it is just brought down from history. See Politico-economic attitudes. 1. General questionnaire statistics. A statistical summary of results from the Peck scale for the prison group is presented in Table 3, XXI. On this scale, the prison group obtained the highest mean, 4.68, of all groups taking Form 40 or 45, except the Service Club Men 15. It would seem that criminals tend in general to be conservative in their politics. With respect to the Peck scale quartiles, Table 3, XXI, reveals that not only is the high quartile mean fairly high, but the low quartile mean is definitely higher than in other groups, so high as to indicate that there could be few if any extreme low scorers on the Peck scale. As a matter of fact, only one inmate, out of 110, obtained a Peck score of 5, i.e., 1.0 per item. The two next lowest scores were, respectively, 2.2 and 3.0 per item. It is not surprising, then, to find that the average DP for the Peck scale is only 2.41, the lowest for any group which took Forms 40 or 45. See Table 9, v. Moreover, the correlation between the E and Peck scales for the prison group is only 0.14. How can these results, the inmates' general conservatism, and the low correlation between E and Peck scores, best be explained? First, as to the general conservatism, interview material suggests that anti-democratic emotional attitudes play an important determining role. Another factor, partially caused by such attitudes, which may favor conservatism, is the lack of an informed and adequate frame of reference within which to evaluate politico-economic events. Point 16. This phenomenon, the general significance of which has been discussed in Chapter 17, seems on the basis of interview material more extreme in the inmates than in most other groups. Such a lack could be influenced partly by prison isolation, but also by disinterestedness deriving from preoccupation with private emotional conflicts, as well as from the low educational level of many of the inmates. Since the reliability and validity of the Peck scale depends upon at least a minimal information and interest on the part of the subjects, the factor just discussed might help to account also for the low correlation obtained between Peck and E scores. Another factor that would reduce this correlation is the truncation of both distributions at their lower ends, i.e., the near absence of very low scores. In addition, two special features of some high-scoring inmates might have helped to lower the E-Peck correlation by lowering their scores on certain items. One is superficially liberal attitudes among some high scorers, exemplified in interview material. These would seem to be related in part to reality factors such as marginal socioeconomic status, greater first-hand experience of economic insecurity, and so forth. The lack of genuineness in these attitudes is revealed in their personalized persecutory tone, and in a readiness for anti-democratic approaches to politico-economic conflicts. A second special feature is the greater frequency among these high-scoring inmates of openly fascist politico-economic attitudes. Not only are these not measured directly by the Peck scale, see Chapter V, but to the extent that they are consistently fascist, they actually tend to lower scores on Peck item 11. For while fascists share the conservative anti-labor, pro-business approach, they differ from traditional laissez-faire conservatives in desiring strong government control, not, of course, social control over business, but control by business over labor. The pattern of specific PEC item means and D.PS is consistent with the above interpretations of general conservatism among the inmates and of the slight relationship between PEC and E-scores, see Table 3, XXI. The reactionary implications of Item 7, American Way, are probably not easy to grasp without a rather positive liberal internationalist political orientation. This item, as might be expected, has an exceptionally high mean and a rather low DP. On the other hand, Item 17, condemning economic security, would be expected to have a relatively low mean because it touches the personal experience of both high and low-scoring inmates, and this factor should also lower its DP. These expectations are borne out. Finally, Item 3, urging stronger labor unions, should discriminate most clearly between high and low scorers. It presents in a fairly pure form the issue of political liberalism conservatism, and little sophistication is required to understand what it implies. This PEC item is in fact the most differentiating of all. To interviewees generally. The interviews tend to confirm the supposition that most of the inmates are politically uninformed. The above-average intelligence and education of most of the particular inmates interviewed makes this fact even more striking. In addition to revealing general ignorance and confusion in discussing politico-economic affairs, a number of the interviewees directly admit their ignorance and lack of interest in this area. I don't know about politics. I never studied that much and I never talk about it. I don't think much, only what I hear over the radio, Wilbur. That's something I don't know nothing about, politics, Eugene. I'm not a political-minded man, Robert. Don't know much about the Roosevelt New Deal, Floyd. I never did pay much attention about political things, Buck. I pay very little attention to it, I don't understand those things, but I prefer to do what the Republicans do, whatever that is, Adrian. A subject I never gave a lot of attention to, Dick. There are nonetheless important differences among the interviewees in their degree of political awareness, or lack of it, as well as in some of their general attitudes. 3 high scorers. Differences between the politico-economic attitudes of the low-scoring interviewees and those of the pseudo-democratic prejudiced interviewees are not clear-cut. 4 of the 5 pseudo-democratic men, Robert, Eugene, Wilbur, and Ronald, exhibit some pro-labor attitudes, though these are not consistent. For instance, in late 1945 or early 1946, all of these men believed that wage increases were justified by high prices and by the ability of employers to pay more wages. Each of them, however, revealed indecision as to how far trade union activity should go, especially where strikes might be involved. Typical is Robert's view that the unions demand just a little more than they have a right to. All of these men condemned political activity by organized labor. In varying degrees, however, they support some social security legislation. Robert even endorses such measures as public health insurance and the general idea of government economic planning. But all of them oppose such equalizing restrictions as wartime salary limitations. Clarence, on the other hand, is consistently reactionary. He seems to support the more hard-boiled policies of big business. Objecting strenuously to trade union activity and identifying with employer toughness, he declares with satisfaction, if a man can't make a profit in his business, he'll close it down. He complains that it's the corporation they blame all the trouble on. Ronald asserts a similar view, I believe in free enterprise. I believe that business should be able to conduct their own business. Clarence, Ronald, and Eugene, despite their own, pre-prison, submerged economic status, express marked status anxiety toward politico-economic outgroups and a persecutory fear of being overwhelmed by such groups becoming dominant, specifically, organized labor, the communists, and Russia. Recall the problem of status anxiety toward Negroes, and the fear of being overwhelmed by the latter if they should succeed in rising nearer to democratic equality. Clarence is afraid that if labor keeps getting more power we'll be like Russia. That's what causes wars. You take the CIO. The majority of the CIO is communism, sick. Anyone who believes in communism ought to be deported. Ronald complains that labor unions are so strong now that they're trying to run the government. Eugene fears that our government could become threatened by the strikes, but even more by Russia. We're going to have to look out for Russia. I think sooner or later we're going to go to war with them. For four of these men, all except Robert, there is definite evidence that such liberal attitudes as they do express may be undependable. For these attitudes seem to be based not on genuinely democratic principles but on the same kind of personalization of ideology that was seen in their racism. On one side are fantasies of actual or threatened victimization, in which politico-economic processes are oversimplified into an imagined, purely personal conflict between forces of good and forces of evil. Thus, Clarence's attitude toward unions seems to be determined by his fear of criticizing business power and by an overcompensatory rugged individualism. I've worked all my life and I wouldn't let no organization tell me when I worked and when I couldn't. His ambivalent attitude toward what he calls the best form of government is equally devoid of any reference to issues, and reflects a good man, bad man theory of society. Of course, sometimes we get rotten politicians. Ronald's paranoid interpretations of political events are suggestive of the kind of thinking we came to expect from Hitler and Mussolini. His first response to inquiry about his political views is that we've got a persecutor in California for governor. Declining to explain this, he goes on instead to attack President Roosevelt as another persecutor. He tells of how his father was pushed out of a job by the NRA. Then, making it clear first that I don't believe in communism, he complains that there's so many little people who never have anything. This prefaces another personal story, of his grandmother's inadequate old age pension, from which he concludes that the law ought to be changed to grant more liberal allowances. He objects, however, to public health insurance because there are plenty of private insurance companies. Asked his opinion of the then current 30% wage increase demands, Ronald again personalizes the matter by referring bitterly to high prices in the prison canteen. He attributes these to prison graft and hints darkly at various people getting theirs. Prompted to return to the question, in one breath he denounces unions, rejects the idea of any government controls over business, and concludes that by agreement with business the government should arrange higher wages without the union. This is an unwitting description of the impartial, big business-controlled fascist state. It is consistent also with his feeling that while democracy is the best type of government, it is inefficient. Intimately linked with feelings of victimization by forces of evil are similarly personalized attitudes to the forces of good, viz., submissive dependent leader worship. This is well exemplified by Eugene's conception of President Roosevelt as a paternal hero who single-handedly saved America, just everything good about him. Took this country out of a rut. He took guys on the street without a job and put them in the C.C.C.17. In other words, he's just tops, that's all. Wilbur, who is one of the poor people, also admires Roosevelt in a personalized way because he fixed it so that people could have jobs and get food for their families. Neither of these men shows any conception of the New Deal as a social reform movement induced by mass democratic pressure. Wilbur expressed as follows his concern, in December, 1945, over high prices and relatively low wages, they're trying to cut the little fellow off. On the face of it, this sounds like a strong identification with the economically oppressed. Such an identification is rendered suspect, however, by the personalization of Wilbur's attitudes toward Roosevelt and by his lack of any generalized democratic philosophy. His persecutory anti-Greek delusions and general ethnocentrism increase this suspicion. It is not any economic circumstance but the Greeks which punish the poor people, pay low wages, make you work too hard. This suggests that Wilbur's reaction to economic frustrations could easily be diverted into the fascist pattern of vigilante attacks against scapegoats. A final comment on the dependability of Robert's somewhat liberal views may be permitted. Doubt is raised on this point first by the authoritarian hostility of his racism, but also by his behavior at the close of the interview. Consistent with his seemingly universal reputation in childhood and youth as a good boy, according to social service reports, Robert submissively asks the interviewer, "Do you think I have the right view on things?" He repeatedly rejects the interviewer's explanation that it is not a matter of right or wrong but of individual evaluations, and insists on being given the answer. This excessive need to conform with the right views implies a lack of internalized values and a readiness to change his opinions to accord with the right views of the right people. Such a detachable ethic does not augur well for his ability to resist fascist ideology. For fascists, the politico-economic ideology of the fascists is consistently reactionary. It also differs from the politics of the pseudo-democratic high scorers in the same general way that the fascists' racism was seen to differ from the pseudo-democratic men's racism. This is, namely, in being openly anti-democratic. The fascists show an explicit readiness to use force against labor, toward whom they reveal intense status anxiety. They also display contempt for ideals of equality, the concept of an elite, implicit in the thinking of the pseudo-democratic inmates, is made articulate by these men. Floyd's contempt for working men and his persecutory fantasies about unions show the violent anxiety of these attitudes. He fears that we are going to be ruled by a lot of clowns, by a lot of labor unions. How do you mean? Look at all these working stiffs, that don't know anything else but how to drive a nail. They try to run things, because a few 100,000 of them get together. What ought to be done about it? Straighten them out, show them where they belong. Take away their charters. Abolish them. Strikes should be handled by refusing to employ them or fine them. Characteristically, Floyd wants to get tough with other nations, feeling that we deal too loosely with other powers. Which ones? Oh, Russia, England, communism on the whole. I don't like any place where free enterprise is not. Adrian, whose contempt for poor whites has been noted earlier, states openly that I really don't believe in democracy. Again, I think the powers should be in a few hands. I'm not a Democrat. He makes clear the anti-democratic meaning of his obsessive fear of communism. I've never seen a communist who came from the right strata of society. His readiness to support authoritarian aggression is not limited to approval, see pages 833-34, of Nazi and Japanese fascist aggressions. I'd like to do to the Bolsheviks what the Bolsheviks did to the Russians, i.e., the Tsarists. Buck is less articulate but leaves little doubt as to his elite identifications. He never did figure much about labor unions, because you can't make no money unless you have guys working for you. I expect in 10 years or so I can retire. As long as I got the money, I can go out and buy cattle and make it, i.e., money. His readiness for fascist aggression is plain. Christ, we licked those other countries and now we're gonna feed 'em. I think we ought to let 'em starve, especially them Japs. Lucky I don't have any relations killed in this war. I'd go out and kill me some Japs. These men are consistently fascist in their longing for a strong anti-democratic government, to maintain monopolistic free enterprise by force if necessary against the challenge of democratic equalitarian. The underlying wish to submit to anti-democratic strength and leadership is implicit in the pseudo-democratic ideology of the other high scorers. In the questionnaire, it appears most clearly in item 30, see table 4, XXI, which hints that force may be necessary to preserve the status quo. This item is quite discriminating even though its group mean is lower than that for most items. Very few low scorers agree with it. Two other items reflect similar attitudes much more indirectly, and discriminate either poorly, item 23, or insignificantly, item 22, see table 4, XXI. But the idea is expressed more directly by the fascist inmates. The aspect of authoritarian suppression was illustrated in the previous paragraph. The Führer idea is also made explicit by these men. Thus, Adrian, I believe in government control because, if we know somebody's at the helm, we can't have revolutions and things. He longs to go back, I still believe in the old order, and I believe we were happiest under Hoover and should have kept him in. I'll always thumbs down anything new. I have never forgiven France for her revolution, or Mexico. Buck's authoritarian mentality requires no political sophistication to reach a similar conclusion. Concerning government controls, he has this to say: you got to have somebody at the head of things to keep it organized. Floyd's cynical approval of Nazi coordination was described earlier in discussing racism. Table 4, XXI. Results on the F scale from the group of prison inmates. Item. High quartile mean/person. Low quartile mean/person. These men's racism can be isolated only by artificial analysis from their politics. The examples given above for ideological opportunism in the race attitudes could serve almost equally well to exemplify politico-economic opportunism. Here are some additional examples, however, which do not directly involve racism. Floyd's preoccupation with toughness, power, and efficiency for their own sake, without respect for human aims or purposes, drives him into a striking self-contradiction. His submissive respect for business power leads him to say of government controls over business, modified form, approve of. Too stringent, no. But in the next breath his need for strength combines with his political confusion to produce this contradictory attitude toward OPA price control. In December 1945, if they had an iron glove underneath their kid glove, be all right. They fine a guy, only, $100 for making $100,000. Buck, who is intellectually duller than Floyd or Adrian, reveals directly the egocentrism behind his ideological opportunism. He evaluates public policies in terms of benefit to his local in-group, in this case his home state. Hell, at that, I was strong for Roosevelt. One thing he done for that state, he put that dam there. We didn't need the war, though. Adrian's views on inheritance taxes betray a similar egocentric motivation. I think I would have had more money under Hoover, too, and I don't believe in inheritance taxes. If I earn $100,000 by the sweat of my brow, I ought to be able to leave it to whomever I please. I really don't believe that all men are created free and equal. At the age of 31, Adrian has by his own admission earned less than $2,000 in his lifetime by the sweat of my brow, aside from the returns of homosexual prostitution. 5 low scorers. None of the low-scoring interviewees obtained a low PEC score, and all of them displayed rather conservative attitudes when interviewed. Art and Jim are less conservative than Dick and Don. The latter two conceive themselves as ambitious young entrepreneurs in an expanding economy, a fact which definitely affects their politico-economic views. These individual differences will be somewhat neglected, however, in favor of what the 4 men show in common. Their present orientation is by and large conservative, although they seem to be less power-oriented than the high scorers and more willing to reconcile conservatism with democratic values. They appear to share the traditional belief in an expanding capitalist economy, conceived as largely self-governing and as individualistic rather than monopoly-dominated. They show some willingness to carry out free enterprise principles by controlling or nationalizing monopolies that destroy economic freedom. Typical is Jim's view that I'd much rather see private industry control things than the government, but in big organizations, monopolies. I think, the government, should control them. Dick expresses the same idea: if a business gets out of hand, government should take it over. But if the business is run okay, they should keep hands off. These men's conservatism poses a dilemma for their democratic values. Faced with the conflict between business and labor, they are caught between their inclination to identify with labor and their conservative fear of resisting status quo power. This leads to the same gesture of impartiality which appeared in Art's views on the Negro problem. Art says, "I don't like to divide people into classes." What he seems to mean is that he is reluctant to see existing conflicts between business and labor. For to see such conflicts exerts an implicit pressure to take sides, specifically, for a Democrat such as Art, on the side of the underdog.
But this arouses his anxiety about carrying through democratic resistance against established power. He protects himself from such anxiety by trying to deny the existence of economic power conflicts. This denial can only mean implicit support of the status quo and consequent resentment of what he perceives as troublemakers who stir up his anxiety by resisting the status quo. Thus he objects to the CIO Political Action Committee because I don't believe they should set themselves off as a class. About the then current 30% wage increase demands he declares, whether they are right or wrong is unimportant. The important thing is that they are grouping together. But Art is made uneasy by the fact that grouping together involves resisting powerful employers, and concludes, as far as these demands, or uncalled for strikes, they have set back their own cause. Don is also upset by the then current strikes, which should be settled as quickly as possible, one way or the other. Italics supplied. By thus opposing conflict as such and ignoring issues, Don tries hard to maintain an appearance of impartiality. He pictures both employers and employees as giants and as equals. I believe both labor and business sort of ignore the little fellow. More generally, I am against special interests and pressure groups. But the illogicality of this position combines with the difficulty of avoiding sides, to push him into attacking labor and implicitly supporting the employers. I am sort of bitter about this strike business. I feel labor should have more responsibility. Dick becomes even more conservative in his fear of agitation. I admire unions, but they shouldn't agitate. They shouldn't try to get more money, but should help people more, by trying to keep prices down. Of the then current strikes, he decides that the employers should pay the wage demands if they can, but hints that they probably cannot afford to. Jim's views seem to express a kind of transition stage. Fundamentally conservative in his laissez-faire orientation, he is nonetheless concerned that politics are not really controlled by the people. Moreover, his conception of an ideal society reflects a tendency to identify with the economic needs of all people. An ideal society would provide employment for all able-bodied citizens, and it would also take care of all those that weren't able to work, as well as the aged, and it would give every family a home and a car and a salary in sufficient quantities so that they might enjoy the privileges that we are aware of. Yet, despite his recognition that the majority of the people do come under labor, he is made a little uneasy by the militancy of some CIO unions. The AFL, I'm in favor of it very much. The CIO, formerly I wasn't in favor of it, but as time goes on, the people seem to accept it more and more. The CIO unions in the beginning used pretty high-handed methods. His final conclusion hints at an inner struggle to accept CIO resistance to established power, but perhaps the end will justify the means. The above examples indicate that these men suffer from inner conflicts in relation to authority and power, which are similar to the power conflicts of the high scorers. Their difference from the high scorers seems to be mainly a matter of degree. The democratic identifications of the low scorers are stronger. Their ability to resist authoritarian power is somewhat greater, and aggressiveness toward unjust authority seems closer to conscious acceptance. Their relative freedom from ethnocentrism renders them less susceptible to fascist pressures. Morals and religion. 1. General questionnaire statistics, the F-scale. Since questionnaire results on some of the F-scale items, as well as corresponding interview material, are introduced in this section, it may be helpful at this point to present the general statistical findings for the F-scale. Item means and D.PS are given in Table 4, XXI. The overall group mean per person per item for the F-scale is 4.73, the highest mean obtained for any group studied. This provides further support for the implications drawn from the E-scale results, viz., that the types of criminals most frequently found in a state prison are anti-democratically repressive toward themselves as well as others. Moreover, there are no extremely low scorers and only a handful of moderately low scorers. The low quartile range of F-scores, in terms of mean per person per item scores, extends from 2.0 to 4.1, with a mean of 3.7.
This suggests that nearly all forms of criminal behavior tend to be incompatible with the kind of liberalism reflected in very low scores on the F scale. The F scale reliability coefficient of 0.87 is satisfactory. That it is considerably higher than the E scale reliability of 0.65 may be attributed in good part to the fact that the F scale is 3 times as long, so that factors like attenuation of the lower end of the distribution affect the reliability much less. The EF correlation is 0.59, somewhat lower than that obtained for other groups. This might be interpreted as due mainly to the factors responsible for the inadequate E-scale reliability, discussed in section B of this chapter. Similarly, the very low FPEC correlation of 0.23 might be attributed mainly to the factors discussed in section C, regarded as impairing the validity of the PEC scale for the prison group. 2 high scorers. In discussing the prejudiced inmates' moral religious ideology, attention is centered upon their moral repressiveness toward themselves and others. Discussed more briefly are feelings of distrust, victimization toward people, and submissiveness to religious authority. It has been indicated above how these men's ideology is distorted by conceiving broad social processes in narrow, personalized terms. By contrast, as the rest of this chapter attempts to show, they tend to impersonalize relationships which a healthy person might be expected to personalize, namely, personal relationships with other individuals and with themselves. In fact, it has been repeatedly indicated in this book that the failure to become solidly identified with other people and with one's real self is the basic cause of receptiveness to authoritarian ideology. Such ideology, instead of being an objective appraisal of social reality, tends to resemble a fantasy world in which unconscious impulses and fears are projected in personified form. The tendency to impersonalize human relations takes an ideologized form in anti-instinctual moralism, which has 2 aspects: authoritarian hostility toward moral outgroups, and moralistic repressiveness toward much of one's own feelings and impulses. Moralism has been exemplified earlier in discussing anti-Negro ideology. Examples from the questionnaire results include items expressing moralistic condemnation of zoot suitors, item 5, rejection of people with bad manners, habits, and breeding, item 12, and authoritarian aggression against sex criminals, item 25, immoral, crooked, and feeble-minded people, item 34, and homosexuals, item 39. See tables 2, XXI, and 4, XXI. For all questionnaire items referred to in the remainder of the chapter, see table 4, XXI, unless otherwise specified. A related item reflects obsessive fears of contamination by so many different kinds of people, item 18, who may symbolize dangers of instinctual contagion. All of these items are clearly discriminating except for item 12, which yields one of the highest overall means in the F scale. A possible interpretation is that item 12 is especially calculated to appeal to the eagerness of most inmates to be accepted again by decent people. Similar moralism appears in the interviews with prejudiced inmates. In some of these men, the moralism has a religious coloring. For example, Clarence asserts a rigid dichotomy between good Christians and bad non-Christians. The Christian tries to live a Christian life, and others go out and rob and steal, drink, carouse around, do a little of everything. When Clarence became a professional soldier, this meant for him living a clean life. Wilbur has an equally moralistic conception: being a Christian means not to swear, use bad words, or down the other fellow, and to behave and do right, live a clean life. Wilbur regards atheists as pretty bad people. Robert, too, emphasizes submission to extra-human absolutes. Christians are people that at all times strive to do what is right, and abide by God's word. The religious formulation is, however, incidental to the moralistic approach to life. This manner of thinking appears as a general characteristic in various personality topics yet to be discussed. Here are some examples of anti-sexual righteousness in the prejudiced men. Clarence moralizes that I don't think it's a very good subject to teach children, for they learn it soon enough. He speaks with approval of the fact that when I was a kid, if you met a girl on the street, you'd blush.
Likewise, Wilbur, asked what things annoy him most in others, expresses concern about doing things before little children that you shouldn't, doing anything out of the way to a little 9-year-old girl. Ronald is alarmed by the sexual perversion that you'll find in this country today, it's pretty bad. Q. Fellatio, sodomy. Robert's focus is somewhat less extra-punitive but reveals an equally externalizing attitude toward his own sexuality. Sometimes, he admits, I have let myself slip, let my carnal self get away from me, but in general he feels that he has always lived up to his mother's precept that a woman is the most perfect thing in the world. Similar non-religious moralism appears in non-sexual contexts. Eugene believes that good persons won't smoke or drink, and is going to lay off drinking. His moralistic hostility against Negroes for fighting and causing trouble has already been described. Ronald finds himself disturbed by petty habits involving nose, muscles, or skin, such as snorting, twitching their shoulders, or my wife's habit of picking at things with her fingernails. He is also upset by greed. I can't stand anyone who will take something without thinking about the other person. And he makes repeated references to politeness, complaining that it's changed around here, in the prison, now, getting so many of these young kids, zoot suiters, don't have any tact at all. All 5 of these high-scoring men express generalized moralizations about money or work or both. Several of them show inhibitions about enjoying money. Its importance is in having just enough to get along on, beyond that it can bring a lot of unhappiness. Eugene. If it's not too much money, it can give you happiness. If it's too much, it won't. To me the only thing you need money for is to satisfy your basic needs, food, clothing, shelter. Robert. Work for the sake of discipline and control is exalted by all but Ronald. I don't think you enjoy things as much when you work for them, Robert. I think it's a special privilege for a man to have some special handicap, it gives him a special drive, Robert. Work don't hurt no people. These child labor laws, I believe, are making more trouble than anything else by preventing children from working to keep themselves out of trouble. Clarence. Asked how he and his wife are most alike, Wilbur declares, well, she don't like to run around so much and I don't either. We both like to work. Eugene, although he adds other similarities, says the same thing of his mother and himself, she likes to work and so do I. This anti-pleasure submission to work and hardship as desirable is expressed also in questionnaire item 44, which exalts the value of suffering. This item has a fairly high discriminatory power. The moralism just described appears to be an anxious attempt by these men to keep instinctual impulses repressed and externalized. Their anxiety toward their own impulses is suggested by their responses to the projective question, what desires do you often have difficulty in controlling? Their answers reveal efforts to separate their impulses from their conscious selves and to avoid awareness of inner feelings by focusing on external behavior and situations. 3 desires thus externalized recur with monotonous regularity: drinking, fighting or temper, and when I'm out with a lady or intercourse. 18. It is not necessary to rely on inference in stating that the prejudiced men's conscience is externalized and therefore undependable. Evidence for this appears in their violations of their own moralism. Clarence's moralism about sex and drinking may be contrasted with his history of 3 separate offenses of attempted rape on pre-adolescent girls after getting them drunk. His insistence on the virtue of hard work, and over-concern about people who rob and steal is quite interesting in view of the prison medical examiner's opinion that he was wrongly drawing army compensation for years on a claim of tuberculosis, and thus avoiding work. The only gross moral violation revealed in Wilbur's interview protocol is his panicky homicidal attack upon his landlord. Despite his defensive paranoid rationalizations about this, he gives evidence of regarding it, in another compartment of his thinking, as immoral in his own terms. Don't think I would be in so much trouble if I lived up to the church. Robert, with his moralistic respect for woman as the most perfect thing in the world, has let his carnal self get away from him in relation to the most perfect thing, while ostensibly still in love with his wife. he engaged in a violent affair with an extremely promiscuous woman whom he finally shot in a quarrel. And despite his insistence that one must work for things as a condition of enjoying them, he served an earlier prison term for enjoying several $100s worth of forged checks. Ronald's condemnation of greed may be compared with his long record of thefts and gang robberies which he engaged in, by his own description, as a business. Also, after condemning sexual perversion and especially homosexuality, he confessed to having had fellatio performed upon him occasionally in prison, but denied that this was homosexuality by disclaiming any emotional involvement in it. Eugene's moralism against drinking, fighting, and causing trouble, and his statement that he likes to work, stand in contrast with his long history of trouble, including 8 jail sentences for drunkenness and 1 for battery, frequent fights, an earlier term for robbery, and the present term for a series of forged checks. Relevant here are some suggestive statistical data for the 2-3 inmates whose present term is for a sex offense, rape, molesting children, etc. The lowest E-score obtained by any sex offender is 3.4 per item, 19. The E-scale mean for all sex offenders is 5.1 per item, as compared with the general group mean of 4.7. This high degree of ethnocentric hostility toward outgroups is of particular interest, when it is considered that these men themselves are generally scorned as an outgroup by other inmates. But of even greater significance is the fact that 2/3 of these men, 15 out of 23, agree with item 25, which states that sex crimes deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped, or worse. Half of them, 12 out of 23, agree with item 39, which expresses punitive hostility toward homosexuals. 3/4 of them, 17 out of 23, agree with item 35, which reflects projective fantasy preoccupations concerning the prevalence of wild sexual goings-on. All but 2, 21 out of 23, sex offenders agree with at least one of these items, 16 agree with 2 items, 7 agree with all 3 items. These findings provide further evidence that moralism often involves a desperate attempt to keep one's own repressed impulses under tight control. 2 of the interviewees, Clarence and a middle scorer not reported here, deny their repeated sex offenses, and insist that they were framed. It is possible that they actually believe the memory distortions by which they seek to maintain a precarious self-respect. Prison authorities report that the majority of sex offenders deny their offenses, and, further, that such offenders are generally self-righteous and good. Evidence has accumulated in this volume to show that impulses which are moralistically condemned in others symbolize the feared impulses of the moralizer himself. Corresponding, on the other hand, to ethnocentric fears of being abused by fantasy-dominant outgroups such as Jews, are feelings of distrust, victimization, and cynicism toward the world. Some examples have already been mentioned, such as Wilbur's feelings of being victimized by the Greeks, and the personal bitterness of Ronald, a recidivist, toward the governor of the state as a persecutor, associated with his resentment at not having been released because of the parole system's 9,000 restrictions. It stinks. Analogous are Clarence's delusions about having been framed by the people in politics, his defense rationale against remembering his sex offenses. Clarence expresses succinctly his suspicious conception of the world as a jungle. Nowadays it's get the other fellow before he gets you. He seems to want to avoid the necessity of having to trust others, by avoiding dependence on anyone. Thus the main value of having a lot of money is that a person don't have to depend on anybody or anything. Associated with this diffuse distrust of people is a fear of prying, resentment against people's not being able to attend to their own business. Ronald, against a guy trying to butt in my business. Eugene. Robert, whose life goal is to own 3 stores, feels especially abused by spongers, these so-called shoppers who pick over all the and pick out the one on the bottom. This suspiciousness is expressed in several questionnaire items, such as those betraying a cynical view of human nature as inherently warlike, item 6, fears of prying, item 31, and fantasies about secret plots which control our lives, item 38. The last item, which reflects the victimization theme most directly, has much the highest discriminatory power. A further aspect of the high scorers' moral religious ideology is their dependence and submission to authority in religion and morals. Such basic submission is in striking contrast with their exaggerated fears of having to submit to domination by outgroups, Jews, Negroes, labor, Reds, Russia, etc. Authoritarian submission in the moral religious sphere is expressed in three main ways. In every prejudiced interviewee, as the foregoing discussion has emphasized, there seems to be a submissive self-negating overconformity to externalized, conventional moralism. This requires no further elaboration here. A second aspect is the submissive emphasis on unquestioning belief in religious authority. Questionnaire item 8, which is clearly discriminating, expresses the core of this attitude: everyone should submit without question to the decisions of some supernatural power in whom he has complete faith. In the interviews, the three most conventional high scorers are definitely traditionalists in religion. Robert reiterates the point that I believe pretty strongly along the lines of the Bible. Both Clarence and Wilbur declare categorically that they have never questioned any of the fundamentalist religious teachings of their parents. Religion is more remote for Eugene, who confesses that I don't know the Ten Commandments or Christ's teachings. But he states that the most important thing in religion is belief in Jesus Christ, the Bible, and I've always believed in it. Even Ronald, who says that he no longer believes, reveals that his is not the integrated philosophy of a staunch freethinker who has no need for external props of faith. Rather, he suffers from a hollow cynicism, and longs to surrender himself dependently to God. The most important thing in religion, he declares, is belief. I think that belief in anything, that's the thing that holds you together. More personally, it seems as if I want to believe in the Supreme Being, but try and keep it suppressed. The source of this conflict is suggested later in discussing Ronald's relations with his father. The third aspect of authoritarian submission in religion on the part of these men is their submissive relationship to their deity, conceived as a dominating supreme power. God is someone a lot bigger and stronger than anyone on this earth, Robert, who rules all things, Clarence, and whose word in the Bible one is called upon to live up to, Wilbur, and abide by, Robert. Ronald's longing for such submission has just been mentioned. It is of interest that Eugene, who never knew his father, is the only one of these men whose conception of God appears to be quite blank, just believe in it and that's about all. The prejudiced men's repression of a large part of their selves, their intellectual emotional submissiveness in the moral religious sphere, their anti-introceptive narrowing of inner freedom, all these trends weaken their intellectual strength. Loss of conscious awareness of so much of oneself tends to undermine one's confidence in human ability to understand the world in general, and to render one susceptible to various forms of mysticism, especially mystical interpretations of human behavior. These trends are thus conducive to agreement with such questionnaire items, all clearly discriminating between high and low quartiles, as those stressing the limitations of human understanding, item 4, admitting belief in astrology, item 29, and assuming a mystical hereditarian, externalized, explanation for some people's urge to jump from high places, item 16. The general tendency toward mysticism and intellectual defeatism appears as a formal characteristic of many quotations from the present high scorers. 3 Fascists. Certain attitudes implicit in the approach of the pseudo-democratic high scorers break through explicitly in the fascists. To begin with, the authoritarian hostility toward people implicit in moralism appears in the fascists as open hate and contempt for people, directed especially toward moral outgroups. The attempt to bolster up self-esteem by identifying oneself with an hereditarian elite is also more openly expressed by these men. Floyd shows the hatred for people in its most extreme form, when asked what things irritate him most in others. Just that they're people. How do you mean? Oh, the majority are ignorant, close to animals as anything else. I mean dumb animals. Can you elaborate on that? They haven't got sense enough to see things as they are,
they are easily swayed, crude, uncouth, they are like a pack. Show them a leader and they will go anywhere. Buck's authoritarian hate is not systematized into an explicit ideology like Floyd's, but his interview protocol is filled with expressions of hate and contempt for slummy women and goddamn happy idiots, sex maniacs, goddamn syphilitic people, homosexuals, people that go around stealing, other inmates, hell, you can't have real friends in here. Stab you in the back. Can't trust many of them and everyone else regarded as outside my own class of people. Adrian is too deferential to use the same strong language as these men, but his anti-democratic hatred seems clear. His contempt for people who never had anything and for workers generally has already been mentioned. Interesting is his emphatic dichotomy between men and women, and his authoritarian hostility toward both. It is men who evoke his deepest anxiety and hate. A lot of people irritate me, a lot of men irritate me by what I think is a superior attitude that women don't usually have. All men are more or less supercilious. Having self-protectively identified himself with what he conceives as the submissive dependent role of women vis-a-vis men, I identify myself with the dependent kind of woman. Adrian adopts an essentially paranoid attitude toward all men in terms of this identification. I don't think men respect women, or anything about women, the way they ought to. Women aren't inferior to men. If anything, they are superior. The possibility of equality is alien to his thinking. The only choices he knows are to submit or to dominate, to be superior or inferior. Yet, in his role as would-be aristocrat, Adrian shares the same chauvinistic attitudes toward women which, in his paranoid submissive-feminine role, he ostensibly criticizes. As a persecuted woman he protests that women make better business women than men do, but as an aristocrat, I don't approve of women in business. He even mentions an episode in which he was strongly condemned by a woman for his supercilious attitude toward her and toward women who work. The lack of a genuine conscience is scarcely even concealed by a moralistic facade in the fascists. They display an externalized, undeveloped superego. One aspect of this is an absence of inner guilt over violation of values. No ethical values have really been incorporated into the self. What superego activity exists is almost entirely limited to fear of external punishment or social ostracism. Buck suggests in almost so many words that his superego is merely an external mystical power. There must be some power over us to punish us. He's sure given me hell, Bane, in here. This hell is not the torture of a guilty conscience. On the contrary, Buck explains that being in prison hurts my pride and hurts my business, when I could be out there making money all the time. The cause of his delinquency, a long trail of bad checks, passed on an extended spree with a woman, is for him purely external, lying about many details. He bemoans that a man of my intelligence 20 let some damn broad put me behind bars. Floyd, too, shows no signs of actual guilt over his long record of delinquencies. On his admission to prison he is described by an interviewer as feeling that his present series of violent robberies doesn't mean a thing. To the present examiner, he mentions these as just something that happened. He is reported to have said on admission, "We heard about others getting caught but couldn't believe we would." Adrian attributes his various delinquencies to drinking. "That's all my trouble is." According to the initial prison interview report, he does not feel that he has any serious problem except a tendency to get very drunk when discouraged. Adrian's conscience, too, is organized chiefly around fears of ostracism and of punitive agencies mystically assigned to an intangible something outside himself. "I do believe in retribution. We pay right here. I've proved that in my own life. We think we can get away with things. It's an illusion. Adrian has spent most of my life in jails, prison, or on probation. With respect to ostracism, I have always been greatly concerned with what other people thought about me. As will be elaborated later, he is especially apprehensive over rejection by his father, who haunts me and whose approval is required to allay Adrian's anxiety. I'm always wondering if he would approve of this or approve of that.
A second aspect of the fascists' undeveloped superego is its domination by the pleasure principle. They are quite unable to postpone gratification. Unable to pursue any integrated long-term achievement goals, they are at the mercy of an imperious oral demandingness. Describing with much braggadocio his sharp dealings in cattle trading, actually, he lost a sizable inheritance by mismanagement and drunken neglect. Buck bemoans openly that ordinary ways of doing business are too damn slow for me. Recall his anti-Semitic projection about Jews beatin' a guy out of his money. Admittedly, money is the main object. Can't buy nothing without money. Can't buy whiskey. These attitudes are part of an essentially egocentric conception of reality. The following is one of many similar remarks made by Buck in his discussion of politico-economic affairs. I never paid no attention to that ________, get me out of here and out on that damn range is all I want. Similarly, Floyd states that the $59 a week he received on his last job, which he held for a month, was too slow because I started from scratch. Had to acquire everything, clothes, quarters, the fundamentals. Detailing on admission to the prison some of the robberies and orgies of his gang, Floyd explains that we had to have money to operate on. We spent $40 or so for our dinner parties. Adrian admits that from infancy he usually got my way. In fact, all I ever had to do was cry about anything. At the several boarding schools where his father placed him after his mother's death, when he was 5, I was incorrigible, left school when I pleased. I overdrew my charge account. His self-centered definition of reality is made explicit: when things don't personally concern me, they just don't exist for me. Implicit in these men's weak conscience, their infantile demanding impulses, and their egocentric view of the world, is a trait which governs their entire behavior. This is their extreme, personal, opportunism. The disregard of principle in their personal behavior corresponds with the ideological opportunism of their racism and reactionism. The personal opportunism is usually expressed in the service of infantile attitudes of omnipotence, and of trying to deny personal weakness. Buck's pathological lying has been mentioned. As for his other offenses, he has served time for obtaining money on false pretenses, and for failure to provide for his children. He was arrested on one occasion for molesting his own children, girl then age 2 to 3, boy age 4 to 5, but it is reported the charges were dropped because the children were too small to testify. Floyd's delinquencies are less dramatic, but equally capricious. They include 2 jail sentences for disturbing the peace, an army record of alternating between the guardhouse and repeated A.W.O.Ls until he was discharged, and a series of armed gang robberies undertaken as an easy way of making a lot of money to operate on. Relevant here is Floyd's stated desire to marry a wealthy woman, who should have fair physical attractions but whose personality he will take as it comes. Adrian's delinquencies include his self-styled incorrigibility at boarding schools, truancy, repeatedly overdrawing his charge accounts, etc., numerous jail sentences for drunkenness and homosexual prostitution, and robbery. I had probation, it seems to me, most of my life. He supported himself mainly by prostitution, and by his own statement never had any sexual relations with anyone that didn't have money connected with it. He admits that some men attract him more than others, but I never let preferences stand in the way. The only thing I was ever interested in was the rent. The essentially frantic nature of these men's approach to life suggests a desperate inner emptiness and lack of moorings. This hollowness may provide part of the basis for their wish to submit to strong political leadership. Further, any religious leanings of these men might be expected to express cravings for authoritarian submission. This would be expected to differ from the religious authoritarian submission of other high scorers in 2 interrelated aspects. As in other conflicts in the fascists, the craving for religious submission might very well be explicit rather than implicit, and since dominance-submission conflicts are involved, this craving might be expressed with open ideological opportunism. It happens that Buck never did think much about religion,
but Adrian and Floyd reveal these very characteristics clearly. Floyd's opportunism takes the form of highly egocentric, as well as confused, criteria for belief, with no apparent interest in considerations of evidence or truth-falsity. Floyd states that before he was shot, almost fatally, in his last gang robbery, he was reaching for something and wanted to believe in God. He had never had any religious training, his father was a freethinker, and he had never known his mother. But I just couldn't feature that a human being, an intelligence, could be obliterated so easily. Having been thus let down personally by the God he was reaching for, in that his delinquency led to disaster, he could no longer believe. Adrian's religious training consisted of very early exposure to the Christian Science of a governess and living in Episcopal boarding schools from the ages of 8 to 15. At 15 he tried to submit to what for him seemed clearly to represent religious totalitarianism and voluntary self-emasculation. I very seriously went into the Church of Rome at 15 to become a priest, not because of any specific religious convictions, but because I believed and still do, that the Catholic Church is the only true church, since she was the church founded by Christ. She was the first and therefore the other churches had no real excuse to break away. His fascistic inclinations are stated openly. I respect her as a political organization. I think it would be better to have everything under one head. It would save dissension. Adrian's father forcibly interfered, however, to prevent his entry into the priesthood. Adrian drifted until he became very interested in Christian Science with quite practical motives. I'm not positive I believe in Christian Science, but there's much in it that seems to help me. I don't try to apply Christian Science to physical things, but my worries, mental things, there's where it helps me most. In anticipation of parole, he wrote to 2 Christian Science practitioners for aid in lining up a job, a prerequisite to being granted parole. When both of them criticized him for trying to manifest a job instead of relying mystically upon the divine employer, Adrian was never so disgusted in my life. But Adrian admittedly has got to have a God to submit to, so what do you think I took up? The answer is Hinduism, which teaches you disciplines such as cutting down on cigarettes. Adrian summarizes his approach to his latest ideological manipulandum in this way: it's practical. That's the main thing. For low scorers. The moral religious ideology of the low-scoring interviewees is quite different from that of the prejudiced men. They are relatively free of moralism, and sometimes verbalize explicitly anti-moralistic sentiments. Thus, for art religion has nothing to do with keeping laws, except the golden rule. Highly objectionable to Don is the idea of religion as abiding by a certain set of rules. Probing reveals no sign of rejection in any of the 4 low scorers toward atheists or non-Christians. They speak of religion primarily in terms of ethical values. Religion is whatever spiritual qualities you have within yourself. Art. This orientation is embedded in more individualized relationships to themselves and other people, as compared with the high scorers' impersonalization of such relationships. Different features of this ethical approach are stressed by each. Jim expresses most clearly the aspect of nurturant affiliative attitudes toward people. I look on God as mostly the goodness in all peoples. If everyone carried out the principles that religion expounds, it would be a better world. How do you mean? To treat others as a person would wish to be treated himself, and to help those less fortunate than oneself, and to be a part of the community or society that one is in, to take an active part in it, and being kind and generous, and to more or less have a high regard for your fellow human being. Art, too, conceives of God, not as a person, but more a power of good. God is a force. Another aspect is the emphasis on full expression of the individual personality and happiness on earth. Don declares that his concept of a hereafter was nicely expressed by a girlfriend who said that if she believed in a hereafter it would mean developing one's undeveloped talents. For Jim, the only happiness that we really know of is here on earth, so why not try to enjoy the people and things on this earth, rather than a life somewhere else? Further, a rich inner life is a religious value. Religion gives you some access to your thoughts, Dick. Prayer is conceived not as a mode of securing gratification of personal desires or of paying obeisance to a parent substitute God. Rather, prayer is something which in and of itself can help a person, Dick, which helps form what you're to be, Don, a personal thing that happens when the lights are out before you retire. Not I want something or other, but consciously putting into words so as to place whatever you are looking for into a positive plane, art. Opposed to the prejudiced men's authoritarian submission in moral religious matters is the insistence upon individuality in the credos of the low scorers. Religion is a personal thing. Religion is as individual to me as my fingerprints, or as yours are to you, art. Dick explains his change from a Baptist to a Christian Scientist partly in terms of his objection to the teachings of a Navy chaplain, and especially the chaplain's efforts to force us to come to church. I believe it's a man's personal affair. It happened that Dick got hold of a Christian Science textbook, liked the idea that they had an explanation for almost everything that happened. Contrast Dick's emphasis on ideas and the implied internalization of Christian Science, with Adrian's externalized, opportunistic manipulative approach. Dick adds another value, however, which suggests some of that anti-weakness drive that is usually typical of high scorers, and another idea. They claim that if you try to attain a goal, nothing can stop you. It will be recalled that those who believe show submissiveness toward a God who is essentially dominating, whose word they must abide by, and punitive, toward those who violate his word. The low scorers, on the other hand, show an optimistic and trusting dependence toward a God conceived as kind and nurturant. Although spoken of as kind of an infinite being rather than directly anthropomorphic, God is something there you can turn to in case you need someone to turn to, Dick, someone to cling to in times of emergency or stress, Jim. Actually, I don't know if there is a God, but the most important thing in religion is a genuine belief and a faith that things would always turn out all right, Jim. Religion involves a belief, without academic proof, of a higher power, of something you can depend on, of dependency, art. The ultimate optimism hinted in these statements is consistent with findings about low scorers generally. However, the lack of inner self-reliance implied by their dependence on a supernatural power resembles certain trends found to be more typical of high scorers generally. This latter aspect is consistent with the fact that none of the low-scoring interviewees scored extremely low on any of the questionnaire scales. E. Defenses against weakness. 1. High scorers. Defenses against weakness seem to be especially pronounced in the prejudiced inmates. All of the high-scoring interviewees show deep-seated fears of weakness in themselves. The meaning of weakness to these men seems to be tied up with intense fears of non-masculinity. To escape these fears they try to bolster themselves up by various anti-weakness or pseudo-masculinity defenses. These can be grouped into 4 general themes, each of which may be expressed in a certain formula. 1. Power strivings, I am not on the bottom, I am one of those on top, or, I do not weakly submit, I dominate and control, I have power. 2. Toughness, I am not weak, I am strong, I am not soft, I am tough, I am not passive and feminine, I am active and masculine. 3. Flight into heterosexual activity, I am not homosexual, I am heterosexual, or I do not love him, I love her. 4. Paranoid reactions, I do not love him, I hate him because he persecutes me, i.e., I do not feel submissive homosexual desires, I feel aggressive resentment toward men because they persecute me. 21. The questionnaire item which reflects defensive masculinity attitudes, specifically, toughness and power, in purest form is number 26, which stereotypically divides the world into the strong, in-group, and the weak, out-group. This item has the highest DP in the F scale. Other items containing anti-weakness themes are those exalting willpower, item 2, discipline and determination, item 13, an exaggerated notion of honor, item 19, as well as items already mentioned in another context, especially 14, Peck, 23, 30,
and 45, e. The relative emphasis placed on different aspects of masculinity facades, in relation to the fears underneath, differs from individual to individual. Therefore, instead of proceeding variable by variable, we shall discuss the weakness-anti-weakness complex separately for each inmate. Robert has centered his efforts to prove his masculinity around compulsive status power strivings. He declares that from an early age my greatest desire was to be somebody in life. I wanted to be a success in business, and sometimes worried whether I would. The future goal that I have set up is to own at least 3 stores of my own. I was on my first store at the time of my arrest. This concern with status and power gives meaning to his anxious fantasy that Negroes don't have a goal in life but just want to exist, and his envious stereotype of Jewish drive and ambition to get there. Robert projects this compulsive power drive onto others and reveals his inability to imagine any alternative to dominance or submission. Every man has a certain ego that he has to satisfy. You like to be on top. If you're anybody at all, you don't like to be on the bottom. Italics supplied. The submissive dependence behind Robert's power-seeking is shown in his attitudes toward friends and family. What do friends offer a person? To me, friends offer satisfaction to myself that I've been doing a job well done, that I'm satisfying those people of their expectations. Well, I was referring to the business viewpoint. Note the impersonalized use of people as primarily an external prop for what Robert calls his ego. His main satisfaction with his younger brother was the satisfaction he gave my ego. He's patterned his life after mine. He's in the business, too. Robert further expresses pride that my folks have always classed me as a success in the business. The deference toward the examiner, do you think I have the right view of things, has been mentioned before. Robert's power drive has apparently not stopped his fears of femininity, of heterosexual impotence, and possibly of latent homosexuality. Underlying identification with a feminine role is suggested by his own admission that up until the time I left home, my mother always referred to me as her best daughter. The possibility of conflict over latent homosexuality is raised by several cues, example by Robert's insistence, despite instructions not to bother with details, on exhibitionistically giving to the examiner, a man, a minutely detailed account of his first experience of intercourse, and by indirect contact with other men via a hostile affair with a highly promiscuous woman. This last behavior, which finally broke up Robert's marriage, suggests a common type of defense against homosexual wishes, viz., compulsive flight into heterosexual relationships which are extremely impersonal and hostile. Ronald's ego-alien weakness is more transparent than Robert's. Mentioned earlier was his unsatisfied dependent longing for authoritarian religious belief as the thing that holds you together. Similar extreme dependence is shown in his conception of friends as someone that you can talk to about your troubles, and vice versa, and know that he's there at all times, and if you need any help at any time. Also, like Robert, he asked the examiner to reassure him at the close of the interview that he is not too radical in some of his ideas. This too radical was apparently a euphemism for too aggressive toward outgroups. Ronald has a history of severe chronic bedwetting until the age of 12, for which he has no explanation to offer beyond an externalization of the symptom onto my kidneys. He has no idea why his enuresis suddenly stopped at the age of 12. That bedwetting may have represented in part a passive mode of sexual gratification is suggested by his homosexual conflicts. Earlier mention has been made of his righteous condemnation of sexual perversion, including, explicitly, fellatio. He denies that he has ever felt any desire of any kind for homosexual relations, yet subsequently admits to having several times had such relations with a fellow inmate. He implicitly denies any real homosexuality in this, blaming it exclusively on prison sex deprivation, and says that he had no special reaction to the experiences except to lose respect for the other man. Ronald's paranoid toughness toward Negro men might perhaps be a defense against homosexual excitement aroused by them. Ronald's promiscuous heterosexuality, including several impersonalized, unusual marriage ceremonies,
may also be understood as an attempt to deny homosexual impulses. I always get married spectacularly, e.g., in a taxi cab or my partner in a dance walkathon, married on the floor, no love, but received money for it from the spectators. Both weakness and compensatory toughness seem to be combined in Ronald's thefts and gang robberies carried out as a business. The chief prop of Eugene's defenses is a facade of toughness. He has repeatedly been involved in petty trouble, especially by fighting when drunk. I've got quite a temper, and I like to fight once in a while, usually when I'm drinking. Moreover, I'm proud of my people, the Scotch-Irish, whose most prominent characteristic, according to Eugene, is that most of them like to fight. When the examiner points out that this is precisely what Eugene resentfully says about Negroes, he differentiates on the basis that Negroes go around looking for fights, while he himself merely likes to fight, and does so frequently. The psychological reason why he likes to fight and has quite a temper seems to be largely unconscious. He can't explain it. He explains, however, that Negroes go around picking trouble because they've got an inferiority complex and try to be big shots, which may be a projection of his own inferiority feelings and the big shot way he tries to compensate for them. The situations which evoke Eugene's temper suggest possibly more specific causes, namely homosexual impulses, against which his impulsive aggressiveness may be a paranoid defense. I was with a girl at a bar, and a guy got a little out of line, talkin' dirty, not to her, but he was talkin' loud, or maybe some guy calls me a name. Eugene himself associates his propensity for trouble with fear of heterosexual adjustment. I'm just a little too wild to get married. I'm scared of it. Clarence shows more obvious signs of ego-alien weakness, and has less effective defenses against it. The army, he declares, makes a man of you, but it did not succeed in overcoming Clarence's fear of rising above a private, because that would have meant too much responsibility, although I'm pretty good at talking orders. Discharged for tuberculosis, he drew government compensation for 17 years and then lived on the county. According to the prison physician, Clarence claimed he still had TB, but, we failed to find any evidence of any active TB whatever. We felt that he was wrongly drawing government compensation for years. This avoidance of work contrasts strikingly with Clarence's moralistic glorification of the disciplinary value of hard work. Moreover, to the prison physician Clarence appeared very neurasthenic and enlarged on minor and rather normal aches and pains, was very feministic. He did not marry until he was 38, to a woman 39, toward whom he was apparently quite submissive. Although we weren't much alike in any way, we got along good because I let her have her own way. Takes two to start an argument. It was only a few months after her death, 11 years later, that he was arrested for molesting 4 girls, ages 8 to 10, who testified that he felt of their genitals. Such behavior could well be a panicky attempt to deny homosexual impulses by proving heterosexual masculinity. Clarence claimed that the girls made up the entire story just to get even with him because he wouldn't give them candy. 3 years later, he was again arrested on a charge of getting 2 little girls drunk and attempting intercourse with one of them. He escaped conviction on these 2 occasions, but 2 years later the half-sister, age 12, of one of the last 2 little girls was picked up by the police at Clarence's home. This time he was convicted of attempted rape. Clarence seems to have denied this episode to himself by developing a system of persecutory delusions. He protests that he worked for the people in politics in order to clean up the city, and that when his candidates were not elected the police went after him. This paranoid reaction is consistent with the interpretation that his heterosexual delinquency was a defense against homosexual panic. Wilbur has also worked out a rigid system of paranoid delusions, but shows less obvious signs of underlying weakness than Clarence. For him, as for Robert and Ronald, friends mean primarily dependents. They offer help in lots of needs, sickness, money. Well, a friend can just help you in most any way. He indicates that, like Clarence, he has a very submissive relationship to his wife. His wife manages finances, gives the discipline to the children, and, when he and his wife disagree, I usually do just what she asks me to do. In view of his reactions to the landlord, Wilbur may well have experienced a deep threat to his masculinity and possible homosexual panic directed toward a persecuting father figure, when he and his family were evicted following a controversy. He felt compelled to fight back in desperation. He sought out the landlord, who happened to be of Greek descent, and attacked him fatally. Apparently unable to face emotional conflicts stirred up by this episode, Wilbur stereotypically impersonalized the relationship by imagining himself as an unfortunate victim of the Greek people, who like to punish the poor people. These men are distinguished not only by the intensity of their conflicts about weakness, but also by a special feature of their defenses against weakness in themselves, in addition to the pseudo-masculine attitudes which they share with prejudiced men in other groups. The high-scoring inmates express anti-weakness themes overtly in delinquent behavior. This behavior has a superficial appearance of being an uninhibited expression of basic impulses. But closer observation reveals that the acts referred to are by no means free or expressive. They have an aspect of desperate compulsion, and can be understood as a defensive attempt to deny weakness. This defensiveness actually conceals intense inhibitions, as is shown elsewhere in this chapter, against genuine heterosexuality and against straightforward aggression against real authority and parent figures. It seems as if these men's uninternalized conscience combines with especially intense disturbance about weakness to produce delinquency, as an extreme type of anti-weakness defense. Such actions are perhaps even more unrestrained in those interviewees we have called openly fascist. 2 Fascists. The anti-weakness defenses appear in more extreme form in the fascists, with more unconcealed anxiety about inner weakness. Buck's deep fear that he may be a sex maniac, his delinquent heterosexual behavior toward a 13-year-old girl and toward his own small children, have been discussed. Further hints of an obsessive fear of homosexuality are given in his reply to the questionnaire item asking what are the worst possible crimes. Besides rape and murder, Buck lists homosexual intercourse per annum. In the interview, he reveals graphic fantasies suggesting preoccupation with any man that abuses any part of another man's body. I could never see, he refers in profane language to sodomy and fellatio. Buck exhibits vain blustering in almost complete disregard of reality. He repeatedly interrupted the interview to protest, inappropriately, that I can make money as well as the next guy. His emotional involvement in these unreal fantasies is suggested by his asking the examiner, "Do you think I can make it?" and by his interview explanation of his response worry to the questionnaire item asking what might drive a person nuts. "Well, I'm worryin' here, I gotta make it now, or I'm not gonna make it. I'm gettin' pretty old." Well, not old, but it can't be done by foolin' around in the penitentiary. His greatest ambition, he declares, is to buy more cattle, more land. Buck, as will be recalled, made it by leaving a trail of bad checks up and down the state. Floyd says I laugh at homosexuals, and he agrees very much with the questionnaire item that homosexuals ought to be severely punished. His promiscuous sexuality has already been described. Nonetheless, his feminine identifications are almost conscious. Asked on the questionnaire what great people he admires most, he lists Salome, Madame du Barry, Mata Hari. In the interview, he reveals that what he identifies with is their opportunistic rise from feminine submergence to positions of power. Yeah, they did their share. How do you mean? I am particularly fond of women. I like a woman who is capable. Du Barry came up from a courtesan to be the indirect ruler of the country. Floyd's feminine submissive homosexual identifications appear also in his attitude toward his crime partner, to whom he is deeply attached. Note the peculiar context in which status considerations irrelevantly intrude. He's 30, but I guess we are intellectual equals if nothing else. And observe the preoccupation with physical relationships, with a consequently inappropriate response, what sort of person is he? Well, he is short and heavy and light. I'm tall and lean and dark. We're physical opposites.
Floyd is so preoccupied with his dependent role toward the other man that even further probing fails to elicit any real description of the latter's personality. What sort of a guy is he? The best. Can you give an example? If he says something, he means it. And the thing that I thought most about him, the night, well, we walked into a police trap. The other fellow ran off, but he tried to come back and get me. He's loyal. Thus, Floyd's devoted lieutenant relationship to his crime partner possibly enabled him indirectly to gratify submissive homosexual wishes, at the same time as he was bolstering his masculinity as a big operator engaged in armed robberies. For Adrian, the feminine submissive homosexual identifications require no inference. Since leaving school, he has lived as a homosexual prostitute, and I look at all things from a feminine viewpoint. There is abundant evidence that his homosexuality is an acting out of hate-filled power conflicts. Not only do men irritate me by what I think is a superior attitude, but I never did like homosexual affairs. The actual physical act always repelled me and still does. It is as if Adrian is driven by some inner compulsion to prove to men again and again, by ingratiating effeminate behavior, that he is submissive and self-emasculated. He could pet all night. But since he found you can't get away with that, he submits further by doing just whatever they want to. Adrian's resentment against such utter submission is expressed in opportunistic exploitation of the men who kept him. I wasn't interested in anything except clothes and the rent. Frequent disagreements arose about money. I never had as much money as I thought I ought to have. I'd always threaten to leave and go somewhere else. I usually got my way. The underlying wish to turn the tables and dominate the very men to whom he submitted is plain. I ruled those roosts. How do you mean? I cooked what I wanted to cook and did what I wanted to do. Adrian's feminine viewpoint is thus fundamentally sexless and loveless. He presents an extreme caricature of the facade which helps greatly to distinguish certain high-scoring women. See Chapter 11. Exaggerated effeminacy of manner, ingratiating coyness, flirtatiousness, excessive attention to dress, ostentatious display of physical weakness with vague hypochondriacal complaining and appeal for pity, etc. The cynical exploitiveness hidden behind this facade is further exemplified in his favorite heroes of fiction, Becky Sharp, Madame Bovary, and Ivy Lashton. I don't admire anything in any of them. You ask me who I liked the best. Because they were all decidedly, what do you call it, designing women. The power motif is even clearer in his identification with Mary Baker Eddy, whom he regards as neurotic, and I don't have much faith in her, personally, but I admire her immensely as a shrewd businesswoman. Even Adrian, with his self-emasculated homosexual submission, made a stab at compensatory toughness in his present offense. While drinking in a bar, I read in True Detective stories about a girl who got herself up a bunch of hoodlums and raised herself a lot of hell. And I figured if a little tiny thing like this girl could, I could. He proceeded to pick out from the customers at the bar the man who seemed the most mean-looking and corrupt, and suggested they do a robbery together. I didn't intend to play the active role. I thought he would do the dirty work, but he wouldn't. So I had to. The man got Adrian a cap pistol and, by standing outside, gave him the moral courage to enter a store, where he held up a very big man and escaped with the cash register contents. Referring to this incident in discussing Hitler, Adrian himself formulates its fascistic implications. I'm no leader, but I can follow. Though I led when I had that gun, didn't I? When you make people lead you, that means the same thing, doesn't it? Implicit in the moralism, immorality and weakness anti-weakness complexes of the pseudo-democratic high scorers, is a feature that becomes explicit in the fascists, namely, externalized self-contempt. This is termed externalized because what is despised is not regarded as really a part of the self but as somehow alien or accidental, something for which the subject does not really accept responsibility. Floyd's self-contempt is expressed in such remarks as only reason, anyone is, unemployed is they're lazy like me, and my industriousness, just doesn't exist, just a black horse. He speaks of this as if it were an isolated trait unrelated to his personality as a whole, an accident of heredity from the other, maternal, side of the family. Floyd says he was as a child a typical fresh Irish kid. Snot-nosed they used to call it, I didn't grow up, everything I do is an act. Buck, even in the same breath in which he blames all his troubles on some damn B____________, declares that I'm kind of ashamed, I'm the only black sheep in the family. Mention has been made earlier of his concern that you don't think I'm a sex maniac, do you, and do you think I can make it? I.e., money. This anxiety, combined with Buck's previous sex offenses, his gross financial mismanagement and fabricated financial exploits, suggests intense, externalized self-contempt. Adrian exhibits the most profound self-contempt of all. He describes himself as spoiled, selfish, neurotic, dominated by moral laxness, etc. Further, I get along very well with old maids. I guess I'm kind of an old maid in my mental makeup. About homosexuality, the whole subject is repulsive to me now. I'd just as soon forget I ever lived that sort of life. This last statement was made just before a short-lived parole, in which he quickly reverted to drinking and to homosexual prostitution. 3 low scorers. As mentioned before, the low-scoring interviewees, too, show some signs of conflicts about weakness, but usually with this difference, such conflicts are in these men more ego-accepted, instead of being denied by the anti-weakness pretenses appearing in the prejudiced men. The greater capacity of the low scorers to face these emotional problems seems to facilitate more constructive attempts at solving them, especially through persistent achievement strivings, not a quest for external success only, but a striving to satisfy inner standards of self-expressive attainment. Related to this is a more general feature of their approach to life, the development of self-expressive interests that seem to be more than escapist distractions or ways of gaining status. Likewise, these men's more relaxed attitude toward masculinity, as compared with the prejudiced men, seems to have permitted them to develop soft passive feminine character traits and sublimated expressions of love-oriented homosexual impulses, not the ego-alien, hostile submissive homosexual conflicts of the prejudiced men. Art's weakness has been expressed primarily in his search for a nurturant mother figure on whom he could be dependent. When frustrated in this, he arranged to get himself into prison by writing bad checks and taking no precautions against being caught, in order to satisfy his dependency needs by using the prison as mother. This is his own interpretation, worked out by consciously trying to understand his behavior in retrospect, by auto-psychoanalysis. Art also verbalizes openly his feeling of inferiority. His compensatory ambition is expressed in striving to satisfy inner values, to demonstrate his inner abilities and capacities, to an extent that seems neurotically insistent. I don't like to think of limits, on my own abilities and capacities. Deeply admiring his mother's intellectual ability, Art was very conscientious in school and was disappointed one time when I got a B instead of all A's. Having been imbued by his mother with the idea that my body was a precious possession and that I should take care of it, he trained himself rigorously as an athlete and set a world's __________ record while still in high school. A leg injury at this time interrupted his further athletic career and prevented his entry into Annapolis. He was in bed with a cast on his leg for 9 months. Significantly, during this period of enforced, and complete, dependency on his mother, and to a lesser extent an older sister, Art broke training by smoking for the first time in my life and also started drinking. It was as if, unable to accept this dependence and deprived of an important part of his male ego identity as an athlete, he needed to assert his independence of maternal moral precepts and to prove that he was a big guy. Art prefers fine art to his, and his father's, vocation of commercial art. The former arouses real enthusiasm in him. I'm immensely happy in that type of work, tremendously interested in it. His main interests are, as he describes them, explicitly intellectual and aesthetic.
Jim has a more disorganized background. His father, after years of violently maltreating the entire family, deserted them when Jim was 13. The main burden of supporting the family now fell upon Jim. Although he had done well enough in school to skip a grade, he now played truant for 2 semesters, while struggling along on a paper route, odd jobs, and relief allotments. The mother reports that when a doctor urged that she eat more fruit for the sake of her health, Jim sometimes went without eating in order to buy fruit for her. It was during this period that he engaged in several petty thefts. He was arrested once, but the case was dismissed. Not long after the father returned, following an 8-year absence, Jim began to work for him. But when the father scolded and nagged him one day, according to the mother's report, he refused to work for his father anymore. This may help to explain Jim's apparent resistance to the 2 employers he has had. The one private employer he worked for, as a messenger clerk, for about 15 months, reported a generally uncooperative work adjustment. Also, Jim was discharged from a CCC camp for refusing to work, no details available. In contrast with this resistance to father figure authorities, is behavior suggesting a quest for a good father who might deserve his love. A government relief investigator refers to Jim's disposition to stay with a man much older than himself. This man, supposedly took an interest in Jim, and was attempting to lend every aid at his disposal, was somewhat of a drinking man, but according to Jim, during Jim's stay with him, he stopped drinking, and so the living together was considered mutually beneficial. In prison, where Jim has been given increasing responsibility, his work adjustment is reported as excellent. When last seen, he was working as a kind of counselor to other inmates coming to the psychiatric department for advice. He declared that most of them seemed to feel much better after releasing their feelings to a sympathetic person, such as himself, and expressed the feeling that he himself had grown in self-insight and maturity as a byproduct of listening to other inmates' problems. Meanwhile, his earlier expressed wish to achieve success as a business executive has given way to a desire to do some sort of personnel work when he is paroled. The conventional drive for success motive has played a larger role in the thinking of Don and Dick, even though this seems to be integrated into an internalized value system. From the time Don's parents were divorced, when he was 12, he has been fully self-supporting. Through high school he lived with a group of other youngsters who were also working, and somehow found time to play in the school band and on the football team. Meanwhile, having earned the grades necessary for entering college, he had saved $4,000 with the intention of working toward a medical degree. A 3-year siege of meningitis busted this goal. His subsequent work history, he says, has been more or less accidental. Going to work in his stepfather's business, Don became a salesman. This has been his main occupation, for a period of some years as manager of his own business, in which he was very successful. His primary goal was security, which he lost when he began to loan money heavily to his mother, and finally to steal for her, an episode to be described later. Since being in prison, he has seriously developed a boyhood hobby of photography, which he now plans to continue as a vocation in partnership with his son-in-law. As an inmate he has worked into a position that involves photographic work with some supervisory capacity. Photography represents a form of salesmanship. Meet people and analyze them. It has a terrific future as a result of technical advances accomplished during the war. Don's other interests include a variety of sports and reading a great deal. He is described in the initial prison psychiatric interview as one of the most talkative inmates to cross this interviewer's desk, as showing a genuine curiosity and continually interrupting the interview to ask questions regarding prison life, inmates, and characteristics of various officials. Through the interview with Dick there seems to run the theme of being what he calls too easygoing, suggesting open passivity as an inhibitory defense against expressing aggression. He never did like to argue with anyone. This may well be related to his fear of agitators and his anxiety that unions shouldn't agitate. Thus, Dick avoided having any fights with other kids.
Later, when his parents objected strenuously to his marrying a girl with whom he was in love, because she had a crippled leg, he didn't argue, just listened to them and told them my side. I couldn't agree with them. Apparently unable to withstand their pressure, he subsequently married another girl while he was in the Navy. Despite continuous conflict, they stayed together 7 years for the sake of their child, and then separated. Dick then broke loose from some of his inhibitions and got a little wild, doing a lot of drinking, which led up to the present term in prison. More of this later. Dick might have been better able to sublimate his inhibited aggressions if his early ambition to become a doctor had not been blocked by financial difficulties. He used to dream I was a doctor delivering babies and cutting people open. While in prison, however, he has developed a thoroughgoing interest in watchmaking as both vocation and hobby. It is interesting to speculate whether the focus on close detail in such work may serve as a compulsive means of holding down certain, aggressive, feelings, perhaps allowing less, indirect, expression of those feelings than medicine, but nonetheless a highly sublimated form of control. It is of interest that Dick has learned watchmaking during his spare time from one real close friend, who is a sex offender. His accepting attitude to the latter contrasts with the prejudiced men's hostile righteousness on such matters. At the same time, the question may be asked whether this friendship involves some indirect satisfaction of latent homosexual impulses, as was suggested for Jim's close friendship with an older man. Such impulses are hinted in a slip that Dick made in describing his childhood friendship with the crippled girl whom he later wanted to marry. She always used to come to me for advice. If a boy asked her for a date, she would come to me to ask whether I, or rather she, should go out with him. Italics supplied. F. Heterosexuality. 1 high scorers. As was to be expected from their anti-sexual moralism, their anxious imaginings about the animalism of Negroes, and their intense fears of sexual approach to white women by Negroes, the prejudiced men show an impaired ability to combine sexual and tender feelings toward the same woman. Moreover, they exhibit signs of underlying resentful disrespect for women generally. These men tend to keep both sexual and hostile feelings toward respectable women partly split off from conscious awareness. They do this by making a rigid distinction between two stereotypes, in terms of which they classify all women: pure, sweet, unsexual, women, like mothers, and bad, sexual, women. Toward pure women there are superficial gestures of respect. The artificiality of such attitudes suggests that they may be based on defenses which hold down sexual and aggressive feelings underneath. This inference is partly confirmed by expressions of open disrespect and hostility toward bad women, along with impersonalized sexual attitudes toward them. Further confirmation appears in some direct breakthroughs of hostility to pure women, and in the fact that all heterosexual relationships tend to be distant, stereotyped, and either dominating or submissive dependent. See parts 3 and 4. In one form or another, this pattern appears in every prejudiced interviewee. Robert formulates succinctly the stereotyped notion of two kinds of women. His mother, he declares, taught him something that stuck with me all my life, that a woman is the most perfect thing in the world. He reveals the split-off resentment behind the seeming respect by adding, that is, the right kind of woman. His sexually frigid wife, whom he calls the sweetest wife in the world, apparently represented the perfect thing stereotype. What Robert admired most about her, he indicates, was her submissiveness toward him, that she was willing to do whatever I did. Their life together is revealed, in his descriptions, as a constant round of mutual accusations of spending money carelessly, jealousy on her part over his going out alone, and every little thing, she'd immediately run to mother and stay all night. She filed suit for divorce on discovering an affair he was having with a waitress, who seemed to represent the other kind of woman. The latter relationship was characterized by extreme hostility, exploitation, and disrespect. The woman was quite promiscuous with other men, Robert says, during the affair with him. Further, she was often drunk, and liked to battle and fight and argue and fuss. Once this woman climbed a pole and got in my window, and another time she threw whiskey through the window at me in bed. On discovering his former prison record, for forgery, she began to blackmail him. He finally shot her, unpremeditatedly, in a violent quarrel. Clarence and Wilbur describe a still more distant, empty relationship to their wives than does Robert, with the difference that they rather than their wives were the more submissive. Although Clarence had quite a few experiences with prostitutes, he remained unmarried until the age of 38. He was attracted to his wife, he says, mainly by such external features as her looks and manners. We weren't much alike in any way and were a little different in taste about things. Most anything. But Clarence and his wife got along good. By virtue of his submissiveness, I let her have her own way, in most anything. Shortly following his wife's death, Clarence, who as a boy would blush if he met a girl on the street, began to molest young girls, getting them drunk and attempting rape on them. Wilbur's relationship to his wife has likewise been that of a subordinate. He indicates that she managed the finances, the children, and usually made the family decisions. When they disagreed, e.g., she likes to stay home on Sunday and I don't, Wilbur would usually do just what she asks me to do. A few minutes later in the interview, however, when asked in what ways he and his wife are alike, he says, "Well, she don't like to run around so much, and I don't either." A further, equally external commonality is that we both like to work. Ronald's sexual history is more colorful. In addition to a number of one-night relationships, he has been married 3 times, each time quite briefly. With the first wife the sex relationship was more enjoyable, he declares, because there was nothing deep between us. Italics supplied. He left the second wife after a week, because I just got tired of her, although he went back to her after 7 or 8 months and stayed with her for a short time until the police caught up with his trail of robberies. The third wife was pure, a businesswoman who didn't know anything about life. We didn't get along too good sexually, because she was kind of on the frigid line. But whereas Ronald had been unable to feel tender toward more sexual women, this frigid purity seemed to attract something in him. He decided that he was actually in love with her, and I still am, although I don't know if she was in love with me. I'd like nothing better than to go back to her. Eugene's sexual relationships have been mostly here or there. One lasted 6 months and was characterized by frequent disagreements. She tried to get me to quit drinking, and I wouldn't and didn't. There was much mutual jealousy, Eugene indicates, with charges such as in a nightclub, she might keep staring at another guy. Also, sometimes I'd make a date to take her someplace and not show up. The inhibitory respect for female purity is expressed in Eugene's statement that I have a bad temper when I'm drinking, except toward a woman, and in his report of how some of his fights start, e.g., going out of his way to pick a fight with a stranger at a bar, for talking dirty near Eugene when he was with a girl. 2 Fascists. The fascists reveal a heterosexual orientation which is even more externalized, contemptuous, exploitative, and dichotomistic than that of the other high scorers. Buck scarcely disguises his contemptuous use of women as mere physical objects. I always thought, he declared, after having described his own rather promiscuous sexual activities, that ________ was meant to be tampered with. He shows an obsessive bitterness toward prostitutes and loose women, with whom he indicates he has had a good many experiences. Likewise he expresses resentment of his first wife's efforts to obtain financial support for their children. His second wife he curses as being extremely promiscuous during their marriage, and as mentioned before, he blames that ______ entirely for his present situation. Also mentioned before was his statutory rape of a neighbor's 13-year-old girl, because he had to have some sex and it was there to get. Toward good women, however, Buck manifests an inhibitory respect. He never did try to play around with his first wife before marriage, because she comes from a pretty good family. Nor did he have intercourse before marriage with his second wife, who seemed pretty respectable. He later decided, after falling out with her, that she was playing good to get me to marry her. Buck formulates his stereotypic dichotomy between good and bad women in a phrase, funny as hell, I always marry ___________, my brothers all got good women. Floyd, who was only 21 at the time he was apprehended, refers to a few passing heterosexual relationships here and there, typically with a married woman as usual. He describes as an example one, who was about 22 years old, married, beautiful, dumb. But, like Ronald and Robert, Floyd seems to require frigidity in a woman before he can feel respect and become attached to her. As reported in the prison case file, his principal interest has been a supposed passionate devotion to one who is almost sexless. This was again a married woman, whom he wanted to marry if she would divorce her husband. When she rediscovered her loyalty to her husband, however, Floyd got fed up from her sheer stupidity. Now he wants to marry a wealthy woman, preferably anywhere between 28 and 30. Of fair physical attractions whose personality he is satisfied to take as it comes. Specifically, he is looking forward to marrying a Jewish actress I got my eye on, whom he claims to have met once at a party in Hollywood. Her appeal for him he characterizes as only physical. What else? I don't know. She's just it, that's all. This appears to be stereotypic fantasy expressing inverted anti-Semitism about their women, who, as Floyd says in referring to the Jewish actress, are really all right. He admittedly has not communicated with her and doesn't know what her feelings toward him might be. Adrian's few heterosexual relationships have been with women all older than me, and they weren't anything but physical. I never get romantic or emotional over a woman. With women as well as men, I never had any relations with anyone that didn't have money connected with it. This applied to the businesswoman of 30 to whom he was married for a few weeks at the age of 18, she had money and I didn't. Like the frigid pure women to whom other prejudiced men seem to become attached, she was cold as a clam sexually. After an annulment, Adrian continued to correspond with her, as he still does also with his childhood governesses, for over a decade, until she got married a year ago, although, or because, she treats me like a 2-year-old. Adrian's deep-seated inhibitions against expressing genuine sexuality are revealed directly in response to a question whether he has any present heterosexual fantasies. I don't have fantasies in the sexual sense. I am a lot more sentimental than I am sexy. 3 low scorers. All 4 of the low-scoring inmates reveal definite disturbance in their heterosexual adjustment. Specifically, they appear to suffer conflicts based on unsatisfied love dependency longings directed toward women as mother figures. These longings are associated with reciprocal love nurturance toward women. At the same time, these men show ambivalence toward women that is near consciously inhibited, instead of being split off and denied by moralistic dichotomies, as is the high scorer's power-ridden ambivalence to women. Such ambivalence seems in their case to stem primarily from frustration of the love dependency longings rather than from fear-hate, dominance-submission conflicts as in the case of the prejudiced men. Moreover, in contrast with the latter's underlying contempt for women, the low scorers show greater basic respect for women as individuals and as essential equals. Their relationships with women stress common values and interests. Art partially interprets his dependency complex himself. As the result of his auto-psychoanalysis during his present term in prison, he spontaneously refers to this problem in the first minutes of the interview. All of the women with whom he has been intimate, he points out, have been older than himself, business women, wage earners, and providers, like his mother. He simply transferred my dependency on my mother to my wife and then onto the prison authorities. After getting himself fired from his job, he made only half-hearted efforts to secure another one, until his first wife as provider and support was no longer a tolerable condition consciously. Then he got plastered and wrote some bad checks as unconsciously a way of transferring dependency. After a 6-month jail term, she took him back. He was repentant, but soon got plastered and did it again. This time she divorced him, though apparently on friendly terms. Art reports complete amnesia for his second wife, a woman 12 years older than himself, whom he also put in a position of supporting him. He lived with her only a short time when the situation became intolerable to him. Another check writing episode then landed him in prison. Unlike Buck, who led the authorities a merry chase before being caught for his check writing, Art knew I was going to get caught and had unconsciously arranged to transfer my dependency to the prison mother. Despite Art's conflicts over dependency, in describing his first marriage he emphasizes shared experiences and expressed genuine respect for his former wife. She was an artist also, and a really thoroughgoing individual. She had a tremendous amount of scope, both intellectually and individually. I liked her interests, her intellect. He is self-critical of his role in the marriage. I wasn't in love with her, though I wouldn't admit it to myself. Though I was very fond of her. At that time I was too self-centered to be in love with anyone. I did admire and respect and like her. Today, I think we could have a better chance of making a go of it, because I have grown up sufficiently. Art's second wife continues to correspond with him, despite his amnesia, and he is grateful for her loyalty. Her letters, he says, indicate that she stresses social functions and the like, which are of little consequence to me. Although they plan to reunite, he says that he will not remain with her if their interests and attitudes should prove ungenial. Art's continued amnesia for his second marriage suggests that he has by no means resolved the conflicting feelings involved in his dependency complex. Jim's offense illustrates more directly, if gruesomely, the negative side of such an ambivalent attachment. His history includes one extended sexual affair in high school with a girl a year older than himself. When she finally broke off the affair because of his poor prospects, he was struggling to support his mother. He became very despondent and, according to the mother's report, attempted suicide with gas. The mother stopped him. This turned inward aggression suggests reproachful inhibited hostility toward the girl for withholding love and frustrating his love dependency needs. Both the emotional dependence and the inhibited hostility are revealed in one of Jim's prison progress reports when he speaks of life goals. Secondly, I would like more than anything on this earth to meet the girl of my dreams. I desire to provide for her and take care of her with love and charity in my heart and with a real understanding of whatever little faults she may have. We all have many defects, but it takes a good man to minimize the defects in others and search his own conscience for whatever bad thoughts dwell in him. When I do meet the one girl for me, I shall explain all my past life to her, because I do not believe that happiness can be based on lies. Italics supplied. It is interesting that Jim was out with an older woman with whom he was drinking, as reported in the prison case file, when at the age of 20 he stole an auto for the night. This led to a year in a reformatory. His inhibited, oral-dependent hostility to ambivalently regarded mother figures was expressed directly in his present offense, committed at the age of 21. According to the case record, he attacked a woman, 50, out for a walk, hit her on the head with a club, causing 2 skull fractures which resulted in her death. The victim's body showed also that he kissed and chewed her breasts. She was totally unknown to him. This act was committed while Jim was very drunk and apparently in a dazed, fugue-like state, i.e., while his defenses were weakened to permit a direct expression of near-consciously inhibited impulses. Subsequently he seemed to become at least partially amnesic for the episode. Don, too, shows signs of strong emotional dependence toward loved and respected women. His first wife's death was quite a blow. I never recovered from it, until I got this jolt, i.e., the present incarceration. I'm getting over it now. He got along fine with his second wife, until I got involved in mother's affairs, which broke up the marriage. Don refers here to his series of bank robberies to obtain money for his mother in her neurotic involvements. These will be discussed in the section on parents. I have always felt guilty about it towards my wife. Although I was fortunate in being perfectly mated to my wife, sexually, that is, Don admits directly what might be expected from his continuing over-attachment to his mother. See below, page 885. I have always been rather inhibited about sex. Dick, whose mother was much more free about sex than father and with whom he was pals more than father, also verbalizes sexual inhibitions directly in discussing his former wife. She's very hot-blooded and I'm just the opposite. Sexual intercourse once a month would be okay for me. Parental pressure had prevented his marrying the boyhood sweetheart to whom he had been engaged, because she was crippled. Dick had then married the first white woman I saw, on 3 weeks' acquaintance, after returning from overseas, because he was lonesome. This didn't work out worth a darn. In particularly they argued about how to take care of the child. Mainly, she always nagged the kid, wanted to use force on the kid. When they finally broke up, Dick escaped into the Marines where, disconsolate, he got into the habit of doing a lot of drinking. While drinking with a girlfriend, he picked up a car, like Jim, and drove with her to Reno, where he got married again while drunk. They sold the car. In the aftermath, Dick made civil restitution for the theft and had the marriage annulled. He is making additional restitution in prison. Meanwhile, when the crippled girl back home had found out I was married, she too had sought emotional consolation by doing the same thing, married the first man who came along. It turned out equally badly and also ended in divorce. Now, she and Dick are corresponding again and plan to marry on his release, at last with parental approval. His attitude toward her seems to be genuinely nurturant. She always used to come to me for advice. At a dance, I was about the only person she would dance with. And we studied together. At the same time she seems to represent for Dick, who is in other ways, too, more conventional than the other low-scoring men, a somewhat inhibitory mother figure with conventional moral values, on whom he can depend to steady him. She is sort of refined. Not wild, steady. Quiet, settled, doesn't get mad or express her views. Very particular who she associates with. For summary. The contrasting sexual orientations of the prejudiced and unprejudiced interviewees suggest certain crucial personality differences. The unprejudiced men seem to seek, above all, love, which they also have some capacity to give. Despite frustration and conflict, their approach to life is influenced by basic respect for themselves and other people. This makes for democratic identifications with other people, and for an inclination to identify with underdogs. The prejudiced men, on the other hand, seem to feel basically rejected and to have almost given up hope of experiencing genuine love. They speak as if they dislike and fear themselves as well as others. Their main energies seem to be devoted to defending themselves against any sense of weakness, chiefly by striving for external status and power and proofs of masculinity. The result is a power-oriented character structure driven to attack outgroups as symbols of their own suppressed characteristics. G. Anti-introspectiveness and childhood. 1. High scorers. All of the material so far presented supports what was stated earlier, that the high scorers anxiously avoid letting themselves think and feel freely, especially about psychological matters. For such inner freedom might lead them to see things they are afraid of in themselves. So they externalize their feared impulses, weakness, and conflicts with other people, onto outside situations and events and onto scapegoats. To the extent that these men let themselves feel their real feelings and impulses at all, they tend to keep them undifferentiated and to experience them as alien, as coming from outside their conscious self. Above all, what seems to be the emotional origin of their deepest conflicts, namely childhood and relations with parent figures, tends to be split off by them and regarded as discontinuous with their adult personality. Thus, Robert declares that, as far as home environment, I've had the best. He was a good child and a good boy up until the age of 16. It was his carnal self, he believes, that made him commit a few forgeries and thefts at the age of 18 and later engage in the hostile affair which led to his present term in prison. He regards these actions as quite accidental, with no relation to life history conflicts such as ambivalence toward parentally coerced goodness. Wilbur even more clearly denies to himself the childhood roots of his present personality and behavior. Which one influenced you more, your uncle or your aunt? 22. Well, that which I have today is that which I have made of my own self. Q. Well, as far as given me my own disposition. I more learned it since I have been on my own. Asked what he was like as a child, his answer is moralistically empty of personal content. He was just a working boy, never in no trouble. Eugene, like Robert, was pretty good up to the time I was about 17 years old, never in trouble, never smoked or drank. He sees no connection between his submission to self-suppressive goodness in childhood and youth and his long history of trouble since then. He can't explain his violent temper or frequent drunken benders. Concerning his gambling, he declares mystically that I haven't got that in my blood. Clarence, too, describes himself in childhood as a good boy who didn't run wild but started to work at a very early age. Not only does he deny any causal connection between this moralistic childhood self-suppression and his later avoidance of work, by probably wrongly drawing government compensation for years, and attacks on little girls, his panic makes him deny, by means of paranoid delusions, that he ever exhibited such behavior. In Ronald's case, the splitting off of crucial aspects of childhood is more equivocal. For instance, he does criticize the severity of childhood discipline by his father. They say, spare the rod and spoil the child, but I don't think it worked out in my case. It is shown in the next section, however, that Ronald is unable to carry through this criticism in a principled way but only in a paranoid victimization context and by capricious rebellion. 2 Fascists. The fascist inmates reveal a similar split between childhood and later personality. Adrian shows some breakthrough of childhood conflicts in what sounds at times like the beginnings of insight. But this is negated by lack of emotional realization and by failure to accept responsibility for his own personality. Instead, he feels only cynical, ego-alien self-contempt, with no real interest in changing what he despises in himself. Thus, Adrian observes at one point that my selfishness is something I can almost blame my father for. His attitude and that of the whole family led me to believe that I was the whole universe. In a later discussion, the cynical nature of this superficial insight is clearer. All I want to know is how to put the best into this life. I should say get the best out, not put in, since I am selfish. Adrian's explanation for parental influence on deeper impulses behind his symptoms is mystically hereditarian. If I ever did anything wrong, it was the Latin in me, which is the side I have more of an affinity for, my mother's side. I look more like them. Floyd also avoids identifying with his own personality development as a life experience process. Instead, he adopts hereditarian explanations. All the inheritance is from the male side of the family for some reason or other. Except for my industriousness, that just doesn't exist. I guess I just got that from the other side of the family. Buck, when questioned rather persistently by the examiner as to what he was like as a child, just doesn't know. Asked which of his parents had the most influence on his personality, he becomes very defensive, assuming falsely that the examiner must be moralizing about his delinquencies. Ignoring the examiner's efforts to correct this misunderstanding, he persists in his own obsessive moralism. Both parents, he protests, always tried to teach me the right thing. Being in prison is not my folks' fault. 3 Low scorers. More characteristic of the low interviewees, with whatever partial inhibitions, is a general readiness to accept the causal continuity between present emotional problems and childhood emotional conflicts with parents. This has been previously exemplified in Art's self-interpretation of the effect of his dependence toward his mother upon his marriages and upon his delinquents. Similarly, Don volunteers that in prison this is the first time that I haven't been beset by all sorts of emotional problems centering around my mother and father. No such striking single quotations are available for Jim and Dick, although the inner continuity of their lives is implicit in some of the discussion of parents, to be presented shortly. H. Attitudes to parents. 1 High scorers. Certain critical aspects of the prejudiced inmate's ideology, racial, politico-economic, and moral religious, have been explained as attempts to deny personal dispositions by displacing them onto things outside. Their ideology seems to express fearful over-submissiveness to authority and power, anti-weakness facades, and displaced hatred of imaginary power figures, example Jews, as well as desperate fear of their own impulses, especially sexual aggression toward respected white women. These men's unconscious, split-off anxieties may in turn be traced to deeper sources, namely fear-ridden attitudes to parents. Point 23. All of them reveal, above all, a loss of inner integrity by self-negating over-submissiveness out of fear to parental authority. Such an attitude is shown especially toward the parent who is regarded as stronger, typically the father. This submission is betrayed by a striking inability to criticize parents' basic values, by inhibitions against making principled criticisms of parental harshness, by acceptance of suppression imposed by parents, and by stereotypic over-idealization of parents. The last feature seems to be an anxious attempt to suppress hostility by showing the opposite, odd respect. The false quality of this respect is revealed by its empty clichés, referring mostly to external stereotypes such as the parent's status, the sacrifices they made for the family, etc. Positive feelings tend to be oriented not toward lovable personal qualities of parents but rather toward what parents have done for them, or given to them, i.e., they reflect an exploitative dependence for external things. Self-negating submission and dependence toward parents may well be the ultimate origin of that weakness in themselves which these men so frantically try to deny. But fear prevents their resentment from leading to real self-assertion or to independence of their parents or other established authority. Sometimes they express feelings of victimization toward parents and other authorities, recall Ronald's persecutor for a governor. But these feelings are over-personalized. The prejudiced men cannot really criticize anti-democraticness as such, instead, they feel themselves singled out, as individuals, as the poor people or whatnot, for persecution. Their furtive resentment of parents and other authorities can be expressed only in pseudo-rebellion, often delinquent or fascist, and in prejudice against mythically dominant groups such as Jews, who symbolize the hated parental power and values, i.e., by growling defiantly while expressing the very authoritarianism growled against. There are signs that, to bolster their weakened masculinity and independence, these men have tried to identify with the external aspects of the resented parents, i.e., parental authoritarianism, status, and power, especially that of the father. This involves, not solidly internalized character traits, but only vicarious participation as a lieutenant in the parent leader's strength. This narcissistic identification is also a way of disguising masochistic submissiveness to the parent leader. A further consequence of the prejudiced inmate's submission to parents is splitting off of sexual impulses toward the first heterosexual figure, the mother. These are kept split off by developing reverence for the mother's imagined asexual purity. By emphasizing the mother's sweetness and goodness, she is in fantasy deprived of sexuality. Such distortions help to protect these men against their own feared sexual impulses, and provide a basis for their later inability to fuse love and sex. Their fear of Negroes' approach to white women may well be a projection of their own repressed impulses toward the mother. Several questionnaire items indirectly reflect submissiveness to parental authority and denial of any hostility to family figures. These include an overemphasis on obedience and respect for authority. Item 1. Rejection of rebellious ideas. Item 21. Condemnation of those who do not feel love, gratitude, and respect for parents. Item 27. And rejection of any hostile impulses toward a close friend or relative. Item 42. While these items are differentiating, even the low quartile means on them are rather high. It may be suspected that prison has stirred up considerable guilt over rebellion and hostility, in both low and high scorers. Robert's submissiveness is underlined by his insistent repetition that he was a perfect son to my parents, a perfect brother to my sisters and brothers. His mother is the most terrific person in the world to me, and he is quite unable to evaluate her objectively. I truthfully can't say she has any definite shortcomings. Yet his conception of her is empty and distant. Probing as to what sort of person she is draws a complete blank, except for references to her anti-sexual moralism, about woman as the most perfect thing, and her self-sacrificing gratification of dependence. I think she has devoted her life to making her mate, my father, and her children very happy. Has never taken much interest in outside social affairs, is concerned with her family. Even this devotion is regarded with mixed feelings. I don't really think she has any shortcomings, except maybe too wound up in her home and didn't take more interest in social affairs. Robert over-idealizes his father in an equally empty way as very good. I couldn't ask for a better father. He then proceeds furtively to undo this praise by expressions of feeling victimized. He was a little strict at times, and I haven't had everything I might have wanted from him. Note the dependence for things. I would have liked to have a nicer home, better position. His underlying submission, however, impels him to pull back and apologize. Possibly at the time I couldn't realize the reasons for punishment, and all in all, I was very happy to be one of his boys. Most interesting are Robert's comments about his father's economic status, not a successful businessman. Instead of improving himself, I think he went down a bit. Since I got out of school, he's always worked for wages. Thinking of the family's frequent moves which deeply upset his mother, Robert has often tried in later years to analyze my father's wanderlust. Robert decided that in moving so often, his father was apparently seeking business success. In this respect, my mother, who always referred to me as her best daughter because I've always tried to do everything to make her happy, note the submissive feminine identification, has remarked that I'm just the opposite of him. According to Robert, his mother in no way criticized the father's obsession with external status. She objected only that he did not stay put in seeking it and was not successful enough. But this seems to have provided a rationale for Robert, while submitting to his father's notion of economic success as the end-all of existence, to assert, to me, looking back now, he's not the type of a man that I want to pattern my business after. Robert's ambivalent ego ideal of business success is, so he likes to think, the opposite of his father's ideal. This might help to explain the inversion of his anti-Semitism, in which he expresses mainly envy of Jewish drive and ambition to get there, with only furtive signs of his hostility against the Jew. The Jew perhaps symbolizes less his father directly than it does a superficially differing father ideal toward which Robert's resentment is even more repressed than toward his actual father. This father ideal is difficult for him to rebel against even by way of displaced resentment against the symbol of the Jew, because under moralistic pressure from his mother he is deceived into thinking that his submission to this ideal is itself an assertion of independence from his father's values. Ronald's resentment has broken through more openly. After the divorce of his parents when he was 3, he lived with his paternal grandmother. He was taught that my mother had deserted my father and brother and I. Upon his father's remarriage, Ronald went, at the age of 7, to live with his father and stepmother. From the beginning there seemed to be a mutual understanding between my brother and myself that we didn't like her. Her position as only a secondary mother figure seemed to enable Ronald to express resentments toward her directly. His stepmother, he says, didn't take any interest at all and resented us. We always felt that we were in the way. A hint of possible homosexual fixation on the father is suggested by jealousy that his father was more interested in her than in me or my brother. Ronald expresses much disappointment in the father, and feelings of being victimized by him. The father was dependable, but he changed, worked his way up, then drinking caused him to go down. He never shirked at the idea of anyone helping him, especially financially. I know he used some of my grandmother's money to buy real estate with. And I know he lost it, and it didn't seem to bother him. The father gave Ronald an allowance of only 15 cents a week, which Ronald still resents. I'll never forget that. For the most part, however, he blames his stepmother for being never satisfied and greedy. Even here, his guilt makes him pull back,
as if sensing that he may be projecting onto her some of his own feelings. I thought she was greedy. Course it might have been for other reasons, wanting to save something. Most striking is his almost complete displacement of hate for the father's harsh discipline, onto the stepmother. Telling how his father didn't believe in sparing the rod and laid it on pretty thick, he declares, "The hard part about it was that my stepmother would tell him that my brother or I had done things, and he wouldn't give us a chance to explain. Ronald actually ran off twice, but it didn't cause me to hate him. I held it mostly against her. Just as Ronald now holds it mostly against those of lesser status and weak position, not those who represent real power." Wilbur's parents died in his infancy. He was raised by an aunt and uncle, with whom his main satisfactions, he says, were limited to board and room, a place to sleep. The aunt was a good woman, i.e., pure. Specifically, she gratified Wilbur's dependency for things. She was good to the children, clothed, fed, took care of us when sick. I couldn't think of any faults in her, except perhaps that she would never like to go no place, stayed at home all the time, like the woman Wilbur later chose to marry. He is unable to make his idealization of his aunt meaningful by any details. She was just a good woman, good to me. He never did confide in her. Wilbur's monosyllabic answers to the examiner's inquiry indicate that his childhood was dominated by the harsh rule of his uncle, whose regime he was apparently too submissive to think of questioning. He says that his uncle whipped him several times a month. Did you ever question whether he was right about it? No, the uncle, he declares, treated me okay, but from a very early age made me work pretty hard. Q. Sun up to sundown. Q. How did you take that? We did what the elders told us to. Q. Did you ever question that? Well, I never questioned. Wilbur was able to rebel only when he could create a persecutory rationale by feeling singled out. Only one disagreement: he wanted me to do more work than his own children. Wilbur reacted to this rationale with explosive defiance, still submissively unable to criticize his uncle's authoritarianism as such, by abruptly leaving home at the age of 15. With all this, Wilbur in another context describes his uncle as pretty easy to get along with. Then, in almost the next breath, he reveals that he would stay away at night and drink, sometimes come home drunk. My aunt went off in a corner. Wilbur indicates that he didn't dare to think seriously of criticizing the uncle or of protecting the aunt. What was your reaction? Didn't think much about it. Clarence, too, describes his real father as easy to get along with. What he admired most about the father was the way he treated me. Q. Never did abuse me or scold me. Later, Clarence betrays the reason for his freedom from physical discipline, namely, his own cowed submission to stern parental authority. Although the father would tell us what we should do, what he wanted us to do, and what he expected us to do, there wasn't much discipline to exercise, simply because we just did what they said. A moment later, Clarence unwittingly reveals the parental intimidation that forced such utter submission from him. Bemoaning the independence of children today, he declares that if he had ever answered his parents back the way he thinks children do now, I wouldn't be able to sit down. Clarence has justified his parents' intimidation of him by adopting the same general philosophy of authoritarianism. Children didn't run wild in those days like they do nowadays. If they have to whip them, I believe in whipping them. I don't believe in sparing the rod and spoiling the child. This submissive acceptance of parental authoritarianism helps to explain Clarence's inability to evaluate his father objectively. He didn't know, my father, had any weaknesses. His description of his mother is equally superficial and moralistic. She was a nice, easygoing woman, good mother. What he admired most about her, he states, was the way she handled me, always tell me how good I was. Clarence's distant, stereotyped attitude to his mother is further suggested by his purely physical conception of the way in which I take after my mother more than my father. Q. In what ways? Well, in my complexion. Q. What about personality traits? That I couldn't answer. After Eugene's father ran away when I was 2 years old, his mother went to work as a waitress and took care of me all my life. Thus she was both mother and father to Eugene. His remarks about her suggest the fear which forms the basis of his idealizing her, namely a desperate dependence on her to do things for him. Note the similarity in phrasing with Eugene's submissive dependent idealization of Roosevelt, who did things for Eugene via the CCC. She's good. In fact, the best. In other words, she's just tops with me. Does everything for me she can. Writes me all the time. Q. What do you admire most about her? Just about everything. Q. Well, I guess her being so good and friendly to everybody, especially me. Q. What's an example? Well, always trying to do everything for me. Very seldom go uptown without bringing something back for me. Q. What else? When father went away, mother took care of me all her life, where she could have put me in a home someplace. She always stayed with me in trouble. This dependence, this fear of loss of support, may have been a powerful force driving Eugene to submit to his mother's righteous repression. She is described as having taught him not values but absolutistic moral rules. She always taught me the difference between right and wrong, the things I should do and shouldn't. Her moralism, as he describes it, smothered any chance of answering the implicit hostility behind it. Because the hostility was veiled by a fog of self-righteousness, she would characteristically just bawl us out in a way that made it seem like it was hurting her more than it did us. She'd look hurt, with the result that it just hurt. I never sassied her back or said a mean thing. The implied struggle to hold a desire to sass her back is illustrated further in a striking contradiction. The only thing Eugene can imagine that might have prevented his long record of getting in trouble is more strict moral repression by his mother. To tell the truth, I don't think she was strict enough with us. As evidence for this, he mentioned that he sometimes came home later than I was supposed to. A minute later, unaware of the contradiction, he declares, she was pretty strict about that being home on time. Eugene submitted to his mother's moralism by being pretty good, up to the time I was 17 years old. His subsequent trouble, gambling, drinking, fighting, and sexual promiscuity, suggests a belated reaction against this submission. Meanwhile, the hostility which her hurt moralism made him suppress causes him to feel guilty and therefore obligated to do things for her. Asked what his main satisfactions were in the relationship with his mother, this guilt evokes the inappropriate response that I guess I haven't made her very happy, but when I'm out there and going straight, I'll always take care of my mother. I feel I've never treated her like I really should. 2 fascists. The 3 fascist men show, in more extreme form, essentially the same pattern of attitudes to parent figures as do the other prejudiced men. Especially notable is their fearful submission to the father, in which homosexual aspects are hardly even disguised. Buck verbalizes fairly directly his fear of sexuality in relation to his mother. I'd kind of feel embarrassed if my mother ever brought up a subject like sex. His conception of her seems to be exclusively that of an agent to do things to gratify his dependents. She was a hard-workin' lady, took care of us kids. In fact, when asked what were his main satisfactions in his relationships with his parents, his response is limited to the purely external fact that they gave me most anything I wanted. As for his parents' personalities, Buck's orientation toward the external leads him to ask, you mean the people they associated with? He cannot go beyond the most superficial references to their external roles, such as giving things to himself, being hardworking or a businessman, got drunk, gave orders, etc. This inhibitory block against any personal relation to them is consistent with the absolute submission which his father forced upon him. Buck never did see any weaknesses in him. His blind acceptance of his father's rightness about everything explains why, his father, he protests repeatedly, was generally right when he says something, always trying to show us the right view of things, always right in the things he said. Buck always figured I had it comin' when he was licked,
and in his fright knew right from wrong right away as an absolute distinction never to be questioned. Hence his father usually needed only to give us one look and we'd know what he meant. Buck's fear leads him to say that his parents never argued, even when he, the father, got drunk. A moment later he naively reveals the reason for the lack of arguments, with no apparent awareness of the contradiction: mother didn't say anything. If they did have any disagreements, they never did let us kids know. This denial is followed a few sentences later by a description of how sometimes dad would go into a rage and walk away, and mother would go into a room and cry, but she'd get over it right away. Of particular interest, in connection with Buck's fantasy that most all of them Jews talk about sex mostly, about they're gonna have fellatio performed on them tonight, are some remarks about the ways in which his father, symbolized by Jews, used to talk about sex. The only sex instruction Buck had, he declares, consisted in his father's frequent warnings to watch out for these ch _______ in order not to be exploited. In another context he relates how his father began, during his middle teens, to give him money for the express purpose of visiting prostitutes. Whether truth or fantasy, this is highly suggestive. It is not difficult to imagine that Buck may have been sexually overstimulated, rather crudely, by his father. After Floyd's parents separated in his infancy, he rarely saw either of them. Until he was 7 he was raised by a foster mother who boarded children. From age 7 to 14 he lived with his father and a newly acquired stepmother, until he was sent away to boarding school. Floyd describes himself as grossly neglected by the foster mother. Those people always had something to do from dawn to dusk, and as a kid I never had anything to say. He didn't get along too well with the other children. Discipline was more corporeal than anything else, for any infraction of her so-called rules. The stepmother he scornfully resented as just another woman, I guess, just somebody that was there, and as mean and rejective toward himself as that other woman's child. He jealously contrasts her with his father as different in every way. She wasn't his equal in anything, intellectually. This phrasing raises a suspicion that Floyd wanted to replace his stepmother and adopt the same lieutenant role toward his father as he seems to have adopted toward his crime partner. Indirect evidence for this hypothesis is to be found in his mixed-up loyalty to his real mother, suggesting definite identification with her feminine role. I wish she had a husband, and that's the pitiful part of it, a woman shouldn't be alone. There is much further evidence of Floyd's intense, if ambivalent homosexual father fixation. He describes his father as a very, very fine man, intelligent, understanding. Excellent father, in every way, a man everybody in the community looked up to. As to what he admires most about his father, he couldn't singularize on that. Just all of him. The one shortcoming which he can think of in his father is aggressive abruptness in criticizing. Well, he was outspoken. If he thought you were no good or doing something wrong, he didn't hesitate to tell you. But Floyd's fear of his father compels him to justify even this. That's as much of an asset in ways. In fact, Floyd cannot mobilize sufficient aggression toward his father to make a single criticism of him, not even of the father's virtual abandonment of him during the first 7 years of his life. Just always been away, that's all. He denies that his father ever punished him unjustly. A significant reason for Floyd's anxious splitting off from conscious awareness of all negative feelings toward his father may be similar to the preoccupation of Eugene toward his mother, fear of complete abandonment. This is suggested by Floyd's description of the quarrels between his father and stepmother. These were very sharp, and their remarks were lasting and bitter, like, "We never should have taken him home." And father would be confused. Then he would punish me, once very hard, then he would talk to me until I went to sleep. This dependence, as well as further signs of homosexual attachment, would seem to be expressed in the following remarks: "There's only one help I've got, and that's my father. Although he's never been close to me, he has stood by me. This affair has brought us closer together than before, and he has written me a beautiful letter.
Adrian's case reveals in rather pure form the dynamics of a power-ridden type of inverted Oedipus complex, fear-driven homosexual submission to a hated father, and underlying identification with the mother's role as subordinate. His mother, who died in her early 20s when he was only 5, seems to have been a very infantile person with no sense of humor. She neglected Adrian entirely except for flaunting her sexuality in his face, and then terrifying him by her way of punishing me. She was a very beautiful woman, very vivacious, came out in society, spent most of her life going out to dinners. She mostly ignored me, but she always came to show me how she looked before she went out. Except that my nurse said I was this or that, she didn't seem to know personally what I was about. Her punishments, usually for something petty such as stealing fudge off a shelf, were capricious and deeply traumatic. She locked me in dark closets, scared me to death, or threatened to give me to a neighborhood woman whom she said was a witch. Yet the fearful dependence of a little child apparently forced Adrian to repress the hate such treatment must have excited, for in the same breath in which he reveals her self-centered cruelty, he idealizes her and is unable to criticize her for these things. How did you feel toward your mother when she punished you? I loved my mother. I was very crazy about my mother. Did your mother ever punish you unjustly? No. She lost her temper unjustly. She was very vacillating, up one minute and down the next, never knew what she was going to do next. People just had to stay out of her way when she was that way. Questioned about her weaknesses or faults, Adrian declares, in my memory, she just doesn't have any faults. His mother's intimidation alone might be thought to have discouraged Adrian's heterosexual development. But fear of a stern father appears to have combined with this to stampede Adrian into complete homosexual submission to the father and adoption of the mother's manipulative techniques. The father, who died several years ago, was a military officer who was not the least bit demonstrative. He disapproved of any show of emotion of any kind. Adrian was awed by his consistency. He was a stickler for rules. I thought of him as a sort of tyrant. Yet, though he seemed hard as nails with everyone else, he was very easy with me, because if my father punished me, my mother was so upset that it didn't go. Adrian describes specific episodes that would seem to have encouraged a fearful feminine attitude toward the father. Incidentally, whenever she cried, I cried, too. She often threw tantrums, and father just put on his hat and went out, which only made her all the madder. And I would always cry with her. I always felt when he scolded her, he was scolding me. Adrian indicates that from earliest infancy he adopted his mother's techniques for manipulating the father. I hollered, usually got my way. In fact, all I ever had to do was cry about anything, and he'd do whatever it was that upset me. And remember, says Adrian in explaining his father's coddling him as the father coddled Adrian's mother, that I look like my mother. Note the continuing father fixation. I missed him very much when I was at the boarding house. When I was sick, I used to daydream about his coming to see me. I've saved all my letters to him. He very dramatically returned all my letters, like to an old love. I loved my father very much. Quite unable to assert any genuine inner independence, Adrian's furtive resentment broke through his weak superego in the form of delinquent rebelliousness. I became such a worry to him, left school when I pleased. I overdrew my charge accounts, and he was ill. This was followed by an endless succession of delinquencies as an adult. When he died, however, and when I realized I could never see him again, Adrian began to feel intense shame over his delinquencies and to feel even more deeply submissive to his father. I put him on a pedestal now he wasn't on. For me as a child he haunts me. I'm always wondering if he would approve of this or approve of that. His judgment was always right. And when I hear opinions expressed, I wonder if they would be his opinion. Adrian has even made a belated stab at catching up with father masculinity identifications. Before his short-lived parole, he asserted that he was through with his repulsive homosexuality, and that although he would have been happier as a woman, he had more determination than I am given credit for and can live a man's life, since this is a man's world. As we have seen before, his determination lasted for only about 2 weeks. 3 low scorers. In contrast with the high scorer's submission, the low-scoring interviewees exhibit more underlying independence toward parents, especially toward the father. This includes some capacity for objective evaluation of parents, as well as some ability to resist parental authority on the basis of principle. In each case, the preferred parent is definitely the mother, who is loved and respected as an individual. At the same time, each of these men reveals a deep ambivalence toward the mother, which is, almost consciously, inhibited, but not denied by masks of over-idealization and reverence. The ambivalence appears to center around frustrated love-dependency longings. It is this primary love orientation, however, which forms the basis of genuine liking for people and for democratic identifications. And to the extent that these men carry out identifications with underdogs and show resistance to status quo injustice, a basis was formed in early assertions of independence as underdogs in relation to parental authority. Their failure to carry out such identification fully may be due to inhibitions against asserting full independence from parents. By his auto-psychoanalysis, Art has made partly conscious his Oedipus complex, or, as he says he prefers to call it, denying specifically sexual feelings toward his mother, his dependency complex, later displaced onto mother substitutes. After the death of the father when Art was 9, several factors combined to intensify this complex. His sister and paternal half-brother went to stay with relatives. This left Art alone at home with mother, who had an advertising job. Their relationship, he indicates, was quite close, but with himself in a dependent role, though with reciprocating nurturance, toward his mother provider. I stayed at home and cooked the meals and did the housework. She apparently overstimulated his sexual fantasies, in a way that made it harder for him to overcome the mother fixation, by glorifying his body as a precious possession. And when he was about 14, she presented to him the business of childbirth and conception, in a very cold-blooded way. Note the almost conscious ambivalence toward the mother, including an arrangement for him to watch several childbirth operations surreptitiously. Withal, Art's image of her stresses inner, psychological values, an intellectual and a very well-educated person. Her principal gift seems to be that of perception. And a musician, pianist, not by trade but certainly by nature. Her frailties include a psychological disturbance as great as mine. Fortunately didn't cause her as much trouble, but certainly caused her as much anguish. The mother's emotional support seemed to help Art assert considerable independence of his father, example explicitly rejecting the latter's anti-Semitism, evaluating him with some criticalness as spoiled by his rich parents as an only child, criticizing his discipline as having not much consistency, and rejecting his father's discipline when it seemed unfair, in which case you got nothing but a lot of argument from me. The mother was in some ways a better model. Her discipline deprived us of privileges but had more effect because of her greater consistency. She meant what she said. The father's capriciousness, as a masculine model to identify with, seemed to confuse Art's conception of his own ego identity. For instance, in pursuing the career of artist and having to compromise by becoming a commercial artist, Art was following his father, who of course was fostering any particular art ability I had. But curiously enough, I don't think I have any particular art ability, though no one else thinks it is either ordinary or mediocre. Instead, I think I could become a good musician, pianist, like his mother, although he admits unquestioning that I don't play the piano at all. Art even makes explicit his conflict over internalizing the father as a masculine model, though the father championed my causes. I didn't like my father as champion, preferred my mother as champion. Art recognizes that his father was temperamental, running away from something, too, managed to dissipate a rather large fortune by drinking and gambling, which caused considerable domestic strife. I didn't like it. Yet having himself started drinking, done some gambling,
chafed against commercializing his artistic bent by getting fired from several jobs, and transferred my dependency onto prison by check writing art senses that he has probably got some of my father's extravagant qualities. Don's life, too, has been dominated by a neurotic over-attachment to his mother. His underlying love dependency has been masked, however, by his reciprocal role of nurturant protector to his mother. In pre-adolescence he became actively involved in the bitter quarrels between his parents concerning the father's going with women. He took the mother's side, strongly criticizing the father, who repeatedly licked my pants off for intervening. At the same time, I tried to bring them back together, they still care for each other. But his efforts at mediation were unsuccessful. His parents were divorced when he was 12, and from then on Don supported himself, living with several other boys. One wonders if Don's experience of being squeezed between his two adult giants partly determines his opinion that both labor and business sort of ignore the little fellow. Years later, in the mother's third marriage, her husband took her for a great deal of money, which he lost in a succession of wildcat schemes. Eventually she went into debt, mortgaging the old family farm. Don, having tried in vain to persuade her to divorce the man, and inhibiting conscious wishes to kill him, borrowed heavily to keep her in funds. He then carried out a series of bank robberies, by himself, to make these debts good, and to continue supplying money to his mother. On the last one, after a wild automobile and foot chase by a bank manager, he let himself be caught rather than shoot the unarmed man with his loaded gun. Don recognizes that his mother is governed by emotional biases, by willingness to accept and believe too much, generous to a fault, not too practical, forbearing to a fault, not assertive enough. But he respects her deeply as quite a person who has taken up something every year of her life. She has recently learned to play the accordion, she studied music all her life. Don's ego identity, like art's, seems to be confused with respect to mother versus father identifications. He feels that he takes after his father in not being governed by emotional biases as mother is. This conflicts sharply with his statement that prison is the first time that I haven't been beset by all sorts of emotional problems. Ambivalence toward his mother's emotional biases is indicated by his first, abrupt response to questioning about his mother's weaknesses. Let's call it emotional and let it go at that. Jim's involvement with his mother is still deeper, with respect to both love dependency feelings and nurturant protection of her, as well as strong hostility close to the surface. Conflict with the father is also more violent. Jim has been very close to his mother, as to an intimate sweetheart. I could talk to my mother about any subject under the sun. No embarrassment there. I was interested in the same things. Both of us are a little sensitive in temperament, kind of quiet. I think we both like a certain amount of solitude. I used to like to take her out to dinner, to the theater quite often. During the Depression, as he struggled against poverty to support his mother, she says that he was a prince, and went without eating himself to buy fruit for me. Jim is able to criticize her as not social enough, by herself too much and as having a little temper, but he formulates his near-conscious ambivalence. It's a little difficult to find weaknesses in one's mother. We usually tend to overlook a mother's weaknesses. I find it difficult to find very many frailties. At another point Jim indicates unmistakably the process of consciously struggling to inhibit, by what he calls insight, resentments toward his mother. Citing, in response to questioning, an occasion on which she had spanked him impulsively for something that wasn't his fault, he declares, "At the time I resented it. Today I don't. I know she did things the best she could. I didn't have enough insight then." Of the father, who deserted the family for 8 years during the 30s, Jim says, "My dad used to get drunk quite often, and he would beat my mother, physically. He's a little crude, socially. He's very happy-go-lucky. He likes to fish. He's very egotistical, I think a little too much so. Very stubborn in argument. If he believes a thing, why that's it. He probably has an inferiority complex which he never admits to himself. The mother expresses the view that Jim was reduced to a hopeless state of mind, due to his father's hardness and cruelty. But note Jim's love-oriented wish to believe that his relation to his father was nonetheless a very friendly relationship. He was pretty much of a pal. We liked to go places together, fishing, play cards, etc. We had a lot of good times. Recall Jim's close relationship with an older man whom he persuaded to stop drinking, and who was in turn kind to him. Dick, too, was closer to his mother than to his father. I always liked to putter around the house with mother. Mother and I were pals more than father. I confided in mother a good deal. What's an example? Well, sex. Mother was much more free about it than father. Nonetheless, Dick's conception of her is more moral and conventional than that of the other low-scoring interviewees, and reflects some dependence for things. He describes her as a good housekeeper, always interested in the kids' welfare. Liked to putter around the house. He admired most in her the fact that she's always looked after the kids the best she could, and kept a very nice household and dresses nice. Personal appearance always kept up to snuff. Doesn't smoke and doesn't drink. Dick is also unable to criticize her directly. Weaknesses. Well, might say my dad is her principal weakness. He can talk her out of most anything. Other weaknesses? By golly, I don't know. I can't think of a one. His hostility toward her for her greater strictness, as compared with the father, is not difficult to infer. Dad tried to exercise the discipline, but he was too easygoing, so mother did. Never had a whipping. She used to take privileges away, for not coming home on time. That was the main thing. I got a wild streak for about 6 months before I went into the service. First got the use of a car, then neglected my studies for picnics and dates in the evenings. One may wonder if this was not in protest against his mother's moral strictness. As for the father, who always found something to laugh at, very easy to get along with, Dick mentions his main weaknesses as violations of the mother's strictness. Might say he's a sucker for anybody's sob story, and pretty lenient with his kids, would let us play hooky, would let me have the car a bit too often, too easy with money for us kids, whereas the mother was a little more careful about money. Recall that Dick's fiancée, the crippled girl back home, is not wild, steady. She might be a mother figure who could help him to inhibit resentment against his mother's strictness. Criminality in high and low scorers. 1. General. What relations may exist between criminality and the anti-democratic trends? 2 kinds of data are available: mean scores on the scales for subgroups composed of legally defined offense categories, and certain interview material. Table 5, XXI, presents the E and F scale means for the legally defined offense categories: murderers, robbers, etc. None of the differences between means of different offense groups are statistically significant. As for the relevant interview material, the heterogeneity of offenses combined with the small number of cases would seem to discourage general conclusions. But perhaps if an appropriate level of generalization can be found, a brief review of this material might be rewarded with further insight. Such a review is now presented, considering the interviewees one by one. Complete details are not available as to the exact circumstances of each of the interviewees' offenses and their attitudes toward these offenses. Nonetheless, the material obtained is highly suggestive. Robert's murder of his hostile, despised mistress was the climax of a flight into sexual promiscuity which has been interpreted as an unconscious attempt to quiet fears of non-masculinity that his wife's frigidity may have intensified. Ronald's habitual gang robbery as a business appears to have represented an easy way of obtaining money as well as an effort to prove himself a big operator. Eugene's delinquencies consist of a long history of trouble, getting easy money by check writing, gambling, drinking, and especially fighting, of which he is both proud because of its manliness and ashamed because of being a little wild. In contrast with his submissiveness to his moralistic mother, by being good, up to the time I was 17 years old,
This behavior sounds like a belated protest of masculinity. Wilba's murder of his landlord following eviction, and his development of paranoid anti-Greek delusions, appears to have been a desperate defiance of an emasculating father figure, in order to reassert his own threatened masculinity. Clarence's sexual assaults on children, with his accompanying paranoid delusions of being framed by the people in politics, seem to be attempts to prove masculinity and suppress homosexual panic. Buck's statutory rape of a young girl and molesting of his own small children probably have similar meanings. His drunken check-writing spree with a despised prostitute seems to have been an attempt to bolster his masculinity by means of heterosexual promiscuity and big-shot financier behavior. Floyd's gang robberies were undisguised attempts to be a big operator, to be tough, and to gain easy power. Similarly for his disturbing the peace by drunken brawls, and his repeated Army A.W.O.Ls, which characteristically involved a spree with a married woman as usual. Adrian's cap pistol robbery was, by his own statement, an attempt to prove that he could lead. He himself attributes this act in part to some glandular treatments he had just completed a week before, which he feels made him more masculine. The one feature which all of these offenses have in common is that they represent attempts to prove something. What they seek to prove is toughness, strength, power, all of which signify masculinity more significantly. They are attempts to deny something, namely, what to the subject means psychologically weakness and non-masculinity, whether this be non-heterosexuality, impotence, homosexual impulses, submissiveness, dependence, softness, or passivity. In a word, the high scorers' crimes express the emotional complex that seems to dominate their lives, desperate fear of their own weakness, which they try to deny by a facade of masculinity. Thus what superficially looks like direct, uninhibited expression of impulses in these men, turns out to be a cover-up for intense inhibition and fear. 3 low scorers. Art has himself interpreted his check writing, in which he made no efforts to avoid getting caught, as an unconscious attempt to transfer his ambivalent dependency from his wife onto the prison mother. He ascribes the origin of this complex to his attachment to his mother. Don's bank robberies for his mother express a similar mother attachment, in which his own love dependence is closely associated with nurturance toward his mother. Near-conscious ambivalence is verbalized toward the emotional biases by which her behavior is governed. Jim's clubbing of a middle-aged woman and then kissing and chewing her breasts, all carried out while drunk and in a dazed, fugue-like state, with later partial amnesia, suggests a direct expression of primitive mother-oriented ambivalence. His earlier theft of an auto for a joyride with an older woman may well have been related to the same general conflicts. Dick's theft of an auto to drive a woman to Reno to marry, while both were drunk, seems to have been part of his near-conscious search for consolation, after the frustration of his love-dependent nurturant desire to marry the crippled girl back home. Each of these men's offenses suggests different aspects of a common constellation which dominates their lives, longing to be loved by and to love a mother figure who will both mother them and let them father her, with near-conscious ambivalence to women, caused by frustration of this striving. The crimes of the high and low scorers thus seem to express their different central strivings or life themes, anti-weakness defenses versus ambivalent quest for love. They do not appear to be differentiated, with respect to the manifest violence of their offenses. It seems that the same legal offense, and the same degree of violence, may spring from quite different underlying personality structures. Accordingly, as other writers have noted, 51, 103, the legal offense per SE is a poor index of susceptibility to rehabilitation. There is a strong suggestion, however, that low scorers offer considerably more promise of rehabilitation than do high scorers. This follows from the apparent greater capacity of the former to establish genuine relationships with other people, just as their criminal behavior seems to have followed upon frustration of the need for love, or upon some crisis in their love relationships, so would the establishment of new relationships offer the basis for changed behavior. In the high scorers, on the other hand, relationships based primarily upon love would seem to be very difficult of achievement. Rather,
we should expect new relationships in their case to conform with the old pattern of dominance submission, something which, though it might induce conforming behavior for the moment, would in the end only strengthen those personality structures which are basic to their criminality, and to their fascist potential. Chapter XXII. Psychological ill health in relation to potential fascism, A. Study of psychiatric clinic patients 1. Maria Hertz Levinson. A. Introduction. If differences in ideology are significantly related to personality differences, then one would expect ideology to be related also to various kinds of mental disturbance. It is the contention of modern psychiatry that the experiences and behavior of mentally disturbed persons differ only in degree from those of normal people, and that the disturbances which any given individual develops depend in very large part on his personality structure. Indeed, most of the concepts of modern psychology of personality were first developed on the basis of material from psychologically unhealthy people. The reasons for this were similar to the reasons, given below, which prompted the present study of ideology and personality in psychiatric patients. In the first place, it is usually easier to describe and to explain the more pathological personality patterns than the more healthy ones. Healthy people, to be sure, also have problems, i.e., areas in which their adjustment to outer and inner stresses is not entirely smooth. They have, however, to a large extent solved these problems. They have succeeded in sublimating or successfully controlling their primitive impulses and, to the extent that inner problems still exist, they are able to achieve life situations which help to minimize their conflicts and anxieties. Those who need therapy, have, on the other hand, whether they are aware of the need or not, failed to achieve the proper balance, and the nature and degree of their imbalance is usually plain to be seen. The primitive impulses break through in more or less undisguised forms, the defensive struggles against them can often be clearly observed, and the conflicts with the environment are often still in progress. Thus, the elements and adjustment mechanisms of the personality are here more clearly discernible than in psychologically healthy individuals. In the second place, an advantage in using the psychiatric clinic as a laboratory lies in the fact that here, more than in the usual research interview, people are willing to disclose the more intimate details of their lives. Thus, studies on patients who are strongly motivated to tell the truth about themselves may help to validate the methods used for the study of other groups. Thirdly, the present investigation sought an approach to the very difficult problem of the relation between ideology and the dimension of psychological health. Ill health. Are people with psychological disturbances severe enough to make them seek psychiatric help, more prejudiced or less prejudiced than other groups of people? What is the general relation between neurosis and psychosis, on the one hand, and ideology on the other? Are particular patterns of ideology significantly related to any of the common psychiatric diagnostic groups? In an attempt to answer these and other questions, 121 psychiatric patients were studied by means of our questionnaire and other methods. Data bearing on such factors as intelligence level, education, type of complaint, and psychiatric diagnosis were obtained from the clinic records. In addition, 16 cases were studied intensively by means of interviews and the thematic apperception test, and all material previously collected by the clinic workers was brought into the picture. A majority of the subjects also took a standardized test known as the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. In analyzing and interpreting these data, concepts and findings from the other areas of the study as a whole were employed to the full. B. The nature of the sample. The subjects, 71 women and 50 men, were all patients at the Langley Porter Clinic in San Francisco, a state institution for the diagnosis and treatment of psychiatric disorders. Violent cases and cases for permanent commitment are not admitted. At the time of the study reported in the present chapter, the inpatient department had 3 wards, about 45 beds, for patients requiring temporary hospitalization. Most of these cases can be classed as severe neuroses or mild psychoses. The majority of the patients are treated in the outpatient department, where adults are seen regularly for therapeutic interviews and various psychological procedures. The hospital facilities are open to everyone, regardless of income. Fees range from $0, gratis, to $2 per interview and are graded according to ability to pay. In terms of income, occupation, and residence, most clinic patients could be said to fall into the urban lower middle class, though in some cases the lower class or the educated middle class are represented. Most upper class and upper middle class individuals who wish psychiatric help go to private psychiatrists. One may ask to what extent patients, of whatever social class, who seek help from a public psychiatric clinic are different from those people with psychological disturbances who do not seek such help. One important trait distinguishing the two groups is acceptance of psychiatry and of the idea that one's illness might have important psychological sources. This is true particularly of many persons who come to the clinic of their own accord or at the instigation of relatives or friends. Almost as large a proportion of the patients, however, are referred by social agencies or by physicians to whom they have usually turned because of physical symptoms. Most of these people have little or no idea about psychiatry and many drop out of treatment after a few interviews have shown them that their mind is involved. Another selective sampling factor is the admission policy of the hospital. The outpatient clinic arranges at least one interview for every person applying, except in cases which should properly be handled by other agencies. The outpatients are selected therefore only on the basis of their wishing psychiatric help from a clinic. The inpatient department, on the other hand, is so small that only a limited portion of applications can be considered. The only cases admitted are those requiring immediate attention, those presenting special diagnostic problems, and those which could best profit from temporary hospitalization. The judgment regarding prognosis rests, of course, on age and the nature of the disturbance, but also to a large extent on such factors as the patient's cooperativeness, desire to be helped, degree of insight, intelligence, and education. The staff's judgment as to whether the patient is a particularly worthwhile person also plays a role. This latter judgment rests in part on the personal impression the patient makes, that is, on his conformity with middle class or upper middle class standards of dress, occupational and educational level, and speech, manners, and so forth. The Langley-Porter patients are referred from a great variety of sources, many kinds of agencies, Army, Navy, physicians, private individuals. About 20% of the applicants are self-referred. This group contains many college graduates and other younger people who feel that they can be helped in making better life choices and who are extremely receptive to psychological procedures. For these combined reasons the Langley-Porter Clinic patients are on the whole younger, more intelligent, better educated, and more receptive to psychological procedures than the general population. In selecting subjects for the present investigation, an attempt was made to get a random sample of the clinic population, exclusive of those who were under 20 years of age to Jewish, non-white, or foreign-born. Questionnaires were given to all ward patients who were able to cooperate and to the 7 subjects of a special research study on stomach ulcers. In the outpatient department, most cases were selected on a random basis by approaching all patients coming into the waiting room on certain days and by having questionnaires administered by clinic staff members who were instructed in the principles of random selection. Most subjects filled out the blanks on the spot. A few, less than 5%, refused altogether. Some took the questionnaire home. Of these, more than half returned the completed forms. Care was taken to preserve the anonymity of the subjects, and this further increased willingness to cooperate. Unfortunately, there is no exact record of what proportion of the blanks distributed were returned. It is estimated that the return was 85 to 90%. Thus, although degree of cooperativeness played some part in the selection of subjects, this factor was probably no larger than in many other groups studied. The sample is probably fairly representative of the Langley-Porter Clinic population as a whole, within the limits stated above. The 50 men and 71 women selected for study may be further characterized as follows. Age. A majority were between 20 and 40 years,
very few being under 20. Sex. There were more women than men, due to the greater number of women patients in the clinic as a whole. Most results were computed for men and women separately. Marital status. Of the men, 58% were married, 36% are unmarried, and 6% are divorced. In the case of the women, 62% were married, 31% are unmarried, and 7% are divorced. Of the men who were married or who had been married, 56% had children, 44% had no children. Of the women who were married or who had been married, 67% had children, 33% are no children. Education. Records were available on 46 of the men and 66 of the women. These records are probably not entirely accurate, since many people with little schooling try to conceal this fact. On the whole, however, the figures are well confirmed by inspection of the data on occupation. The majority of the group had completed high school, all had completed grammar school, and some had college educations. In computing averages, 1 year was added to the number of grades completed when there was additional vocational training such as nursing, business college, music conservatory, and so forth. The mean number of years of schooling for the men was 12.2, for the women 12.5. Intelligence. Usable intelligence quotients were available on only 1/3 of the group. The only scores considered were those obtained by means of the Wechsler-Bellevue test of adult intelligence. Among these, the only subtests included were those judged as most probably valid, that is, as not much affected by temporary disturbance due to the neurotic or psychotic condition. Since all cases showing wide discrepancies between two subtests, and many others with low scores, were excluded, the obtained average IQ of 115, for men and women combined, n equals 37, seems spuriously high, the true average for the group probably being closer to 110. This agrees pretty well with an estimate made by the chief psychologist regarding the Langley Porter Clinic population as a whole. It is slightly but significantly above the average of 100 for the population at large. Parents' birthplace. A considerable number of subjects had foreign-born parents. In the case of the men, 70% said both parents were born in the U.S., 12% gave both parents American Samoa foreign-born, 16% had one foreign-born parent, and 2% gave no answer. In the case of the women, there were 65% with both parents born in the U.S., 18% with both parents foreign-born, 13% with one foreign-born parent, and 4% gave no answer. Income. The data here, obtained on the questionnaire, are very incomplete because a great many subjects left the question unanswered or put none either because of a sense of privacy or because they were temporarily unemployed due to their illness. In the case of the women, the data are less complete than for the men, because on some of the questionnaire blanks used there was no question about husband's income. For the three men who indicated their income, the figures are as follows. Under $2,000 a year, 18%. $2,000 to $2,900 a year, 42%. $3,000 to $3,900 a year, 28%. $4,000 or above, a year, 12%. Of the women, only 19 reported their own income and 29 gave the husband's income. None of the women earned $4,000 or more, only 5 husbands earned $4,000 or more. Most of the stated incomes fell between $2,000 and $3,900. Occupation. Of the 50 men, 22% classed themselves American Samoa unemployed, students, etc., 41% could be classed American Samoa skilled workers, 21% as white-collar, and 10% as professional workers. There were 1 unskilled worker and 2 seamen. Of the 60 women who gave an occupation, 58% were housewives, 23% clerical Oregon sales personnel,
8% held other non-professional jobs, 5% had professions, and 6% were students. Religion. Many religious denominations were represented in this group. They are discussed more fully in relation to political and social ideology, as revealed by the questionnaire, in Chapter 6. About 1/2 were Protestants and 1/5 to 1/4 were Catholics, the rest were agnostic or declined to state a preference. Politics. With respect to political group membership, the men were distributed as follows: blank, undecided, 16%, Republicans, 24%, Democrats, 54%, Socialists and Communists, 6%. The women were grouped in the following way: blank, undecided, 25%, Republicans, 17%, Democrats, 54%, Socialists and Communists, 4%. These socio-economic characteristics of our group were similar to those of several other groups in the study as a whole. Attempts to compare our sample with other clinic groups with regard to socio-economic characteristics and psychiatric diagnostic groupings would have been rather difficult and was not necessary for our purpose. Since the clinic draws its patients from a wide variety of sources, and attempts to serve as many applicants as possible, regardless of ability to pay, the Langley-Porter population as a whole and our sample in particular is probably fairly characteristic of groups of patients from similar public psychiatric clinics in large American cities. 24% of our diagnosed group had been classed as psychotic, 62% as psychoneurotic. The remaining 14% were considered to have other disorders such as psychopathic personality, alcoholism, and so forth. For our purposes, only those categories were included which appeared with some frequency. Thus, among the psychoses we have included only schizophrenia and manic-depressive psychoses. The remaining 2 cases, one epilepsy with psychosis, one undiagnosed psychosis, have been placed together under the heading Other Psychoses. The cases appearing together under the heading Other Disorders include: 1. 7 male patients suffering from stomach ulcers who had come to the clinic not for psychiatric help but to serve as subjects in a study in psychosomatic medicine. These cases were officially classed as mixed neurosis, but were so different from the group here classified psychoneurosis, mixed type, that they were considered separately for the purposes of the present investigation. 2. Several cases classified as psychopathic personality and alcoholism without psychosis. 3. 4 cases, grouped under the heading miscellaneous. These include 2 cases diagnosed schizoid personality, 1 case of primary behavior disorder, and 1 post-traumatic personality disorder. Our list of diagnostic categories covers only the main headings, or names of disorders, used for psychiatric classification. Often these were the only categories assigned. Usually, however, the cases were further described in terms of their particular symptomatology, example psychoneurosis, mixed, anxiety and depressive features, or schizophrenia, paranoid type. The number of cases from our sample in each of the resulting finer subgroups was too small to be considered here. No figures on the distribution of the various groups in the clinic population as a whole were available for comparison with our figures. In Table 2, XXII, we have included a few figures covering the outpatient department alone. These show that our group contains more psychotics and psychoneurotics, and consequently fewer cases falling into the other disorders, than the outpatient clinic as a whole. This is to be expected, because 29% of our group came from the inpatient department where most cases have a diagnosis of psychosis or neurosis. In making the formal diagnoses, the physicians were supposed to follow the official list of mental disorders, set up by the American Psychiatric Association. Condensed form of new classification adopted by the Committee on Statistics and approved by the Council, December 27, 1933. The classifications in this list are based on symptomatology rather than on personality dynamics. Thus, a psychoneurosis is a mental disorder in which the main symptoms are hysterical, compulsive, or anxiety manifestations. In the absence of such symptoms, many peculiarities of behavior, example sexual perversions, alcoholism, delinquency, would not be considered neurotic, but would be categorized as primary behavior disorder, alcoholism, psychopathic personality. In most of our cases, a preliminary diagnosis was assigned by the patient's psychiatrist. In a conference with the director of the department, outpatient or inpatient, an official diagnosis was then worked out on the basis of the case history presented by the physician. We had no way of actually measuring the reliability of the psychiatric diagnoses. It is our guess, however, that there was considerable unreliability. One source of unreliability probably lies in the categories themselves, which are rather broadly defined. Also, it is often unclear whether a case should be classed as a mixed neurosis or whether one type of symptom stands out sufficiently to warrant a diagnosis such as hysteria or hypochondriasis. Then also, there is sometimes the question of which symptoms are the predominant ones. The categories, then, leave a great deal to the subjective judgment of each physician. And it is possible for the physicians to use the classification scheme in various ways, according to their predilections and theoretical orientations. Thus, unreliability of the classifications is no doubt further increased by the fact that the Langley Porter Clinic, at the time of the present research, had a great number of therapists varying greatly in training, experience, and theoretical outlook. They ranged in training from supervised medical students to staff psychiatrists with many years of experience. In theoretical orientation they included strictly Freudian, psychoanalytic, Jungian, and other dynamic and non-dynamic points of view. Because of these sources of unreliability, one would expect to find only slight relationships between the psychiatric diagnostic categories and other variables. Furthermore, on theoretical grounds one cannot expect very clear-cut relationships between categories based entirely on symptomatology rather than on personality dynamics, and variables like ethnocentrism which seem to be directly related to certain dynamic factors. Lastly, the division of our total group into several small subgroups according to sex and diagnosis further decreased the chances of obtaining significant statistical relationships with ethnocentrism. The relationships that were nevertheless obtained seem even more significant in the light of these considerations. The total group was divided into 8 subgroups, on the basis of sex and E-quartile. The proportion of each subgroup having any given psychiatric diagnosis was then obtained, Table 3, XXII. Thus, the percentage of low quartile women diagnosed as schizophrenic can be compared with the proportion of schizophrenics in any other quartile or in the total sample. 1. Ethnocentrism in relation to neurosis and psychosis. In our total group, there was a preponderance of psychoneurotics over psychotics, the ratio being 62:24%. Table 4, XXII, shows that this ratio is somewhat greater in the low than in the high half of the E distribution. The trend appears even more markedly in Table 3, XXII, especially in the figures for the women. There are practically no psychotics, but a relatively very large number of neurotics in the low quartile, with the proportion of psychotics increasing, that of neurotics decreasing, in the low middle and high middle quartiles. The largest number of psychotics is in the high middle quartile, but relatively few are in the high quartile. The same trends appeared in the male and female groups. Several hypotheses can be offered to explain the drop in the proportion of psychotic subjects from the high middle to the high quartile. One hypothesis is that the drop is caused entirely by certain factors of sampling. It can be argued that the proportion of psychotics in the high quartile would actually be equal to or even higher than that in the high middle quartile were it not that many of the very high-scoring individuals were eliminated from the group through certain external circumstances. We know from experience at the clinic and from work with other groups that high scorers are in general less cooperative, because they are relatively more suspicious and more afraid of any infringement of their privacy. Thus, they often left unanswered parts of the questionnaire dealing, for instance, with income or father's income and other private topics, even when their anonymity was assured.
By these and similar means high scorers avoid dealing with topics which might remind them of problems and emotions they are trying to keep in repression or which might expose their weaknesses to others. It is probable, therefore, that a great many extremely prejudiced people could never be induced to go to a psychiatric clinic for help. Perhaps this holds particularly for those ethnocentric individuals who are most disturbed, that is, for those with psychotic or near-psychotic disturbances. If it is true that there are relatively many potential high scorers among severely psychotic patients, the relatively low incidence of psychotics in the high quartile could be caused by the fact that the clinic excludes violent psychotic cases and many of the cases with very poor prognosis. Lastly, there were a few ward patients who were either too disturbed to fill out a questionnaire properly or who refused to do so. But there were not enough cases like this to explain entirely the decrease of psychotics from the high middle to the high quartile. Another line of speculation, to which we shall return later, is that prejudice in its extreme degree may be an expression of certain ego defenses which the person has invested with a great deal of energy, because without them he would suffer a psychotic breakdown. Perhaps the high scorers are very similar to our high middles except for somewhat greater ego strength and better working defenses. Another hypothesis is that the decrease in the proportion of psychotics from the high middle to the high quartile is a true one, and that it can be explained by certain features of the psychotic process itself which would tend to produce middle rather than extreme scores. In support of this hypothesis, some observations on psychotic clinic patients should be mentioned here. Several of the psychotic subjects were interviewed, and it was found that only one of them had even some slight knowledge of current events and of the social issues of the present. Even this one case, a professional person, was concerned mainly with abstract ideology and never talked in terms of political reality. It seemed as if these psychotic subjects, all mild cases in their first psychotic episode, were emotionally too removed from social reality to pay much attention to it or to form any strong and consistent ideology about it. Apparently this did not produce enough inconsistency of response to have much lowering effect on scale reliabilities, but enough to produce various deviant patterns and unintense responses, resulting in middle scores. A related hypothesis would be that the tendency toward middle E scores in our psychotic group was due in largest part to certain special, temporary factors arising out of the circumstance that these patients were all in acute psychotic episodes, or had just recovered from one. Here, too, we have some supporting observations. One patient, for instance, responded only in terms of +1 and 1. When released from the hospital, greatly improved and free from delusions, the patient said in an interview that he thought his constricted responses had been due to his extreme lack of self-confidence at the time, which prevented him from expressing himself in a more definite fashion, and that he might respond differently now. Another subject, who at the time suffered from paranoid delusions and who showed great hostility towards his hospital environment and resentment toward the test procedure, answered only in terms of +3 and -3, further emphasized by exclamation marks, underlinings or negativizitic comments. Such a pattern of responses would also lead to a score closer to the mean than the subject's actual attitude would warrant. Temporary characteristics of the illness itself may be important in some cases, but it is the author's impression that they are not likely to influence the E-scores of most subjects to any considerable extent. The subjects who at the time the scale was administered were very much out of contact with reality usually refused to participate or produced records which could be immediately recognized as invalid. These either had many omissions or bizarre comments, or they showed that the person was not able to follow the directions properly. Assuming that the trends obtained with the present small sample are valid, the data show a negative relationship between psychosis and strong opposition to prejudice, a positive relationship between psychosis and moderate prejudice, but a relatively low incidence of psychosis among the extremely high scorers. To explain this trend we favor the following hypothesis, which fits in with many of the findings discussed in previous chapters and which is supported also by the clinical findings to be discussed later. Strong opposition to prejudice, as measured by the E-scale, appears to be related to certain personality structures which, under stress, are more likely to lead to psychoneurotic than to psychotic disturbances. This hypothesis will be discussed in more detail later in the present chapter. 2. Ethnocentrism in relation to specific diagnostic categories. Our sample does not contain enough cases, in each of the more frequent diagnostic categories, to draw very specific conclusions. On the whole, however, it appears that ethnocentrism is not correlated very highly with any given psychiatric syndrome, at least as the latter was defined at Langley Porter Clinic. There were both high and low scorers among the schizophrenics, manic depressives, anxiety states, hysterias, obsessive compulsives, and, of course, mixed neuroses. However, certain quantitative relationships between E and psychiatric diagnosis, as well as qualitative differences between high and low scorers within the same diagnostic category, were found. The quantitative relations may be considered first. 1. The low scorers, especially those in the low quartile, were concentrated mostly in the mixed neurosis category, and distinguished most often by depression and conscious anxiety, and sometimes by neurasthenic features. This was particularly true of the women. The difference between percentages of women with mixed neurosis falling into the high and low halves of the E-scale distribution is statistically significant above the 2% level of confidence, Table 4, XXII. 2. There were many more high-scoring than low-scoring women classified as anxiety state. This difference is significant above the 5% level of confidence, Table 4, XXII. The trend is less marked in men, where many low scorers were considered anxiety states. As will be seen below, important qualitative differences exist between the high and low scoring men with anxiety state. 3. 7 of our subjects were men with stomach ulcers, taken from a research project in psychosomatic medicine. Not one of these made a low score. One had a low middle score, but turned out to be strongly prejudiced against Negroes, although not in regard to other groups. 2 were high middles, and 4 fell into the high quartile. This is a very marked trend, though of course not conclusive because of the small number of cases. However, this result is interesting because the modern psychoanalytic theory concerning the dynamics of ulcer has much in common with the dynamic formulations about the character structure of highly prejudiced men, as advanced in this book. This theory emphasizes underlying dependency which is held in repression by counteractive defenses, a masculine facade, much drive for activity, and so forth. We may now consider the qualitative differences between high and low scorers in the same psychiatric category. A. Mixed neurosis. This seemed to be the most frequent single diagnosis of our low quartile women. It also occurred in 1/3 of the low middle women. There were 11 low-scoring and only 3 high-scoring women with the diagnosis mixed neurosis. Among the low scorers, 8 reported feelings of depression and inferiority, mood swings, crying, the rest complained of tiredness and/or dysmenorrhea and difficulties in social relationships. One case had other physical symptoms, probably on an hysterical basis, and inhibitions in group situations. Of the 3 high-scoring women, none reported depressed feelings, 2 denied all psychological difficulties. One was a psychopath, who also complained of menstrual difficulties. She was brought in by her husband for drinking, spending money excessively, and going out with men from bars. She did not feel any need of help. 2 were psychosomatic cases, one an extremely tense young woman who had had a thyroidectomy and denied psychological problems, the other originally came in for a chronic, psychosomatic, skin rash, but soon admitted sexual, marital, maladjustment of long standing. When the cases of stomach ulcer are not included, there are fewer men with the diagnosis mixed neurosis. But the trend is similar to that in the women, with 25% and 33% in the 2 lower groups, only 15% and 9% in the 2 higher quartiles. There were 3 cases of mixed neurosis in the low quartile, 1 in the high. 2 of the 3 low scorers were reported as suffering from neurotic depression. All 3 seemed to be soft, openly dependent characters whose difficulties had been precipitated by rejection by a love object.
This was recognized by the subjects and brought out in the first interview. The one high scorer in this category was depressed but also showed obsessive-compulsive and anxiety symptoms. The anxiety centered on the idea that he might harm himself and his baby. It had appeared suddenly and left him subject to recurrent attacks. B. Anxiety state. Women, of all single categories, this one contains the largest percentage of high scorers, 28%, no low scorers, with few cases in the middle quartiles. CR between percentage falling in the high and in the low halves of the E distribution is significant at the 5% level. 5 high scorers were classed as anxiety state, and 2 very similar ones were classed as anxiety hysteria. 5 of these 7 suffered from spells of tension, irritability, or hyperventilation symptoms, often including dizziness and fainting. There was characteristic hypochondriacal concern, fear of death, of heart attack, and so on. 2 women were afraid they would harm their children during the spells. One actually had choked her children on such occasions. In the picture of the 2 cases which did not have spells, the hypochondriacal preoccupations with physical symptoms stood out and were combined with some depressed effect, in one case with schizoaffective reaction. There were no low scorers in this category. Men, the numerical trend was less clear here, with a slightly greater proportion of cases in the low and low middle quartiles. There were 4 low scorers, 3 high scorers. One of the low scorers suffered from hyperventilation symptoms and fainting spells in certain situations of friction with a brutally aggressive father. The other 3 were similar to the low quartile cases classed as mixed neurosis, except for clinically more marked anxiety, with signs of much self-dissatisfaction, depression, social and sexual maladjustment, work disturbances, and some schizoid withdrawal. The 3 high scorers showed physical anxiety symptoms with little conscious content. In one case this was coupled with much hypochondriacal concern, and in another, with some paranoid trends involving anxiety dreams and fear of attack by a certain person. 2 of the 3 attributed the onset of symptoms to accidents. See schizophrenia. Women, there were high and low scoring schizophrenics. None of the high quartile women fell into this group. The high middles that were classed as schizophrenia did not fall into any of the schizophrenic types, example hebephrenia, paranoia. They showed paranoid, catatonic, obsessive-compulsive, and other features. The difference between the high and low scorers seems to be similar for men and for women. The high scorers appear to be very infantile, constricted, narrow personalities, often classed as schizophrenia, simple type. Among the high-middle women, several sudden postpartum psychoses of withdrawal in previously schizoid or compulsive plus schizoid personalities, were found. The low-scoring schizophrenics were more of the hypersensitive, introspective sort, with relatively much interest in their own and others' psychological lives, and with relatively much insight into their own illness. With regard to paranoia, the following observations have been made. Our group did not include any cases diagnosed as true paranoia, but it included several schizophrenics, and others, with paranoid ideas. Among these were high, low, and middle scorers. However, the paranoid symptoms of the low scorers appeared to be qualitatively different from those of the high scorers, in that the low scorers more often combined ideas of being persecuted with severe inferiority feelings. Others are threatening, rejecting, or ridiculing me because of my symptoms, because I am inferior. The devil is not only threatening from outside, but is largely perceived as inside the person. The high scorers, on the other hand, tended towards more highly projective types of fantasies, sometimes accompanied by bragging, self-aggrandizement, and self-righteousness. Consciously, at least, the devil or evil forces were seen as only outside. D. Obsessive-compulsive neurosis. There were only 1 man and 4 women in this group. The man fell into the high-middle quartile on E. Of the 4 women, 2 were low, I was high-middle, and I was high. One of the 2 obsessive-compulsive cases appearing in the low group was just on the borderline between the low and low-middle group and had an F score slightly above the mean. The other case, an all-round low scorer, showed no typical obsessive-compulsive pattern, but had a phobic tendency and much conscious anxiety and feeling of inadequacy. The two high-scoring women, one high middle, one high, were both classed as obsessive-compulsive ruminative state because of particularly rigid preoccupations, and constant ruminative thinking of schizoid quality. Extensive data are available only on the high-scoring case, a 15-year-old girl with preoccupations of a sexual character. She was worried because of fantasies about intercourse and pregnancy. During her stay at the hospital, most of her conscious anxiety and ruminative thinking were centered about her physiological functions, particularly constipation and imagined somatic changes, enlargement of abdomen. From the above description, it can be seen that a number of psychological trends differentiate the ethnocentric from the non-ethnocentric patients, regardless of formal classification. These and other trends will be studied more directly, and interpreted in relation to our general theory, below. E. Ethnocentrism in relation to the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. The question of possible relationships between ethnocentrism and psychiatric diagnoses was approached in a preliminary way also by means of a test procedure known as the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, from now on referred to as MMPI. This is an improved inventory of the Bern-Reuter type which has been validated against psychiatrists' diagnoses of carefully studied cases. It contains several scales, each made up of items which differentiate statistically between patients showing a given clinical syndrome such as conversion hysteria, paranoid conditions, or schizophrenia, and the general population. It was thought that the test scores might provide more valid and more reliable criteria than the diagnoses that had been made of our subjects by many different physicians with varying orientations, training, and experience. Test results were available for 34 men and 48 women, that is, for 68% of our total group. Because of the fact that men and women had to be treated separately, the number of subjects is far too small to lead to conclusive results. Comparison of average scores on the various MMPI scales for the 4 quartiles, and preliminary inspection of individual and group test profiles, failed to show large or consistent relationships between E and psychiatric syndromes as measured by this inventory. The results show a few trends suggesting that further research along the same lines might be well worthwhile. The following are the names of the scales and brief descriptions of the principal psychological or psychiatric dimensions they are supposed to measure. The descriptions are condensations of those given in the far more detailed test manual. For a description of the test and its interpretation, see Hathaway and McKinley, 50. 1. Hypochondriasis scales I, HCH, and 2, HS. Both scales purport to measure the degree of abnormal concern about bodily functions. Many of the symptoms mentioned are vague or belong among the list of common physical expressions of anxiety. Scale I is more valid because it is less highly correlated with SC and also contains an age correction. 2. Hysteria, high. A preliminary scale, measuring the degree of similarity between the subject, S, and patients who have developed conversion-type hysteria symptoms. 3. Depression, D. Measures depth of clinically recognized symptom complex, depression. A high score indicates poor morale, of the emotional type, with a feeling of uselessness and inability to assume the normal degree of optimism regarding the future. 4. Hypomania, MA. Measures the personality factor characteristic of persons with marked overproductivity of thought and action. 5. Psychasthenia, PT. Measures the similarity of subject to psychiatric patients who are troubled by phobias or compulsive behavior. Mild degrees of this tendency may be manifested merely in a mild depression, excessive worry, lack of confidence or inability to concentrate. 6. Paranoia, PA. The preliminary scale, differentiating normals from a group of clinic patients characterized by suspiciousness, oversensitivity, and delusions of persecution with or without expansive egotism. Their diagnoses were usually paranoia, paranoid state, or paranoid schizophrenia. 7. Schizophrenia, SC. Preliminary scale measuring similarity of subjects' responses to those of patients who are characterized by bizarre and unusual thoughts or behavior. 8. Psychopathic deviate, scale I, PD. Measures absence of deep emotional response, inability to profit from experience and disregard of social mores. Revised, scale 2, PDR, contains in addition a rather large group of items expressing a feeling of estrangement from the self and others, and is more highly correlated with SC than is scale I, PD. 9. MFR. Measures masculinity or femininity of interest pattern. The scales are arranged in such a way that the means are 50 with standard deviations of 10. Deviations from 50 in the direction of O are usually disregarded. Scores around 70, i.e., 2 SD above the mean, are usually considered of borderline significance, scores above 80 as high. Elevations to 60 can be regarded as clinically significant when occurring in individual profiles in which most scores are close to 50, or below. Individuals with sufficient degrees of maladjustment to seek psychiatric help usually score high, 2 SD above the average, on more than one of these scales. Recent clinical experience with the inventory seems to indicate that profiles or patterns of scores have more diagnostic significance than the single scores taken by themselves. In general, cases falling into the psychoneurotic group have their maximal scores on the HCH, HS, high, D, and PT scales, with secondary elevations on any of these, whereas psychotics on the whole have profiles with peaks on D, SC, MA, PA, PD, and PDR. Slight borderline elevations on the psychotic scales occur frequently in a great variety of conditions without clinical evidence of psychotic manifestations. At present, their significance is not quite clear. Harris and Christensen, 48, in a study on the effect of short psychotherapy, have found that patients showing elevations on the psychotic scales and PD, but without clinical evidence of psychotic tendencies, responded less well to psychotherapy than others who did not have such scores. Means for each of the MMPI scales were computed for each E quartile, with men and women being treated separately. These means are shown in Tables 7 and 8, XXII. The number of cases in each of these subgroups was so small that no measure of variability was computed. However, profiles for individual cases were drawn for high and low quartile. They showed great variability with regard to magnitude of score as well as to type of profile. This means, 1, that differences between means would have to be very large to be statistically significant, and, 2, that even significant differences between means for single scales would be hard to interpret, if one takes the view that only profiles, and not single scale values, have much psychological meaning. On the whole, the low scorers made somewhat less abnormal scores. B. This was especially true for the men on the scales hypochondriasis I-II and depression, and for men and women on schizophrenia, paranoia, and schizophrenia. The low-scoring women were somewhat higher on hysteria, the low-scoring men on femininity of interests. Because of the nature of the differences mentioned under B, it was thought necessary to determine whether some of these trends were caused by presence of psychotic cases in the group, especially since there were somewhat more psychotics among the high half, especially high middles. When the means for non-psychotic subjects were computed separately, the average patterns and differences remained much the same. Because the number of cases was again reduced by this procedure, and also because the patterns for high and high middle scorers and those of low and low middle scorers were similar in most respects, the figures for the 2 low quartiles and the 2 high quartiles, respectively, were combined. Figure 1, XXII. Table 7, XXII. Mean scores on the several scales of the MMPI for subjects falling into each quartile and into each half of the E-scale distribution. Non-psychotic male patients. Table 8, XXII. Mean scores on the several scales of the MMPI for subjects falling into each quartile and into each half of the E-scale distribution. Non-psychotic female patients. Figure 1, XXII. The average profiles for the high scorers, especially for the men,
resemble most closely the severe neurotic pattern described by Harris and Christensen in their study of the effects of brief psychotherapy, whereas the means for the low scorers resemble a more mildly neurotic pattern. The severe neurosis pattern, in which HCH and / or HS, high, and D stand out as a pattern, with definite secondary elevation in PD and with PA, SC approaching significance, but below the means for the first 4 scales, was found to be correlated with relatively poor prognosis for brief psychotherapy, of the sort administered at Langley Porter Clinic. One difference between our high's average pattern and Harris and Christensen's poor prognosis pattern lies in the prominence in their group of secondary elevated scores on PDI, 2. In our group there is little difference on these scales between our high and low scoring women and, for the men, the high scorers exceed the low scorers only on PD2. In the Harris and Christensen study a question was raised concerning the psychological meaning of elevations on such scales as MA, PA, and SC in the absence of clinically discernible psychotic trends. Therefore the items on each scale were, arbitrarily, grouped into subscales, each of which was designed to measure some common general attitude. None of the subscales for the so-called neurotic scales, HCH, HS, D, high, differentiated between the poor and good prognostic groups. The subscales that did differentiate came from PD and MA, SC, PA. Their content revealed a common feeling of being victimized, a tendency towards perceiving one's problems as imposed from outside and resulting in a feeling of lack of control of senses and motorium. The difference between the neurotic and psychotic scales, apart from items referring to specific symptoms, example delusions, seems to lie in the relationship of the ego to the world, and to the body. Perhaps the finding that our high scorers are somewhat higher on the psychotic scales may be interpreted in the same way. It would certainly fit in with trends described earlier in this book, example the tendency to externalize and project unacceptable impulses, ideas, and affects. However, in order to test such an interpretation, an analysis of our data in terms of the Harris-Christensen subscales would have to be made. This was not thought worthwhile mainly because of the small number of cases in our sample. Further study along these lines should prove rewarding. One very unexpected result was that the high-scoring men obtained extremely high scores on the depression scale, whereas clinically the low scorers, and especially the low-scoring women, showed the greatest tendency towards neurotic depressive symptoms. On the MMPI, the low-scoring women did not make particularly high D scores. See also the discussion of the clinical material in section G of the present chapter. These apparently contradictory results suggest that the D scale does not measure the same psychological tendencies as were observed clinically in our low scorers, who characteristically suffer from subjective depressions, feelings of inferiority and failure. Therefore, the items of the D scale were examined and put in groups according to content. Out of the 60 items, only 2-3 clearly referred to the kind of feelings reported by our low subjects. These were 1. Signs of inferiority feelings, easily hurt, unhappy, self-criticisms. 2. Opposition to cruelty and aggressiveness, lack of extra punitiveness. 3. Submissive reactions in social situations. 4. Admission of uneasiness in social situations. 5. Lack of energy, and work inhibition. 6. Rejection of religious ideas, possibly. The other 37 items referred to, impairment of mental functioning and of body functions, brooding and worrying, perception of the environmental forces as threatening or mistreating the subject, and general expressions of not feeling well, don't care about anything. Many of these items, pertaining as they do to very vague and non-specific ideas, are clinically more consistent with anxiety or with anxious rumination of the more obsessive-compulsive variety than with neurotic depression. This leads to the supposition that depression as measured by the scale is not a unitary process, that there may be qualitatively different types of depression which occur in individuals with different personality structures. F. Personality trends as revealed by patients. Statement of problem in the first psychiatric interview. The attempt to relate ethnocentrism to type of psychological disturbance, using only the conventional psychiatric classifications, produced some statistical trends, but it did not in itself allow inferences about personality dynamics in high and low scorers. The particular problem posed at the beginning of the present chapter seemed to call for extensive clinical material. Therefore, a greater proportion of subjects from the total clinic group, than from other groups in the study as a whole, were studied by means of interviews and T.A.Ts. However, due mainly to limitations of time, it was not possible to study intensively a large proportion of subjects from the high and low quartiles. This proportion was further decreased by the inclusion of some middles in the group to be interviewed. This was done for reasons of availability and out of special interest in certain individual cases. The total number of fairly complete case studies, including TAT and interviews covering ideology as well as personal data and history, was 21 to 11 men and 10 women. These subjects represented a great variety of clinical pictures. Some types of cases, particularly needed for purposes of comparison, such as high-scoring obsessive-compulsives, high-scoring paranoids, or low-scoring men with stomach ulcers, were not represented. Due to the limited number of cases interviewed and to the manner of their selection, no quantitative statements as to the relationships of ethnocentrism to personality structure, type of disturbance, and genetic factors can be made from our case material by itself. Most of the interviews gathered at the clinic were, however, included in the larger sample of interviews employed in the quantitative analysis reported in chapters 9 through 13. In the absence of a sufficient number of case histories on psychiatric patients for quantitative comparisons, the material gathered by the clinic staff and recorded in the patient's charts was examined for its usefulness for the present purpose. This material turned out to be very variable in amount and quality. Only in rare instances was sufficient material recorded in the charts to permit relatively complete dynamic formulation of the case. Each physician's notes varied with regard to length, completeness, amount, and type of interpretation included in the recorded material. Also, the material from later contacts between patient and physician was obviously colored in uncontrollable amounts and directions by the patient's relationship to the therapist, the latter's personality and approach, number and kind of questions asked, and by the therapeutic process, example increasing insight. One part of the case records appeared relatively less variable in most of these respects. This was the first psychiatric interview in which the patient stated his reasons for seeking help at the clinic. Here, the patient, confronted with an unknown but friendly clinic worker, was invited by a very general question to state his problem. The response was often recorded in the patient's own words and often included the worker's observations regarding emotional concomitants. Here, then, was a sample of rather spontaneous behavior in response to a more or less constant situation and relating directly to the patient's problems. This material was thought particularly suitable for a comparison of high and low scorers with regard to their views of and attitudes toward their psychological disturbance and its possible causes. One selection of material. A patient first entering the clinic is usually interviewed by a psychiatric social worker, and later by a physician. The social worker's intake interview is recorded in an approximately standard order of topics, starting with social status, then patient's story, followed by a few inquiries about past history and ending with an appraisal of the patient's understanding of and attitude toward the clinic service. In some cases of referral from other hospitals and agencies, a referral letter giving a similar but less standardized account takes the place of this interview. After a patient is admitted for clinic care, he sees a physician who usually begins by asking the patient to tell about the condition for which he seeks help. Often, the physician also asks how long the condition has existed and whether there are any other problems. After this, there is usually an attempt at taking a case history. The section preceding the questions as to past history is headed Chief Complaint and varies from a verbatim account of the patient's story, with behavioral description, to a list of the main symptoms. In selecting our material, the part of the intake interview, or referral letter, headed Patient's Story and the physician's first notes of chief complaints were read. Whenever the two duplicated each other, the one that was more complete or that contained more of the patient's own words was used. Whenever one record contained a statement missing in the other, that statement was included along with the other material. Material relating to past history or other topics was included only when the record seemed to indicate that the patient brought it up spontaneously when asked about his symptoms, without a preceding question from the interviewer. These sections of the case records, usually only a paragraph in all, were transcribed verbatim along with the patient's sex, questionnaire scores, and official diagnosis. 5. These interview samples were obtained for all subjects falling into the high and low E quartiles. Analysis of the data showed certain striking differences between the statements of the high and low scorers regarding type of complaint and general attitudes. To describe these differences, a number of categories, very similar to some of those described in Chapter 9, were defined. All cases were then rated on these categories, variables, by independent raters who knew only the subject's sex and interview samples, but not the diagnoses or the questionnaire scores. The variables thought to be differentiating between high and low scorers in their intake interviews are described below. These descriptions were included in a manual that was employed by the raters. For each category we here note the variants which were presumed to be associated with high and with low scores on the E scale, but this information was, of course, withheld from the rater's manual itself. 2. The scoring manual, description of variables. There were 7 categories, some broader and more interpretable than others. They are defined in terms of behavior cues and should be regarded as various expressions of more general underlying dynamic trends. Thus, the variables overlap, in content, to a certain extent. Emphasis on somatic symptoms. As was to be expected from earlier findings, Chapter 12, it appeared that in the story of their complaints more high than low scorers tended to put the main emphasis on somatic symptoms. The majority of persons neurotic enough to seek psychiatric help have some psychogenic somatic complaints. Patients vary both in amount and severity of these somatic symptoms and in the subjective importance these symptoms have for the patient. There was a considerable number of low scorers who had somatic problems, but these tended, for the most part, to state their problems in terms of faulty adjustment or emotional difficulties. Some of the high scorers, on the other hand, showed a particularly strong preoccupation with body processes, and anxiety about the integrity of bodily and nervous functioning. In some cases this focus on the physical aspect seemed related to fear of admitting the existence of psychological problems, which carried the connotation of being crazy. Attributing the symptoms to something physical could, in some cases, be due less to anxiety about the body itself than to the need for a device for removing a deficiency from the threatened ego. Probably, however, the two motives usually occur in the same persons, mainly in those with obsessive-compulsive character traits, or in certain men with particularly strong castration fears. The raters were instructed to use the following criteria in deciding on presence or absence of the trait. Presence: patient may state numerous problems, including physical and psychological ones. Main emphasis is put on physical symptoms when these are, 1. mentioned as the main trouble, 2. mentioned first, 3. emphasized in some other way, as, for example, when other problems are stated only after the interviewer had brought them out. Absence: patient puts main emphasis on a psychological disturbance, 1. disturbance of mood, 2. in interpersonal relations, 3. impairment of work adjustment, 4. specific conflicts, about drinking, homosexuality, enuresis, 5. more specific fears, 6. compulsions. 2. Introception. This trait has been discussed in earlier chapters, 7, 12, 14, 15, where it was seen to be a common correlate of low scores on E. It may be recalled that it expresses the tendency to think in terms of psychological experience. This involves a certain familiarity with one's inner life, especially in its content aspect, and a corresponding readiness to perceive others in the same terms, psychological insight, understanding. Presence: the patient is aware of the fact that he has problems of a psychological nature,
not purely physical problems. In addition, he states these problems with some appreciation of their psychological content. Patient complains of specific difficulties, specific fears, conflicts, or environmental problems, conflicts about sexual or aggressive impulses, problems in interpersonal relations. Sometimes the statements include the description of certain situations which seem connected with the symptoms. In this case, the emphasis is not so much on the situation as the cause, but there is some insight into the psychological significance of the situation for the patient. Not merely, I feel this way when I do heavy work, when something or somebody bothers me. Statement has to have more specific psychological content. Absence, A. Denial of any psychological difficulty, B. Emphasis is not on the content of the problem, conflict with family member, struggle with certain impulses, etc., but rather on the malfunctioning itself, the lack of mental energy, inability to concentrate, to think, to do this or that. The complaints are made in general vague terms: I don't get along with people, I don't feel well, I am nervous. Statement often seems to imply the idea of a machine part having broken down. Often the machine is the body, sometimes the mind, the head, nerves. Often it includes the idea of going crazy. Sometimes the statement of the problem appears more specific, example, can't do such and such work, but the main thing about it is the idea that one cannot do one's duty, for instance, as a good wife or mother, due to this unwelcome illness. The concern is not so much with the task itself or the feeling of failure involved in the present inability to carry it out, but rather with the violation of conventions and morals. But there is little awareness of specific conflicts, fears, frustrated desires, or life failures. 3. Ego alienness. Presence goes with high score. The symptoms and the patient's attitudes toward them give evidence of particularly strong repressions. The repressed problems and also some of the symptoms have a strong ego-alien quality. Certain impulses, problems, and even some symptoms are experienced as completely foreign to the self. They cannot be accepted or admitted. They belong to the body, or they are the breaking through of a completely unacceptable part of the personality. The person cannot understand what makes me do that. There is fear of something devilish inside that overwhelms the normal accepted self. Fear of losing control. Examples: fear I'll kill someone during one of my spells, fear I'll lose my mind. When certain impulses have broken through and have been expressed in behavior, this ego-alienness is expressed sometimes in moralistic statements and self-accusations: can't understand how I could do this. Another criterion might be the blandness of the interview, stemming from the patient's inability to admit socially unacceptable impulses, either because of repression or because of fear of disapproval from the interviewer. Absence: the symptoms are experienced as belonging to one's personality and life history. There may be severe conflict over some impulses, but the latter are admitted to consciousness and understood as part of oneself and life experiences. There is relative frankness and freedom from moralism. In the case of obsessions, compulsions, delusions, and other psychotic manifestations, which usually have some ego-alien quality, the rating will have to be based on the relative emphasis on the ego-alienness itself: something makes me do it, someone influences me, can't control it, etc., or on the degree to which the content of the symptom is consciously divorced from or related to the patient's past or present inner life. 4. Externalized theory of onset and causation of the illness. Presence goes with high E scores attempts at externalization of the symptoms by a. Denying any and all precipitating factors. Tensions, depressions, etc., appear without any reason at all. It just appeared. b. Dating the illness back to a very definite event or moment, an operation, a spell, a death, a particular day, sometime during the last few weeks or years. Before that I was well, happy. c. Making no attempt to relate the illness to one's past, especially not to childhood. No spontaneous references to childhood unless specifically questioned, during this first interview. Absence: spontaneously, or when asked about onset, states that the problems have been present for a long time, 4 years, always or since childhood, but perhaps in milder form. Spontaneous mention of unhappy childhood or family relationships presence, goes with low E scores. Patient spontaneously refers to his unhappy childhood. Often elaborates in great detail on a history of frustrations, often with a clearly masochistic attitude. Complains of parents' present or past attitudes and is critical of them. Absence, no spontaneous reference to childhood. Childhood, if discussed at all, is pictured as happy and normal. No criticism or other sign of hostility towards family members is expressed, except in spells and psychotic episodes, in spite of admission of friction. Sometimes there is clearly compensatory great concern for family members and their welfare. 6 cues referring to the patient's character structure. Obviously the interview fragments cannot be used to construct complete pictures of the subject's personality structure. It was found, however, that they often contain some important hints as to the nature of this structure. Formulation of categories listed below was, of course, guided by the concepts found most useful for distinguishing high and low scorers in the rest of the study. But only those categories were included which would be applied to the particular interview material at hand. The raters were asked to state for each case whether cues from List A or List B predominated in a record, or whether the record was neutral, meaning he could discern equally as many cues from A as from B or none at all. List A goes with high degree of ethnocentrism. 1. Countercathectic defenses. Men, counteraction against passivity. Women, anal reaction formations. No mention of a love object or relationship, other than spouse. 2. Extra punitive or impunitive. 6. If self-criticism occurs, it is couched in moralistic terms: I am bad, have done wrong. God is punishing me. Tendency either hysterically to dramatize certain physical symptoms, spells, etc., or to minimize all complaints of a psychological nature. 3. Externalized superego. Religion, God is seen as an external judge of one's action. Illness is a punishment from God. Or religious standards are part of the conventional ideology. Religious reasons are given for refraining from divorce or suicide. List B, low characteristics. 4. Absence of countercathectic defenses. Direct expressions of orality, dependent character traits, eating, drinking, drugs. Dependency problems, nurturance. Open admission of weakness, passivity, femininity in men. Love-seeking attitude. References to rejections by specific love objects. Sublimations, form an important part of the ego, references to achievement. When symptoms interfere particularly with patient's work, this is stated in such a way as to suggest concern with the particular work he is doing. Emphasis on ideals. Concern with helping others, society, artistic activity and interest. 5. Intrapunitiveness, masochism, I was mistreated as a child. Identification with suffering, self-criticism, I am a failure. 6. Internalized superego, guilt feelings, true depressions, religious ideas as part of the inner life of the person. 7. Predominant types of symptoms. List A, high. 1. Physical anxiety symptoms and other emotional equivalents, hyperventilation syndrome, dizziness, sweating, tingling sensations, numbness, tachycardia, breathlessness, fainting, tremors. Anxiety has no conscious content. 2. Emotional outbursts, tantrums, and spells, in women. 3. Hypochondriacal fears, fear of death, heart attack, etc. 4. Hysterical conversions. 7. 5. Rigid compulsive rumination, repetitious complaints, self-accusations, self-reassurances, thinking around and around in a circle. 6. Depersonalization, sense of estrangement from self and world, in a person who emphasizes that heretofore he had had no tendency toward timidity and withdrawal. 7. Suspiciousness,
Fear of people or aversion to people is stated in somewhat externalized terms: they irritate me, I can't stand them. They make me nervous. To be distinguished from hypersensitiveness and withdrawal when described in a more introspective way. 8. Psychopathic tendencies, not in the sense merely of unconventional behavior, as the term is sometimes used, but rather in the sense of a really defective and not sufficiently internalized superego. Antisocial and destructive behavior, callousness, emotional shallowness. 9. Stomach ulcers in men, especially in subjects who emphasize their masculinity. List B. 10. Depressed mood, hopelessness, lack of self-confidence, verbalized feelings of inadequacy, suicidal ideas, guilt. Often patients complain of depression, but the true depressions as described above have to be distinguished from the more schizoid type of mood disturbance. 11. Tiredness. Neurasthenia. 12. Dysmenorrhea. 13. Conscious rejection of feminine role by women. 14. In men, expression of traits opposite to the culturally emphasized masculine pattern. Withdrawal, timidity, shyness, sometimes coupled with feelings of unreality or with physical anxiety symptoms or hysterical convulsion. The patient's attitude toward all these weaknesses is to some degree accepting. 15. Conscious anxiety and conflicts. 3. The method of quantification. Inspection of the statements of complaint led to the impression that the high and low quartile groups were clearly differentiated with regard to the variables just discussed. In order to check this impression in a more rigorous manner, it was decided to use a method of blind ratings, similar to that used on the interview (TAT) and projective question test material, parts 2 and 3. At least 2 judges who are not acquainted with the subjects, and in this case did not know which were high and which were low scorers, independently rate each subject on certain characteristics. These ratings can then be compared with other data on the subjects. The problem of blind ratings has been discussed in other chapters dealing with interview scoring and projective questions. If these ratings turn out to be highly correlated with some trait of the subjects, in this case ethnocentrism, on which the judges had no information, it is very probable that relationships between the former and latter traits exist in reality and could be demonstrated by other methods. This holds only if the rating procedure is so controlled as to prevent the raters from utilizing cues other than those to be experimentally tested. There are, however, various possible pitfalls inherent in the rating method. Such errors of measurement could arise, for instance, from material which did not contain sufficient information from which to judge the subject on a certain trait. Other errors might arise from the manner in which the characteristics were defined and described for the judges, from the ability of the judges to apply the instructions to the material to be judged depending in turn on the judge's training, theoretical bias, and personality, and from other factors. Use of a rating technique, therefore, requires not only the determination of certain relationships between the ratings and other data, but also a careful consideration of various factors which could have influenced the results either in the positive or in the negative direction. A. The raters. The 2 primary raters were staff members of the major study and will be referred to as raters, or judges, A and B. In addition to much clinical training and experience, these 2 raters had a strong psychoanalytic orientation. Both were familiar with all concepts, hypotheses, data, and results of the total study. Both had had opportunity to interview high and low scoring subjects, and were therefore acquainted with the behavior and material usually obtained from such subjects in interview situations. Each of the judges independently rated each record on all 7 categories and then assigned an overall intuitive estimate of highness or lowness. After these primary ratings had been completed, 7 independent raters, they are referred to hereafter as the control raters, their ratings as control ratings, were used, each rating 1 category. Only 0.86 of the control raters were clinical psychologists. Of these, 1 was a senior clinician, 5 junior clinicians at the level of interns, working at the Langley Porter Clinic. They were not acquainted with the concepts and data of the overall study. This was important for reasons to be discussed below.
One of the more narrowly defined categories, onset and cause of illness are explained by subject in externalized terms, was rated by our office secretary who had had no formal training in psychology or psychiatry, but who had much intuitive psychological insight and who had absorbed a great deal of the research material and hypotheses. The 7 judges varied greatly in age, training, and theoretical orientation. B. The rating technique. The instructions for the control raters were as follows. The material to be rated consists of statements of complaint by Langley Porter Clinic patients in a first intake interview or in the first interview with a therapist. Only the section patient's story or chief complaint was included. The interviews are here reproduced verbatim, although a few have been slightly condensed by the writer. Each numbered paragraph refers to one case. There are 26 men, 33 women. Each case is to be rated on one variable, or syndrome, as described in the manual. Each rater will be assigned one variable and will not know about other variables until he has completed his ratings. The ratings are to be made in terms of presence, square root, or absence, of the trait. A few of the variables permit of a mixed judgment. Assignment of such a mixed, rating should be avoided if possible. But occasionally it may have to be used. Sometimes, due to the fragmentary way in which some of these interviews are recorded, there will be insufficient material to rate. In this case mark O. Each primary rater, A and B, first rated each record in terms of all 7 individual categories. They knew which categories were expected to be related to high or to low ethnocentrism. They therefore tried to assign each record a high or low rating for each category. Often a record did not contain enough material to permit the rater to reach a decision on a given variable, example a given topic was not discussed, or there were few cues permitting inferences regarding character structure. In this case no rating was assigned. When there were about an equal number of cues pointing in the high and in the low directions, a mixed rating was assigned. The raters then went over the records a second time, trying to guess in each case whether the subject had made a high or low score on the E scale. The guesses were to be based on the decisions reached regarding the individual categories. However, no mechanical formula was set up to convert the individual ratings into overall ratings. The raters arrived at the latter by a new rating process in which any or all of the categories could be used and weighted as the rater saw fit. 2 types of data were obtained from this rating material: 1. Inter-rater scoring agreement for each category and for the overall ratings. 2. Relationship between ratings and scores on the E scale. These will now be discussed. 4. The reliability of the measures. When several persons agree considerably more than half of the time that certain subjects in a group do, others do not, possess a given trait, the chances are good that these various raters knew what they were supposed to look for, had a similar conception of the trait, understood this concept, and could clearly recognize something in the interview data to which this concept could be applied, and that personality, training, and other differences between the raters influenced the ratings only to a relatively small degree. All rating notations, high, low, presence, absence, omission, mixed, were converted into high, low, and neutral scores. E.g., a rating of presence on variable I, main emphasis on subject's physical complaints, was considered a high score, absence a low score, mixed notations and omissions were considered neutral scores. Scoring reliability was then obtained by computing the percentage of times 2 raters had assigned the same scores to the same records. Whenever both raters had assigned exactly the same score, high, low, or neutral, to the same record, this was considered one agreement. When one of the raters had given either a high or a low, the other a neutral score, this was considered one half an agreement. When one rater gave a high score, the other a low, this was counted a full disagreement. The number of agreements, divided by the total number of records rated, yielded the percentage agreement between 2 raters. There were very few instances in which both judges gave a neutral score. Table 9, XXII, shows the percentage agreements between raters A and B as well as the scores on which these figures are based. All of the percentage agreements, except one, Category 3, lows, are above 70, statistically higher than could have been obtained by chance, 1 percenter level. Raters A and B agreed best, 91 percenter on variable V, subject spontaneously and explicitly mentions unhappy childhood and family relationships. This result was to be expected because this variable is so unambiguous and requires little subjective evaluation. Besides, most subjects did not bring up this subject when first asked about their symptoms. Table 9, XXII. The amount of agreement between two raters in estimating a subject's standing on the E scale from an analysis of his intake interview. Psychiatric clinic patients, men and women combined. N equals 59, high scorers, N equals 28, low scorers, N equals 31. The next highest agreement was reached on the overall guess regarding the subject's standing on ethnocentrism, then came introception, types of symptoms, and character traits, with agreements around 80 percenter. The average agreement for all 7 variables was 80 percenter. There are several possible reasons why the overall rating had so high reliability. One reason is that the instructions prohibited neutral ratings in this instance. Another is that the category overall highness-lowness is a broad one, and the raters are thus given the opportunity to utilize a great variety of explicit or non-explicit cues and impressions. That they should do this was favored by the fact that both A and B had had experience interviewing high and low scorers, possibly developing thereby a feeling for a general high or low personality factor. Analysis of the ratings assigned by the two judges showed that rater B had a relatively greater number of omissions, meaning I can't tell from the data given, whereas rater A had tried hard to come to a decision, even when the data offered only one subtle cue. As can be seen from Table 9, XXII, what lowered the agreements between A and B were usually instances in which one rater gave a neutral score. There were very few cases in which one gave a high, the other a low rating. Because the ratings of A and B were so similar, and because of B's consistently greater number of neutrals, which lowered all reliability and validity figures somewhat, only rater A's ratings were compared with those made by the 7 control raters. Table 10, XXII, shows the percentage agreements between the ratings by A and those made by the 7 control judges, each of whom rated only one category. As the control raters made no overall guesses of highness or lowness on E, no agreement with A's overall rating could be obtained. Instead, a composite high or low score for each subject was derived from the 7 control ratings of single variables. A rating of high on a given variable was counted as 1 point, a neutral rating was given 1/2 point, a low rating, 0 points. By adding the points for each subject, scores ranging from 0 to 7 were obtained. All subjects receiving such a composite score of 4 or more were then classed as high, those with scores below 4 as low. The agreement between A's overall rating with these composite ratings is shown near the bottom of Table 10, XXII. Table 10, XXII. The amount of agreement between a single rater, A, and 7 other raters in estimating variables in intake interviews. Psychiatric clinic patients, men and women combined, N equals 59. The composite high-low score agreed with A's overall estimate of highness or lowness 85% of the time. Practically the same figure was obtained when comparing A's and B's overall guesses. The average agreement between A and the control raters for the single variables was only very slightly lower, 77%, than the average agreement between A and B, 80%. On the whole, the reliabilities obtained were quite acceptable. In general, those variables which had the highest reliability when the ratings of A and B were compared also had a relatively high percentage agreement in the comparison between A and the control raters, and conversely with the variables of relatively low reliability. The two categories in which this relationship was almost reversed were, categories I, emphasis on physical symptoms, and II, introception. The reliability of the former ranked second best in the case of A and the control raters, about fifth in the case of A and B. The reliability of the latter ranked 6th with A and the controls, 2nd best with A and B. The relatively low agreement between A and B on category I was caused not so much by disagreements but by a relatively large proportion of neutral scores, omissions, on the part of B, see Table 9, XXII. While the control raters and A felt able to judge the presence or absence of certain cues in the record, rater B frequently felt that the subject's attitudes toward their symptoms were not sufficiently brought out in the interviews. The relatively low agreement between the control rater and A on introception was due mainly to a larger number of disagreements. The control rater was in this case particularly dissatisfied with her ratings, feeling that she did not have a sufficient grasp of the concept of introception nor enough acquaintance with the cues by which the trait could be recognized. In the case of A and B, the concept and manifestations of introception had been made the object of special study and played an important part in their thinking. Rater A thought that her ratings of any given case, on overall highness-lowness and on all other variables, had been more influenced by her impression of the subject's introceptiveness than by any other cue. It is reasonable to assume that this difference in training is the cause of the difference in reliability between the two sets of raters. This becomes even more probable when the reliability figures are compared with the agreements between ratings and actual E-score. Here, A's and B's ratings of presence or absence of introception were related to high and low E-score, in the expected direction, 80 to 83% of the time, while the control rater's judgment agreed with E only 65% of the time, see Table 12, XXII. The highest reliabilities, 91% and 95%, were obtained for variable V, patient mentions unhappy childhood, etc. It is clear that there is not much room for disagreement here. The lowest reliabilities were obtained for variable 3, ego-alienness. Here the agreement between A and the control rater was only 65%, or that between A and B 70%. The former figure barely meets the standard of acceptable reliability of measurement. There was an unusually large discrepancy between A's and the control rater's estimate for the high scorers, there being only 54% agreement. This figure is the result of a rather large number of disagreements between the two raters. The control rater said that she was quite unsure of her ratings because she felt that the interview material reflected more the physician's than the patient's attitude toward the complaints. Also, she conceived of ego-alienness as something unfavorable from the mental hygiene point of view and was therefore more often willing to score absence of the trait than presence. Possibly the most important factor, which lowered both sets of reliabilities, is the relative broadness with which this variable was defined, including few behavioral criteria but leaving much to the rater's intuition. With the exception of variable 3, the ratings for all variables, as well as the overall estimates, proved to be reliable measures. 5. Relationship between ratings and ethnocentrism score. The idea of the present rating method is the following: if the blind ratings of a given trait correlate significantly with another trait about which the raters had no information, in this case ethnocentrism, it is likely that the two traits are correlated in reality. The relationships to be described below are probably valid because we have eliminated many of the factors inherent in the rating process which could have influenced the results. There are, however, many factors inherent in the rating method which can still influence the blind ratings in such a way that statistical relationships of two traits are artificially raised or lowered. The possibility of artificially high correlations is present particularly when several traits are rated at the same time. Here, the rating of one trait can easily influence the ratings of other traits. This factor, called halo effect, could have influenced the ratings of judges A and B. It was primarily for this reason that control raters, each of whom was trained to pay attention to and to recognize only one of the 7 single traits, were used. The ratings of 1, overall highness and lowness, and 2, of the single traits, were related to ethnocentrism in the following manner: for a given trait, we counted the number of subjects in the high E quartile who were judged to be high by the raters. To these were added half of the high-scoring subjects receiving a neutral rating. This sum, divided by the total number of high scorers in the group,
yielded the percentage of high scorers rated in the high direction. By the same procedure, the percentage of low scorers rated in the low direction was obtained. The weighted average of these two percentages was then computed. This indicated the percentage of subjects related correctly, that is, the percentage whose ratings were related to E-score in the expected way. A. The overall ratings. Table 11, XXII, gives the agreements between the subjects standing on E and A's ratings. Rater A's guesses as to highness and lowness agreed with the subject's actual E-score 86% of the time. For the high scorers alone, the agreement was 89%, for the low scorers 84%. These figures show again how closely ethnocentrism is related to personality factors, although the relationships are by no means perfect. Table 11, XXII. The amount of agreement between Rater A's estimate of high or low ethnocentrism, based on analysis of intake interviews, and ethnocentrism as measured by the E-scale. Psychiatric clinic patients, men and women combined, N equals 59. The remaining problem now is, how did raters A and B arrive at their rather accurate guesses about ethnocentrism from a short paragraph of interview material dealing almost exclusively with the subject's complaints? Did they base their guesses mainly on the variables described in the manual, or did they inadvertently use other cues, such as type of language used and other cues that have not been made explicit but which they learned to associate with highness or lowness while interviewing subjects with known ethnocentrism scores? The results obtained from the control raters, who had had no such previous experience with high and low scoring subjects, should help to decide this question. These results are shown in Table 12, XXII. Table 12, XXII. The amount of agreement between estimates of ethnocentrism, based on ratings of single variables from intake interviews, and ethnocentrism as measured by the E-scale. Psychiatric clinic patients, men and women combined, N equals 59. As discussed above, a composite high or low score was computed, based only on the ratings of the 7 single variables by the different raters. This composite rating agreed with E-score 75% of the time, indicating a statistically significant relationship. This figure is 11 points lower than the validity figure obtained by Rater A. Some of this difference could undoubtedly have been eliminated by more extensive training of the control raters regarding the concepts and the cues in the material they had to use. Nevertheless, in view of the control raters' unfamiliarity with the overall theory, and their knowledge of only the single variable being rated in each case, their achievement of 75% accuracy takes on added significance. Prediction of ethnocentrism score, high or low, from clinical material was made more accurate, 86% for Rater A, when the rater had more training, was acquainted with the concepts and materials of the total study, and could form a picture of the subject by looking for a whole pattern or syndrome of responses. B. The single variables. For purposes of this discussion, all results for each of the single variables have been summarized in Table 13, XXII. This table shows, 1. Percentage agreements between Rater A and each control rater, 2. Percentage agreements between raters A and B, 3. Percentage agreements between A's ratings and E-score, 4. Percentage agreements between each control rater and E-score. Table 13, XXII. Summary of data from the rating of intake interviews. A. Reliability, percentage agreement among raters for 7 variables. B. Validity, percentage agreement between ratings and score on the E-scale. Psychiatric clinic patients, men and women combined, N equals 59. Variable I, main emphasis on somatic complaints rather than on psychological problems. Among the reliabilities between Rater A and the control raters, this variable had the second highest, 81%. Among the reliabilities between raters A and B, this variable ranked only about 5th best, 76%. This relatively low, but still acceptable agreement between A and B was caused not so much by disagreements but by a relatively large number of neutral scores, omissions, on the part of B. There was a significant relationship between variable I and ethnocentrism.
According to rater A, 66% of the high scorers emphasized their physical complaints, whereas about 79% of the low scorers failed to do so. The control raters figures are lower, 55% for the high scorers, 73% for the low scorers. In addition, case studies indicated that this variable is important for differentiating subjects high and low on A. To be sure, there were some cases of low scorers with tendencies toward conversion symptoms or other psychogenic somatic disturbances. But such symptoms, together with marked anxious concern about bodily integrity, was characteristic of high scorers. This anxiety is often extended to the functioning of the nervous system or mind. Thus, high-scoring patients complain and have anxious concern about headaches, various sensory disturbances, loss of memory, nervousness, and going crazy. There is also a tendency on the part of the high scorers to develop somatic rather than psychological symptoms. Many of these somatic symptoms, on closer examination, turn out to be expressions of repressed affects. Thus, the tendency to develop and to focus on somatic complaints can be considered part of the defensive activity of the high scorer's narrow ego, which shuts out extensive parts of the individual's inner life and, as an additional defensive measure, causes rejection of any thinking in psychological terms and, instead, an emphasis on thinking in terms of physical causation. Thus, variable I may be an expression of the same processes which underlie variable 2, and, in a sense, all the other variables as well. Variable 2, introception. This variable had the highest reliability with raters A and B, 83%. Among the agreements of A with the control raters, this variable ranked only 6th, 72%. As noted above, a difference in training between raters A and B on the one hand and the control rater on the other is probably the cause of the difference in the reliabilities of the two sets of ratings. The fact that A's and B's ratings agreed more closely with E-score, 83%, than did those of the control rater, 65%, is probably to be explained in the same way. From these data it appears that, 1. Adequately trained raters can arrive at very reliable ratings of introception, using patients' statements about their complaints in a first psychiatric interview. 2. Introception is highly correlated with lack of ethnocentrism. The latter proposition is supported by a great deal of evidence from other material presented in this volume, in connection with the F-scale, the projective questions, and particularly the thematic apperception test and the interviews. In the clinic, the difference between high and low scorers on introception became very clear when any kind of psychotherapy was attempted. Some of the high-scoring subjects whom we interviewed were almost unable to accept the notion of psychological causation of their disturbances, and it took a great deal of time to make them see some very obvious connections between their symptoms, on the one hand, and some anxiety-producing factors in their life situation and events in the past, on the other. The low scorers either knew these more obvious connections before coming to the clinic, often reporting about their inner and outer lives with a great deal of awareness of their own and others' psychological processes, or were quick in grasping the therapist's interpretations. Many of these latter patients, at least at first sight, appear to be especially good subjects for psychotherapy. They are cooperative, perceptive, and give excellent histories. But often it is difficult to effect changes in their symptoms because of their characteristic defenses, isolation of affect and intellectualization. It is as if they can afford to know more about their inner lives because, among other things, their egos, used to admitting impulses, have developed certain intellectual ways of dealing with drives and emotions. Variable 3, ego alienness. This variable had the lowest reliabilities. The agreement between A and the control rater was only 65%, the agreement between A and B was 70%. The control rater, as noted above, was quite unsure of her ratings and expressed misgivings about the way in which the variable had been defined. Indeed, it seems likely that the breadth of the category and the absence from it of behavioral criteria lowered the reliability of both sets of ratings. Thus it happened that the control rater tried mainly to judge ego-alienness from the degree of conscious acceptance or rejection of the symptoms as revealed by the interview. Raters A and B also included in their judgments the nature of the symptoms themselves, regardless of the patient's expressed attitude toward them. Thus they judged the presence of predominantly psychosomatic symptoms, or of vague anxiety without content, as more ego-alien than conscious conflicts or feelings of failure. As was to be expected, the control rater's judgment did not agree very well with E-score, 56%. Rater A's ratings, however, showed a fairly high relationship, 77%. Examination of the data revealed that some of the low-scoring patients, who on the basis of this variable were judged to be ethnocentric, showed psychotic manifestations. Such manifestations actually have much more ego-alien quality than the neurotic symptoms which generally predominated in our group. The variable probably works better for the high than for the low-scoring group. Variable 4, externalized theory of onset and causes of the illness. The reliabilities here are quite good, 74% for A and the control rater, and 76% for A and B. Rater A's agreement with E is her lowest, 67%, the control rater agreed more highly with E, 71%. In general, the variable seemed to work better for the high scorers. It is possible that this has to do with the fact that more neutrals were scored for this category than for any other, and there were a few more neutrals in the low-scoring group. The large number of neutral ratings seemed to be due to the circumstance that not all subjects talked about, or were even asked about, the onset of their illness in this interview but confined themselves to describing their present difficulties. The high scorers more often brought up the onset and causes of their symptoms because they felt as if these symptoms had come about mysteriously all of a sudden on a certain day and that everything had been quite all right before. This is another example of the high scorers' unfamiliarity with their inner lives, their need to be like everyone else, and their strenuous efforts at keeping less acceptable impulses and emotions completely out of consciousness. When these impulses finally do break through in the form of symptoms, they are felt as ego-alien intruders, which appear suddenly and often without any reason at all. Variable V, spontaneous mention of unhappy childhood or unhappy family relationships. The least ambiguous category, and therefore the one receiving the highest agreement scores, 91% and 95%, is variable V. Here the rater simply had to state whether the patient spontaneously mentioned unhappy childhood or family relationships. The relationship between this variable and ethnocentrism was found to be very close in the case of the high scorers, 93% or 96%, but not in the case of the low scorers, 44% or 37%. This result seems connected with the fact that, in general, few subjects mentioned anything about their childhood in the intake interview, which dealt primarily with the patient's symptoms. Practically none of the high scorers did so. Whenever such a reference was made, the subject was usually a low scorer on ethnocentrism. The figures for this variable, for the low scorers, are actually spuriously low. The results here agree with the general finding of the study as a whole that low scorers freely admit friction with and negative feelings towards their families, and in general are more aware of and more frank about conflict and affect. The high scorers gave smooth, bland histories and had idealized pictures of their families. This would rarely allow them to admit feelings of unhappiness and loneliness in childhood such as arise from sibling jealousy and disappointment in parents. Such feelings were often reported in the interviews of low scorers at the clinic. Variable 6, cues referring to the patient's character structure. The reliabilities here were 74%, rater A with control rater, and 78%, for rater A with rater B. These agreements are statistically quite acceptable. Rater A also achieved quite high agreement with E-score, 80%, while the control rater's agreement with E was only 62%. The control rater's judgments of the low scorers showed much higher agreement, 71%, than did her ratings of the high scorers, 52%. Her reliability was also lower for the high group. This could be related to the fact that the manual gave more detailed and concrete instructions and examples for the low characteristics than for the high ones. This probably penalized the control rater much more than rater A, because the latter was already very familiar with the concepts and their application to interview material. It seems likely that the control rater's judgments would have shown much greater relationship to E had she had more training, in applying psychoanalytic concepts in general and the present variables in particular. The syndrome of traits to be included in rating variable 6, were discussed in the scoring manual above, section F, 2. They included: for high scorers. For low scorers. 1. Countercathectic defenses, reaction formations, projection, particularly anal reaction formations for women, counteraction of passivity for men. 1. Other defenses, particularly sublimations into artistic, intellectual, humanitarian interests and activities. 2. Lack of concern with love objects. 2. Oral-dependent love-seeking attitude, nurturance, concern about being rejected. 3. Extra and impunitiveness. 3. Intrapunitiveness, masochism. 4. Externalized superego. 4. Internalized superego. These variables, of course, are identical with some of those used in the study of personality by means of the questionnaire and clinical techniques described earlier in the book. The detailed case studies of clinic patients, the results of the projective questions for our group, and many of the statements of complaint showed that these variables were just as valuable for distinguishing high and low scores in this group as they were in the case of other groups. It is, of course, impossible to form, on the basis of the short statements of complaint alone, a personality picture of patients in which all of these characteristics appear. Therefore the reader, going over the examples of these statements and a few selected case studies in the following section, may not be convinced, particularly since only brief outlines of the cases were given to illustrate the symptomatology, important genetic factors, and a few other characteristics common to a whole group of patients in the high and low quartiles. Many of the details about the patient's relationships to others and to their work were omitted there. Still, the reader will find striking differences between low and high scorers by paying attention to the cues as defined above. Perhaps the first group of variables, namely the nature of defenses, will not become so apparent from the interview fragments selected for presentation. They will be illustrated primarily by the brief case examples included also in the following section. The complete material, as given to the raters, did offer more cues in this direction. Particularly striking was the frequency with which the low-scoring subjects, but hardly ever high-scoring ones, spoke about the interference of their symptoms with their work, which was in this connection described in such a way that one could infer the patient's true involvement in his work. A striking proportion of the low scorers had artistic occupations or interests. The most frequent sign of trait number 2 in our examples, lies in the frequency with which the low scorers refer in some way to their relationships to other people, to concern about being rejected, and to their own shortcomings in interpersonal relationships, quite in contrast to the high scorers. The character syndrome intrapunitiveness masochism strong internalized superego is illustrated by several of the examples of low scorers, particularly the cases with neurotic depressions and inferiority feelings, but also by the self-critical attitude with which the low scorers report their difficulties. The great frankness with which many of them expose their weaknesses or spontaneously talk about their childhood sufferings also perhaps expresses their dependent wish to receive sympathy from the interviewer, as well as a desire to appease their strict superegos. If I confess everything now, I won't have to feel quite as guilty as I would if you discovered these things about me later. Variable 7, Predominant types of symptoms. The two lists of symptoms are given in section F, 2. The reliabilities for this category were statistically acceptable, around 80%, and the relationship to E was relatively high with all raters, 73 to 85%. According to these findings, the symptoms in List A characterize the high-scoring group, those in List B predominate in the low-scoring group.
The symptomatology of the high and low scoring groups will be presented and discussed in more detail in the following section, which deals with the clinical pictures and personalities of the subjects. There, material gathered by the various techniques employed in this study will be utilized and the discussion illustrated by a number of case examples. 6. Summary. Before turning to the clinical section, however, we may summarize and discuss the findings of the rating technique. 1. It was possible to predict standing on the E scale from a small section of a subject's first psychiatric interview, dealing almost exclusively with the subject's symptoms. This shows again how strongly ethnocentrism is correlated with personality dynamics. 2. In order to test the thesis that the differences between the high and low scoring groups could be described by means of the variables described above, 7 control raters, each rating only one variable, were employed. Unfortunately, these raters were not quite familiar enough with the meaning and application of psychoanalytic concepts. In spite of this, an average reliability of 77% between rater a staff member of the study, and the control raters was obtained. This figure is statistically acceptable for our purpose and indicates that the ratings by raters A and B were not based merely on comparisons of the interviews with a general apperceptive mass acquired in their experience with high and low scorers, but were actually based on the variables as here described. The average agreement for A, and also for B, between ratings of the single variables and E-score was around 77%. The corresponding figure for the control raters was only 65%. However, when composite scores of highness-lowness were computed, derived from all 7 independent control ratings, the agreement with E was 75%. This indicates that the variables show significant relationships to E, although we cannot say just how well one could predict E from any one of the single variables. The percentage agreements of A's ratings with E-score may have been raised somewhat by previous experience with high and low scoring subjects and by the halo effect. The control raters' predictions are certainly not as good as they could be, due to relative lack of training. From a theoretical point of view, the actual degree to which the relationships between E and each of the single variables exceed chance, is of little importance. Obviously all of the variables overlap. They probably represent various aspects of one or of a very few more basic personality factors. G. Clinical pictures and personalities of high and low scorers. 1. The high scorers. Probably any one of the symptoms listed under A, high, in category 7, such as physical anxiety symptoms, hypochondriacal fears, stomach ulcers, men, could be found in low-scoring subjects, and depression, tiredness, conscious conflict, and the like, in high scorers. However, the manifestations in List A and in List B seem to form syndromes which differentiated well between our two groups. The various symptoms in each syndrome have certain common characteristics. Even the control rater who had little training in psychoanalytic or other dynamic theories sensed this relatedness. It helped her in the rating task because it was possible for her to form whole impressions of the patients, using the various single symptoms as alternative cues. In comparing the various symptoms mentioned in one list with those mentioned in the other, it becomes clear that the main difference between them consists in the way less acceptable parts of the personality are handled by the ego. In the high scorers, the sources of disturbance, aggressive impulses, for instance, are seen as outside the self, or other means are used to deny their true significance. Anxiety is displaced from the inner conflicts themselves to the body, or it appears in consciousness without the conflicts to which it belongs, or countercathective defenses are used, producing compulsive features or psychosomatic manifestations such as stomach ulcers, men. When impulses do begin to break through, they often do so in the form of violent outbursts, spells, or tantrums, or they lead to a feeling of not being oneself. It is this strenuous denial of many of one's impulses and the attempt at seeing everything unacceptable as outside the self, which seems to be the common denominator for most of the content of List A in Category 7. This is, in essence, the tendency, so common in high scorers, to keep things ego-alien. The same general character tendency, it seems,
is expressed in extra punitiveness and in other ways described elsewhere in the present volume. Once again, the findings on clinic patients confirm what was found to be true in the study's sample of the general population, Chapter 12. A. High-scoring men. In order to illustrate the clinical pictures in high-scoring men, a few case examples will be given here. The first patient is a middle-aged businessman. In his first psychiatric interview he stated that he had been fighting a nervous breakdown. He complained of tremors, sweating, fatigue, polyuria, intestinal gas, spells of panic, and a tendency to cry. He said that his symptoms first appeared when he heard how much temporary alimony he had to pay. Then something snapped in my head. This condition had improved for a while, after some medical treatment, but reappeared after the patient's business license was suspended for a short time because of certain irregularities. In the course of psychotherapy, the patient was superficially cooperative, came on time, and was particularly polite to the therapist, but could not enter into the therapeutic relationship. He offered several times to take the woman therapist to an elegant place for dinner. When speaking about himself, the patient dwelled merely on his somatic complaints in a hypochondriacal way and refused to give up the idea that his trouble was of physiological origin, requiring medical treatment. At the therapist's request, the patient told about his life experiences. He used this situation mainly to impress the therapist with stories of his business success and of his successful and influential friends, but it became apparent that he had no genuine attachments to anyone. After some months, both patient and therapist felt that treatment should be discontinued for lack of progress. This patient's character and history point towards anal problems, retention. Castration anxiety is experienced in terms of a fear of losing something or having to give up something. His strong anxiety and underlying weakness is unsuccessfully cloaked by a masculine facade which, in this case, centers around the idea of being a successful businessman. His relations to others are weak and egocentric. His externalized superego does not prevent him from trying slightly illegal means for reaching success. When his ego is threatened by some loss or lack of success, his anxiety is increased. In such a situation he becomes aware of anxiety without much content. He focuses on the physiological symptoms of anxiety, becomes even more anxious, then seeks medical treatment. This particular type of high-scoring man was not very frequent in the clinic group. Probably it is more frequent in medical clinics or in the practice of private physicians. The same pattern of underlying weakness and castration anxiety covered by a masculine facade was, however, found in most other high-scoring men patients, some with more, some with less compulsive characters. In some, unconscious homosexual conflicts were especially important. And paranoid trends were not uncommon. One group of high-scoring patients had few or no compulsive features but more marked phobic trends. These cases, too, had much vague anxiety, were focused often on the physical anxiety symptoms such as tremors, and so forth, and showed some hypochondriacal concern. An example of this latter type is a young veteran who suffered from a common type of combat neurosis consisting of severe tremors and vague anxiety whenever he engaged in the least strenuous activity. This patient's ship had been torpedoed and the patient, who could not swim, had had to spend an hour on a leaky raft. At the time he had felt little fear. A month later, when on shore in a hotel, symptoms appeared suddenly, apparently without any precipitating cause. The patient had always suffered from mild phobias, being afraid of guns, bumblebees, snakes, hypodermics and, occasionally, of crowds and gatherings of strangers. However, toughness stood out in his personality. He had always had crazy dreams, lately severe nightmares. In a recent one, 4 men in full military gear, including guns, had taken a blood test on him and a group of friends. They did it roughly and blood streamed down his arm. This dream makes one wonder whether the battle incident in itself precipitated the acute anxiety state. It seems more likely that the actual danger situation on the raft only contributed by temporarily decreasing the ego's ability to deal with other conflicts,
possibly of a homosexual nature, that were activated by the situation in the service. As in the case of several high-scoring male interviewees, the parents died when the patient was young. From the age of 12 on, the subject and his older brother were raised by the two older sisters. Little material on childhood history was recorded by the therapist. Of the family relationships we know only that the patient had, at the time of his treatment, warm feelings for his brother who, he said, bullied him in childhood to some extent. The patient still spoke with resentment of his sisters, who dominated him and whose guardianship he resented. The patient's symptoms disappeared after 6 interviews in which his family relationships were discussed. He was also given explanations of the psychological and physiological mechanisms in fear and read some mental hygiene literature on this point. This, he said, had been helpful because it showed him what our minds are made up of. Our last example is concerned with another type of case with a very infantile personality, who had had a schizophrenic episode in the service and was diagnosed as a schizophrenia, simple type. He said in his statement of complaint that he came to the clinic because I want to be natural again. He felt that a few years ago he had a good personality, but that is gone now. He complained of lack of interest in anything, inability to concentrate or to enjoy anything, of nervousness, restlessness, and a depressed and dazed feeling. He couldn't make friends or get acquainted. He found it very hard to keep a job. The patient, a 26-year-old man who lived at home with his father, had no friends, no girlfriend, and no idea what he would like to do. He felt timid, very discouraged, empty, and utterly lonely. His relationships to his family were shallow and frustrating. The patient was the second of 6 siblings. He had 1 older brother, 4 younger sisters. His mother was committed to a mental institution when the patient was 10 years old. The children were raised in different foster homes and had little contact with one another. He felt lonely and unhappy. When interviewed, the patient could not even give the exact ages of his younger sisters, but said, "I miss my family." The relationship to his father was very disturbing to the patient, who found it somewhat hard to admit this. The father was a strict Catholic and a punitive person with a bad temper, who had little understanding of the patient. He told his son that he would leave him if he could not stay at his present job. He also advised the subject to avoid psychiatrists and consult the priest instead. The patient seemed to be afraid of, and submissive to, his father in most respects, and had much underlying hostility toward him. This man made high scores on the E and F scales, a middle score on PEC. The interview disclosed that the patient had no idea about most current issues. His prejudice, as expressed in the questionnaire, seemed to be related in part to his uncritical acceptance of all kinds of clichés about outgroups and to a general underlying hostility and a feeling of futility and threatening chaos. One of his main ideas was the importance of segregation of all kinds of minority groups to avoid fights. He felt there will be trouble and that the country is going to the dogs. Almost his only specific accusation against outgroups was that Negroes are inferior and aggressive. At the same time, the patient said that he was the only white orderly in the military hospital who did not mind waiting on Negro patients. Perhaps this was due to an ingratiation mechanism which also made it possible for the patient to get along with his father. The following statements of complaint by high-scoring men may serve to illustrate further the personality trends discussed earlier. One subject came to the hospital for gastrointestinal study in connection with a project in psychosomatic medicine. He said he had suffered from stomach ulcers for 15 years, complained of nervousness and depressed attitude. He had done much worrying about his stomach. His nervousness had markedly increased since his wife was operated on for thyroid trouble. Also, living with in-laws had been trying. Another patient, who had been diagnosed as a psychopathic personality with homosexuality and psychosomatic features, gave the following story in his first interview. Tension, headaches, peculiar feelings, jumpiness, gas pains, and fear of being attacked. The symptoms appeared after an appendectomy a year earlier.
Since then he had been afraid that a certain person would do him physical harm. Shortly after that I was in a car accident and the same fellow tried to harm me. I didn't feel strong enough to protect myself. A third case was diagnosed psychopathic personality with pathological sexuality and neurotic trends. He was suspected of having duodenal ulcers, but no diagnosis had been made. The court had committed this patient to the hospital because he had exposed himself sexually to a small girl. The record of the first interview runs as follows. The patient doesn't know why he does it. Relates a long history of sexual preoccupations after being warned by his brother about masturbation and relations with girls. Has had fights when he has felt that someone was making fun of him or that something was due him and was being refused. Says he has always been rather close-mouthed, doesn't like to ask favors of anyone, and doesn't want to be indebted to anyone. 3 years ago he noticed that his ability to concentrate and to think fast was somewhat impaired. His job as an oil driller necessitated keen coordination and he was responsible for several injuries to the ground crew for which he subsequently blamed himself and felt that he could have prevented them if he had been more on his toes. Decided to give up oil drilling, became a welder. The patient confessed and stated that he was guilty of sexual exposure on one occasion but vigorously denied the others. The incident occurred when he was driving to work early in the morning, and the next thing he remembers was sometime in the afternoon. He recalls having exposed himself to a young girl on the corner, offering her a nickel to play with his penis. He became violently upset over this, felt that he had been working too hard, and took a week's vacation. Had been working 15 or 16 hours daily. A fourth example is afforded by a high-scoring man diagnosed as psychoneurosis, anxiety state whose statement of complaint was as follows. Rapid breathing, pain over precordium, anxiety and tension. Patient states he does not know when his trouble started but has never felt well since a car accident 5 years ago, when he fractured 2 ribs and struck his head. Developed headaches which came on if he had been worrying. His work, and especially the union men working under him, have irritated him greatly. An increasing source of aggravation has been trouble with the production in the factory. Since the last summer vacation in the mountains he has developed more breathlessness, vomiting, diarrhea, some headaches, dreams of a senseless, disagreeable character. Symptoms reappear when he returns to work. In the final example the diagnosis was psychoneurosis, mixed, obsessive, compulsive and anxiety features, alcohol addiction, and the statement of complaint. Being nervous and drinking too much. I am afraid I'm going crazy. Patient says that prior to 4 years ago he was perfectly well. Following a ball game, when he was home alone, minding the baby, he suffered a sudden onset of fear with profuse perspiration, palpitation, and trembling. He was afraid that he might harm himself or the child in some way. The doctor told him it was just nervousness and gave him phenobarbital. Since that time he has had many such attacks, but not as severe. Can't account for the episodes. About 1 year ago he found that 1 shot of whiskey would make him normal again. This progressed slowly, building up to a pint a day and ever since. Since taking alcohol, he has been able to cut down the phenobarbital almost entirely. He says he never gets completely drunk, but cannot get along without drinking. Realizes he is taking more and more and that this is quite expensive. The patient is anxious to stop drinking and to work out his problem. States there is no problem in his family relations. B. High-scoring women. The high-scoring women showed the same types of anxiety and hypochondriacal symptoms as did the men. Sometimes these appeared in more compulsive, sometimes in phobic, sometimes in schizoid personalities. Many of them suffered from spells, either of anxiety and/or of hyperventilation symptoms and loss of consciousness or of tension and temper outbursts. In sum, all of these features were present. The following statements of complaints are typical. Nervous attacks, easily upset. For 3 years. Attacks of confusion, tingling, tremors for 18 months. The nervous spell consists of dizzy feeling in her head leading almost to unconsciousness, numbness, and tingling in her extremities. Breathing at the onset is fast and the heart starts beating fast. The symptoms began to appear after husband was shipped overseas. Husband is described as personally and sexually compatible. Questioning brought out, however, that there is some friction because he is not considerate enough of the children. Essentially the same physical symptoms as in the first example were related. Also, the patient was terrified of dying of heart failure during her spells. She got very tense and irritable at the children and occasionally squeezed their throats until she regained composure. Alarmed at these tendencies, the patient sought help. Same physical symptoms as above. Panic, crying spells, sexual difficulties, and jealousy of husband. Spells started 3.5 years ago, when she felt an electric shock passing from the bottom of her feet to her head. After this followed the first spell. They have recurred 2 or 3 times a day since. The patient is afraid of death during a spell, of heart trouble, of cancer, of losing my mind, and of harming her children during a spell. The following case is the only one of this type that was interviewed. The patient was a young, lower middle-class housewife with 2 children. Her husband was a semi-skilled worker who had been on the night shift since their marriage 10 years ago. Patient feared the dark as a child and had never liked staying home at night alone, but a few months ago her anxiety became acute. She locked all windows and doors at night, for fear someone might come in and attack her and the children. 2 months ago, while dozing off at night, she awoke with a sudden anxiety attack and then lost consciousness. Every day since then she has become very tense and has had pains in the cords of her neck. She has had a feeling of being hot and cold at the same time, and a queer sinking feeling. Occasionally she has had spells of shaking and fainting. She has been able to call someone to help her each time just before losing consciousness. At such times she also has had fits of screaming. Afterwards, she has had amnesia for part of the event. The following history material and personality picture was gleaned from interviews, TAT stories, and from a series of dreams reported during her therapy. The symptoms refer primarily to a present conflict about the patient's dissatisfaction with her marriage. This conflict is patterned after an earlier one involving her relationships to her family, particularly one brother. The patient and her 2 older brothers were raised on a rather isolated farm. They had few friends and even in adolescence the patient was not permitted to go out much nor to have dates or witness boys' athletic events unchaperoned. The parents were Swiss Catholic immigrants who adhered strictly to their old world mores. The mother seems to have been particularly severe with regard to toilet and cleanliness training, as indicated also by her present treatment of the grandchildren, and to have completely suppressed the children's noisiness and overt hostility. The sexual taboos were strictly observed, the children were trained to be extremely modest and were given no sex instruction. This type of training has produced a number of reaction formations in the patient, example excessive concern with neatness, punctuality, obedience, and modesty. Aside from these facts, it is difficult to form a concrete realistic picture of the personalities and relationships in the subject's family, as her descriptions were so extremely idealized. She described the father as an old-fashioned but very jovial and mild man, the mother as a nervous and somewhat ailing but hard-working, generous, and kind woman and good mother, the brothers as particularly nice and good-natured. The patient claimed she had a lot of fun in childhood, and never fought with the 2 brothers. Similarly, she insisted that there was nothing wrong in her relationship with her husband except for his working nights, for which he is not to blame. She said that sexual relations, though often somewhat hurried, were usually satisfactory, though she occasionally did not achieve an orgasm. The dreams and TAT revealed, however, that the patient had a great deal of unconscious hostility towards her husband, as well as towards her mother, her favorite brother, and men in general, who were represented as aggressive and sexually brutal. This unconscious imagery of men as attackers was expressed consciously in her thinking about certain outgroups such as Negroes and Mexicans.
The dreams also suggest a conflict over sexual and oral aggressive impulses directed towards men. The contexts in which the orality and aggression appeared, smashing snakes, biting into chicken drumsticks, etc., suggest infantile wishes to bite, destroy, and incorporate a penis. Dangerous, electrically charged wire fences belonging to an enclosure for chickens, such as existed on her parents' farm, formed a recurrent theme. The patient unwittingly climbed a fence or touched it, with the resulting sensation of being shaken and of inability to tear herself away from the fence until the current was shut off. Here, it seems, there is reenactment of fears connected with the gratification of infantile wishes, probably sexual ones. This is likely also to be the meaning of her shaking and fainting spells, of which the dream scene is reminiscent. To this subject, the expression of hostility represented a special problem. She could not admit any aggression towards her husband or family, inhibiting most expressions of anger and irritation behind a facade of submissive compliance and somewhat forced cheerfulness. In therapy, it was revealed that her shaking and fainting spells always followed incidents in which a man provoked her anger by acting in a deprecating and implicitly aggressive and demanding manner, while she retained a calm and good-humored attitude. Thus, the first spell occurred after a card game in which her husband called her attention to an ace she had overlooked. She said that ordinarily she would have become angry with her husband, but this time she laughed it off. Other spells have occurred after she was asked to pay a bill which had already been paid and after she was told she would have to pay more for an article than the price previously agreed upon. In both cases she felt no anger at the time but had a spell later. This case can be described as an anxiety hysteria in which compulsive trends play a role, and in which conflicts about hostile impulses are particularly important. The other cases with anxiety and nervous spells are probably dynamically similar. There was one case with a psychogenic paralysis of the right arm and face. This woman had a very rigid character and some compulsive traits. She, too, had extreme unconscious hostility towards men, particularly her former husband. The symptom appeared after she had struck her brother, to whom she had an ambivalent erotic attachment, when he made sexual advances towards her. Another personality pattern found among the ethnocentric subjects might be called the constricted infantile schizoid type. Here, too, compulsive traits are an important part of the picture. Some of these cases, when acutely disturbed, had feelings of depersonalization and apathy. The following case is an example. The patient was a 27-year-old college graduate who had been married about a year and had just had a baby. She looked and acted younger than her age, and generally made the impression of a naive, very good little girl. She was very inhibited, in the expression of both sensuality and aggression, and her ego was occupied to a very large extent with maintaining order, cleanliness, control, and a good facade. She did this by limiting her interests and concentrating on religion and her duties. The latter were carried out efficiently, and this gave her a sense of satisfaction. Before her marriage she achieved this kind of satisfaction through secretarial work. At the time of admission to the clinic she was interested exclusively in housekeeping. The patient described her father as a stern disciplinarian whom she had always feared. She resented his treatment of her husband of whom he did not approve, but she was unable to admit this resentment. She described her mother in the familiar idealized terms and said, "I have always respected her." She had several brothers with whom she competed for love and approval, and, like many of our high-scoring women, she ended this competition by accepting, on the surface, a completely feminine and submissive role. The husband, a social service worker, was still in the army, and so was not with the patient after the birth of the child. It was at this time that the patient began to feel peculiar, like in a fog and as though she were not quite myself. She was oriented in space and time but could not carry out some of the simplest tasks, in spite of very superior mental ability which, according to tests, had not been affected by her illness. Her physicians thought it best to have the patient join her husband at the earliest possible moment. She was thought well enough to travel alone with the baby. Unexpectedly, during the trip she had to change plans. This stumped her completely. She just sat down with her baby in the waiting room at the airport, quite lost and not able to ask for information nor to make arrangements for herself. She did not improve much after she had joined her husband. In going shopping, for instance, she would stand before the grocery shelves, unable to think of things to buy. The patient was very alarmed and depressed about her condition. In the hospital she kept repeating her complaints over and over, and said she feared she was going crazy and that she could not be helped. The husband reported that the patient had changed in other respects too. Whereas she had been sexually rather frigid before the delivery, she all of a sudden became very passionate. Hospitalization and psychotherapy seemed to do little good. So the patient was discharged and brought in by her husband at intervals for electric shock treatments. After very few treatments the patient felt normal, and both she and her husband felt that she was now less inhibited, warmer, and able to enjoy herself more. At the present time the psychological meanings and effects of shock treatments are not sufficiently understood to permit theorizing concerning its role in this case. Its evaluation is rendered the more difficult by the fact that the patient had received and was receiving psychotherapy. The doctor's and husband's acceptance of her newly awakened sensuality may have helped the patient to accept this part of herself, and this may have been an important factor in her improvement. Another case of the same general type was a 24-year-old mother of 2 children. She too had an episode of depersonalization and forgetfulness following the birth of the first child. This woman could have been taken for a naive high school girl. Her usual submissive and conventional good girl behavior occasionally alternated with outbursts of anger and spite. She was a very dependent person with no ideas and opinions of her own and without interests outside of the domestic sphere. When her husband's support was withdrawn, because of illness, just after she had her second child, she suffered a paranoid schizophrenic episode, became afraid someone would harm her and the children, that her husband or relatives would take one of her daughters out and not bring her back. Still another case was that of a girl who had always been a particularly conscientious worker and who was completely submissive to her rigid, unsympathetic parents and aggressive older sister, without ever becoming aware of any resentment. When this girl was promoted to a job of considerable responsibility, she developed extreme headaches and entered a state of depression and anxiety, in which she accused herself of being bad, thought people were looking at her, and feared she would lose her mind. This girl and several other high-scoring women suffered, during the acute stages of their illness, from a mood disturbance which could only be described as agitated depression. In some cases this was accompanied by suicidal ideas. These depressions, however, were different from those seen in the patients who were subject to periodic neurotic depressions. They were often accompanied by somewhat bizarre ideas and in general showed schizoid qualities. For this reason they were sometimes labeled schizoaffective reactions. Few of these cases had the slightest idea of or interest in current issues and were very unsure of the few ideas they could voice during the interviews. Their ideologies about outgroups were meager, less elaborated, and even more naive and stereotyped than those of less disturbed high-scoring subjects. Their rejection of outgroups, in the abstract at least, was extremely strong, leading to very high prejudice scores and often to emotionally charged responses during interviews such as "You wouldn't want to have a black baby, would you?" This is an expression of their particular ego weakness, necessitating special efforts at creating and maintaining countercathexes. To the low scorers. The pattern formed by the symptoms in List B of Category 7 is different. The unacceptable impulses, although not all conscious nor undisguised, are more ego-assimilated and are perceived as part of the self. The low-scoring patients generally came to the clinic with a particular psychological problem they wanted to solve. They complained of certain conflicts or anxieties about some more or less definite idea or situation, or were consciously dissatisfied with their sex role. Many of these are character neuroses. The evil was not sought outside but in the self. Elsewhere in the present volume it has been shown that high scorers on E are typically extrapunitive, while low scorers are intrapunitive.
Intrapunitiveness has been understood as a sign of a strict but internalized superego and probably also of a somewhat masochistic character structure. The psychologically ill low scorers seem to show this tendency in exaggerated form, in neurotic, depression, suicidal ideas, inferiority, and guilt feelings. Their greater acceptance of their instinctual and fantasy lives and their relative independence from conventional restrictions give great variety, individuality, and even bizarreness to the pathological ideas and behavior of these patients. In some ways many of these patients, although by no means all of them, behaved in a way that is opposite to the cultural norm for their sex. Some of the men were shy, timid, passive, and dependent and had some interests more often found in women. Some of the women were aggressive, less interested in home and family than in some occupational achievement. Homosexuality and sexual perversions were more freely admitted, and conflicts about such impulses were often quite conscious and undisguised. This does not mean that the low scorers have more homosexual tendencies. There are probably just as many if not many more high scorers with such impulses. But in the latter case, these impulses and fantasies are strongly disguised and repressed. A. Low-scoring men. The low scorers on E presented such a variety of complaints and clinical pictures that it is almost impossible to fit them into a few types. While some had psychoses or classical neuroses with anxiety, hysterical and compulsive symptoms, many cases presented character disorders which had come to the fore or were accentuated because of situational factors. An example of this type was a very dependent man, married to a more aggressive woman to whom he was very much attached and sexually attracted. The relationship, always problematic, had become intolerable since the wife had a second child whom she rejected. The clinic suggested foster home placement for the child. The patient could not accept this, nor could he decide to leave his family. Broadly speaking, the low-scoring men were generally unaggressive, nurturant, often somewhat withdrawn and inhibited socially. They came to the clinic with depressions and conscious anxieties relating to problems of sex, work, or general adjustment. In contrast to the high-scoring men, the problems as stated by these patients referred directly to their relationships to others. During the war, a few of them suffered acute conflict about the problem of participation, leading, in a few cases, to self-inflicted injuries to avoid the draft, in others to conscientious objection. This was not primarily because of fear of physical injury or death, but because of ideological reasons and a horror of being forced to kill. An illustrative case is that of a young man of college age who had been in a camp for conscientious objectors. He was short and slight. His manner and speech betrayed much tension and self-consciousness. He was very unsure of himself and suffered somewhat from compulsive doubt and indecision. He had well-formed opinions about some subjects, such as the problems of minorities and pacifism, but in most areas he was quite uncertain, mentioning one opinion and then retreating when challenged by the interviewer, saying, "I really don't know much about it yet, I have to read a lot more." He was keenly interested in politics and concerned about social progress. He realized that his occupational choice, to counsel people about their personal problems, stemmed from awareness of his own inner struggles and from his own desire to be helped. The patient voluntarily sought help because of restlessness, anxiety, occasional depression, and inability to concentrate. He also had severe feelings of inadequacy, stage fright, social anxiety, and several fears, of the dark, of physical injury, and of graveyards and mental institutions. The patient's father was of lower-class origin with a grade school education, who became a carpenter, then a farmer and minister in a fundamentalist church. He was a stern, dominating and punitive man with narrow, fundamentalist and puritanical ideas, who made the children work hard on the farm and dealt out severe corporal punishment. The mother, a church singer, would have liked to push the father into a higher ministerial position. She was ashamed of her husband's fire and brimstone sermons and his denunciation of vices he himself possessed. Though not punitive herself, she did not actively take the children's part. She tried to appease the father by conformity to his demands, and she tried to influence the children to do the same.
There was much discord between the parents, which was painful to the patient. He usually sided with the mother, who had made him her special confidant. Although he had been close to his mother in his earlier life, the patient was, at the time of the interview, rather critical of her. The patient had one brother, several years his senior, with whom he was never close but whom he liked and respected and wanted to know better. He was quite close, however, to his twin brother, taller, stronger, and more aggressive than the patient, and admired him for his poise and school achievement. The patient let his brother play the socially aggressive role and also let the brother go ahead in football while the patient remained in the background, doing the chores on the farm. The brother submitted to the father, did not resist the corporal punishment and, so far, remained a conformist. The patient, on the other hand, always resisted the father's punishment to some extent, though often in fantasy only. He felt the father was doing him a wrong, often broke the father's rules, and finally tried to break completely with the parental ideology with regard to religion, mores, and politics. This process caused the patient a great deal of conscious anxiety and conflict. The core of the neurosis was undoubtedly the partly repressed hostility against the father, complicated by the relationship to the twin brother. The following are excerpts from the first psychiatric interviews of low-scoring men. The patient says that since childhood he has been somewhat withdrawn, making very few social contacts, remaining in his room for days at a time. Never has had any particular interests, heroes, or ideals other than the vague feeling that he should somehow get a good job and become a respectable member of society. But he loses interest and becomes bored with a job as soon as he finds out that he can handle it. He has had a variety of positions from laborer to personnel interviewer. When the job becomes intolerable, feelings of anxiety and frustration are at their height. He will feel very dissatisfied with himself as well as with the job and then try to change jobs. He shot off the middle finger of one hand in a hysterical effort to escape the draft. He feels that psychotherapy is his last chance to straighten out and settle down mentally. The patient complained of acute anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and present inability to work or make decisions. He said the problem worrying him was whether he was a homosexual and if so, how could he make a happy adjustment to it? While in the army, the patient had formed a strong attachment to a homosexual man of his own age who, for a long time, encouraged and courted, then suddenly rejected him. When the relationship had become very strained, the patient was very angry and thought of killing the friend, but instead made a suicide attempt, wounding himself quite severely with a gun. The patient suffers from feelings of depression, primarily in reaction to receiving a letter from his girlfriend stating that she had married someone else. They had been friends on a purely platonic basis, sharing intellectual interests. Also, he feels bitter and hopeless about his recent transfer from a public service camp to a government camp where he has no opportunity for constructive activity. He feels the CO camps should provide more public service, not be there merely for purposes of detention. There were 2 cases with hysterical symptoms, one pianist, with a history of various mild hysterical convulsion symptoms while in the service, who complained of numbness and partial loss of function of the right index finger, one student who suffered from anxiety nightmares and fainting spells, particularly during examination times. The fainting spells had first appeared in situations in which he had felt attacked by his very aggressive, brutal father. Finally, there were a few low-scoring men with mild cases of schizophrenia. Actually, their E-scores were in the low end of the low-middle quartile. But interviews revealed that timidity had inhibited the questionnaire responses in one case in which the subject was really strongly opposed to prejudice. This patient had always been a seclusive, somewhat compulsive, obviously schizoid person. Although all his relationships were weak and egocentric, he gave a history of having been somewhat closer to his mother than to his father, whom he described as particularly puritanical, stern, and coercive. He expressed much hatred for his father, but there was evidence that some of these sentiments were actually expressions of unconscious fantasies of homosexual submission to the father. While an officer in the army,
he suffered from feelings of jealousy regarding his wife, hopelessness and restlessness, finally ending in a schizophrenic episode in which he imagined that a number of his subordinates were criticizing his work and were spying on him and talking about him. He became so angry he wanted to kill these individuals. In spite of these tendencies towards projection, the parent was strongly intrapunitive, as shown by the ideas just cited as well as by his responses to the questionnaire and projective items. The other schizophrenic from the low middle quartile, a young seaman, claimed that he experienced sexual satisfaction only when he deliberately soiled his trousers. He reported various bizarre fantasies, usually of sadistic actions directed against women. He imagined that his shipmates knew about his secret sexual practice and that they looked down on him and rejected him for it. He sought help voluntarily. In the projections of this and the previous case, both intrapunitive characters, the superego seems to play a different role than it does in the characteristic projections of the high scorers, where the self is seen as the virtuous one, the others as the representatives of the ID. While undoubtedly the two psychotic cases just cited projected some of their repressed impulses, example homosexual and sadistic ones, onto their environment, they did this to a smaller degree than did the high scorers. In addition, they projected their own superego strivings onto the environment, feeling that others, more or less justifiably, rejected and punished them. B. Low-scoring women. It was brought out in Section D that a great many of the low-scoring women were classified as mixed neurosis. This is partly due to the fact that in the classification scheme used, no separate category was available for neurotic depression, one of the main complaints of our low-scoring group. Also, the diagnosis of mixed neurosis was usually resorted to in the case of character disorders. These also were prevalent among the low-scoring women. The following excerpts from the first psychiatric interviews are typical of the low-quartile women. Feelings of depression were given as main complaints by low-scoring patients with a great variety of other problems. Even the one schizophrenic scoring in the low quartile complained of the characteristic depression and feelings of inadequacy. The prevalence of passivity and orality is also to be noted. Main concern is that I have failed repeatedly with everything I do. Complains of lack of self-confidence in her abilities and in her work. States I have built up such a resentment toward myself that I am afraid I will commit suicide. Several of these women, suffering from depression, felt that their symptom was related to their difficult relationship to their mothers. One young woman said she felt a great deal of hatred for her mother and got sleepy and irritable whenever her mother was around. She is depressed, with loss of appetite, lassitude, and suicidal thoughts, wants to lie down all the time, requires an abnormal amount of sleep, 15 to 16 hours, but without gaining a feeling of vitality afterwards. Another woman stated that she felt things are too hard, she'd rather go to bed. Felt depressed, weak, irritable. In two women, the central problem was their conscious struggle with homosexual impulses. One young girl with strong intellectual interests had had a violent crush on a female teacher during adolescence. Later she formed crushes on men. She is aware of some homosexual tendencies. She has a strong desire for friendship and love relationships. Depending on the satisfaction and frustration of this need, she alternates between periods of elation and depression. The other had crying spells, the desire to sleep all the time, and also suffered from vomiting and cramps. Some of the women sought help mainly because they felt they were harming their children by their neurotic behavior. All of these were rather active women with interests outside the home, and with a great desire for achievement and for playing a more or less masculine role. One woman had married an invalid man whom she admired for his intellectual talents. She worked to support him and their child, waiting on her husband hand and foot when at home. She continually drove herself to undertake too much, felt nervous, did not sleep well, and felt she wasn't a decent mother. She often got spells of excessive eating, followed by depression. Formerly she had had the same spells of drinking. Another case is that of a married woman about 30 years of age who had one child of a previous marriage.
She had felt extremely depressed and unable to work since she discovered that she was pregnant again. She did not want the baby because it would mean giving up a career she had just started with much satisfaction, but could not think of offering it for adoption because her husband very much wanted a child. She wanted to have help so that she would either be able to accept the child or decide to give it up. She said, "I bitterly resent having been born a female." From her history, it appeared that she had always actively competed with boys or men. As a kindergarten child she picked fights with little boys. "I liked to beat them to a pulp to show them who was really something." She was married twice previously, each time to a brilliant and successful man with whom she would compete bitterly. These marriages were unsuccessful. At the time of her treatment, she was happily married to a more passive man who admired her and encouraged her professional ambitions. The patient was a serious, sensitive, tense person who was uncomfortable and shy in groups and preferred to be or work alone. Asked about her early life, she described herself as a thoroughly undisciplined, non-conforming child, who in spite of very high intelligence could not do well in school because she got bored and refused to do work she disliked. She did not get along with other children, and preferred to do artwork by herself. In later childhood she wanted to be a cowgirl. In adolescence she went through a very rebellious period, then took art training and became a radical. She was talented and had had some success in various artistic fields. She was interested in modern experimental art forms and in the representation of psychological moods. She was politically left-wing but felt she could not be of great use to any political movement because of her shyness and inability to function in groups or to approach people. She described herself and her history with much psychological perceptiveness, frankness, and insight. In spite of this, psychotherapy was difficult because everything was told in a very intellectualized fashion. Instead of letting herself feel the appropriate emotions, the patient usually managed to keep quite aloof, carefully choosing her words to describe her early environment and history. The patient had had previous periods of depression, each time when something blocked her professional ambitions. The last episode was very severe. She became afraid there was a man in the house who could harm her, and she developed such a loathing for herself that she felt her skin was covered with repulsive fish scales. The history revealed that she was the only child of two rather neurotic people, who in her early childhood gave the girl a good deal of freedom and individual attention. In spite of this, she often felt lonely and left out. Through the circumstance of the parents' separation when the patient was 5, the patient came to feel that her mother had caused the beloved father much suffering and was responsible for the separation. She began to feel great disgust for and hostility towards her mother, who became the prototype for her image of the shallow, pretty, exploiting woman. Her professional interests and activities were based on identification with her professionally successful father, and perhaps also her stepmother. It is not necessary for our purpose to go into a detailed discussion of the dynamics of this woman's personality and development. The case was presented merely as a description of one type of female patient found among the low scorers. Though too extreme to be representative, the case has many characteristics typical of a whole group of low-scoring women, usually political radicals or militant liberals: the masculine identification, which is unusually strong here, the competition with men and striving for professional achievement, the rejection of femininity and inability to accept the role of a mother. The latter two are exceptionally pronounced here. In most of our low-scoring women there were strong feminine identifications also which were in conflict with the masculine strivings. In contrast to the high-scoring women, there is, as with low-scoring women generally, little compulsiveness, less constriction, greater richness of fantasy life, here expressed in artistic and other professional fields, introversion, here particularly strong, and concern with ideas and inner experience. The patient tried to handle her conflicts by seeking rational explanations, therapy, and by sublimations. In a few of the low-scoring women anxiety symptoms predominated. In these cases, feelings of inadequacy were quite prominent and there was anxiety and shyness in certain social situations. One woman felt so uneasy in groups that she frequently broke into a sweat. She was also jealous of her husband's interest in other women and afraid she might retaliate by having an affair, as she did once before. Another patient, an unmarried woman who was embarrassed in social situations, had developed tremors whenever she had to hold a cup or stemmed glass, or when filling out application blanks. After having fallen down the stairs at a party where she was very uncomfortable, she developed a panic of going downstairs. Also, the patient thought she was always attracted by the wrong men, usually very neurotic men. One very inhibited young girl came to the clinic because she was afraid her former enuresis might return. She thought she would use the symptom to avoid social engagements, of which she was somewhat afraid. She felt very guilty about her adolescent sexual interests. She had night terrors about a half hour after going to sleep, in which she saw something coming down on her, sometimes a net, sometimes a swarm of bugs. Sometimes an abstract shape of a person would crawl into her bed. She would scream and jump out of bed. One case was of a more phobic character. The girl had had an animal phobia. When seen at the clinic, she was in a confused, anxious state, afraid of entering graduate school, particularly of going to see her graduate advisor. She could not bring herself to go to him and discuss her work. She felt that she had not accomplished much. She was also worried because she did not feel warmly towards anyone, because she felt rather hostile, particularly toward her mother. There was one case with obsessive-compulsive symptoms, a woman with a previous depressive episode. At the time of her treatment, she was unable to do her clerical work for fear she might write down something that would embarrass her or damage someone else. The trouble began at 17 when she feared to write down darn or damn. Swearing was severely condemned by her strict father, whom she reported she hated. Years later, after she read about rape in the papers, she began to worry about the word rape. Now she was afraid of writing down something pertaining to her current employers raping or attacking her. She was never certain whether she had not by chance inserted these ideas into a letter, or into other products of her typing work. For the last few years she had found that sedatives and alcohol would relieve her condition. One of the low-scoring women was classified as a paranoid schizophrenic. Yet her complaints, except for a few bizarre ideas, were similar to the ones reported by other low-scoring women suffering primarily from depression. The patient described with much insight her extreme sensitivity to other people's reactions, her concern lest she be rejected by others, her early feelings of insecurity and of being unwanted. She said her illness started with nervousness, indecision, and fears of not being able to keep a job, that I might harm people, of dying of a cerebral hemorrhage. Her mother had died in this way, afraid I was going to die, and none knew about it or cared. When first interviewed, she complained of being depressed and lacking in the ability to concentrate on her work. She was afraid people were questioning her motives and had tried to read her mind by saying things to elicit her reactions. She felt a change in the attitude of her family towards her. She had been weak and tired, attributing this to a drug which she believed was used in the food at the previous hospital. She said, "There is a barrier between me and other people erected by myself. Last week I felt closer to people." Finally, there were 2 cases who were referred by physicians to whom they had turned because of physical symptoms. In one case the main complaint was a headache and hypersensitivity to light, necessitating wearing of dark glasses. The other case complained mainly of dysmenorrhea, also of nausea and of muscular pain simulating her mother's arthritis. Both cases traced their symptoms to accidents. Although little material on these patients was available, it seemed very likely that they were cases of conversion hysteria. 3. The middles. Most of the data just presented pertain only to patients receiving E-scores within the high or low quartiles. We have, of course, collected some data on middle scorers. First, there were the questionnaire data, including responses to projective questions, and second, the psychiatric diagnoses and Minnesota multiphasic scores. These indicated that, on the whole, low middles resembled the low scorers more,
the high middles showed more resemblance to the high scorers. In addition, several clinical case studies were made of patients with middle scores. In these cases one could clearly discern both high and low personality trends and, sometimes, curious inconsistencies in ideology and behavior. This was true of some of our most disturbed patients. Most of the psychotic patients made middle scores, a few were low middles, but most of them made high middle scores. Some explanations of this trend have been advanced in section D above. It seemed to be related in these patients to ego weakness and unconcern with social reality. There were, of course, people with middle scores who were relatively little disturbed, but we have very little information concerning them. The total sample of clinic subjects contained 27 cases diagnosed as psychotic. Of these, 70%, or 19 cases, made scores in the middle quartiles. This percentage is considerably greater than chance, which would be 50%, and is significant at the 5% level. However, little weight can be given this result because of the small number of cases. The clinical case studies also indicate that many of the most disturbed patients tended to make middle rather than extreme scores. In these cases it can often be shown that the overall personality picture is either high or low, but that the neurotic or psychotic processes lead to certain contradictory opinions, or attitudes that are the opposite. An example of such a picture is a schizophrenic man, a strongly intrapunitive person, thoroughly opposed to any kind of prejudice against minorities, usually a pacifist, and believer in a vague humanitarianism, who at certain times expressed marked chauvinism and destructive ideas directed against other nations. He developed these ideas when control of his own homosexuality and hostility was threatening to collapse. Another case is that of a man with a strongly paranoid character who had the most outspoken fascist ideology. This man's character structure and his scores on the F and PEC scales revealed that in most respects this man was very much like our high-scoring subjects. Great hostility and fear of his father had prevented genuine identifications. But the subject spent all his efforts in a fruitless attempt to prove to himself and the world that he was more powerful, capable, intelligent, and virtuous than his father. This manifested itself, among other ways, in continual though unrealistic and unsuccessful strivings for positions of power, in a grandiose conception of himself, in a verbose manner of speech and continual orientation toward making an impression on others. In many ways this man could be described as a psychopathic character. Still, he made only a low middle score on interviews revealed that this was related to a certain opposition to the father's prejudiced ideology, although in other areas the subject had very conventional values. Also, the mild opposition to prejudice seemed to rest on a certain amount of identification with deprived groups. For instance, he considered the differences between whites and Negroes to be primarily due to a difference in education. In fact, he would like to solve all problems in the area of group relations by giving educational opportunities to all. He also considers the basis for all his own failures to be his lack of a college education due to the fact that his father lost his money just when the patient was of college age. Needless to say, this subject's ideology differed qualitatively from that of low-middle subjects whose characters were more typical of low scorers. These differences, however, were revealed only in the interview. Conclusions. In this concluding section we shall discuss the problem of the relationship between ethnocentrism and psychological ill health in the light of the findings just reported. First, however, it will be necessary to make a statement about the degree to which conclusions drawn on the basis of findings from the Langley-Porter Clinic Group can be generalized. In our description of the sample, Section B, we have defined the Langley-Porter Clinic population as a group coming mainly from the urban lower middle class and, on the average, somewhat younger and slightly more educated and more intelligent than the general population, and more cooperative than average. In these respects Langley-Porter Clinic patients are probably similar to patient groups from other psychiatric clinics in large American cities. Within the limits set by our selection procedure, the sample studied was thought to be fairly representative of the clinic population as a whole, although an exact comparison with the clinic population at large could not be made for want of available data. Results of the present investigation which were found to be statistically significant probably hold for similar clinic groups. A question then arises as to how representative these clinic groups are of the psychologically disturbed, neurotic-psychotic, population as a whole. This question cannot be answered, because no one knows just what this population is like. There are countless individuals who have severe psychological disturbances but never come to the attention of clinics or private psychiatrists. On the other hand, a public clinic such as the one described probably covers a wider range of clinical pictures and social backgrounds than any other agency, certainly a much wider one than could be found among patients going to private therapists and institutions. As far as the statistical significance of most of the results is concerned, much is left to be desired. The scope of the investigation did not permit the use of many more than 120 subjects. For many of our comparisons, this group had to be divided into many small subgroups. Taken one by one, most of the numerical results therefore are not statistically significant, nor otherwise impressive. Whatever value there is in the present investigation lies more in the consistency of all of our findings with one another and with the findings of the study as a whole. Now an attempt will be made to bring our findings to bear on several questions regarding the relationships between ethnocentrism and psychological ill health. All of the following questions have been raised in connection with the research findings reported in this book. 1. Are people with relatively severe psychological disturbances on the average more or less prejudiced than normal people? 2. Are people making extreme, high or low, scores on the E-scale also extreme on the dimension of mental health, mental illness? 3. Are high or low scorers prone to develop certain specific kinds of psychological disturbances? 4. Did the study of neurotic and psychotic subjects lead to new hypotheses about the character structure and its possible genetic sources in high and low scorers? 5. Is there any evidence that one of the two groups, at the opposite extremes of the E-scale, was more severely disturbed than the other? Is there a relationship between ethnocentrism and psychosis? 1. Are people with relatively severe psychological disturbances on the average more or less prejudiced than normal people? When the average ethnocentrism scores of the Langley-Porter men and women were compared with scores obtained by averaging all other groups, the clinic group turned out to be slightly, but not significantly, less prejudiced than average. The scores showed a wide range and great variability, indicating that the group contains subjects of greatly varying ideologies and personalities. If one would like to generalize to a wider group of psychologically disturbed people, the Langley-Porter clinic mean is probably too low. As we have shown, the clinic group was younger, somewhat more educated, intelligent, and cooperative than average. All these selective factors are known to show slight negative correlations with ethnocentrism. On these and other grounds, it seems reasonable to assume that a large group of disturbed persons taken at random from the general population would on the average make prejudice scores similar to those of a group of non-disturbed people. 2. Are people making extreme, high or low, scores on the E-scale also extreme on the dimension of mental health, mental illness? Most of the dynamic formulations in this book have been derived from comparisons of subjects scoring in the high and low quartiles. An objection to this procedure has been that perhaps high and low scorers are both deviant groups, that they are marginal and neurotic, and that normal people in our society are middles, that is, mildly in agreement with the stereotypes prevalent in our culture. In order to answer the above question conclusively, one would first have to establish a reliable measure of degree of psychological disturbance. This could then be correlated with ethnocentrism in a large group of subjects. No such measure was available for the present investigation. However, there were some indications that the subject receiving middle scores on E were at least as disturbed, if not more so, than the patients making extreme scores. This statement is based on some clinical case studies of neurotic and psychotic middle scorers and on the finding that 70% of our psychotic subjects scored in the middle quartiles. 3. Are high or low scorers prone to develop certain specific kinds of psychological disturbances?
On the whole, our data seem to show that the clinical pictures of subjects in the high quartile resemble each other and differ systematically from the clinical pictures shown by patients from the low quartile. These trends cannot be completely described in terms of the conventional psychiatric classifications as they were used at Langley Porter Clinic. In these terms, the trends were partially expressed in a predominance of mixed neurosis with depressive and anxiety features in low-scoring women, of anxiety states in high-scoring women. The relationships were less marked in the men. However, clinically defined similarities among high-scoring cases, on the one hand, and low-scoring cases, on the other, cut across the lines drawn by these diagnostic classifications. There are high as well as low scorers in each of the major psychiatric categories, example schizophrenia, manic-depressive psychosis, anxiety state, hysteria, obsessive-compulsive, and mixed neurosis. It cannot be decided here whether this is due to the essentially non-dynamic nature of the classification system or to the way in which the classifications were applied by the physicians. Probably both factors are responsible. More detailed study of the complaints as described by the patients in a first psychiatric interview revealed the following differences in clinical pictures of high and low scorers. The subjects scoring high on ethnocentrism usually displayed very little awareness of their own feelings and psychological problems. What is more, they tended to resist psychological explanations and to suppress emotion. Their complaints were very often devoid of any psychological content. The most common symptoms in both men and women were vague anxiety or physical signs of anxiety and rage. The more disturbed patients suffered from feelings of depersonalization, lack of interest, and depressed affect of a more schizoid type. Very many high-scoring men and women came to the clinic with somatic complaints, some of them psychosomatic symptoms which could be understood as expressions of suppressed affects such as fear or rage. They were inclined to dwell at length on these symptoms to the exclusion of other problems. Some showed pathological fear of sickness, physical injury, or death. The most frequent physical complaints of the high-scoring men in our group were stomach ulcers and physical expressions, such as tremors, sweating, etc., of tension and anxiety. Some of the cases had markedly compulsive characters, others appeared to be more phobic or to have characters built around defenses against passive homosexuality. In some of these cases fears of being injured or attacked, or other paranoid trends, were part of the picture. Other types of cases were primarily psychopathic, one of these had admitted sexual exposure to a child, and still others were overt homosexuals. All of them, except for one case of simple schizophrenia, showed to some extent the toughness and masculine facade together with various signs of extreme castration anxiety and underlying passivity. The majority of the high-scoring women complained of irritability, anxiety, or hyperventilation symptoms. Many also had temper outbursts or attacks of trembling, screaming, or fainting, probably equivalents of attacks of rage, and fear of dying during such an attack. When one of these cases was studied in detail, it was found that her attacks of panic, trembling, fainting, and screaming were expressions of extreme rage precipitated by an incident earlier in the day but suppressed at the time. There was one case of hysterical convulsion in a woman with a very rigid character, and there were several very infantile schizoid cases with different features such as agitated depression, depersonalization, and paranoid fears. All of these women, however, resembled each other in the following ways. Their main problems seemed to center around the inability to express strong hostilities directed against some member of their family. Their personalities were rigid and very constricted, most of them had marked compulsive traits. Rigidity of personality and the tendency to use countercathective defenses seemed to be characteristic of both high-scoring men and high-scoring women. The low scorers were found to exhibit a wide variety of clinical pictures and complaints. They were much more familiar with themselves, more aware and accepting of emotional experiences and problems. The complaints of low-scoring patients very rarely consisted of vague anxiety or physical symptoms alone. If anxiety without content appeared at all, the patient also reported being concerned about other problems. Usually,
the patients stated their problems in terms of specific impulses, fears, or adjustment difficulties. The most common single symptom characteristic of low-scoring men and women was neurotic depression with feelings of inadequacy. Most of these patients had inhibitions in some area, sexual, work, social, and felt uneasy in group situations. Summarizing these findings, then, one might say that some statistical relationship was found for the women between high E-score and the classification anxiety state, on the one hand, low E-score and a classification which was labeled mixed neurosis, which probably should have been called neurotic depression, on the other. It became clear, however, that ethnocentrism was much more strongly related to certain very general personality trends which cut across the lines drawn by the psychiatric classifications. It has therefore been impossible to speak of symptoms or types of disturbance without some reference to the personality syndromes in which they occurred. These personality syndromes will be discussed more fully, more interpretatively in the following section. 4. Did the study of neurotic and psychotic subjects lead to new hypotheses about the character structure and its possible genetic sources in high and low scorers? All the important variables in which high and low scoring patients differed, were identical with those found to differentiate high and low scorers in groups of people who were relatively little disturbed. In the disturbed group, however, these characteristics were seen in more exaggerated form. In the first student group studied by the questionnaire and clinical techniques, Frankel, Brunswick, and Sanford, 38, found that the high-scoring women more often mentioned health problems, in spite of the fact that their health histories appeared to be quite similar to those of the low scorers. These few, often casual, remarks about health were related to certain themes in the TAT stories, where many characters suffered mutilating injuries and accidents. On the basis of these data, a tentative interpretation was made to the effect that high-scoring women characteristically show concern about their physical well-being because they are unconsciously afraid of being hurt as a punishment for strong hostile impulses. This hypothesis was confirmed and extended by the data furnished by the clinic group. In the Langley-Porter Clinic women, references to physical symptoms were not confined to a few more or less casual remarks but often formed the most emphasized part of the patient's statement of complaint. Intensive study of several cases supported the hypothesis, developed on the basis of earlier findings, Chapter 12, that the tendency to focus on one's physical condition in this particular way not only expresses strong unconscious, castration, anxiety but also represents the way in which a person with a very constricted ego defends himself against becoming aware of large areas of his emotional life. Similarly, some of the normal subjects in the overall sample of the study mentioned tendencies towards depressed feelings. The data on the low-scoring clinic patients confirmed the hypothesis that tendencies toward feelings of inferiority and guilt and depression were consistent with the type of character structure found commonly in low scorers and would appear to some degree under conditions of inner or outer stress. In the normal subjects, however, these tendencies appeared to be relatively mild, while some of the clinic patients were incapacitated by them. Thus, the material from the clinic group supported and, in some instances shed additional light upon, the dynamic hypotheses advanced in chapters 9 through 13. Also, our data strongly bore out our hypothesis that the relationships between ethnocentrism and personality variables would be essentially the same for normal and for psychologically disturbed groups, but that some of these personality trends would, in the disturbed group, appear in pathological forms and degrees. Taking the evidence from the various techniques with which our group was studied, and recalling major conclusions from earlier chapters, we can make the following general formulation regarding the character structure of high and low scorers. The high scorers have rigid, constricted personalities, as shown by their stereotyped, conventionalized thinking and acting and their violent and categorical rejection of everything reminding them of their own repressed impulses. Their egos appear to be not only very constricted but also quite undifferentiated, their range of experience, emotionally and intellectually, is narrow. It is as if they can experience only the one conventionally correct attitude or emotion in any given situation. Everything else is suppressed or denied, or if another impulse breaks through, it is experienced as something which is completely incompatible with the conception of the self, and which suddenly overwhelms the ego. In part, this high degree of ego-alienness probably derives from the fact that the impulses emerging from repression are so primitive and, especially in the women, so very hostile. Compare, for example, the ways in which two high-scoring women on the one hand, and one low-scoring woman, on the other, express their ambivalence towards their children. The two high-scoring women had spells of excitement, trembling, and various physical manifestations which they did not recognize as expressions of rage. One woman actually choked her children during such attacks, the other had had the impulse but could control it. Both tried to convince the interviewer and themselves that they really loved their children. The low-scoring woman was quite aware of rejecting her child, of her habitual impatience and inability to give enough love to the child. She recognized the effects of her behavior on the child, tried to make up for it at times and hoped that after therapy she would be able to be a better mother. The high-scoring mothers were not able to admit any deviation from the conventional idea that a mother, unless she is utterly depraved, can feel anything but tenderness and devotion for her children. In these, and in all of the other cases of high scorers, it seemed as if the person's ego had usually been able to keep the unacceptable impulses completely out of consciousness, by means of countercathexes, and that this prevented modifications of the impulse, such as channelization into milder and more adult forms, sublimations and the like. The TAT stories of the high scorers showed the ego's constriction and lack of differentiation particularly clearly. Even subjects of high intelligence, with excellent vocabularies, told stereotyped, unimaginative stories. The repressed impulses appeared in very primitive, crude forms, giving rise to stories of crime and punishment very much like those of high scorers in other groups, see Chapter 14. The stories of the low scorers were much richer in content and often less primitive, giving evidence that the person had experienced in himself or through empathy with others a wide range of emotions and that he had found relatively mature ways of expressing his impulses. Besides this, channelization, sublimations, and intellectualization seemed to play a larger role in low scorers as expressed in their intellectual and artistic interests, their attitudes towards their work, and their attempts to solve their neurotic problems by intellectual analysis and understanding. It is our general impression that the high scorers, more than the low scorers, are dominated by castration anxiety and more often show anal character traits such as hostile rejectiveness, retentiveness, and anal reaction formations. The last trend was found to be particularly strong in the women. High scorers, particularly men, also seem to have strong but repressed passive dependent desires, but these appear to be differently organized in the personality than is the case with the low scorers. Whereas in the low scorers these tendencies are expressed directly in interpersonal relationships, in the desire to be loved and in the fear of being rejected in a very personalized way, the high-scoring men's passivity and dependency probably is mainly a reaction to their extreme castration anxiety. The high-scoring men often seek protection from this anxiety in a motherly woman, but without having a very differentiated relationship to this woman as a person. This brings us to the problem of interpersonal relationships in high and low scorers. The relevant information comes from the detailed case studies, including T.A.T.S., and the first psychiatric interviews. The frequency with which the low scorers discussed their relationships to others was striking, though often quite disturbed. They tend to behave toward others in a very personal way. Furthermore, the low scorers' relationships, as expressed in their lives as well as in their fantasies, often were of a combined nurturant-dependent type. The same tendency was also shown in their occupational interests: social service, physician, psychological counselor. The interpersonal relationships of high scorers appeared to be much weaker, less personal, more conventional, and more often expressed in terms of dominance-submission. 5. Is there any evidence that one of the two groups, at the opposite extremes of the E scale, was more severely disturbed than the other? Is there a relationship between ethnocentrism and psychosis?
Two kinds of hypotheses regarding possible relationships between ethnocentrism and mental ill health have been advanced by people who were more or less familiar with the results reported on throughout this book. Some, usually those strongly interested in fighting prejudice, have focused their attention on the personality descriptions of high scorers. Because these include so many variables, example constriction, projectivity, self-deception, etc., usually considered unfavorable from a mental hygiene point of view, and because of the fact that our low-scoring subjects do not have these characteristics to any great extent, the conclusion has been drawn that highly prejudiced people are simply mentally disturbed people, those opposed to prejudice are the normals. The difference in ideology is then explained by the hypothesis that the ethnocentric ideology of the high scorers is based on irrational attitudes which in turn spring from their neurotic conflicts, while the ideology of the normal low scorers is developed entirely in a rational, reality-adapted manner. Others, however, have pointed out that of our two groups, the low scorers deviate more from the culture pattern of their environment. They are more often socially maladjusted and seem to suffer more from feelings of depression, anxiety, and inadequacy, all characteristic of a popular conception of the neurotic pattern. According to this hypothesis, then, people who are prejudiced are the normals because they are well adjusted in their culture. They have taken over the prejudices along with other ideologies of the culture to which they conform. The low scorers, who rebel against their parents and often against many of the cultural mores, are psychologically ill. Both of these hypotheses assume that one of the groups scoring at the extremes of the E scale is a normal, the other an abnormal group. Our investigation shows that one is likely to find people with more or less severe psychological disturbances in the high, low, and middle quartiles, although we cannot say in what proportions. It even suggests the possibility that the most disturbed people will be found in the middle quartiles. But there are more basic theoretical reasons for objecting to both of the above hypotheses. The first one, commonly found in liberal thought, assumes that rational behavior, in contrast to irrational behavior, is entirely independent of deeper-lying personality dynamics. Finding obvious irrational qualities in ethnocentric ideology, some individuals have concluded that prejudiced people think emotionally whereas unprejudiced people think rationally, that is, without being influenced by their needs and emotions. Our results indicate, however, that the way a person thinks is always conditioned, to a greater or lesser degree, by emotional dispositions. The capacity for rational functioning, in which needs and effects play a positive rather than a negative, distorting, inhibiting, role, is part of what we and others have called a strong ego. While ego strength seems higher, on the average, in the low than in the high scorers, it must be emphasized that irrationality has been found to some degree in both. However, it is qualitatively different in the two groups and impels the individuals in antipodal directions. We must object even more strenuously to the second of the above hypotheses, which equates conformity with psychic health, nonconformity with psychic disturbance, because it represents a way of thinking which is all too common in the social sciences as well as in everyday life. It is true, as our results and others show, that ethnocentric individuals are frequently more conforming and more adjusted to the prevailing pressures and ideas of our culture. These individuals are thus more normal in the sense of approximating the behavior and ideology demands of the culture. However, to see normality, in this external sense, as identical with psychic health, a concept involving inner integration, sublimation, and the like, is to maintain a thoroughly behavioristic, non-dynamic conception of the individual. If good external adjustment is to be psychologically healthy, it must be in response to an environment which sufficiently gratifies the most important needs of the individual, being well adjusted under other conditions, example in the face of severe suppression or denial of self-expression, can only be achieved at tremendous inner expense. The cost of adjustment to most high scorers has been demonstrated throughout this book. Similarly, rebellious and non-conforming behavior must also be understood in relation to external forces and inner demands. That they may occur, though with different meanings, in both democratic and authoritarian personalities showing various degrees of disturbance,
is shown by data from the clinic group, the San Quintin group, chapter XXI, and the overall study sample, parts 2 and 3. What, then, can we say regarding our original question of the relation of ethnocentrism to the degree of psychological disturbance? Although no really conclusive answer is at hand, we can, however, try to make certain hypotheses based on, 1. Our data regarding the incidence of neuroses and psychoses in the various E-quartiles for the clinic group, and, 2. The evidence, presented throughout this book, regarding personality characteristics of high and low scorers. As pointed out in section D of this chapter, we found a consistent increase in the proportion of psychoses going from the low to the high middle quartiles, with a drop from the high middle to the high quartile. The figures are presented in tables 3, XXII, and 4, XXII. Because of the small numbers of cases in each quartile, this trend is not statistically significant. Supposing that this result were found to be generally valid, and if psychosis is regarded as a more severe disturbance than neurosis, one could say that there is a slight relationship between severity of mental disturbance, psychosis, and ethnocentrism. The possible reasons why there were fewer psychotics in the extreme high quartile have already been discussed. Is there a relationship between ethnocentrism and psychosis, anti-ethnocentrism, and neurosis? The following discussion is meant as a mere speculation on our findings and presented only to stimulate further discussion and research. It seemed to all of us, who discussed and made formulations about the character structures of high and low scorers, that there were personality trends in the high scorers which would make them more prone to develop psychotic manifestations, while the low scorers seemed to tend more towards neurotic disturbances. See also Simul, 3. In spite of the fact that we found some low scorers with very disorganized and weak egos, among them at least one schizophrenic, comparison with the high scorers still gave the impression that the low scorers had relatively much stronger egos, that is, they appeared to us to be able to handle their impulses much more successfully due to relatively less extensive repressions and countercathexes and to greater capacity for sublimation and other modifications. Also, the low scorers appeared capable of more genuine relationships to other people, whereas the interpersonal relationships of the high scorers were much more shallow and founded less on personal experiences and feelings than on conventions and stereotypes. These character trends are more consistent with the formation of neurotic traits rather than with the formation of psychotic ones. In pathological forms, these tendencies are less alien and less overwhelming to the ego. Just exactly what the deeper dynamics and the genetic sources of these trends are, we cannot say. Perhaps the clue to the type of character found most commonly among low scorers is a very early inhibition of aggressions which are then turned upon the self, or the early relationships to parents lead to strong identifications and a well-internalized, though often disturbing, conscience. In the high scorers, extensive repressions and countercathexes have hindered the ego's development. The ego remains rather primitive, undifferentiated, and completely isolated from a large portion of the deeper layers. When the unresolved unconscious conflicts become intensified and come closer to consciousness, the ego, totally unprepared, feels overwhelmed and shocked. This may lead merely to strong anxieties with or without somatic symptoms. In more extreme form, however, it may lead to depersonalization, withdrawal from reality, denial, projections, and other psychotic manifestations. Given a sufficiently supporting environment, highly ethnocentric individuals achieve a sense of comfort and adjustment, but they frequently lack the productiveness, the capacity for love, and, in times of stress, the grip on reality, which are more characteristic of the anti-authoritarian individuals. Chapter XXIII. Conclusions. The most crucial result of the present study, as it seems to the authors, is the demonstration of close correspondence in the type of approach and outlook a subject is likely to have in a great variety of areas, ranging from the most intimate features of family and sex adjustment through relationships to other people in general, to religion and to social and political philosophy. Thus a basically hierarchical, authoritarian, exploitive parent-child relationship is apt to carry over into a power-oriented,
exploitatively dependent attitude toward one's sex partner and one's God, and may well culminate in a political philosophy and social outlook which has no room for anything but a desperate clinging to what appears to be strong and a disdainful rejection of whatever is relegated to the bottom. The inherent dramatization likewise extends from the parent-child dichotomy to the dichotomous conception of sex roles and of moral values, as well as to a dichotomous handling of social relations as manifested especially in the formation of stereotypes and of in-group out-group cleavages. Conventionality, rigidity, repressive denial, and the ensuing breakthrough of one's weakness, fear and dependency are but other aspects of the same fundamental personality pattern, and they can be observed in personal life as well as in attitudes toward religion and social issues. On the other hand, there is a pattern characterized chiefly by affectionate, basically equalitarian, and permissive interpersonal relationships. This pattern encompasses attitudes within the family and toward the opposite sex, as well as an internalization of religious and social values. Greater flexibility and the potentiality for more genuine satisfactions appear as results of this basic attitude. However, the two opposite types of outlook must by no means be regarded as absolutes. They emerge as a result of statistical analysis and thus have to be considered as syndromes of correlating and dynamically related factors. Point 1. They consist in accumulations of symptoms frequently found together, but they leave plenty of room for variations of specific features. Furthermore, various distinct subtypes are found within each of the two major patterns. Above all, two subvarieties of the ethnically prejudiced must be distinguished, the conventional and the psychopathic. Many more subvarieties can be distinguished on the basis of differential preoccupation with this or that particular trait that is alleged to exist in an ethnic minority. Our prejudiced subjects, however, are on the whole more alike as a group than are the unprejudiced. The latter include a great variety of personalities. Many, on the surface at least, have no more extreme variance in common than the absence of a particular brand of hostility. Indications are that there may be more similarity, within the major types, at the core than at the surface. This holds especially for the highly prejudiced subject, with his great variety of rationalizations and behavioral manifestations of prejudice. Furthermore, our findings are strictly limited to the psychological aspects of the more general problem of prejudice. Historical factors or economic forces operating in our society to promote or to diminish ethnic prejudice are clearly beyond the scope of our investigation. In pointing toward the importance of the parent-child relationship in the establishment of prejudice or tolerance, we have moved one step in the direction of an explanation. We have not, however, gone into the social and economic processes that in turn determine the development of characteristic family patterns. Finally, the present study deals with dynamic potentials rather than with overt behavior. We may be able to say something about the readiness of an individual to break into violence, but we are pretty much in the dark as to the remaining necessary conditions under which an actual outbreak would occur. There is, in other words, still plenty of room for action research. Actually, such additional research is necessary for all practical purposes. Outbreaks into action must be considered the results of both the internal potential and a set of eliciting factors in the environment. No action research can, however, be complete without analysis of the factors within the individual, an analysis to which this volume endeavors to contribute, so that we should be enabled to anticipate who would behave in a certain way under given circumstances. All this is, of course, subject to the overall limitation which lies in the character of our sample of subjects. It is our opinion that a study of a topic of such crucial social significance could well deserve to be conducted on a statistical basis comparable to that of nationwide opinion polls. The present study has chosen to be an intensive rather than an extensive one. In spite of the fact that part of it has been conducted with subjects numbering over 2,000, its major aim is penetration into underlying patterns of factors rather than exhaustive representativeness in covering the entire population. Broadening of the factual basis in this respect undoubtedly will lead to reformulation of many specific questionnaire items and technical revisions. Actually, only in a truly representative study would it become possible to appraise quantitatively the amount of prejudice in our culture,
To determine the general validity of the personality correlates outlined in this volume, and to assess the various possibilities of a mutual overlapping of the two major patterns that we have described. Although it is not a part of our task to prescribe or to plan programs for countering prejudice, we may be permitted some remarks concerning the general implications of our research. It follows directly from our major findings that countermeasures should take into account the whole structure of the prejudiced outlook. The major emphasis should be placed, it seems, not upon discrimination against particular minority groups, but upon such phenomena as stereotypy, emotional coldness, identification with power, and general destructiveness. When one takes this view of the matter, it is not difficult to see why measures to oppose social discrimination have not been more effective. Rational arguments cannot be expected to have deep or lasting effects upon a phenomenon that is irrational in its essential nature. Appeals to sympathy may do as much harm as good when directed to people one of whose deepest fears is that they might be identified with weakness or suffering. Closer association with members of minority groups can hardly be expected to influence people who are largely characterized by the inability to have experience, and liking for particular groups or individuals is very difficult to establish in people whose structure is such that they cannot really like anybody, and if we should succeed in diverting hostility from one minority group, we should be prevented from taking satisfaction by the knowledge that the hostility will now very probably be directed against some other group. So it is with various other measures which from our point of view are concerned with the treatment of symptoms or particular manifestations rather than with the disease itself. Yet we certainly do not wish to belittle, or to ask for any reduction in, such activities. Some symptoms are more harmful than others, and we are sometimes very glad to be able to control a disease even though we cannot cure it. Indeed, it may be hoped that knowledge of what the potential fascist is like, knowledge of the kind that this book has attempted to supply, will make symptomatic treatment more effective. Thus, for example, although appeals to his reason or to his sympathy are likely to be lost on him, appeals to his conventionality or to his submissiveness toward authority might be effective. But it should be clearly understood that such activity would in no way reduce his conventionality or authoritarianism or his fascist potential. Similarly, it is consistent with what we know of the potentially fascist personality to suppose that he would be impressed by legal restraints against discrimination, and that his self-restraint would increase as minority groups became stronger through being protected. But it must be remembered that it is the usual practice of the fascist to dress his most anti-democratic actions in a legalistic cloak. Again, since acceptance of what is like oneself and rejection of what is different is one feature of the prejudiced outlook, it may be that members of minority groups can in limited situations and for some period of time protect themselves and gain certain advantages by conforming in outward appearance as best they can with the prevailing ways of the dominant group. We say this cautiously because it is necessary continuously to be aware that the same tendencies to conformity which are praised in the in-group may be condemned in the out-group. Furthermore, aside from the fact that such conformity works against the values of cultural diversity, it is a necessary conclusion from the present study that the ultimate fate of any minority group does not depend primarily upon what that group may do, and moreover, once the minority group member has conformed in this way, there is little reason to suppose that he would not adopt the prevailing in-group attitudes toward those who have not been able to conform. Thus it appears that when we address ourselves to symptoms, here as in any disease, we have to face the fact that a cure of one manifestation is likely to be followed by a breaking out in some other area. Yet there is sufficient reason why there can be no let-up in the kinds of activity just described. So great is the overall fascist potential that any withdrawal on any front might make it even more difficult than it now is for groups discriminated against to secure their rights. It would be most unfortunate if a grasp of the true enormity of the fundamental problem should anywhere lead to a diminution of effort. It is impossible to conceive of any way of attacking the problem that does not involve a multiplicity of sub-goals to be attained by individuals or by groups. Any act, however limited in time and place, that serves to counter or diminish destructiveness can be regarded as a microcosm, as it were, of a total effective program. What can be done about the disease itself? If, as the present study has shown, we are dealing with a structure within the person, it seems that we should consider, first,
Psychological techniques for changing personality. Yet, a moment's reflection will show that the therapeutic possibilities of individual psychology are severely limited. How could one cure one of our high scorers? This probably could be done by proceeding along the lines indicated in our clinical and genetic chapters. But when one considers the time and the amount of arduous work that would be required and the small number of available therapists, and when he considers that many of the main traits of the ethnocentrist are precisely those which, when they occur in the setting of a clinic, cause him to be regarded as a poor therapeutic risk, it appears at once that the direct contribution of individual psychotherapy has to be regarded as negligible. Confronted with the rigidity of the adult ethnocentrist, one turns naturally to the question of whether the prospects for healthy personality structure would not be greater if the proper influences were brought to bear earlier in the individual's life, and since the earlier the influence the more profound it will be, attention becomes focused upon child training. It would not be difficult, on the basis of the clinical and genetic studies reported in this volume, to propose a program which, even in the present cultural pattern, could produce non-ethnocentric personalities. All that is really essential is that children be genuinely loved and treated as individual humans. But all the features of such a program would have the aspect of being more easily said than done. For ethnocentric parents, acting by themselves, the prescribed measures would probably be impossible. We should expect them to exhibit in their relations with their children much the same moralistically punitive attitudes that they express toward minority groups and toward their own impulses. In children then, as in the case of the adult ethnocentrist, we cannot expect psychology, by itself, to produce the desired result. One is too familiar with cases of young parents with the fullest intellectual understanding of modern theories whose need to do the correct thing prevents the very warmth and spontaneity which those theories prescribe. But more serious, because much more widespread, is the case of parents who with the best will and the best feelings are thwarted by the need to mold the child so that he will find a place in the world as it is. Few parents can be expected to persist for long in educating their children for a society that does not exist, or even in orienting themselves toward goals which they share only with a minority. It seems obvious therefore that the modification of the potentially fascist structure cannot be achieved by psychological means alone. The task is comparable to that of eliminating neurosis, or delinquency, or nationalism from the world. These are products of the total organization of society and are to be changed only as that society is changed. It is not for the psychologist to say how such changes are to be brought about. The problem is one which requires the efforts of all social scientists. All that we would insist upon is that in the councils or roundtables where the problem is considered and action planned, the psychologist should have a voice. We believe that the scientific understanding of society must include an understanding of what it does to people, and that it is possible to have social reforms, even broad and sweeping ones, which though desirable in their own right would not necessarily change the structure of the prejudiced personality. For the fascist potential to change, or even to be held in check, there must be an increase in people's capacity to see themselves and to be themselves. This cannot be achieved by the manipulation of people, however well grounded in modern psychology the devices of manipulation might be, and it is a judgment which finds support in the present study that the man who is first to seize power will be the last to give it up. It is safe to assume, however, that fascism is imposed on the people, that it actually goes against their basic interests, and that when they can be made fully aware of themselves and their situation they are capable of behaving realistically. That people too often cannot see the workings of society or their own role within it is due not only to a social control that does not tell the truth but to a blindness that is rooted in their own psychology. Although it cannot be claimed that psychological insight is any guarantee of insight into society, there is ample evidence that people who have the greatest difficulty in facing themselves are the least able to see the way the world is made. Resistance to self-insight and resistance to social facts are contrived, most essentially, of the same stuff. It is here that psychology may play its most important role. Techniques for overcoming resistance, developed mainly in the field of individual psychotherapy, can be improved and adapted for use with groups and even for use on a mass scale.
Let it be admitted that such techniques could hardly be effective with the extreme ethnocentrist, but it may be remembered that the majority of the population are not extreme but, in our terminology, middle. It is the fact that the potentially fascist pattern is to so large an extent imposed upon people that carries with it some hope for the future. People are continuously molded from above because they must be molded if the overall economic pattern is to be maintained, and the amount of energy that goes into this process bears a direct relation to the amount of potential, residing within the people, for moving in a different direction. It would be foolish to underestimate the fascist potential with which this volume has been mainly concerned, but it would be equally unwise to overlook the fact that the majority of our subjects do not exhibit the extreme ethnocentric pattern and the fact that there are various ways in which it may be avoided altogether. Although there is reason to believe that the prejudiced are the better rewarded in our society as far as external values are concerned, it is when they take shortcuts to these rewards that they land in prison. We need not suppose that the tolerant have to wait and receive their rewards in heaven, as it were. Actually, there is good reason to believe that the tolerant receive more gratification of basic needs. They are likely to pay for this satisfaction in conscious guilt feelings, since they frequently have to go against prevailing social standards, but the evidence is that they are, basically, happier than the prejudiced. Thus, we need not suppose that appeal to emotion belongs to those who strive in the direction of fascism, while democratic propaganda must limit itself to reason and restraint. If fear and destructiveness are the major emotional sources of fascism, Eros belongs mainly to democracy.